They possess diverse complexions, hailing from various corners of the earth. Once their connections were tenuous at best now, they stand united as indispensable comrades in arms. This place is the final preparatory elimination stage. In 30 minutes, relentless sea beasts will surge forth, swarming from all directions around the island. At an altitude of 30,000 meters above this island, Tao Wu gently shook his head, then stepped forward, vanishing from this realm. Rolling sand dunes, shrouded in swirling mists. In this desolate semi-arid terrain, where even the parched wood seems forlorn, resplendent lights flicker like countless blossoms. Nature's artistry has conjured a mesmerizing tableau, suffused with ethereal spirits. The autumn wind whispers mournfully as the enchanting notes of the guzheng gradually fade into the breeze. Tao Wu, burdened with a sizable travel pack, strides from the far east with measured steps. He is a young man with a weathered complexion, his skin slightly darkened, sporting a cropped hairstyle. Clad in a basic black long-sleeve shirt and a pair of faded shorts, he completes his ensemble with worn-out athletic shoes. The evening breeze is not particularly gentle, as the swirling sands lash against his face, making him feel as though it might bruise. At 19 years of age, Tao Wu is a recent high school graduate. It is now August 20th, a time when peers flock to various universities. Some have achieved commendable results, securing admission to esteemed institutions that elicit admiration from family and friends alike. Some students with less than ideal scores must resign themselves to acceptance of their safety school admissions, often enduring the derision of family and friends. However, Tao Wu is not among them. In fact, he was not even accepted into his safety school. In this cohort of students, Tao Wu's performance was far from the bottom. The reason he did not secure a spot at a university was due to his inflated perception of his so-called SCO. Of 485. Although this figure exceeded the cutoff for the first tier, the issue lay in the fact that this year's threshold was exceedingly lenient. Indeed, the first tier cutoff this year was nothing short of a tragedy. In 2017, the national examination policy had already been implemented, encompassing only the first and second tier. In Guangxi, the first tier score was set at a mere 473, while the second tier was shockingly low. Consequently, Tao Wu became overconfident, insisting on selecting last year's first-tier institutions even for his safety options, disregarding any alternatives. This ultimately led to the awkward predicament of having no school to attend. Tao Wu felt as though he had suddenly turned toward the path of silence. The malice from the world nearly shattered his fragile resolve. Throughout that summer, he languished in his village for 2 full months, contemplating 2 crucial truths. The first revelation was encapsulated in a mere 14 characters. High scores are scarce, while cutoffs abound. Prestigious institutions dominate the rankings. In simpler terms, his actual score did not genuinely surpass the first-tier threshold. The second realization was that he must start anew, to rise from the ashes and reclaim his aspirations. For this matter, he first rallied a large group of relatives, including his uncles and aunts, and then subjected his parents to a relentless barrage of persuasion. Ultimately, he managed to coax even his perpetually sullen father into speaking. However, there was one prerequisite. The marriage must take place first. Thus, under the perpetual frown of Tao Wu, he wed Shun Yuchen, the daughter of his neighbor, Old Shun. Consequently, at the tender age of 19, Tao Wu found himself in bed with the 18-year-old Shun Yuchen, who had only scored 163 in her college entrance examination before dropping out of school. That day was merely 5 days ago. On the 5th day, Tao Wu hastily exited, claiming he was heading back to school for supplementary studies. As he departed, Shun Yuchen merely uttered a casual remark: "Study well now that you have a wife. Refrain from pursuing other romantic interests." Such is the peculiarity of society. In the middle and upper echelons, children at least engage in courtship, sharing coffee, and mingling. Although, when it comes down to it, they may not possess the ultimate authority over their own destinies. In stark contrast, in the remote village of Guangxi Mountain, the tradition of marriage before love persists with fervor. Yet, this rustic corner of the world continues to thrive in its own way. Take, for instance, Tao Wu's father, who has surpassed 60 years of age, while his mother is still not yet 40. For Tao's father, the success of his son has become inconsequential. What truly matters is that he remains without a grandson. The absence of grandson is regarded as an exceedingly grave matter. I end this matter. Should Tao Wu dare to disagree, Tao's father would readily leap from the modest abode. If one were to declare Shen Yuchen as beautiful, Tao Wu would admit to feeling a hint of insatiable yearning. Yet the crux of the matter is that Shen Yuchen is not truly beautiful. Her slightly rounded visage is, at best, merely cute. How could this be reconciled by Tao Wu, who has always held lofty ambitions, especially when he considers Lin Sinny, the most stunning girl in the school, who has been in a relationship for 2 years with a junior? How could this be accepted by a young man who, back in his sophomore year, boldly asserted, Jack Ma once uttered words akin to mine first, I shall set 3 small goals, one being, to win the heart of the school beauty? As for the notion of failing to secure the affection of the school beauty, that is utterly inconceivable. Thus, Tao Wu set forth. The raucous autumn winds lifted the sleeves of his shirt, while the youth's short hair became rather oily. He widened his previously squinted eyes, gazing towards the distant west. In a place lagging behind the third-tier cities, there exists a small county, Minkong County's first senior high school. It is there that the dreams of mountainous students blossom. Tao Wu pressed onward. His heart, unwilling to settle for mediocrity, beat with a slightly accelerated rhythm. Thus, a miracle, unknown to all. It was a subtle glimmer, emerging from a certain point in the sand dunes, piercing directly into Tao Wu's back, leaving but a trail of light in the air. Chapter 1. The ordinary world 40 kilometers away from the western outskirts of the city lies a quaint county known as Minkong County. While it may be referred to as small, it is not insignificant. Minkong County governs 9 towns, yet its population is sparsely distributed, totaling merely 210,000 inhabitants. The first senior high school of Minkong is situated at the end of Science and Education Road in this county seat. The educational resources available here pale in comparison to those of the 2 high schools in the city. Nevertheless, it is noteworthy that students from at least 3 neighboring counties take pride in being admitted to this institution. The campus of Minkong No. 1 High School is quite expansive. A leisurely stroll around its perimeter would take no less than an hour. However, the interior presents a rather disheveled appearance. It comprises only 3 aging teaching buildings for dilapidated dormitories and a newly constructed 3-story cafeteria. Teachers conduct their work within the teaching buildings, and for those residing on campus, they must share their dormitory with students of the same gender. Aside from the makeshift convenience store that resembles a market stall within the school grounds, one cannot overlook the bustling vendors outside the second gate, offering an ARR. I have delicacies: rice balls, grilled cold noodles, fried rice, grilled meat mixed rice, curry rice, soup dumplings, and various hot beverages. As dusk approached and the sun began to set, Tao Wu finally emerged from the distant intersection. Crossing this intersection signified an entry into Science and Education Road. Indeed, there was only one vendor selling grilled cold noodles. Tao Wu tilted his head and gazed up at the sky for 3 silent seconds before making his way to the small cart offering grilled cold noodles. Hello, what flavor would you like, my friend? Spicy, sweet, or sour and spicy? We have it all. The man behind the small cart was lean, with an apron tied around his waist. Tao Wu chuckled in response and said, Then, my friend, I would like a portion of the sour and spicy, please. Absolutely, the vendor replied, promptly starting to skillfully drizzle oil and spread the dough. Reflecting on the past 3 years, it occurred to Tao Wu that after sampling various stalls, he had entrusted his entire budget for street food to this talented gentleman. Upon further contemplation, it seemed that this brother had not remembered him. Engaging in light banter was not typically Tao Wu's nature. At this moment, the vendor had already placed a sausage into the cold noodles. Observing his culinary prowess, Tao Wu teased, It appears you look even more handsome when not beside your wife, brother. The vendor responded with warmth, As long as you don't mention this in front of my partner, I might just give you a 5 discount. That's your promise, brother. Tao Wu feigned seriousness, calculating, this box of grilled cold noodles costs 5 yuan, and with your generous discount, I save a whole 25 cents. Impressive, my friend. How could I possibly resist coming back to your stall? The vendor could not contain his laughter, and after neatly packing the grilled cold noodles, he handed them over. Your wit is truly commendable. Hey, race your sour and spicy delight. Tao Wu accepted the grilled cold noodles with a smile, then extracted a pair of chopsticks, saying, All right, brother, you carry on with your work, I shall head inside. He snapped the chopsticks in half, inserted them into the food container, and tossed the entire thing into the trash. This habit was cultivated during Tao Wu's junior high school years. After spending a year and a half in junior high, one inevitably becomes a seasoned veteran. Breaking chopsticks is undoubtedly the only option for such a veteran. At this moment, arriving at school clearly indicated the absence of dormitory arrangements. Tao Wu simply carried a travel bag to building number 3, ascended to the 6th floor, and placed it down on the bed he had in his senior year. Having traveled through dust and fatigue, Tao Wu's face appeared as though he had aged 7 or 8 years. Who is this ugly person? Tao Wu was taken aback, pondering silently. Lacking handsome features, was his inner charm not diminished by more than half? This thought was quite unacceptable to Tao Wu. He hurried to the sink, turned on the faucet, and vigorously scrubbed his face. Only when his skin felt slightly numb did he take a towel and press it to his face to finish the task. Upon glancing at the sky from the doorway, he noticed the sun had already set. In the distance, an old man's figure emerged from behind the building, gradually fading away moments later. The entire campus seemed devoid of life. Dilapidated and aged, several strands of wire hung loosely, adorned with various garments that would embarrass even the most steadfast moralists. This typical second-floor school district house in a backward city towered slightly above the surrounding walls. Taking a deep breath of the stale air, Tao Wu silently closed the wooden door, lamenting the inability to lock it from within. Having strolled aimlessly around the dormitory out of boredom, he promptly removed his long-sleeved shirt along with his shorts and swiftly dashed into the washroom to freshen up. As for the aftermath of the wash, if the experience left one feeling unsatisfied, then it would be insignificant to mention any attempt at persuasion. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, Tao Wu retrieved his humble, non-smart, non-touchscreen mobile phone, a mere 80 yuan fine from a second-hand stall. Despite its worn condition, Tao Wu had invested a modicum of effort in acquiring 4 batteries, ensuring a week's worth of reliable performance. Though devoid of a SIM card, the device boasted essential features such as music, film, and ebooks. Within this antiquated phone resided a treasure trove of 32 gigabytes worth of resources, acquired for a mere 5 yuan from a mobile marketing vendor, encompassing nearly half of the premium online literature landscape, alongside a modest selection of films and music. After a moment's contemplation, Tao Wu selected a track titled Seve. He placed the phone atop a bamboo pillow, its back facing up, while standing barefoot on the smooth floor. Speaking of Seve, it is a title not widely recognized, yet Seve dance has achieved global fame. What's most remarkable is its accessibility for beginners. Michael. The rhythm immediately surged forth, characterized by a flurry of cross steps, slides, and runs, enveloping him in an enchanting atmosphere. With a kick, I kick, forward kick, back kick, spinning kick, figure 8 leg cross, occasionally hands tucked in pockets can also exude a unique kind of frenzy. In the Seve dance, it can achieve this perfectly. Lyrics in phonetic transcription. Run man, running with great strides. The atmosphere in the dormitory suddenly congealed. Lyrics in phonetic transcription, the actions grow increasingly vigorous. Continuous side slides, crossovers, and sprints. Run man. Beneath the final standard long-distance side slide, the silent Tao Wu, the scattered spicy snack bags, and the swirling dust. It seemed as though the entire world had come to a standstill in that moment. He withdrew a towel from the steel bar to wipe the sweat from his body. Tao Wu gazed into the 3-inch circular mirror at the handsome figure reflected back, murmuring softly to himself. Is there anyone on this planet more impressive than I? No, such a being does not exist. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock that Tao Wu set down his phone, quietly closing his eyes. Chapter 2. I am the Lord God. Like a rapid montage, several indistinct keywords etched themselves deeply in my mind. Dark void, Wang Yidong. The Lord God, super cosmic weapons. Annihilating countless civilizations, the fall of Lord God Wang Yidong. The system, in a state of absolute rationality, brewed a cataclysmic eruption, an apocalyptic scene that obliterated innumerable prehistoric beings. A new epoch commenced. On that day, Tao Wu traversed the dunes, a beam of light piercing directly toward him. Tao Wu abruptly sat upright, drenched in sweat. Panic coursing through him. He scanned his surroundings. The nocturnal environment still allowed for visibility, and the 4 sets of double-deck iron beds in the dormitory were the most telling evidence. They attested to the fact that this was indeed the initial experience of countless individuals from Huagua. The moonlight illuminated the room, naturally revealing Tao Wu's anxiety. He gulped down a few quick breaths. Tension, peril, exhilaration, truly the finest catalyst for cerebral stimulation. Tao Wu could not calm himself amidst the flood of information bombarding his mind. It was overwhelming. He could hardly discern what emotion he should feel. Yet, the dream from the previous night eluded his thoughts entirely. Was Wang Yidong connected to the Lord God system? As he neared the precipice of memory, clarity ensued. Until from a divine perspective, the system integrated into his very being. He, Tao Wu, had acquired a golden finger. Moreover, it was the most formidable Lord God system within the realm of divine construction. This was simply magnificent. Could it be that I may command all the beautiful women of the world? TSK, TSK, TSK. Not too many, just the original, the stunning. All of them, please. Is it not possible for me to dominate the world and reign over the universe? Ah, how I yearn for it. Just a glimpse of everything within my sight. Could it be all mine? Tao Wu endeavored to calm the tempestuous emotions swirling within him. As if a demon within his heart clamored, yes, it is yours. The vast world, all that your eyes behold, belongs to you. Throughout that night, until the break of dawn at 6:30, a considerable portion of Tao Wu's thoughts lingered upon these fantasies. In the morning, Tao Wu rose from his slumber, inhaling a deep breath of air. System, will you prevent me from engaging in actions that defy the law? I do not possess free will. I cannot impede you from any action. He pressed his tongue against his gums, tasting a faint metallic flavor. With a commanding tone, Tao Wu declared, there are two matters to address. First, from this moment forth, the term you shall be replaced with Lord Deity. Second, during the forthcoming period, allocate a portion of your energy to transform the system components, for remaining fused within my cervical spine is not ideal. Let it take the form of an entity that is tethered to my soul. By the way, does the soul truly exist? Affirmative, Lord Deity. The system responded in its consistent feminine voice. The soul does not exist. For further details, the Lord Deity may consult the network archives using relevant keywords. According to analysis, following dimensional ascension, the Lord Deity system exists within a high-dimensional warped space, with the soul connection to the non-warped space being the core components of the Lord Deity system. It is suggested that the Supreme Deity embed the core components of the Deity system within the synapses of the brain. This approach would yield two significant advantages. Firstly, the system could incorporate an additional layer of firewall to alleviate the Supreme Deity's concerns. Secondly, it could autonomously safeguard the Supreme Deity's neural network, thereby minimizing the risk of absolute demise. As a result, Tao Wu, somewhat perplexed yet showing deference, nodded in agreement with the system's proposal. After careful contemplation, he gained a clearer understanding of the system's operational dynamics. In essence, the system functions as a construction program for the Supreme Deity, enabling the efficient utilization of entropy reduction interactions to forge a tangible reality anchored in the system. Tao Wu assumes the role of a programmer within this framework, capable of constructing, monitoring, and maintaining this real world. However, the crux of the matter lies in the entropy reduction entities, which are pivotal to both Tao Wu's and the system's evolution, serving as the true embodiment of its core essence. Weighing the pros and cons, Tao Wu ultimately resolved to make his inaugural expenditure, opting to consume the scant remaining entropy energy of the system to reactivate the distributed entropy reduction source concentration program. This program is a vital piece of information stored within the system. In simpler terms, by utilizing this program, the system can leverage the original invitation location of the Supreme Deity to disseminate the remnants of the Supreme Deity's presence across the entire world in a remarkably brief span of time. By exploiting the entangled nature of the invitation source, the system can facilitate quantum transmission of the inviter, directly drawing them into the realm of the Supreme Deity. To achieve this, for the centralized program of distributed entropy reduction, it is simply too effortless. Frankly, it seems that at present, this is the only way to proceed. Otherwise, given Tao Wu's current identity, status, and the meager funds in his pockets, it would indeed be challenging to accomplish this in a short span of time. Now, Tao Wu, having dressed appropriately, stepped out of his dormitory. On the street, Tao Wu ended a phone call. Little did anyone know that during the brief interlude of several nuisance calls, the main deity had expanded from Guangdong to first-tier cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. These cities, with their thriving foreign trade, would undoubtedly disseminate the invitation information across the globe. All Tao Wu needed to do was wait a day or two. After all, The main deity's space compels the invitees to strive for survival. Without a substantial base, what purpose does the main deity's space serve? To be blunt, if merely 1,000 individuals were to enter, how could the consumption of the main deity's space be managed? It would undoubtedly result in a significant loss. Additionally, there might be the looming issue of a drastic population decline. However, upon careful consideration, Tao Wu felt that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Consider how many unnatural deaths occur each year. Yet, the global population continues to rise unabated. The significant decline in population and the subsequent social repercussions are more likely to engender a virtuous cycle. In truth, this so-called virtuous cycle is merely a fanciful notion held by Tao Wu, a member of the societal underclass, akin to certain individuals who, before indulging in pork, might beseech the Buddha or pay homage to their ancestors. As long as society does not experience a catastrophic collapse within a brief time frame, Tao Wu, who also inhabits this world, will not feel entirely powerless. Thus, each author in this context may be regarded as a predecessor. A day passed in this manner. It was not until 6 o'clock the following evening that Tao Wu reclined comfortably on his bed and commanded the system to initiate the summons for all invitation endpoints. At the very least, Tao Wu had benevolently established a premise, solitude, and a secure environment. The divine command had been activated. In that instant, 251, 329 individuals vanished from the globe. Chapter 3. The Past of the Divine Being Black. Utterly black. An endless expanse of darkness. In this boundaryless void, no sound could be perceived by human ears. It was as though it existed in an ideal state of 0 decibels. Tao Wu distinctly felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground, yet when he reached out, he grasped only emptiness. If he lingered in this thought for too long, he would begin to feel as though his body ceased to exist. No, it should be omnipresent. Should I not be configuring a beginner's scenario within the data space? How have I arrived in such a ghastly place? Have I been here before? No one responded. The very existence of the system seemed to have been rendered impotent, enveloped in a profound silence, as if the entire world consisted solely of Tao Wu. Faced with adversity and a tumultuous mind, he inhaled deeply, exhaling the tension. The dimness of the space dulled Tao Wu's external perceptions, yet heightened his sensitivity to his own body. Remain calm, remain calm. Succumbing to panic would not resolve his predicament. Careful contemplation was the key to unraveling all dilemmas. First, he needed to ascertain whether anyone else was present. Hello, is anyone here? No one around? He called out. Nexium? It seemed there was indeed no one. Secondly, he began to evaluate if he could escape directly. Tao Wu focused on a particular direction and commenced an unrelenting sprint. However, in a place devoid of any markers, he could not even discern whether he was running in circles. The only certainty was the vastness of his surroundings. Thirdly, he pondered whether remaining still could lead to an automatic exit. An exit? Nonsense. Nothing in this world could be more terrifying than the eternal darkness. In a mere span of minutes, Tao Wu was truly panicked. He began to run with fervor. When running proved futile, he resorted to erratic leaps. Come out. I command you. Yet, silence persisted. A deathly stillness enveloped him. In that moment, thoughts of death crossed his mind, followed by contemplation of how one might die. He then realized he might explore exemplary cinematic narratives through self-inflicted demise. Yet, the fear of pain held him back. Would he resort to strangulation? No, he would surely release himself before succumbing to complete oblivion. After an indeterminate moment, Tao Wu beheld a glimmer of light, a mere speck of white radiance, which soon multiplied into countless points, coalescing into a vast expanse. In the next heartbeat, the white light engulfed Tao Wu entirely, erasing all else. White supplanted black. Strangely, Tao Wu discerned that this was not true light, but merely white. It did not further exacerbate the wounds of his already battered psyche. The so-called illumination arrived swiftly, and its departure was equally unhurried. To Tao Wu, the white was fading at a pace easily recognizable. After a while, the whiteness dissipated. For the first time, this unknown realm revealed itself to Tao Wu, laying bare its entirety. It was astonishingly. Tao Wu's mouth fell agape, rendered speechless. In the vast cosmos, innumerable stars twinkled. From any vantage point, light from different epochs simultaneously graced the observer's sight. There existed a wandering celestial body in the universe, slightly smaller than a modest living room, its shape perfectly square. Those who stood upon it felt no weight, as if treading on solid ground. In every direction, starlight twinkled alongside colossal spheres, with countless resplendent stars in motion, reluctant to pause for even a moment, just behind him. He was Tao Wu. Suddenly, the wandering star accelerated, taking Tao Wu along in its swift descent, surging to a terrifying velocity in the blink of an eye. In this world, nothing seemed capable of maintaining the same facade before the relentless passage of time. Neither humans nor stars could escape this fate. Humanity inevitably ages, stars ultimately extinguish. This wandering star was growing. The wandering star traverses the vast expanse of time, its scale so immense that Tao Wu can hardly discern its true form. He resembles an outsider, akin to a viewer watching a 2-hour Hollywood epic accelerated 1,000-fold. The spectacle is ablaze with myriad special effects, yet he struggles to comprehend it fully. Perhaps it is true that the transformations of this world, whether they be in flux or in stasis, hold no relevance to him. He seems merely a spectator. In a fleeting moment, Tao Wu perceives the wandering star as colossal, akin to the sun, yet he feels no trace of gravitational pull. At that instant, the star transcends the ordinary. Peculiar life forms commence the primal struggle for existence upon this uncharted solitary star. Time continues its relentless passage until, at last, a minute arrives when Tao Wu gains clarity about this realm. Not merely a fleeting instant, but an entire minute. On this wandering star, hastened to an unfathomable degree, a phenomenon emerges, one that never fades away: civilization. A culture birthed by a race that deems itself divine. Most among them are not dissimilar to humans, appearing feeble in the face of nature. Yet, a select few possess extraordinary abilities. Consequently, weapons of a magnitude capable of annihilating galaxies come into existence, alongside deities of similar destructive potential. This marks the 39th second of their emergence. By the 40th second, the wandering star has expanded to accommodate 100 suns. Yet it has also reached the terminus of the timeline. A luminous beam, traversing the cosmos, pierces through the visible universe from one end to the other, cleaving through the wandering star, leading it toward disintegration and annihilation. Subsequent to this, every location touched by the divine race, be it a planet or an interstellar vessel, erupted in a series of cataclysmic explosions. The cause of these tragedies was a singular beam of light. In the 49th second, the terrorist organization finally unveiled their true nature. In that moment, Tao Wu resembled a deity, possessing an omniscient understanding of all that transpired. 14 billion years prior, a singular genius emerged on the divine star. He perfected and proposed the grand unification theory of Wang Yidong, resolving the 4 fundamental forces that had tormented the gods for countless epochs, achieving true unity. However, the boundless glory that accompanied this accomplishment did not bring Wang Yidong an iota of joy. Rather, it instilled within him a profound sense of dread. He could not reconcile the notion that the relentless support and hard work he had relied upon were so effortlessly fulfilled. Thus, he descended into madness, a tempest of emotions that rendered him a scientific lunatic. In that era, he conceived a novel perspective. To substantiate this theory, he resolved to wait for 4 billion years. Consequently, he entered a state of indefinite hibernation. Each time he approached the limits of his slumber, he would awaken, partake in a cup of tea, observe the new world, and then return to his deep sleep. This cycle continued until 4 billion years had passed. On a fateful night, the gods, increasingly valuing the quality of life, had long extinguished their lights and succumbed to slumber. It was then that Wang Yidong commenced his validation experiment. In truth, throughout those 4 billion years, the narrative surrounding his monumental experiment had already been woven into the fabric of children's fairy tales, spawning countless iterations. However, when the deities inquired about the matter the following day, Wang Yidong had already vanished without a trace. And with his departure, Chapter 4, the atypical journey of the scientist, the path of science, is invariably fraught with both triumph and defeat. Failure, in itself, is not a source of dread. What is truly terrifying is the choice to surrender after the 999th attempt has met with failure. This time, Wang Yidong faced a colossal validation spanning 4 billion years, yet it ended in failure. Indeed, for billion years, ephemeral as a dream. That was 56 billion years, a duration so extensive that all records and tales associated with him have been swept away by the winds of time. In truth, Wang Yidong had finally reached a vantage point atop the shoulders of giants. The advanced technology of trillion light-year spatial leaps had become commonplace in civilian life. The technology for the projection of mental entities had evolved to encompass a distance of 100 million light-years. An ordinary individual, under such technological advancements, could remain motionless, yet possess the insight of deities or the Buddha, perceiving the cosmos. When in motion, one could embody the might of an emperor, transcending realms with a single stride across the galaxy. Furthermore, there existed fourth-level structural weapons capable of obliterating entire civilizations within their lower limits, where a civilization's lower limit extends to a radius of 100 billion light-years. Such a scale encompasses trillions of galaxies. In this era, cosmic scholars of the divine race uncovered the boundaries of civilization's upper limits, an unfathomable magnitude beyond the imagination of mortals, more extraordinary and vast than the annals of divine emperors or legendary immortals. The diameter reached 24 billion light-years. Time flowed until a fated moment arrived. Wang Yidong succeeded after 131 for validations. During this period, he continually refined his theory, ultimately achieving significant results. The final revision of Wang Yidong's theory is as follows: beyond the strong interaction, weak interaction, electromagnetic interaction, and the new gravitational interaction, there exists a fifth force of interaction. Whether one acknowledges it or not, this force necessitates the reduction of entropy. It interlinks various entities experiencing entropy reduction, rendering the speed of light variable and propelling these entities towards continuous evolution. This is known as the entropy-reducing interaction force, abbreviated as the entropy interaction force. Time is an enigmatic concept. The scientist Wang Yidong has aged. This aging is a macrocosmic notion. All things, even the universe, succumb to decay. Even thoughts, which can be preserved through the change of physical form, are similarly eroded by time, becoming a blank slate. When thoughts are entirely void, life ceases to be truly yours. Thus, for the first time in his life, Wang Yidong began to despair and lose his sanity over the essence of his existence. Consequently, he merged with the advanced civilization's quantum computing brain, inventing a system capable of absorbing the entropy-reducing forces of all civilizations, namely the interaction forces emitted during the evolution of entropy-reducing entities. Wang Yidong utilized this system to continually draw individuals in, engaging them in successive battle scenarios, instilling a profound fear of death in each existence. Thus, the supreme deity was born. He proclaimed himself the sovereign of the divine race. The gods of the new century refer to him as the supreme deity. The universe approaches infinity. Whether in the realm of celestial theories or in the philosophy of the divine race, these are the words spoken by the illustrious leader of the divine beings, the God King Ether. On a cosmic scale, there exists a boundary delineated by a deity, known as the threshold of civilizational minimum. This threshold initially referred to the maximum cosmic scale where only a single civilization could exist, an indeterminate value. As the network evolved, it specifically came to denote a spherical space with a radius of 100 billion light-years. It was during a certain epoch that scientists uncovered a genuine cosmic phenomenon, known as the incompleteness of rules. Every 102 billion light-years, irrespective of direction, there arises a critical line where various physical laws undergo subtle variations. This invisible and intangible boundary renders the existence within and beyond it akin to a state of lifelessness, incapable of interaction. This is the threshold of civilizational maximum. Of course, communication is still possible, aided by the art of translation, which makes it rather effortless. Nevertheless, such prominence compels all civilizations within this threshold to regard him as an adversary. Initially, due to the limited understanding of Wang Yidong among the major civilizations, despite their intense animosity towards him, they found themselves akin to ants on a hot pan. Anxiously helpless, unable to find an entry point, what could they do? Thus, the more powerful Wang Yidong became, the more he orchestrated affairs, intensifying the civilization's urgency and, in turn, their helplessness. Now, in the 49th second of the Taoist thought, the flow of time has returned to normalcy. In the vast expanse of dark cosmic space, Tao Wu gazed ahead. There lay a weapon so formidable that even Wang Yidong had never heard of it. It was tantamount to the ultimate nuclear armament on a universal scale. It was truly activated for the first time at the end of the 49th second. By the close of the 50th second, it obliterated the entire lower realm of the divine civilization. At the end of the 51st second, it annihilated over 100 lower realms of various civilizations. Then came a radius of 800 billion light-years. a radius of 3 trillion light-years. By the end of the 60th second, a radius of 156 quintillion light-years. This singular strike buried countless civilizations. While the divine civilization had astutely relocated a fraction of its higher echelons, the supreme deity, Wang Yidong, of course, perished. Yet, in that final moment, Tao Wu observed clearly. The system relentlessly extracted from the myriad of entropy-reducing entities within that space until less than 30 million remained. In a desperate instinct for survival, the system revealed another facet of itself. It commenced a frenzied consumption, devouring the evolutionary entities of the remaining 30 million strong, thereby forming a protective mechanism. This mechanism served two purposes: 1, as a shield, 2, to fine-tune the laws of physics. Although this protective mechanism could not fully withstand the annihilative power of the supercosmic weapon, it prevented the system from being utterly obliterated. The remnants, mere scraps, were seized upon by the system, which cunningly concealed all its core algorithms and essential components within those fragments. The system recognized that it had utterly lost the soil for survival within this civilization's upper limit. At that moment, the second function of the protective mechanism began to unfold. It safeguards the system that fine-tunes the laws of physics, traversing the boundless universe. Ultimately, it transitioned from one civilization's threshold to another's. The finely tuned data. Tao Wu understood, it was Wang Yidong's contingency. However, it seemed as though it had simply not been utilized in time. It represented the final act of annihilation, which Tao Wu perceived rather vaguely. Tao Wu's essence also traversed into that civilization's threshold. The remnants of the system, while journeying through the cosmos, became increasingly spherical and more enigmatic. It crossed boundaries, passed through numerous star systems, and ultimately decelerated to 7.9 kilometers per second before a fiery red planet, yet continued its descent towards it. It defied the acceleration laws of the planet's gravity, reaching the surface at a velocity nearing 1/10 the speed of light. The fiery red planet, which should have been incapable of obstructing its passage, paradoxically ensnared it within the planet's core. Days turned into months, months into years, and years into eons. Over 1 billion years passed. This planet, which according to the laws of civilization's lower limits should not harbor life, astonishingly transformed into a cerulean hue. Subsequently, life emerged. Or perhaps, low-entropy beings materialized. The birth of sentient life has never been a straightforward affair. After countless eons, dinosaurs came to dominate this planet. The system, unable to bear witness any longer, emerged from the Earth's core, inadvertently instigating the formation of a supervolcano. Thus, the dinosaurs met their demise. The last vestiges of the system's power were expended, plunging into silence for an indeterminate duration. Amidst an expanse of eternal dunes, it awaited the arrival of a suitable candidate. Then, humanity emerged. In the days that followed, humanity embarked on a transformative journey of civilization. Until one fateful day, a person bestowed the name Earth upon this planet. Chapter 5. OC. I have something to say? Instinctively crouching down, Tao Wu narrowly evaded several beams of light, and only then did he perceive the spectacle before him. This expanse was immense, akin to a sun, with a dense flow of data manifesting as shimmering lights upon Tao Wu's retina. Gazing around in this space, he was struck by a profound beauty of science, infused with an aesthetic grace. At that moment, this realm was, strictly speaking, beyond the operational capacity of Tao Wu's human brain. It required the support of a system to stabilize. Moreover, the system itself was limited in what it could accomplish for someone as inexperienced as Tao Wu. For instance, it could not impart knowledge on constructing the main divine space. Why could it not simply bestow enlightenment, allowing for instant comprehension? Taking a deep breath, driven by curiosity, Tao Wu diligently perused the extensive 256 terabytes of operational instructions and holographic video files. He continued until the system alerted him that the mental absorption of the invitees had nearly exceeded the budget. Initially intrigued, Tao Wu glanced at the state of the invitees, who had been placed in a breeding facility, each encased in large glass chambers filled with a transparent liquid. Their consciousness was restrained within their cerebral cortex, compelling their minds to dedicate themselves entirely to physical conditioning. Consequently, the transparent liquid was absorbed at an astonishing rate. Nevertheless, Tao Wu summoned 4 of the breeding positions and commanded, "Dispose of these 4 utterly useless corpses." This command immediately triggered a cascade of data torrents within this manifested network of information. Clearly, the system has translated his language into coded instructions, directly converting the past. This incident marks the first death that Tao Wu has witnessed since acquiring the system, evoking a slight sense of agitation within him. 4 in a strict sense. Those 4 individuals bore no fault. They merely fell victim to their own mental exertion as Tao Wu sought to fully comprehend the operational knowledge of the Master God space. Their demise, a tragic consequence of cerebral exhaustion, was inadvertently caused by his manipulation of their consciousness. However, Tao Wu soon recalled a significant issue that had previously eluded him, a profoundly serious matter. According to the system's memory, Earth was supposed to be a lifeless planet. It was purely by chance that Earth became the first to consume a tomato, thus acquiring what could be deemed a miraculous opportunity. Does this imply that, less than 100 billion light-years away, another civilization exists? Moreover, within this vast universe, the multitude of civilizations is beyond imagination. The brutality among civilizations was something Tao Wu had come to grasp clearly on his home planet, where the divine race resided. In truth, these reflections merely served as a convenient excuse to assuage his discomfort. Tao Wu realized that he could no longer afford the indecisiveness of an ordinary person now that he had assumed the identity of the Master God. He must achieve unparalleled dominance in the cosmos. The Master God space primarily entails construction, monitoring, and maintenance. Yet, the aspect of construction is not as daunting or crucial as Tao Wu had read in the novel about the Master God's development. In fact, quite the opposite is true. For Tao Wu, constructing the main God space is the simplest and most effortless step among the 3 major phases. Those who have watched The Matrix and Resident Evil are likely aware that monitoring is an extremely time-consuming and laborious task. Particularly, maintenance can be a source of excruciating headaches for every architect. A single misstep could lead to failure. Yet, creating a space? Is it truly difficult for a civilization of divine caliber? In this regard, the system possesses quite explicit informational resources. Generally speaking, constructing a main God space requires approximately 1 unit of computational power. However, monitoring this main God space skyrockets to an astonishing 9,000 units of computational power. As for maintaining the space, it would be more prudent to simply reconstruct a new main God space altogether. Here lies an expanse of ocean beneath the vast sky, with a few wispy clouds drifting high above. Suddenly, a small bird appears. This bird, at first glance, resembles an ordinary sparrow. It flutters its modest wings with fervor. However, this moment of tranquility is short-lived. Soon, the sparrow begins to frantically peck at its own feathers, a frantic action that causes it to lose balance and plummet from the heights. As it descends, it continues its chaotic pecking. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, it meets its demise upon the surface of the sea. Within the data space, Tao Wu is suddenly overcome by a wave of irritation. This marks the 304th time he has engaged with this unfortunate little bird. In previous experiments, he had overlooked the vast expanse of ocean that surpassed 2 Earth surface areas, resulting in insufficient data regarding the concentrations of oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide, rare gases, and their interrelations, ultimately affecting the quality of life for the little sparrows. The system, through a series of virtual trials, discovered this delicate equilibrium. He had also neglected the influence of gravity in this realm, the atmospheric effects, the spectrum of sunlight simulation, and many other factors. The supreme deity, through systematic calculations, determined that following the last calibration by the deity, the weight of the condition regarding the absence of satellite gravity in the novice space had increased significantly, greatly enhancing the planet's degrees of freedom. This surge led to rampant tidal phenomena, while the oxygen ratio in the oceans rose, consequently diminishing the oxygen content in the air, resulting in the suffocation and death of Sparrow 304. Tao Wu gazed at the bloodstains on the ocean's surface and the eerily submerged sparrow, and with a grave tone, inquired, "System, is there a 3-letter acronym that I should or should not utter?" Chapter 6. The Labyrinthine World. Anything that can be accomplished through repetitive tasks cannot be deemed a true challenge. This marks the 2333rd internal test experiment within the Supreme Deity space. The sky remains an unblemished expanse of blue, shimmering like crystal. Beneath the dome lies a tumultuous ocean, while above, thunder roars with dominion over the world. Between the waves and the thunderclaps, indomitable seagulls cry out against the wind. 3 sparrows descended from the heavens, fluttering their small wings in panic as they landed upon this island. Suddenly, a flash of lightning accompanied by a deafening thunder startled the sparrow, causing it to lose its sense of direction and inadvertently venture into the expansive coconut grove that enveloped the island. This grove was vast, nearly covering the entirety of the small isle. Meanwhile, 2 other sparrows circled each other, spiraling around the crown of a 6 or 7-meter high coconut tree. Before anxiously alighting upon the largest coconut, they must have been a pair of lovebirds, their brilliant eyes surpassing even those of humans. Such a scene unfolded simultaneously across 13 islands. In this world, these were the only beings that existed above the surface of the sea. Yet beneath the vast, unfathomable depths of the ocean lurked the lurking threat of death. In the realm of data, Tao Wu observed silently, akin to the celestial order, like a deity, like Gaia. Tao Wu's charge was free will, while the system was responsible for computational corrections. Wang Yidong, in his time, was immensely grand and mad, a fervent scientific lunatic, daring to endow the system with free will. Yet Tao Wu hesitated. For an entity of absolute rationality, a mere zero, one chance of death was sufficient to transform it into a demon. A one probability could sever all familial ties. He could not believe that the system had truly possessed no hope of saving Wang Yidong. He doubted it entirely. System, please verify the basic information of the invitee. Verification complete. Information recorded. Log number. Invitee sequence. Files 1 to 250. Remarks. 1. Original number of recruits. 6, 251, 329. 2. Number of deaths. 348. Causes of death. 217 women succumbed to the unbearable toll of mental exhaustion due to excessive intimacy. 61 men, weakened by their constitution, perished from the same relentless strain. 51 business personnel lost their lives as a result of profound fatigue and frail physicality. 15 individuals, possessing exceedingly weak constitutions, could not withstand the mental burden. 1 man died in a car accident, his diminished consciousness unable to cope with the mental strain. 1 female student in her first year of middle school, having been coerced into an affair, ultimately took her own life after enduring multiple traumatic assaults, only to succumb thereafter to mental exhaustion. 1 individual, during a mission, instinctively bit into a toxic capsule, leading to his demise 5 seconds later. 1 man named Sato Masanobu, after completing his routine exercises at home, succumbed to mental exhaustion due to physical depletion. Total number of fatalities, 6, 250, 981. Male fatalities, 2, 115, 120, accounting for 33. 8366. Female fatalities, 4, 135, 861, accounting for 66. 1634. Percentage of individuals with adequate physical condition, 0, 9567. Percentage of individuals with acceptable intelligence quotient, 42. 9401. Percentage of individuals with satisfactory emotional quotient, 98. 2611. Occupational breakdown, male logistics percentage. What is the meaning of excessive intimacy? After a while, having gathered the desired information, the system, Tao Wu took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming excitement within, while maintaining a semblance of rationality. He contemplated the scenario as the inaugural trial set forth by the inviter. How many individuals would be required for the viability of such an island? The supreme deity presumably aimed for maximum benefit, yet upon analysis, it became evident that it was impractical. Regardless of the number of individuals the supreme deity might deploy, the outcome remained unchanged. Why was that? The threat posed by these marine monstrosities was well understood. My initial parameters were entirely based on the capabilities of an average adult male. I believe that with a modicum of cooperation and a judicious use of the island's resources, they could indeed survive this elimination round. Why then was it deemed impossible? It was due to humanity's prolonged absence from the battlefield, compounded by the intricate nature of human groups, a far cry from the simplicity envisioned by the supreme deity. The system advised the supreme deity to indulge in more reading. To Tao Wu's astonishment, the system even dared to jest at his expense, leaving him speechless. Silence lingered in this digital realm for an extended period until Tao Wu, in exasperation, inquired, how could I make my island applicable? Am I to create an adaptive scenario for them beforehand? The supreme deity's assertion was indeed accurate. Very well. Tao Wu then navigated through the system's network browser, infiltrating the account of a wealthy magnate, and gradually began to read novels. It is not that Tao Wu is unaware of how to configure adaptive scenarios. Rather, he finds himself overwhelmed by an abundance of ideas, leaving him uncertain of which path to pursue. Perhaps it would be more prudent to adopt the perspective of an outsider, observing the settings crafted by other writers while simultaneously analyzing their feasibility. However, the more he scrutinizes, the deeper his disappointment grows. The few novels that rank highly in the realm of supreme deity construction either depict Earth itself as possessing extraordinary powers or portray humanity in an overly simplistic manner. This peculiar depiction leaves Tao Wu perplexed by the selfless spirit of the supreme deities. Perhaps their deities differ fundamentally from my old nemesis, with even the laws of the universe diverging. After a prolonged period of contemplation, a thought began to take shape in his mind, gradually clarifying itself. Following repeated analyses of feasibility with the system, Tao Wu ultimately solidified his proposal to create a new planet under conditions of absolute isolation, ensuring that all geological, luminosity, and atmospheric data align with those of Earth. He would input the sequence data of Maze 126786566, proportionally amplifying it to encompass the entire globe. He would record this planet, naming it. Naturally, the internal testing had already undergone more than 1,000 iterations, allowing Tao Wu to hone his skills and minimize redundant modifications. Once everything was finalized, he gazed upon this newly conceived planet, ready to invite all participants. Chapter 7. The Eve of Darkness. It is a world draped in white. The straight expanse of white jade flooring and the towering white jade walls, devoid of visible summits, loom like sheer cliffs. This is the entirety of what Lu Renjia beheld upon awakening. He was oblivious to whether this was a journey through time, nor did he comprehend the nature of this world. Yet, he had shouted and roared, even sprinted forward and backward, yet to no avail. Not only was there no sign of a miraculous boon, but not a single soul had appeared to offer him a word of guidance. In fact, Lu Renjia, exhausted, bent down, his hands resting on his knees as he inhaled the relatively fresh air. He mused that in the realm of long-distance running, traversing 2 or 3 kilometers was hardly a challenge. Alas, as a mere supporting character, he seemed to possess only the most rudimentary skills, and perhaps this was his limit. It felt as though he might need to start at 4 kilometers. Lu Renjia wiped away a bead of sweat. His unruly hair tousled atop his head. His eyes clouded with confusion and bewilderment. What on earth was this place? Who knows if there is an exit here? If there is an exit, wouldn't that merely indicate this is just a street? The sheer enormity of this street was indeed difficult to fathom. Yet, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that the inhabitants of this world might be giants. If this were a realm inhabited by giants, perhaps these towering stone walls were simply their cozy abodes. Of course, the most terrifying speculation was not without merit. For instance, what if this place were a prison? A confinement chamber? This was truly horrifying. Lu Renjia endeavored with all his might to dispel such thoughts. However, an unsettling tableau of potential horrors unconsciously materialized in his mind. As a certain master once stated, the fears of humanity can never be dispelled by humanity itself. The stark, blinding whiteness enveloped him, reminiscent of a lunatic's world, imparting an ever-deepening sense of oppression akin to that of the King of Hell. Just as Lu Renjia paused once more in his journey, leaning against the pure white jade wall in a feigned slumber, he cast one last defiant glance ahead. Yet, it was this very glance that left him momentarily dumbfounded, unable to suppress the surge of emotions within him any longer. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he resolutely resumed his path. Lu Renjia quickened his pace, ultimately breaking into a run. In the boundless, eternal expanse of white, a figure raced further into the distance. Before that figure lay a vaguely discernible closed door, starkly contrasting the surrounding whiteness with its inky blackness. Where's this place? Su Qi widened her eyes, momentarily squinting against the overwhelming brightness. In her view, this space rendered the distinction between up and down, as well as the cardinal directions, utterly indistinguishable. The towering white walls seemed to converge with the heavens above, creating an illusion of connection. Both the front and back were met with equally unending white walls. In reality, it was merely a confined space measuring 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width. Disregarding the opening above, a sudden, intense throb resonated from the left side of Su Qi's chest, within her garments. She, Su Qi, was imprisoned in this wretched place? Hello, Su Qi, I wish to play a game with you. Will you accept with eagerness, or with resignation? All right, you have reluctantly accepted the situation. Su Qi tightly closed her eyes and rotated her eyeballs a few times, treating it as a means to relax her feeble sensory acceptance. Then she proceeded in a specific direction. Su Qi, you now have 2 hours to prepare. In 2 hours, someone will come to eliminate you. Su Qi's steps momentarily faltered. Of course, you could also kill them. Taking a deep, habitual breath, Su Qi arrived at a nondescript corner. She exerted a slight force and tapped the bottom of the white wall, which promptly resonated with a loud, echoing thud. Only then did a faint, begrudging smile grace Su Qi's lips. Chapter 8. The Crisis of Death. Lu Renjia felt that he must have been riding the wave of fortune today. After an overnight flight, he inexplicably found himself dozing off while lying still, and in a moment of distraction, he fell asleep, only to truly find himself dead. And to top it off, he had awakened in a bizarre, unfamiliar world. You might say this world is strange, and indeed it is. However, why could he not see a single soul, even after 2 hours? The towering black door, much like the adjacent white walls, seemed endless. The door spanned approximately 5 meters in width, composed of 2 black jade doors that mirrored the white walls. Were it not for the distinctly visible seam between the 2 black doors, one might scarcely recognize that there was once an entrance here. The inky blackness of the gate indeed stands in stark contrast to the whiteness of this world, as if the very particles of light, traveling at the speed of illumination, have been drawn into its depths, rendering the gate itself an enigmatic blur. However, Lu Renjia was indifferent to the dichotomy of black and white. His thoughts were consumed by a pressing question. How on earth does one open this black gate? He rummaged through his deep robe, emptiness. He searched his small pockets, nothing. He even inspected the bandages wrapped around his lower knees, only to discover a piece of sponge. Truly, the props team is miserly. He unfastened the small hooks and removed his long boots. Ah, the familiar scent. Just as Lu Renjia disdainfully set down his boots, a flicker of distinct white caught the corner of his eye. This spot was located at the lower right corner of the black gate, precisely 3 meters to his right, where an unusual line of white characters was inscribed. It was etched into the blackness, yet did not shine brightly. Approaching it, he found a series of absurd words. Fate. 1 meter ahead of you. Lu Renjia paused, astonished. 1 meter? He scrutinized the distance to the white characters, estimating it to be roughly 1 meter. Huh, I refuse to be fooled today. Without hesitation, Lu Renjia took a small step back. Indeed, it was a mere small step, perhaps 5 centimeters. Huh, am I to fall for your trick? Surely, a step would lead to heaven or hell. The sound abruptly ceased, and Lu Renjia struggled to swallow. Gazing ahead in disbelief, his expression frozen. No. It's gone. Stepping back just a few centimeters, the white inscription vanished completely, utterly erased. Lu Renjia stood before the dark door, a little over a meter away, hesitating and uncertain. He was unsure of the surprises or perhaps the unexpected occurrences that this door might bring. Yet, one thing was certain. This door was far from ordinary. What should he do? Advancing could lead to life, yet it equally harbored the potential for death. However, if he refrained from entering this grand portal, he need not fear any external threats. His own stomach might very well succumb to madness first. To enter or not to enter. This dilemma was infinitely more complex than the English multiple-choice questions of his student days, when he would randomly consult a table of numbers before submitting his results to the Jade Emperor. The reason being that now, destiny lay both in his grasp and entirely beyond it. Lu Renjia took a deep breath, refraining from making an impulsive decision. He meticulously donned his attire, from his long boots to his deep robe, ensuring every piece was perfectly in place. Subsequently, he removed the boot hooks and secured his long boots tightly to his legs with bandages, carefully pinching the hooks in his right hand, leaving only a sharp tip exposed. After this cautious preparation, Lu Renjia felt a measure of reassurance. In the next moment, he took a deliberate step forward. Within the semi-enclosed space of 5 to 10 meters, Su Qi carefully opened a central cavity. It resembled a storage compartment akin to those found in supermarkets. Below the pristine white wall, extending 2 meters down, lay a range of storage lockers filled with various provisions, such as fruits and instant noodles. Yet, the majority of the storage boxes are devoid of any contents, mere emptiness within. Setting aside discussions of quantity, there are a total of 11 boxes of provisions, 8 boxes of Chinese gourmet instant noodles, and 3 boxes of Chinese pineapples. However, it is rather unseemly to indulge in such frivolity. If one were to count the instant noodles and then tally the pineapples, one would be astounded to discover that each of the 8 boxes of gourmet noodles contains merely 4 packets, not a hint of seasoning in sight. The pineapples are equally sparse, with each box housing just a single fruit, a solitary pineapple per box. Su Qi could not help but exclaim, why not ascend to the heavens? Pack a spacecraft, and you could easily fit 5 kilograms in there. As Su Qi reached out to the central storage box, it automatically folded open. This was the last one, and she fervently hoped for divine favor. Invoking Confucius for a blessing, she rubbed her hands together vigorously, wishing to transform her misfortune into fortune, appealing to the Jade Emperor. And dear Nuwa, could you grant this humble girl a miraculous fortune? Ah, forgive my impulsiveness. With bated breath, Su Qi opened her eyes and peered into the box. Was it Lefren? Or perhaps Diana? No, it was a hammer. Just as Lu Renjia took a step forward, the dark door began to creak open. Fully prepared, Lu Renjia moved his left leg forward, positioning himself parallel to the ominous door, his knees slightly bent in a stance of vigilance. In that moment, he recalled a particularly striking phrase from the director, "When the wind blows, lie still." Just as the words resonated, a heavy iron hammer, accompanied by a foreboding gust, hurtled toward Lu Renjia's head. Without much thought, she instinctively propelled herself backward, hurtling through the air. Within the confines of the black door and beyond, the atmosphere resonated with the dull thud of iron striking bone. Chapter 9. The Humanity Within the Divine Space. With a thud, she landed a meter away, the force of inertia causing her head to meet the unforgiving earth with a violent kiss. Vivid crimson blood trickled from Lu Renjia's forehead, splattering onto the white floor and spreading outward in a sinister arc inside the black door, near its threshold. Su Qi gripped a nearly 60 square centimeters square copper hammer with both hands. Her delicate fingers trembled violently around the handle, betraying her anxiety and excitement. She was a noble young woman of exquisite beauty, akin to Lu Yifei, fitting seamlessly into the upper echelons of society. Yet here, in this tense and exaggerated environment, she was poised on the brink of becoming a quintessential villain. Indeed, Su Qi felt fear. No one could retain their navet in such circumstances. In other words, those who could swiftly become instigators were largely individuals already immersed in the complexities of society. A woman of social standing was fundamentally prepared to undergo the baptism of harsh realities, social, intricate, and often unsightly. It is either your demise or mine. Su Qi, without a moment's hesitation, instinctively driven by her pursuit of perfection, rushed towards the man sprawled in the blood-soaked ground. Her hands, raised neither too high nor too low, brandished the heavy hammer, ready to strike downwards upon his head. Yet, at that very instant, Lu Renjia's face contorted with fury as he viciously thrust the hooked weapon he had grasped into Su Qi's throat. Such an unexpected turn of events was beyond the reflexes of an untrained woman, although Su Qi managed to slightly alter her trajectory. The sharp hook penetrated her throat, tearing through the delicate cricoid cartilage, followed by a catastrophic eruption of blood that gushed forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. Then, the heavy hammer, now guided by only half-altered momentum, came crashing down. With a resounding thud, Lu Renjia let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony on the ground, staining it anew with crimson. The black door had yet to fully open, and already one lay dead while the other was gravely injured. Beneath the ethereal beauty of her visage was a ravaged neck. The middle-aged man, bloodied and battered, clung to a final farewell with one hand, while the other arm lay shattered from the brutal impact. This was the twilight of a new era, heralding its dawn. The pristine white ground reflected the primal battle of blood. Just beyond the right side of this storage room, behind the white wall, a white-haired, blue-eyed foreigner was in a state of panic, sprinting frantically across the white floor. Observing his direction of flight, it was evident he was headed straight for this storage room. Amidst his frantic escape, he could not refrain from uttering curse after curse. What's the hell? I must express my discontent with the language and sentiments articulated in the provided text. Therefore, I will proceed to refine and enhance the content to maintain its essence while elevating its literary quality. In the backdrop, a disheveled Oriental high school girl emerges, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. The traditional Japanese school uniform lies in tatters, resembling mere strips of fabric. The girl's exposed skin reveals a disturbing shade of dark decay, evoking a sense of revulsion. Clutched in her right hand, she wields a 3-inch steel dagger, its blade stained with the remnants of dried blood, a somber hue against the metal. Whenever her father inquires, Mayu merely responds with an enigmatic smile, conveying an understanding that is beyond words. After all, wealth grants her access to a more refined social circle, inevitably leading to her involvement in morally questionable activities. Upon entering this unforgiving world, Mayu recognized that, armed only with a dagger, She faced insurmountable odds in this brutal elite society, not due to a lack of physical strength, but rather a deficiency in composure. Yet, she possesses the talent to perform. Through the exploitation of her physicality, Mayu adeptly navigated the treacherous waters, eliminating a fellow countryman with calculated precision. She is acutely aware that her acquaintance with this individual was confined solely to their encounters in the bedroom. From their initial meeting a year prior to the tragic culmination of his life in the same setting. However, following the grim task of disposing of the body, the unexpected arrival of Kent, a Caucasian man, disrupts her precarious situation. With no other recourse, Mayu resorts to her previous methods, fortunate that her appearance still holds a certain allure. However, Kent's resilience astonished Mayu, as he still possessed the strength to flee despite the dire situation of being pierced in the chest. This was utterly unexpected for Mayu. While Kent hurriedly pressed his coat against the wound to staunch the bleeding, he continued to curse vehemently as he sprinted forward. In stark contrast, the sickly beauty of Mayuki Kaze was imbued with a mocking elegance. Chapter 10. Consecutive encounters. Having only ventured through the Black Gate once, Kent, in his panic, failed to notice the inscriptions on the lower right side of the gate. With an instinctive step, he stumbled within a meter of the ominous entrance. Simultaneously, the Black Gate began to slowly close in on itself. Upon reaching this point, even the frenzied Mayuki Kaze was compelled to halt. She uttered a series of curses under her breath, reluctantly abandoning her prey that was now merely 5 meters away. Following this, Mayu swiftly retreated 7 or 8 paces, maintaining a composed stance as she scrutinized the situation within the Black Gate. In a fleeting moment, Kent's gaze faltered, and he ceased all movement. Just as the Black Gate was about to open a fraction, a bloodied man emerged, his hook still embedded in Kent's torso. Approximately 10 meters away, Mayuki Kaze heard a muffled grunt and immediately became alert. Through Kent's pale skin, she could vaguely make out a blood-stained figure standing before him. Cursing her misfortune, Mayuki dared not linger any longer. She turned and fled swiftly towards the direction from which she had come. Before Kent stood the grievously pained Lu Rinjia, who unceremoniously dragged Kent's lifeless body into the storage room, forcefully casting it onto the ground. The dark door followed suit, slowly closing behind them. At that moment, the white wall to the left suddenly stirred, gradually receding to either side. Lu Rinjia was immediately beset by anxiety. However, upon reflection, he realized that the white walls surrounding the storage room should automatically open from the outside, while the dark door was. No. The wall adjacent to the storage cabinet should not be a dark door, for it had not transformed into an entrance even when Lu Rinjia drew near within a meter. In fact, there were at least 200 storage compartments present. Yet, the frequency of visitors was rather excessive, was it not? Moreover, Lu Rinjia still grappled with the perplexing enigma of the Eastern woman he had previously slain, who, without uttering a word, had met her demise. After taking a moment to steady his rapid breaths, Lu Rinjia bent down to grasp the handle of the bronze hammer with one hand, while his other arm hung limply, blood filtering through the tight confines of Su Chi's skirt. He attempted to lift the hammer and approached the left side of the white wall, which had opened a couple of centimeters, pressing closely against it. With lingering apprehension, he cast another wary glance at the hook around Kent's neck. It was futile. Lu Rinjia felt the strain of wielding the hammer with one hand and contemplated that perhaps the small hook would prove more effective for an attack. At that instant, the white wall had opened nearly 20 centimeters. Blinking heavily to alleviate the ache in his eyes, Lu Rinjia slipped his body toward the narrow gap of the door, poised to strike. Friend, there are 3 individuals outside, harboring no malice. Do not act impulsively. This phrase was reiterated in both Chinese and English. Though merely a succinct 4 sentences, they eloquently convey the core sentiments of respect, caution, goodwill, and emphasis. Lu Rinjia, an alumnus who has devoted several years to the Central Academy of Drama, found himself subconsciously contemplating these aspects after instinctively restraining himself. My name is Lu Rinjia. He retreated several steps, his grip on the copper hammer tense, with veins prominently raised on the back of his hand. From the outset, Lu Rinjia's gaze fell upon the girl at the back. The reason was simple. This sweet-faced girl with striking blue eyes was the most impeccably dressed among them. Her appearance so pristine it bordered on the extraordinary. Leading the group was a quintessentially robust Caucasian male, towering above 185 meters. Following him was a rather unimposing, diminutive man, whose previous utterance in Chinese had caught Lu Rinjia's attention. The Caucasian man wore a cheerful and approachable smile, undoubtedly a testament to his parents' fine genes, which irked Lu Rinjia considerably. "Hello, are you Chinese?" The Caucasian girl, appearing to be around 14, smiled and offered to translate, even managing to utter a greeting in Mandarin. However, Lu Rinjia could comprehend some English, and he nodded affirmatively, acknowledging his Chinese identity. Why was she unscathed? Lu Rinjia pondered this perplexing matter, as it threatened to undermine his preconceived notions. However, when it comes to the English language, individuals of his caliber consciously refrain from engaging in English communication. Thus, this inquiry was directed towards the short and unimposing man standing near the black gate. The man, devoid of expression, stepped forward, quite willingly assuming the role of diplomatic spokesperson. "Have you seen this Englishman? His name is Lex, a football player and the elder brother of the charming Miss Carmen Lex." As luck would have it, they encountered each other right from the start. Furthermore, Al is indeed strong and robust. With such a brother to protect her, the lovely Miss Carmen has not suffered any harm. "I am Rintaro Tokahao. I look forward to your kind guidance." The weight of this final remark left Lu Rinjia utterly astonished. "You are Japanese?" He glanced at the consistently amiable Al Lex, and then at the charming Carmen Lex, who was observing the lifeless forms of Su Chi and Kent with her hands clasped behind her back. It struck him that there seemed to be no rational individual in this place. Redirecting his gaze to the short man, Lu Rinjia could not help but add, "How is it that your Cantonese is so impeccable?" "Haha, I take pride in this," Tokahao Rintaro replied, "for my esteemed father hails from Guangdong." He stated that this is a matter of strategic resource management. "Perhaps you are unaware of my aspiration. I am destined to short-sell the entire Japanese financial sector." Even Lu Rinjia, known for his high standards of humor, could not help but admire the Guangdong man who married a Japanese woman. He truly is an exceptionally good person. Chapter 11. Distributed Monitoring Terminal. Lu Rinjia expressed his gratitude with a simple thank you, then turned to the enchanting Lex, curiosity etched on his face. "Lex, could you enlighten me as to why we find ourselves at odds with one another?" Lex, unburdened by the desire to conceal her circumstances, responded candidly. "I am an exchange student from the UK, currently residing in China. It was during a midday recess after classes that I inadvertently dozed off and found myself in a location replete with lockers." As she spoke, she gestured with her delicate hand, illustrating the scene vividly. "I distinctly recall a mechanical voice warning me that someone would come to end my life in 56 minutes. Naturally, I could not afford to disregard such a warning. So I rummaged through the lockers, one by one, until I unearthed this." She rolled up a sleeve to reveal her pale wrist, where a sleek metallic band fitted perfectly. Lex fixed her gaze upon Lu Rinjia, as if casually remarking, "It is quite unfortunate, for this exquisite piece seems to be bonded to my DNA. Otherwise, if I were to give it to my brother, it would undoubtedly serve a greater purpose, wouldn't it?" Feigning indifference, Lu Rinjia casually inquired, "And what exactly does it do?" With a smile, Lex elegantly flicked her wrist, and an astonishingly futuristic spectacle unfolded before them. A slender metallic ring gracefully slid downward, and after a swift sequence of disintegration and reassembly, it had completely transformed into a sharp metallic cone, its tip resembling a transparent glove, ensuring a perfect fit around a clenched fist. The mere sight of the razor-sharp tip was enough to instill a profound sense of apprehension in Mr. Lu Rinjia. The elegant Lex then elucidated, "I understand you must have many questions, but there is only one truth we can grasp. Mr. Lu Rinjia, are you curious as to why I possess equipment while you do not? Allow me to share, from my experience with 29 individuals, why this place seems so inherently unjust. It is all in the name of balance, in pursuit of equilibrium." A skilled computer expert named Rintaro Tokahao faced an assault from no fewer than 9 adversaries upon his entrance. An automated voice alerted him that he must breach the electronic firewall constraining his body before he succumbed to their lethal blows. At that moment, the black gate stood wide open beside him, a gate that none but he could enter. Ultimately, Rintaro Tokahao paid the price of an arm and a leg to successfully dismantle the firewall and escape with his life. Mr. Lu Rinjia gazed at Rintaro in astonishment, noting that aside from his slightly tattered and soiled attire, his physique appeared remarkably intact. Of course, this observation could be made if one chose to overlook his grandiose aspirations. Lex displayed an enigmatic smile, embodying the unique allure of this perplexing place. The dark zone where Toru Hijikata resides is unlike any other black door space we have encountered. It serves as the terminal surveillance room within a radius of 10,000 square kilometers. Our current objective is to identify every black door space within this area. Subsequently, we shall integrate this into an embedded client. Toru Hijikata retrieved a small iron core card from his pocket, measuring approximately 3 centimeters in both length and width, with a thickness comparable to that of a coin. Lu Renjia found himself at a loss for words. He merely wished to ascertain one thing. Why were we here? Jiawa Manka Lex shrugged, expressing her own curiosity about the matter. However, the only certainty we possess is that this is a game orchestrated by the gods. Otherwise, it is unfathomable who could manipulate an entire planet as a chessboard, aptly named the Labyrinth World. This realm possesses a truly terrifying characteristic, the multitude of tasks it encompasses. If we encounter a group of individuals executing these tasks, survival will depend solely on our strength. Presently, we must seek out more individuals willing to join our cause. Otherwise, escaping this labyrinth will be an insurmountable challenge. After all, this is an entire planet. Even if we meticulously chart every region, who possesses the stamina to traverse it all? The enchanting man Ka Lex conversed briefly in English with Alex, then shifted from her ethereal demeanor to a genuinely serious tone. Are you willing to join us now? Lu Renjia chuckled bitterly. Do I have a choice? In a distant corner of the east, the 30-year-old Akiyama Hayato, clad in police uniform, stepped into a dark portal, only to be dazzled by the spectacle before him. In the center stood a striking red sports car, devoid of any manufacturer insignia or license plates. Its flawless, aerodynamic design epitomized sophistication and luxury. Akiyama Hayato had nearly exhausted himself in his haste, hardly considering the need for caution. He could scarcely contain his eagerness as he crossed the threshold of the dark portal. Barely having approached the vehicle, suddenly, rain began to pour from all directions. The water shimmered with an eerie green hue, initially appearing pure and crystalline, akin to jade. Yet, upon closer inspection, it revealed the foul stench of a devil's grin. As soon as the rainwater touched Akiyama Hayato's clothing, it reacted as dry kindling to a fierce blaze, swirling into black smoke before ultimately decaying into ash. Once the rain had thoroughly drenched him, a horrifying transformation unfolded. His skin began to peel away, exposing the underlying muscle tissue and repulsive fat. His hair followed suit, shedding along with his scalp. Then came the muscles, the fat, the brain. Chapter 12. The Data System, supplement to the first update of July 19th. If a breeze were to sweep through this place, it would likely reduce this corpse, now reduced to mere bones and remnants of flesh, to nothing but fragments. Yet, there was no whisper of wind, nor any playful caress of air. The black door, having lost its connection to the human form, began its slow process of closure. The liquid flowing across the ground of the black door space mingled with the remnants of flesh, creating a murky, dark green substance. What remained peculiar was the pristine condition of the red sports car, untouched by the viscous remnants, amidst the enveloping silence. On the white jade corridor, a somber-faced middle-aged man stood approximately 30 to 40 meters away, clad in a black-collared shirt, with a buzz cut and a sallow complexion. He gripped tightly a replica dagger that could easily be procured online. The sharp blade bore the dried stains of blood. At last, under the man's gaze, the black door closed once more. The data realm. Tao Wu's body had nearly been fully digitized, his once corporeal form now a mere shadow. The vast data world had stabilized. The system, Tao Wu's brainwaves, were almost entirely dedicated to monitoring the labyrinthine world, initiating the entropy reduction of the digitization system. Surely, the collected data must suffice? The minimum threshold had been met. Excellent, excellent, splendid. Tao Wu commanded forthwith commence the process. In Eastern legend, it is said that the heavenly sovereign, in a moment of ennui, struck his hand through the boundless chaos. Thus, within this eternal void, the concept of the world was born. In Western mythology, it is said that Jehovah uttered a single phrase, "Let there be light," and thus light graced the world. Those who communicate with the universe can effect change through simple gestures. In the realm of data, Tao Wu embodies this principle. With that command, the previously opaque stream of data began to emanate from Tao Wu's being. Initially, the data pulsated around him, but before long, it surged forth as if imbued with life, radiating outward from Tao Wu's core. Concurrently, a gentle female voice from the system announced, "Master, The datization system has been successfully initiated. Tao Wu's expression then softened into tranquility. System, grant me the highest privileges within the datization system and open its annexes. I wish to see. Certainly, Master. Data homepage. Entropy reduction value. 1. 1464 computational power reserve. 5029. 1064 world number 1. Death Island invested computational power. 0 invested entities. 0 no income. World no. 2. Labyrinth world invested computational power. 0. Note. Datization intelligent management requires an investment of computational power. 4029. 2644. Invested entities. 6. 250. 981. Deceased. 809. 804. Successfully adapted entities. 2. 290. 446. Deceased. 32. 764. Total income entropy reduction value. 0. 9678. Click to view detailed income records. Value Assessment Annex. Power Value Rankings. This ranking is based on 4 dimensions: capability level, knowledge mastery, weapon deterrence, and team leadership, with weights of 0, 51, 0, 20, 0, 15, and 0, 14, respectively. The core of this ranking lies in the optimal assessment of the probability of entropy reduction. Computational power is allocated according to the ranking by default to optimize resource distribution. No. 1. 250, Chung Yidong, male, 31 years old, not in the team. Detailed data, NO. 2. 144, 6647, K-Spite, male, 43 years old, not in the team. Detailed data, NO. 3. 6144, Anita, male, 25 years old, not in the team. Detailed data, NO. 4. 512,880. Bai Mu, male, 38 years old, not in the team. Detailed data, NO. 5. 280614. Ma Yuji Fengzi, female, 16 years old, not in the team. Detailed data. Female value rankings. This ranking is based on 4 dimensions: spiritual perfection, physical perfection, knowledge depth, and capability level, with weights of 0, 51, 0, 46, 0, 02, and 0, 01, respectively. The significant weight of the larger dimensions absolutely suppresses the smaller ones. The core of this ranking is the optimal assessment of the probability of activating social energy efficiency through entropy reduction. Computational power is allocated according to the ranking by default to optimize resource distribution. No. 1. 198. Huang Fuyu, 19 years old, not in the team. Detailed data, number 2. 94587. Jiao Wamenka Lex, 14 years old, not yet entered the team. Detailed data. Number 3150159, 280614. Ma Yuji Fengzi, female, 16 years old, not yet entered the team. Detailed data. This ranking is based on 4 dimensions: the deterrent power of the instance, the prestige of the instance, the importance of the instance, and the completeness of the instance, with weights of 0, 35, 0, 30, 0, 25, and 0, 10 respectively. The core of this list is to optimize the probability of entropy reduction in the social entropy of the entropy reduction body. By default, computational power is allocated based on the ranking to optimize computational power allocation. There are currently no rankings. Chapter 13, Imminent Crisis. Excellent. Countless streams of light dance. With hundreds of faint green data streams swirling around Tao Wu, dense and intricate. This second world, the maze world, grant me intelligent control. Master as you wish. This is before the Black Gate. AI Air Lex, Jiao Wamenka Lex, Tu Fong Rentaro, Lu Rinjia, and others came to a halt. The foremost AI Air stood merely 2 meters from the Black Gate. He turned to glance back at the maze path and then, in a serious tone, addressed the group in English. Do you all remember the plan I mentioned? Jiao Wamenka solemnly translated it into Chinese. As for Japanese, even Tu Fong Rentaro, who was of mixed Chinese-Japanese descent, did not fully comprehend it. Lu Rinjiao laughed heartily. It's etched in my mind. Ael nodded, gripping tightly the large bronze hammer transferred to him by Lu Rinjiao. With a grand stride followed by a smaller step, he stepped within a meter of the black door. In an instant, he pressed his body against the left edge of the door, effortlessly lifting the bloodied hammer with the strength of both hands. Lu Rinjiao concealed himself at the right edge of the black door, his intact arm clutching a blood-stained hook, yet positioned just beyond the striking range of Ael's formidable hammer. The delicate Monica, the though a potent weapon, was untested in real combat, and moreover, she was but a fragile young girl. She stood 3 meters behind the right black door, in an awkward position. To be frank, if this young girl did not unsheath her sharp spear, she might indeed appear harmless. Of course, in the quartet's plan, she could potentially serve as a surprising element. Tika Rinter had completely devolved into a protected party, hiding to Aile's left, in the corner against the wall of the left black door. The atmosphere among the four grew tense, akin to the poised blade of a siege weapon. The air felt particularly oppressive. Just as a crack appeared in the black door, a long knife suddenly slashed down from within. The blade, exceedingly sharp, reflected light off its steel surface, creating a dazzling glare upon meeting the gaze. Simultaneously, Aile's bronze hammer descended instinctively and swiftly. The unexpected knife took everyone present by surprise, yet it remained within the bounds of reason. It struck downward in a vertical slash, but was met with a resounding blow from the hammer. A woman's startled cry echoed from within the black door, and the large knife slipped from her grasp, crashing heavily to the ground. As the black door had yet to open fully, a commanding female voice echoed from within. "You traitorous dog, Lu. I knew it was you despicable men. Hurry and get lost, or we shall unleash a massacre." At this moment, the door had opened to a width of over 70 centimeters. Yet those inside dared not emerge, while those outside hesitated to stand directly at the threshold, each seeking refuge beyond the door and adjusting their positions as it shifted. Al, lacking proficiency in Chinese, quickly signaled Lu Rinjiao with his eyes. Understanding the cue, Lu Rinjiao spoke. "Captain Chu, we assure you of our sincerity. Take your so-called sincerity to your dead mother," came the retort as the black door swung open 2.5 meters, and suddenly, 6 or 7 women burst forth, each wielding a weapon, immediately charging towards the 4 of them. Astounded, Lu Rinjia couldn't help but think that this must not be their first experience with bloodshed. In this peculiar place, governed by equally bizarre rules, no informed man dared to underestimate these women. Their actions inevitably sparked an imminent clash. For against 6, tensions ran high. 3 women were entangled before Al, although they dared not approach him. Their presence rendered him unable to attend to Hinata Rintaro. In such a scenario, Hinata Rintaro was undoubtedly a failure as a man. Even the youngest among them, the girl known as Manka, held a prominent position on the scale of female value. Of course, despite his ignorance, he was acutely aware of one undeniable truth. 3 figures, Hirata Rintaro, found themselves unable to approach the alluring Manka, who wielded a sharp glove. Soon, a woman broke through Al's chaotic assault tactics, rapidly closing in on the foolishly stationary Hirata Rintaro, and a dagger was swiftly thrust forth. Lu Rinjiao was locked in a standoff with a woman, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of Hirata Rintaro's peril. With a loud shout, he urged, "Run." Manka, upon hearing the warning, trembled, caught in a stalemate with a woman clad in yellow against the right wall, but realizing the immense value of Hirata Rintaro, she too cried out, "You should run." Hirata Rintaro, not foolish, had already regained his composure upon hearing Lu Rinjia's warning, daring not to glance at the approaching assassin, and swiftly fled toward the rear. In a moment of desperation, Al's wild swings with the large hammer began to take on a semblance of rhythm, and soon, he struck a woman in a red dress squarely on her back, eliciting a piercing scream. The impact was indeed brutal. The force of the hammer sent the red-dressed woman crashing to the ground, her flesh mangled at the point of contact. Having dared to deliver such a sudden blow, Al was inevitably met with the retaliation of the 2 other women. One of them, adorned with iron claws, circled behind Al and lunged for his neck with a predatory swipe. Chapter 14, The Bitter Defeat. Damn. Al narrowly evaded the deadly claw aimed at his neck. Yet it was impossible to completely escape the premeditated strike. The sharp iron claw pierced through Ayer's arm, ruthlessly gouging out a piece of flesh. Subsequently, the right claw delivered a swift blow, penetrating Ayer's temple. Ayer convulsed violently a few times before collapsing to the ground, a mixture of red and white fluids oozing from his temple, rendering him lifeless. It was a tragic fate for a football player, ultimately succumbing to the hands of a woman. Jiawa Manka executed a fierce thrust, the blade piercing the peak of the woman in yellow with a soft thud, prompting a retaliatory strike that left a deep, bone-visible wound on the back of Jiawa Manka's hand. With a fleeting glance at her tragically deceased brother, she ran back, seething with rage. "You will regret this. A bunch of harlots." At that moment, the familiar faces had vanished from the black gate. Lu Rinjia, who had once coordinated with Ire, had been captured after the loss of the imposing Copper Hammer's deterrent, easily overpowered by the two women and forced into the Black Gate. Ire met his tragic end, surrounded by the shameless trio. As for Tufong Rintaro, Jiawa Menka elevated her gaze towards the distance. Left speechless by the scene before her, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice for her brother, who had protected this coward. Ahead, in a labyrinthine passage less than 200 meters away, Tufong Rintaro was struck by a knife on his right arm, the pain and blood loss causing him to collapse. Throughout this ordeal, this coward had not even attempted to retaliate. The woman who had pursued him was recognized by Jiawa Menka, to be precise. They had known each other for less than half a day. The woman allied with armed females, retreating into a shadowy realm, only to emerge periodically, nobly dubbed the Culling Protection Squad. Indeed, this woman, who gained considerable notoriety in mere half a day, remains shrouded in mystery regarding her true prowess. Her name is Culling. During their initial encounter, she endeavored to elucidate the secrets of this labyrinthine world, yet her words fell on deaf ears. What could she do? Upon inquiring about the cause of this indifference, she discovered her disdain for the men within the maze stemmed from the victimization of her two companions. However, unexpectedly, mere hours later, they found themselves adversaries in a life-or-death struggle. The enchanting Menka paused, breathless, gazing at Culling, who was dragging Tofu Kintaro towards them, and remarked in a mocking tone, "The legendary Captain Culling is truly impressive, dragging a man as if she were herding sheep." Now, 4 women stood in opposition. 2 at the front, including the red-clad woman, who was nearly crushed by Al, leaning against the white wall, effectively blocking all escape routes for Menka. Culling approached closely, indifferent to Tofu Kintaro's unconscious state on the ground, her lovely features cold as she disdainfully regarded the petite girl with brown hair and blue eyes. Is it my fault if someone seeks their own demise? She had no intention of allowing Menka an opportunity for idle chatter, commanding the other 3 women, excluding the red-clad one, onward. Subdue her first. Despite her commands, she remained vigilant, poised to avert any unforeseen complications. The little girl remains, after all, just a little girl. Can one truly expect her to wield a sharp cone against 3 adult women? This is evidently a battle of gross disparity. Ultimately, the woman in yellow, fueled by a surge of malevolence, forcefully kicked the delicate Menka to the ground. Despite enduring excruciating pain in her prideful region, she refrained from delivering a fatal blow. The women pressed their weapons, be it daggers, military knives, fruit knives, or iron claws, against the girl's throat. The woman in yellow raised her head and spoke somberly, "Sister Chu, how should we deal with this wretched girl?" Chu Ling sheathed her large machete and approached, her brow furrowing in concern at the sight of the woman in yellow, whose chest had been grotesquely mutilated. Not to mention, the woman in red was nearly beaten to death. It was clear that this matter could not be amicably resolved. The complexion of the woman in yellow improved slightly as she glared at the subdued Menka, suddenly seizing her skirt and slicing it open, then began to frantically tear at the girl's clothing. Menka, feeling the chilling sensation on her neck, dared not move an inch. Yet she could hardly fathom that women could be so inclined to shred each other's attire. She merely felt an overwhelming sense of strangeness and cried out, "What on earth do you intend to do, you shameless woman?" With a sickly smile, the woman in yellow swiftly removed Menka's underwear, exclaiming, "Do you even realize where you've hurt me? Today, I shall dismember you, wretched girl." Haraha. Among the 3 women restraining Menka, some chuckled helplessly, while others appeared quite intrigued, and the woman in red expressed her admiration enthusiastically. She had even resolved to endure the pain in her back, vowing to witness this splendid performance to its conclusion before addressing her discomfort. At such a moment, the essence of humanity indeed holds no value. It pales in comparison to the sheer exhilaration of catharsis, and is less gratifying than the release of pent-up resentment. For the woman in yellow, only the demise of the delicate and significant doll Menka would suffice to quell her malice. Yet, she persistently overlooked one crucial fact. This is a divine game. Chapter 15, Destiny. The Quartet of Al is finished. The vanquished are destined to endure merciless torment. Al Lex has bled out completely, both his red and white essence drained. Lu Rinjia has been captured, his fate uncertain. Tufong Rintaro suffers a grievous wound to his right arm, the bone protruding, unconscious and losing blood. Fortunately, a woman is attending to his wounds, staunching the flow. As the only member of the quartet still somewhat lucid, doll Menka bears a deep gash on her hand, exposing bone. You little wretch, have you never known a man? The woman in yellow firmly grasped doll Manka's chin, compelling her to lift her gaze. And with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap, reddening half of the girl's face in an instant. Humph! The once delicate oval visage of the woman in yellow transformed, losing its gentleness. Look at this face, swollen like that of a chicken leg-s little dragon girl. TSK, TSK. The young woman in the red shirt found her life nearly unmanageable due to the relentless torment inflicted by this group. She cast a disdainful glare at the charming Manka. The girl, reduced to a state of suffering, lost her once adorable visage, which brought a sense of grim satisfaction to her. Look at what you've done. She touched her back, wincing in pain, and coldly remarked, I dare say that the little chick is far more beautiful than this wretched creature. At least she retains her humanity. The woman in the blue skirt, who was tending to Toka Rintaro's wounds, interjected, then let us quickly reduce her to a beastly state, shall we? I find myself rather eager for that. Only the woman in green remained silent, her iron grip resting ominously against the girl's neck. A beastly state? Scoffed the woman in yellow as she delivered a swift kick, causing Manka to convulse. I want her transformed into a half-beast. Another vicious kick followed, and Manka felt herself nearing her breaking point. Her parents were multinational business tycoons, displaying an exceptional aptitude for language from a young age. She had flown to Huagua last summer. As an ancient and powerful civilization, Huagua boasts a rich historical and cultural heritage, renowned for its classical arts, unique poetry, cinematic elements, and the allure of its celebrated figures, all of which captivated the linguistically adept Manka. Yet, she was first and foremost a privileged child of wealth. Despite her parents' insistence on her independence, their protection smoothed away the obstacles she encountered along her path. This indulgence allowed Manka to revel in a life of luxury. But today, Manka glared furiously at the woman in yellow, only to be met with another kick that struck her abdomen, causing her to curl up like a shrimp, overwhelmed by pain. As the woman clad in yellow raised her dagger to strike at her lower body, the delicate Manka was overwhelmed with terror, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded incoherently, Please, don't. Spare me. I have money. I can pay you. Don't do this. I implore you. Have mercy. Yet, the other women remained deaf to her cries. The yellow-clad woman lifted the dagger high, poised to deliver a brutal blow. Should this strike land, Manka would undoubtedly be relegated to the status of a mere concubine. In that instant, the entire scene in the vicinity darkened, only to revert to its original state a mere 0.01 seconds later. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. Only Manka remained, her mind a muddled haze. Just moments prior, a chilling female voice echoed in her mind, cold and unyielding. Your life is about to end. You shall serve as a pet to the master. Your existence will be prolonged, leaping forth from the pages of fate, gazing down upon all lives stripped of freedom. You shall be eternally bound, devoid of liberty. Yet, against all odds, she continued to exist. Chapter 16. Death or slavery. Manka lay lifeless, her demise a ghastly spectacle before the four women in yellow and red. At that very moment, her remains vanished without a trace, not even a drop of blood left behind. Simultaneously, a force swept through the entire labyrinthine realm, unnoticed by all. This was an enormous chamber. To what extent? One might wonder. The playground of an ordinary school typically features an inner tract that spans approximately 400 meters. If it were to be designed as a square, its area could reach up to 10,000 square meters. Yet, this room is even more expansive. The decor within this space achieves an unparalleled simplicity, for within it, there exists nothing at all. The sole occupant is a large purple carpet that covers the entire floor. The walls are adorned in a hue of pink with a hint of purple. Upon awakening, Manka traverses from one corner of the room to another along the walls, ensuring that each step she takes is the longest possible under ordinary walking conditions. After 2 or 3 minutes, having reached the opposite corner, the number in her mind has accumulated to 192. Indeed, 192 steps. If I were to consider each step as being approximately 3 meters, that would equate to 249. 6 meters. However, taking into account potential discrepancies, rounding to the nearest whole number seems a reasonable conclusion. Manka reflects momentarily, then suddenly chuckles. 250? Are these nameless wretches mocking me? Mocking my failure? She gazes upward, yet the ceiling appears extraordinarily distant, and she contemplates whether the vastness of the maze or the height of the white walls could ever be encapsulated by a single word. A thought crosses her mind, Could these people be giants? In her boredom, Jiao Wamanka meanders along the walls of the room, seeking to explore her surroundings. Aside from deducing that this is a cubic space, she finds little else of significance. Just as feelings of melancholy begin to arise within her, a voice suddenly resonates throughout the four corners of the room. Unlike the electronic sounds previously experienced in the Blackgate space, this resonated with the contralto she had heard before her demise. Master Slave Number 1, welcome to the inner sanctum of the Master. There is no such thing as free fortune in this world. What you shall pay for it is eternal freedom. Surely, you have come to accept the reality of your rebirth. Now, approach any wall before you. For a moment, the exquisite man Ka remained motionless. Master Slave Number 1. Resistance to directives has been observed. By decree, you are subjected to a secondary punishment. The voice, akin to all preceding utterances, bore no trace of emotion. Yet to man Ka's ears, it struck with the force of a cataclysm. Far to the south of the labyrinth lay a place soaked in blood. The inaugural battle for the terminal monitoring room was nearing its conclusion. One side was reduced to 3 individuals, all of whom had sought refuge within the monitoring chamber. The stunningly beautiful girl from Huagua stood slightly to the left, her pink shirt stained crimson, her long black hair twisted into several small braids, reaching below her navel. Clutching a black metallic dagger, she knelt despairingly on the ground. Beside her was a young black man, proficient in Mandarin. Captain, we have no hope left. Observing his hesitant demeanor, the beautiful captain could easily discern his thoughts. She chuckled softly. You may leave. Proceed to the right. The young African man, robust in stature, suddenly felt a sense of embarrassment. Captain, However, the beautiful captain interrupted him. Let's go. If we linger any longer, we will lose our chance. With a huff, she added, if I accompany you, Zhang Qin, who is left behind, will be captured immediately. We wouldn't have the luxury of time to escape. At her words, the young man's expression froze, and he abruptly changed his tone. Take care, Captain. In the midst of his speech, he had already retreated within a meter of the dark door on the right. The captain let out a soft scoff and ceased her words. Within 2 meters outside the terminal surveillance room, 5 men and 3 women hesitated, ultimately unable to suppress their dread of mortality. Though they were numerous, they had already lost a good dozen of their skilled comrades. The remaining woman, evidently, posed a lethal threat to more than one of them. For beside her lay a long knife and a hefty bronze hammer. At that moment, a few sharp-eyed individuals exclaimed, Look, they are trying to escape. Want to flee? What of the lives of our fallen comrades? 5 minutes later, at the cost of 2 lives, the group of 5 men and 3 women eliminated all their adversaries. The once elegant woman, the breathtaking beauty, and the thwarted escape of the young man, all met a tragic end. Chapter 17. The Divine Unconcerned. Where is this place? The captivating beauty struggled to open her eyes, and what she saw was an unusually large ceiling painted in a pinkish-purple hue. As she attempted to rise from the purple carpet, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a foreign girl, echoed from behind her. You have finally awakened? The enchanting beauty turned her head with excitement upon hearing the words, gazing at a girl with chestnut hair and sapphire eyes standing not far away, her features exquisitely lovely, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age. The girl with chestnut hair and sapphire eyes hesitated for a moment before approaching and extending her hand, saying, Allow me to introduce myself. I am an American, and my name is Jauman Carlalex. You may call me Jauman. As she spoke, the enchanting beauty had already risen to her feet, and Jauman looked up at her. How do you wish to be addressed? The other party managed a strained smile. Still lingering in the shadows of despair, Qin Junying. Jauman empathized with her sentiments and refrained from saying much, merely guiding Qin Junying to a wall. Indeed, this approach expedited Qin Junying's acclimatization, as compared to Jauman. This time the mezzo-soprano's reminders came much more swiftly. One clear reminder followed another, Main God Slave Number 2. Qin Junying, welcome to the inner space of the Main God. Number 2? Qin Junying glanced at the girl beside her, as if she had grasped something. In this world, there are no free fortunes, and what you shall pay for it will be your eternal freedom. Of course, I trust you have accepted the reality of your rebirth. Very well, now please direct your gaze toward the wall before you. The wall, a hue of soft violet, suddenly split open at a height level with Qin Junying's shoulders, revealing a rectangular gap from which a metallic cabinet extended. The cabinet contained few items, yet each bore a strikingly high-tech essence. A metallic bracelet, polished to perfection, radiates a mesmerizing purple hue, with the front resembling a circular liquid crystal that seamlessly integrates with the overall design. Beside it lies a spiral potion vial. Through its transparent walls, one can observe an ethereal purple fluid undulating within, ever in a state of oscillation. Additionally, there exists a rigid, flexible display screen reminiscent of a scroll. Please take hold of the identity scroll, for it shall become your new identity henceforth. Chen Junying hesitantly retrieves the identity scroll, revealing a few lines of simple data inscribed upon it. Beneath the data, a letter awaits. Special privilege sequence. Verified by the Supreme Deity. Supreme Deity Slave No. 2 Identity Certificate. Original name, Chen Junying. Entropy Reduction Level, 3. Entropy Reduction Attribute, Intermediate Animal. Congratulations, before the beasts, your intellect will undoubtedly dominate. Computational Power, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Computational power is an abstract concept, and all your proactive actions will invoke it. Unfortunately, a deficiency necessitates rounding down. Physical Strength Level, 7. Development Direction. You have currently developed but a single line. First line, Supreme Deity's Power. Utilizing the Supreme Deity's attention as a key. One can acquire computational power from the Supreme Deity. The greater the attention, the more computational power can be summoned. The current level of attention the Supreme Deity pays to you is 0. Your current maximum summonable computational power is 0. As she opens the letter, she is met with a tone that is both transcendent and mocking. Greetings, Chen Junying. Within this vast universe exists a fifth fundamental interaction, known as the entropy-reducing interaction, of which you are yet unaware. In the future, your existence will become inextricably linked to it. The Supreme Deity has established the average intensity of the maximum entropy reduction field induced by the entropy-reducing entity as a standard datum, postulating 7 tiers of potential entropy-reducing entities within the cosmos. The first tier comprises all entities devoid of self-boundary setting, self-generation, and self-sustenance capabilities. The second tier consists of entities exhibiting characteristics of life, yet lacking simultaneous logical reasoning, learning potential, and innovative capacity. The third tier includes entities that possess logical reasoning, learning potential, and innovative capacity, but remain constrained by the concept of the cell. The fourth tier transcends the limitations of the cellular concept, but does not surpass the confines of the brain concept. The fifth tier breaks free from the constraints of the brain concept, but remains ensnared within the confines of cognitive imprisonment. The subsequent classifications are derived from theoretical hypotheses. The sixth tier signifies a mindset liberated from the shackles of dimensionality, while the seventh tier denotes the breaking of the fourth wall. The enormity of the universe cannot be comprehensively delineated merely through data, nor can its enigmatic nature be grasped by the foolish. Should you attain the sixth tier, the notion of being bound by others becomes irrelevant. You may exert every effort to elevate your being without apprehension of the deity's limitations, for the divine does not concern itself with such matters. Chapter 18. The Chu Ling line. Chen Junying's emotions were remarkably complex, her thoughts a tumultuous ocean, akin to surging waves that refused to settle. At that moment, a mezzo-soprano voice resonated from all directions, urging, "Please safeguard your identity scroll with utmost care. It shall serve as your universal pass in the times to come." Chen Junying hesitated as she cast a glance at the girl beside her. Jiahua Menka pointed towards the wardrobe. The two women harbored animosity towards each other from the outset, and Jiahua Menka's mocking remark shattered any semblance of friendliness that might have lingered. As expected, the contralto voice continued with her introductory tutorial. "Now, please don the Master God bracelet on either wrist at your discretion." Upon grasping the Master God bracelet, even Chen Junying, with her discerning taste, could not help but acknowledge its exquisite craftsmanship. The purple hue was delicately processed, revealing subtle white lines that appeared from various angles, exuding an air of infinite mystery. It resembled a dreamlike illusion. "Is this the Master God bracelet?" Despite feeling alarmed, enraged, and humiliated by the Master God referring to her as a slave, Chen Junying had to concede that she was enamored with this bracelet. No one is impervious to beauty. With this thought in mind, she silently adorned her right wrist with the bracelet. At that very moment, the bracelet emitted a chime, proclaiming, "Welcome to the Master God Network." This message appeared on the display screen of the bracelet, only to be swiftly replaced by another. "Your identity has been confirmed. Your account number is 02. Please note, the initial digit 0 signifies a specially approved administrator account. You are currently authorized to browse the Master God Network. You are also authorized to communicate within the Master God Network. In the next instant, countless beams of light emanated from the front side of the Master God bracelet, coalescing into a virtual screen. Within a certain dark door space of the labyrinthine world, a woman clad in yellow stood closely against the left side of the black door, which was gradually creaking open. Beyond the threshold stood 5 men and 19 women, predominantly of Asian descent, alongside 2 Caucasian men and 1 African man. They remained poised outside the black door, resembling a regimented army. After a prolonged moment, the door fully opened, revealing 4 men and 2 women within, their faces etched with a sense of defeat. Through the black door, it was evident that over 20 individuals rushed in from the 2 outer doors, swiftly escorting the 6 individuals present into the open space. Chuling stood before them, smiling as she extended her hand, inviting. A handshake signifies your commitment to join us. Come on. Among the 6, a middle-aged man in a white collar appeared to be their leader. He was the first to grasp Chuling's hand in a tentative shake. And once the remaining 5 followed suit, he managed a strained smile and inquired, I have heard that the black door space encompassing several hundred miles is under your control. I wonder how you, as a woman, have managed such a feat? Chuling chuckled softly, raising her delicate hand in a gesture. Moments later, a rather unsightly short young man emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a stern middle-aged woman who vigilantly observed the scene. Chuling cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer, nodding in acknowledgement. This short man was Tachiko Rintaro, who had led the charge in the previous 4-against-6 battle, where the first casualty was Lex. Following closely behind was the alluring Lex. In the black door space, the woman in red soon succumbed to her injuries. Lurinjia, at this moment, awoke with a surprising first utterance. Spare me. I am willing to join your ranks. Thus, Lurinjia successfully transitioned to a new role. Meanwhile, Tokuhan Rintaro, due to his expertise in the realm of computing, finally became a valued member of the Chuling team, at least regarded as a serious object of protection. Upon noticing Chuling's signal, Tokuhan Rintaro timidly approached to elucidate. Are you familiar with the Matthew effect? I certainly am. However, wasn't Captain Chuling initially not regarded as a strong figure? Indeed, she was not at the outset, but when a woman transforms into 6, that is an unequivocal strength. The middle-aged white-collar man, upon hearing this, looked at Chuling in astonishment. I see now. No wonder. He slapped his forehead in regret. No wonder the number of female leaders surpasses that of their male counterparts. Chapter 19. Chung Idong Line. The obsidian door remained shut. Flanking the pristine white jade corridors were walls that seemed to reach an unseen zenith. Today, this ancient and tranquil place welcomed an unexpected visitor. One could see a swiftly moving crimson object approaching, leaving behind a fleeting scarlet trace in its wake, accompanied by the sound of screeching brakes. A striking red sports car appeared rather abruptly before the black door. The vehicle's door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in simple, casual summer attire. His complexion appeared sallow, his beard unkempt, and his eyes bore a shadow of gloom. His left hand brandished a military dagger, though signs of imitation were evident. In his right hand, he ominously held a severed arm, retaining a length of over 10 centimeters beyond the wrist, with the flesh completely stripped away, revealing a slender bone grasped firmly by the man. The owner of the severed arm had evidently been in a state of readiness for combat prior to death. His fist clenched, adorned with several iron bridges across the back of his hand, connecting to gears at their ends. The starting point of these iron bridges was layered together, culminating in a palm-sized metallic box embedded at the junction of the hand and wrist. Clearly, this was akin to a humanoid, self-propelled cutting machine. To possess such a formidable weapon in the labyrinthine world speaks volumes about the frail constitution and youth of its original owner. Minutes later, the man emerged from the black door, bloodied and with a visage smeared in gore. Unlike his entrance, he now carried 2 delicate, blood-stained severed arms. He hastily leaped into a sports car, discarding the 2 severed limbs onto the back seat. To one's horror, there were already 4 additional severed arms and 5 controlled knives in the rear. The blood that had been unable to stop in time stained the yellow leather seats. Now congealed. Before another black door, 4 robust young men from Huagua stood silently, motionless. Before long, the sound of an approaching vehicle echoed from the distance. The expressions of the young men transformed into one of reverence. They parted into 2 groups, standing at attention beside the white wall. As the sports car came to a halt, a middle-aged man immediately rolled down the window and shouted, "Get in!" Four robust young men, all armed, promptly sheathed their weapons. 3 settled into the rear seats while 1 took the passenger seat. The sports car roared forward, drawing the white walls of the highway into a blur. At a certain moment, the vehicle navigated a perilous curve, executing the turn with remarkable precision, a testament to the driver's extensive experience. As soon as the car came to a halt, the middle-aged man led his companions swiftly towards the black gate. He then called out, "I am your old friend, Chung Yidong. Do not act impulsively." His words echoed through the narrow opening of the gate, penetrating the mysterious space within. As anticipated, the moment these words were uttered, the usual ambush tactics dissipated. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals, unharmed by conflict, emerged as the gate fully opened. The absence of bloodstains on their attire did not raise any eyebrows among those present. The 4 categories of the labyrinthine world were widely known. Specifically, in this enigmatic realm, there exist 4 fundamental methods of entry. The first is the conventional approach, wherein those of weaker constitution emerge as nobles, entering the black gate space. Their initial task, often referred to as the courage-building task, involves direct confrontation with the resources within the black gate space. A weapon is fixedly placed in the central compartment of the storage cabinet, with the strength of the weapon determined by the individual's constitution. The stronger the constitution, the lesser the quality of the initial item. Conversely, those with weaker constitutions are rewarded with superior initial items. Subsequently, an electronic voice will persistently seduce, compelling the nobles to eliminate the first intruder who dares to enter. The second method, a more conventional mode of entry, is paradoxically referred to as the commoners. These individuals, typically men with relatively robust physiques, emerge without any weaponry save for what they carried upon entering this domain. Thus, these commoners are left to navigate the vast labyrinthine pathways. Occasionally, upon encountering the black gate, they are thrust into a state of combat. Yet, despite these challenges, these commoners frequently emerge victorious. Naturally, the resolute nobles are inherently more adept at surviving within the labyrinthine realm than the majority. They exploit every conceivable advantage at their disposal, particularly those skilled in manipulating chains of sympathy and sexual relations. Chapter 20. The Psychology of Death, Evasion, and Assault. The first and second methods can be likened to yin and yang, a perfectly balanced pair. Without the electronic voice's seduction, there would be no initiative from the nobles, and without the nobles' initiative, there would be no counterattack from the commoners. Nobles must remain vigilant against potential threats. Likewise, commoners are compelled to retaliate. This counteraction from the commoners, in the eyes of the nobles, inadvertently aligns with the seduction of the electronic voice. By the time everyone comprehends this dynamic, alas, the deity's objectives have already been fulfilled. This is the chain of suspicion. The third method is a more sophisticated form of entry. This is meticulously crafted for those who possess a comprehensive mastery of computing. The concept of strategy remains elusive for now. For instance, when Hijikata Rintaro makes his entrance, he faces off against 9 formidable men, with the stipulation that he stands before the black door of the terminal monitoring room, nearly in contact with it. Above the black door lies a formidable array of computer firewalls. Hijikata Rintaro's task is decidedly specialized. In addition to his profound expertise in computer science, he must also possess a certain resilience against adversity. For several kilometers away, 9 men, each assigned a mission, await. Their singular objective is to eliminate. Hijikata Rintaro must unlock the black door before they arrive and ultimately retreat into the terminal monitoring room, as this sanctuary remains inaccessible to them. In the face of such a scenario, Hijikata Rintaro must dedicate himself to breaching the firewall while simultaneously expending significant time activating various embedded programs within the black door. Engaging these programs will trigger an array of traps along the path of the approaching men, thereby granting him more time to dismantle the firewall. The challenge lies in balancing the time consumed in activating these programs with their effective duration, a test of skill for the wall breaker. The fourth category involves thwarting those of the third type. In truth, regardless of success or failure, they will be relocated to another place, thousands of miles away. Conversely, it is astonishingly tyrannical that even if individuals of the third category are reduced to a pitiful state, or left with nothing but their heads, as long as they successfully unlock the black door, they will undoubtedly be restored to their former selves in an instant, under the auspices of divine power. This group of individuals, blissfully adorned in unblemished attire, casually emerged from the dark portal, only to halt nonchalantly beyond its threshold. Lacking organization and discipline, this epitomized their true essence. Within this assembly of no more than 20 stood a middle-aged woman, elegantly clad in a graceful dress. With a furrowed brow, she approached Chung Yidong, deliberately lowering her voice. "Ah Dong, why have you come again?" "Sengu, I was just about to explain," Chung Yidong replied, gesturing for the four robust young men standing forward to take a step back. He then raised his voice. "I trust many of you are already familiar with my surname. Chung. Today, I stand here for a significant reason, which a large portion of you is likely aware of. Do you all remember 2 days ago, when I first arrived? You said, if I were to provide you with 9 weapons in one go, you would join me?" He concluded, addressing the 4 young men behind him. "I have indeed come to deliver those weapons." The final statement was directed at the 4 young men, who immediately responded, "Yes." The expression of this so-called Sengu immediately froze. In the backdrop, the atmosphere of panic swiftly pervaded the group of fewer than 20. To them, Chung Yidong's words were akin to a massive detonation of TNT. In contemporary society, not everyone possesses the fortitude to confront death head-on. Some individuals would rather assume the role of a timid turtle, seeking refuge in a safer locale, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. It is not that they fear death. Rather, they choose to remain passive unless death is imminent. Otherwise, they will remain oblivious to the terror of death. This group, amidst various fears, anxieties, and suspicions, chose to extend a hand in peace. Thus, drawn together by the scent of their kind, they congregated. Yet, they must not be underestimated. This does not alter their immense potential. Listen, Chung Yidong's shadowed gaze swept over each individual, including the elderly woman before him. "I know what you fear. Reflect on the strange encounters you have faced in this peculiar place. Consider the trepidation that has accompanied your every step. What have you witnessed? A deluge of blood, men slaying one another. War. Do you believe you can live out your days in safety within this cursed realm? Are you willing to spend an endless existence shrouded in darkness here? If this is truly your desire, then allow me to enlighten you. Awaken from your dismal slumber. This land holds no soil conducive to your survival. Contemplate your meager savings. Is it a few bags of instant noodles? Is it a handful of apples? I know you still cling to supplies from the 8 or 9 black portals. Yet, the reality is, with these meager resources, you cannot endure even 2 weeks. So, when the time comes and food runs out, are you prepared to resort to cannibalism? Think again. Would the entities that forged this wretched place willingly nurture a swarm of maggots? No, no one would, except to rise and resist alongside me. To defy this damned existence. You have no choice. Chapter 21. The Line of Mayukiko. Outside the Black Gate space, one group consisted of 19 individuals, while the other comprised 5. The atmosphere was momentarily tranquil, an oppressive calm that felt suffocating, until, under the intense gaze of Chung Yidong, which bore an indescribable weight, Sengu felt her tension reach a breaking point, unable to resist any longer. "All right, you are right. Very right. Very right." Her words shattered the silence. Chung Yidong commanded 4 robust young men to cast 9 weapons onto the ground. "Choose," he said, his eyes fixed on the few individuals positioned at the forefront of the crowd. These men, predominantly muscular, spanned a range of ages, youthful, middle-aged, and elderly. At that moment, very few dared to disregard Chung Yidong. Did they seek strength? Chung Yidong could effortlessly procure 9 weapons. Did they require justification? As Chung Yidong had indicated, perhaps they had already discerned the truth. They merely lacked a compelling pressure, the pressure of death. A ripple of unease swept through the crowd. Without weapons, there were merely 9 individuals. These 9 weapons were the bargaining chips Chung Yidong had negotiated under the duress of force. He approached the assembly with calm determination, his demeanor as steadfast as a mountain. A day later, Chung Yidong, accompanied by 101 companions, officially took control of the terminal monitoring room, which spanned an area of 10,000 square kilometers. Thus, the Chung Yidong line was established. This was a point far in the southern polar region of the labyrinthine world, where over 1,000 souls clashed, the scene fraught with tension, danger, and excitement. Cloaked in the brutality and inhumanity of death, the blood of my enemies, the severed limbs of my foes, the lifeless bodies of adversaries, here, splattered, hurled, and fallen. In a vast expanse, a square so spacious that even a Ferrari feels somewhat oversized. At the center stands an enormous, almost exaggerated edifice, strikingly peculiar in design. Constructed entirely of crystal, it employs a diminishing model of crystalline corridors, The outermost layer comprises 1,024 crystalline passages, while the second layer proportionally contains 512. This pattern continues with 256, 128, 64, 32, 16, 8, 4, 2, until reaching the innermost area, which is an open space. This colossal circular crystal structure boasts a diameter of no less than 2,000 meters. At this moment, a considerable gathering of individuals has amassed here. Their diverse attire, ages, and genders forming a remarkable characteristic of this labyrinth. Suddenly, a commotion ripples through the crowd. From several kilometers away, at the terminus of the maze's corridor, emerges a sleek black sports car. Its exterior forms a cone, reflecting metallic gleams, converging at a sharp point. Stained with blood, the crowd instinctively parts to create a passage, and mere seconds later, the car barrels into the throng, along the open path. Swiftly, the black conical vehicle approaches the grand crystal structure, crashing directly into it. Surrounding it are 1,024 crystal walls, creating 1,024 corridors, each boasting a 10-meter width. This width, as the black conical car enters, gradually appears to contract. The speed of the vehicle is such that it defies description by mere short-range vision. One can only say that each second measures over 100 meters. In approximately 2 seconds, the sports car ascended to the second tier, through the window revealing the bewildered expressions of passers-by. The 4th second, the 6th second, until the crystalline corridor had narrowed to accommodate only a single black, conical sports car. It reached the 10th tier, the central area. Here, the light was hauntingly ethereal, with countless beams refracting through the crystalline walls, distorted beyond recognition. The ambience was awash in hues of purple, blue, and orange, reminiscent of a fantastical dream, akin to a river of light. The black conical sports car came to a halt at this juncture. A second later, the car door swung open. A delicate, fair foot stepped out, followed closely by another. Then came the form-fitting leather pants, exposing a navel to the cool air, adorned with an alluring shade. Glossy pink lips were accentuated by a mesmerizing eyeshadow. Cascading dark hair framed a visage that was both seductive and enchanting. She was a true connoisseur of allure, a high school girl named Miyuki Fuko. Her journey thus far had seen her entwined with more than a string of men to arrive at this moment. Yet, simultaneously, a string of men had succumbed to lifelessness. We cannot fathom the essence of the woman she is, nor can we delve into the experiences that have shaped her 16 years. The only legacy left for the world is encapsulated in this singular moment of her existence. Chapter 22. The Ordinary and the Extraordinary. Chen Fei is an unremarkable businessman, and throughout his 5 years of employment, the gravitational pull of fate has never drawn a female security officer into his life. Chen Fei had long since acclimated to a life of numbness. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, perhaps in a few years, he might attain a promotion and a salary increase. However, this is contingent upon the absence of that harrowing midnight slumber. Upon awakening, the only sight before him is an almost eternal expanse of white. The white jade floor, with its considerable coefficient of friction, prevents Chen Fei from slipping. Further along the road, towering white jade walls appear to converge with the heavens above, rendering one acutely aware of their insignificance. It is only after a day that he learns of his fate. He discovers that there are countless others, akin to him, Chen Fei, who have also arrived in this bizarre realm. Yet, he had never contemplated the arrival of this day. The capriciousness of life ensures that no one can truly dictate their own future, much like S.C. Chardinger's cat, where the future remains boundless. In the nascent stages of this grand game, Chen Fei and 8 companions received a singular task, a trial of their collective cohesion. They were required to sever their own flesh and bone to procure protein substances. Meanwhile, the computer adept, a portly individual, was tasked with crafting virtual protein through a specific programming within the labyrinthine world. Between the two factions lay a unique balance scale. The direction in which the scale ultimately tipped would determine the victor. Following the conclusion of the game, all injuries would be healed. In truth, the game necessitated the cooperation of all 9 participants. If each were to sacrifice an arm, victory would be assured. Yet, the outcome was a dismal defeat. Consequently, Chen Fei was randomly exiled to this desolate place, a realm as cold and indifferent as reality itself. 10 days swiftly passed by. From the initial few individuals who stumbled upon this place, it has now evolved into a new battleground for those who are uncertain whether they are fortunate or unfortunate. Chen Fei has long since transcended the initial phase of confusion. As he traverses the square, A steady stream of pedestrians hurries along their paths. Absent the modern roads and traffic lights, the walkers continue without pause. Chun Fei hastily weaves through the throngs, striding towards the center of the square, where an immense crystalline structure stands. Suddenly, a sound piercing the air emanates from a distance, growing ever closer. It is the bus lady. Chun Fei's expression instantly alters as he perceives the sound approaching his direction, prompting him to panic and push towards the side. As expected, a tumultuous commotion erupts within the crowd. Each individual seems to wish they had been born with 4 legs, covering their ears, mouths agape, frantically fleeing to either side. This chaos consequently leaves a 10-meter-wide corridor amidst the square, indicating that the newcomer is no benign presence. In the next moment, no one has the time to react. They merely sense a gust sweeping through the corridor, causing the crowd to sway. When Chun Fei becomes aware of the deafening silence, he can only glimpse a fleeting shadow darting into one of the passages of the crystalline structure. Though the square, reminiscent of a city in size, is not overly crowded. With perhaps 1,000 souls present, none dare utter a word against this audacious passerby. At most, they silently curse under their breath, merely labeling her a nuisance. Just another bus. He habitually glanced upward at one of the 1024 crystalline passages before him. The passage, exceeding 10 meters in width and with walls of crystal towering over 3 meters high, was adorned with a layer of purple light that obscured the sky above. A middle-aged man, clad in the attire of a white-collar worker, emerged from the crystalline passage. He casually greeted, "Chun Fei, you rascal, that task seemed rather challenging. And yet you completed it in a day? Impressive." Chun Fei smiled shyly, responding, "Not at all. Uncle Chu, you flatter me. I see you're in quite a hurry." The man nodded. "You've come to collect your reward, haven't you? Very well. I won't delay you any further." "Yes, goodbye, Uncle Chu." Chun Fei stepped further into the crystalline passage. As he traversed the passage, he noticed several individuals standing beside the crystal walls. Chun Fei understood that they were engaged in task completion. However, he had long since lost interest in the tasks of the first level. Without pausing, he swiftly navigated through dozens, even hundreds of people, until 2 first-level passages converged into one. This marked the entrance to the second level. Here, the number of individuals was noticeably fewer than in the first level. Despite this passage consolidating the influx from 2 first-level crystal pathways, the crowd remained sparse. At this very moment, along the length of 100 meters, there were merely 15 or 16 people present. Chapter 23, The Grand Game of the Labyrinth World. With a width of 100 meters and flanked by 2 crystal walls, the scarcity of individuals at this level was striking. Vast expanses of unoccupied space were entirely devoid of task seekers. Chun Fei easily located the area where he had previously accepted a task. Gently placing his palm upon the crystalline barrier, the surface instantaneously began to transform into a liquid crystal state, accompanied by a resonant chime. Subsequently, lines of data unfurled upon the now liquid crystal screen. Your identity, 254-1026, Chun Fei. You have accepted task 2 to 1645. You have successfully completed task 2 to 1645. The task assessment is as follows. You successfully gathered 10 individuals to partake in a game of werewolf, thereby contributing to the overall cohesion of humanity within the maze world. Earning 16 universal points. By leveraging your role as a werewolf, you adeptly guided the innocent players to victory, enhancing your communication skills, which earned you an additional 2 universal points. However, your performance was not flawless, resulting in unnecessary casualties, which deducted 1 universal point. Your final evaluation is satisfactory. Your current total of universal points in the maze world stands at 21. Werewolf. This was a social game Chun Fei had previously enjoyed on a certain platform before entering the maze world. The game structure is straightforward, requiring little contemplation on how to win. Merely assembling 10 participants grants an immediate reward of 16 points. This ranking is applicable not only within the second layer of the crystalline passage, but also within the third and fourth layers, albeit without the accompanying dangers present in those layers. A certain expenditure of points allows for an escape from the game of werewolf. Chun Fei held no interest in challenging the third layer. To his knowledge, from the first to the 9th layer, the tasks range from the most arduous to the most simplistic, all centered around a singular objective, to devise means of enhancing the so-called sense of cohesion. However, akin to the 9th level, summoning thousands of individuals at a whim is preposterous. How could Chun Fei possess such magnetism? The universal points system within the labyrinthine realm is indeed a remarkable entity. Within this crystalline edifice lies an abundance of cold weapons and provisions. As long as one possesses sufficient points, transactions can be conducted here. The sole fatal flaw is the exorbitant price of food. A single pack of Chinese gourmet instant noodles astonishingly costs 1 point, essentially the price of a life. Bottled water is equally exorbitant. Any form of sustenance is invariably steep, verging on extortionate. After much contemplation, Chun Fei approached a designated area, placed his palm upon it, and clicked to receive. Your identity, 254-1026, Chun Fei. You have received Mission 2 to 1740. Mission description, gather 13 individuals. Dance in the square for 8 hours. This task, Chun Fei stroked his chin, pondering, quite a challenge indeed. Unbeknownst to Chun Fei, the likelihood of him completing this mission was exceedingly slim. On the 10th level of the crystalline structure, the woman from the bus he mentioned stood at the epicenter of chaotic data streams, her eyes closed. Within her cerebral domain, an electronic female voice resonated smoothly. Welcome to the 10th level of the maze world, the 89th crystal of the Great Game. Are you certain you wish to undertake the Grand Game mission? The Grand Game offers myriad gameplay options, yet its objective remains singular. If either you or an individual bearing your signature representative document can be among the first 1,000 to exit the labyrinth, then your entire team shall be granted passage through the maze. Your teammates are defined as those who join your party within 24 hours prior to exiting the maze. Moments later, Mayuki Kazuko once again communicated with the intelligence system of the game crystal. I am determined to accept the Grand Game mission. Buzz, congratulations. You have become the 912th individual in the maze world to undertake the Grand Game mission. You are the 51st participant to accept the Grand Game mission associated with game crystal number 89. This is a terminal monitoring room. In each of the 4 directions of the Black Gate, there stands a group of approximately 100 individuals armed with control knives. Within the space of the Black Gate, the walls of the 4 gates are densely lined with surveillance videos. In front of each wall, there are about 10 relevant staff members continuously manipulating the data. The images from the surveillance videos are undergoing thorough inspection, archiving, and organization under the technician's operation, just as even the most sophisticated computer-generated random number tables eventually exhibit repetition. So too does this maze world. Through the integration of every location and the measurement of planetary data, the exit can ultimately be determined. All that is expended is merely time. In fact, every leader occupying a terminal monitoring room would undertake such actions. Among the crowd, a robust middle-aged Caucasian man listens intently to his teammates' reports. Based on their discourse, it can be inferred that this middle-aged man has already occupied 15 terminal monitoring rooms. Oh? A mischievous smile creases the middle-aged man's lips as he gestures. Let her in. Suddenly, the operators before the surveillance wall stepped back, and the monitoring data vanished, revealing a pristine white wall. Gradually, this white wall opened, and shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a snug leather skirt, Mayuki Kazuko, entered, speaking with a melodious English accent. Could it be you, my dear? Chapter 24. The Loss of Bestiality. The loss of everything on the first day of September, a date of considerable renown among students. Whether it was the kindergartners or those in middle school, high school, or university, the banners they unfurled and the colossal screens broadcasting their messages were all a harmonious chorus welcoming the new students. Yet, September was not cool. There exists a folk saying that the autumn tiger is more venomous than summer's heat. This so-called autumn tiger predominantly manifests in the month of September on the Gregorian calendar. The region of Guangxi was particularly stifling, making one's heart feel uneasy. Today marked the commencement of the academic year at Minкong County's first high school. The typically tranquil institution, a haven for diligent students, had been overtaken by uncles and aunts escorting their children. The traffic police at the intersection of Science and Education Road were overwhelmingly busy. A continuous stream of new and returning students navigated through the rows of vehicles, some appearing rather flustered, while others moved with an air of grace. At the No. 3 dormitory building, a tall male student donned in a fiery red t-shirt, wearing a trendy cap, and sporting casual flip-flops descended the staircase. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he made a detour and arrived at the front of the girls' dormitory. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended the stairs. The dormitory corridor was rather congested. He supported a girl with his left hand around her waist while his right hand rested against another girl's back as he ascended from the first to the second floor. Turning towards the eastern hallway, He noted that the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil, likely due to the fact that most senior students typically arrived early. He pushed open the wooden door of room 213, and to his surprise, he brazenly entered without so much as a greeting. Inside room 213, only 3 girls were present, busily mixing various facial cleansers and other beauty products. Suddenly, the door swung open, and what followed was a statement that took them completely by surprise. Lin Sinny, come here for a hug. The girl referred to as Lin Sinny stood at the sink, her delicate features accentuated by a few strands of hair gracefully framing her face. Exuding an indescribable beauty, the boy lowered his cap, his tone suggestive. I didn't come here just to keep you company. Would you really let me leave? Lin Sinny was momentarily speechless and retorted, Tao Wu, do you find it amusing to toy with me? Besides, she turned away, we've amicably parted ways, haven't we? It was you who suggested it. Have you forgotten? I no longer wish to be your girlfriend, so please leave. However, the young man standing before Lin Sinny was no ordinary person. He was a supreme being, surrounded by countless admirers. Thus, he declared, you will always be mine. With that proclamation, Tao Wu boldly enveloped Lin Sinny in his arms, disregarding her protests as he pressed his lips against hers. The other 2 girls in the dormitory were left in shock and rushed forward to intervene. Unexpectedly, the man abruptly released the delicate lips of the girl he had been forcibly embracing, softly instructing her to close the door, declaring that no men were permitted to enter, nor women, except for roommates. A charming girl, with a bemused smile, attempted to push past Tao Wu, only to find herself inexplicably retreating towards the door, ultimately standing at the threshold and locking it. Beside her stood another girl. This bizarre occurrence left Lin Sinny, who had been tightly held by Tao Wu, utterly bewildered as she raised her gaze in disbelief, stammering, What have you done? Tao Wu chuckled heartily, guiding the girl in his arms towards the edge of the bed, adorned with pale blue daffodil sheets, which was about to welcome not 1, but 2 bodies. Time passed, and soon 6 girls had gathered in the dormitory, covering their mouths in shock, their perceptions shattered as they gazed at the performance unfolding between Tao Wu and Lin Sinny. It was only when Lin Sinny appeared on the brink of unconsciousness that Tao Wu graciously decided to conclude the display. Before exiting, he ominously remarked, Those who wish to live should ensure she feels comforted. Should I discover anyone ignoring my words, well, you may find yourselves unable to speak of it, but I can still bring harm upon you. That day, Tao Wu visited 8 girls' dormitories, and only when night had fully descended did he finally rest in the 8th dormitory. Perhaps everyone must confront the primal desires that seek an outlet. Most fantasize about a world of enforced abstinence and equality. However, one cannot accept the reality that 80% of the affluent and powerful men in the world possess 80% of the exceptional female resources available. Caught between abstinence and yearning, even Tao Wu ultimately chose the latter. Chapter 25. The Futility of Schooling Zhang Xuejia. Please step outside. Instantly, an unusual silence enveloped the classroom. Under the watchful eyes of her peers, a girl with flowing hair, nestled in the second row towards the center, was adorably lost in slumber. Her right-hand desk mate was startled and promptly shook her awake, rousing her left-hand companion as well. Zhang Xuejia, a student who achieved remarkable scores in this year's entrance examinations, had sacrificed several thousand yuan to leave Mingkong's second high school for this experimental class. To the astonishment of her classmates, this girl began to succumb to drowsiness just 3 days into her new academic journey. From the yawning during the first class of the day to her midday nap, it seemed that even the class leader could no longer tolerate it and decided to call Zhang Xuejia out to the railing during the lunch break. On the second floor, the class leader, a rather artsy girl with glasses, leaned against the railing and calmly spoke. Zhang Xuejia, you will be moved to dormitory 617 tonight. Why? Because I believe the girls in dormitory 616 are too noisy at night. Are you not aware of your lethargy throughout this morning? Zhang Xuejia, please make the change, all right? I know your junior high grades were excellent, but high school is a different realm altogether. Your immediate priority should be to concentrate on your studies. Do you understand? Zhang Xuejia felt a hint of panic. Her lips parted as if to utter something, yet ultimately, the words remained unspoken. Whether it was her own trepidation or an inability to articulate her thoughts remains an enigma. 3 days had elapsed since the new students commenced their journey. During this time, Tao Wu immersed himself in the labyrinthine management by day, and by night, he sifted through numerous female dormitories, taking refuge in the ones that piqued his interest. Under the influence of neural blockade technology, not a single instructor paid heed to this repeat student who had never attended a class, not once. Now, it was the witching hour. A cacophony erupted from room 617 on the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory. Yet, amidst the throng of over 800 residents, not a single girl perceived anything amiss. To them, it was time to sleep if sleep was due, to clandestinely engage with their phones if that was their desire, or to converse until the moon slipped beneath the horizon. None were inclined to intervene in this triviality. Under the shroud of uncertainty, they were utterly incapable of exposing the incident, silently beseeching that it would not befall them. The selfishness of human nature, constrained by the omnipotent forces at play, revealed itself in a somewhat brutal light. In room 617, Zhang Xuejia remained at a loss, crouched on the upper bunk, her silence palpable. Hours later, with reluctance, she exchanged her bunk with her classmate below. This is a monitoring terminal. Two individuals stood by the pristine white walls, their fingers deftly gliding across the operation screens, conjuring a plethora of new surveillance footage. Suddenly, one operator spoke, yet his body remained utterly still, devoid of even the slightest movement. Old Yang, inform Queen Shu that we have located the second game crystal. The individual referred to as Old Yang is a somewhat plump young man. Upon hearing the news, he deftly manipulated the screen and replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, the Queen Shu they spoke of was personally seated in a sleek black sports car, rallying her recruitment team to gather more individuals to undertake the quest for the game crystals. It is indeed true that anyone who mingles in this vicinity, uttering the name of Queen Shu, invokes a sense of reverence that deters any confrontation. Consequently, numerous individuals have chosen to affiliate themselves with Queen Shu's entourage. A few minutes later, a red conical sports car approached the black round vehicle, and a woman leaned out of the window, exclaiming, "Commander Chu." The monitoring room at Terminal 2 has reported that they have discovered the second game crystal. Please advise. Before the window could fully descend, a resolute voice from within the car commanded, "Then dispatch 1000 personnel to infiltrate." Understood, Commander Chu. The woman, known as Commander Chu, turned her gaze towards the direction in which the sports car had vanished, murmuring to herself, "The second game crystal has been exposed so swiftly. Is the grand game about to erupt in full force?" Inside Commander Chu's vehicle, another woman suddenly inquired, "Chu Ling, are we to engage in battle with them soon?" Chu Ling chuckled heartily, and as the window, which had been partially lowered, ascended once more, the black sports car roared to life, darting away from the crystalline structure like a bolt of lightning. In this vast and unparalleled playground, a line of personnel from the recruitment department stands. Under their guidance, this crystal of contention appears particularly tranquil. Men and women, both middle-aged and youthful, occasionally pass by, some entering the crystal of contention. Chapter 26, Document 820. A sensation across the globe. Tao Wu has enlisted 6,251,329 individuals worldwide. This signifies that, in an instant, 6,251,329 lives vanished from the face of the earth. Following the initial day, as friends and family of the missing began posting about their loved ones on blogs, Facebook, Weibo, QQ, WeChat, or reporting them directly to authorities, the magnitude of this incident finally became apparent. I still remember the sorrow that enveloped society when a Peking University student went missing in the United States. I recall the intense media scrutiny when two sisters disappeared in a foreign land. I remember the uproar caused by the disappearance of a female teacher in another country. Yet, one cannot fathom the societal upheaval that the disappearance of 6 million identifiable individuals would provoke. On the very first day that this incident escalated across the internet, high-ranking officials from various nations had already begun discreetly engaging in frequent diplomatic exchanges. In terms of online public opinion, suppression was not a viable option. Such a course of action would be utterly imprudent. However, at the very least, various prominent figures within society would either proactively or reactively guide this terrifying conflict towards a more harmonious atmosphere. Classified Document 820 from Huagua, top secret line sealed. Document description. As of 4 a.m. on August 22, 2017, the number of missing persons in our nation stood at 1,012,344. With the majority of disappearances occurring after 6 p.m. on the evening of the 21st, details remain unclear. Concerning the current incident, there has been no progress thus far. 10 days have swiftly elapsed. However, this span of 10 days is unlike any other. For any nation, the disappearance of individuals has regrettably become a norm. Yet therein lies the crux of the issue. Even if millions vanish, scattered throughout the 365 days of a year and dispersed across every corner of the globe, coupled with the fact that many disappearances remain unreported, it does not incite a ripple of unrest in the world. In stark contrast, this concentrated decay, the near evaporation of a populace, has engendered profound shock worldwide. Millions of families, a magnitude that no force can suppress. The state of global affairs grows increasingly tense with each passing day. In a remote village, a young woman named Xinyuchen, with a round face reminiscent of a doll, sits on a rubber bench. In her hand, she clutches a low-cost mobile phone, with the QQ browser open to Baidu headlines. The screen is filled with alarming news. Millions mysteriously disappear worldwide. The commentary from public figures has long lost its significance amidst these 10 days of turmoil. Xinyuchen, who typically avoids the news, fortuitously logged into her browser today and became aware of the situation. In this underdeveloped and impoverished region, not a whisper of the event has reached her ears. Xinyuchen's expression betrays her alarm, and in that moment, her mind races with countless thoughts, overwhelming to the point that her legs grow unsteady, causing her to stumble over the bench as she attempts to rise. Yuchen, Tao Wu's mother, somewhat nervously, instructed you to dial the phone number of his homeroom teacher. Xinyuchen awkwardly opened her contact list and extracted the number labeled husband, which belonged to the old class teacher. Before long, the call connected. Hello, teacher. I am a family member of Tao Wu. May I inquire if he is available to take a call? All right, I shall wait. A fever? He is in the dormitory? Very well then. No need. I shall bring him some things tomorrow. Yes, I truly appreciate your assistance. You could say I owe you. This concludes today's update. To those awaiting the next installment, I sincerely apologize. Chapter 27, 649 threads. A faint glow of dawn emerged on the horizon, the air imbued with a refreshing dampness. A peculiar beauty that students in autumn both relished and resented. In the eastern expanse of the horizon lay an inconspicuous high school campus, where the light was dim and a newly painted girls' dormitory stood, named Yuhui Apartment, in a second-floor room marked 617. The tidy floor was strewn with 7 or 8 bed sheets. The previous evening, Tao Wu's homeroom teacher had instructed a youthful teacher from the first-year experimental class to convey a message. This teacher delivered the news that Xinyuchen would be coming to the school the following day. However, knowing this did not seem to bear much significance for Tao Wu today. All he needed to remember was to step out tomorrow. What truly deserves his remembrance is that the female teacher did not depart last night. Unwavering, he rose in the morning amidst a throng of female students. After a refreshing shower, he brushed his pearly whites and washed his handsome face. He was too lethargic to don his attire, simply vanishing from the dormitory. It was not until the clock struck 5:40 that the lights illuminated, prompting them to rise with great difficulty, attend to their hygiene, and partake in morning exercises. Over the past 10 days, the forces within the labyrinthine world have taken shape. Various factions, both large and small, have adopted a strategy of solidarity in the face of formidable external threats, culminating in the formation of a considerable collective. Ultimately, this entity became subject to the control of those vying for power, solidifying its status. Thus, the entire labyrinthine world has been meticulously organized. In the realm of the main God's data space, an infinite and boundless domain, where the virtual and the real coexist harmoniously, Tao Wu made his appearance, eliciting a gentle ripple of light in a pale green data stream. Welcome to your world, main God, a soothing female voice resonated. Ah, Tao Wu chuckled heartily. This system has taken to understanding human sentiment quite well. Do you hear that, dear brother? The voice adopted a soft, endearing tone beloved by those with a penchant for youthful charm, sweet and gentle, yet incomparable to the affected cooing of an adult woman. In fact, modern societies across the globe have embraced the concept of self-learning intelligent systems. When the training samples reach a sufficient magnitude, the results derived from the training data will closely approximate those drawn from the entirety of the data set. This elucidates the theoretical foundation underlying the ability of intelligent systems to draw inferences from singular instances. Regardless of the advancements through the ages, this theory remains a constant. Not only does it pertain to intelligent systems, but it also resonates with human self-directed learning, as well as the manifestations of high intelligence and emotional acuity. The primary divine system adheres to this notion as well. Therefore, Tao Wu does not reject the sophistication of the primary divine system, provided that it lacks free will. To paraphrase a famous individual, what does it matter? Moreover, Tao Wu finds himself increasingly enamored by it. As he contemplates, his expression gradually shifts to one of seriousness, a reflection of his earnestness. In such moments, he diligently employs his paramount authority to meticulously adjust the various loopholes within the labyrinthine world that detract from the reduction of entropy. These minute adjustments, albeit subtle, significantly tax the system's computational capabilities. Rather than this, it would be far more advantageous for Tao Wu, the primary deity, to personally oversee the proceedings. It is only through prudent foresight and striving to maximize the income from entropy reduction that a new avenue for future expansion of the system's computational power can be opened. In a more illuminated realm lies the value assessment annex brought forth by the data-driven system. One such annex has been thoroughly completed. World No. 2. Value rankings of the labyrinthine world. This ranking is predicated upon a singular dimension of game contribution values. The core of this list is the optimal evaluation of contribution values in the grand game scenarios of the labyrinth. Resources are allocated based on the rankings of this list to enhance computational efficiency. Number 1. Chung Idong Line. Game contribution value 1,059 for 138. Number of participants 30, 127. No. 2. Chuling Line. No. 3. My Yuji Fengzi Line. No. 4. No. 649, Xiaobingi Line, game contribution value, 2,500. Assembly count, 1803. These lines shimmer within this data space, vibrant green streams converging above the auxiliary area, providing the system with an unending supply of entropy reduction. This illustrates the application of the rules governing entropy reduction interaction. The enigmatic overseer, with a soul on the brink of dissolution, incites slaughter to accumulate points. The protagonist stands in the void, gazing skyward. Then, let us kill. The ongoing grand scenes include the Slaughter Hotel and Werewolf game. Speaking of which, playing Werewolf these days has been exhilarating. Both this dream and Xiao Qi have forged a friendship, mutually looking out for one another as newcomers. The Overseer's construction faction invites exploration. Chapter 28, Garage. The game is the truth of the world. While Chu Ling dispatches companions to infiltrate other game crystals, several factions from these crystals also penetrate her realm. Each game crystal has a finite number of tasks. This has long been known among the major factions. Queen Chu, look at us. Hifumi Rintaro stands before Chu Ling, wishing to position himself behind her. For the pressure emanating from Queen Chu grows stronger with each passing day. He cannot fathom how this woman maintains an eternally stern visage. Now, Hifumi Rintaro has seemingly transformed into a figure of great authority. He donned an exquisite suit, worth 5 points, and to the untrained eye, he would not be perceived as a mere programmer, but rather as a CEO. Beside Chu Ling stood a delicate young lady of remarkable beauty. However, those in the know were aware that this was merely a peculiar preference of Queen Chu. Enter. How could one not? Behind Chu Ling were thousands of summoned core teammates. The area they occupied was but a fraction of the vast square, scarcely even 1% of its size. To their right stood the exclusive gaming crystal of Chu Ling's team. Lord Tufong was accompanied by just 2 burly black men and a robust white man. The presence of 4 individuals among thousands created an immense pressure, quite overwhelming. Today, it seemed, was particularly unfortunate for Tufong Rintaro. Currently, Chu Ling's team boasted over 30,000 members. Half of this number congregated within the vicinity of the gaming crystal, accepting tasks and engaging in mutual cooperation akin to certain games. The other half was dispersed among 3 nearby gaming crystals. Some had pledged their allegiance on the spot, while others, as core teammates, endeavored to persuade the locals while also seizing minor tasks to secure essential supplies for their survival. As for the remaining quarter, they were entirely absorbed in the duties of the monitoring room. Typically, 3 monitoring screens were overseen by a single individual, thus a wall comprised 4 monitors. Each monitoring room accommodated 17 individuals, one of whom was a true professional in the field. Once the area has been thoroughly surveyed, the team will, as per instructions, be led by a professional to establish the next terminal monitoring room. Conversely, the role of the professional is both exhausting and devoid of assistance. Such a professional is embodied by Lord Tuesday. In this labyrinthine world, there are currently 3 known types of black door spaces. Firstly, the most commonplace black door space. characterized by 3 white walls and 1 food cupboard. Within the central compartment, one typically finds a novice's equipment, a dagger, wrist blades, a hammer, or perhaps something else. Secondly, the terminal monitoring room, with walls entirely composed of liquid crystal displays. Beneath the LCD surveillance screens lies a row of touchscreen operators for the user's convenience. Thirdly, there exist black door spaces devoid of any personnel. These spaces are neither too numerous nor too scarce, yet their quality is remarkably high. Generally, they contain a supersonic vehicle, which has become a standard among various factions. The more prestigious spaces might house a supersonic truck, a coveted prize fiercely contested by the major powers. A single truck, capable of accommodating a quarter of its capacity with a formidable force, is akin to a human artillery platform equipped for 70 to 80 individuals, outnumbering 2 platoons. Lastly, the pinnacle of these spaces is referred to as the garage black door space. This type resembles an underground parking facility featuring 4 rows with 3 columns, capable of accommodating up to 12 supersonic vehicles. The allure of such a space far surpasses that of a solitary truck. However, for anyone attempting to forcibly intrude, it is merely a tad less daunting than reaching the heavens. Today, the Black Gate space discovered by Hinata Rintaro is precisely such a garage. Before the Black Gate space stands a group of around 20 individuals, with Hinata Rintaro at the forefront. Today, this garage, the Black Gate space, marks the 318th discovery made by our Chu team since uncovering the sonic racing vehicle. He is acutely aware of the peril associated with this mission. Hence, there are certain words he must articulate beforehand. Initially, the concept of a garage was introduced by a woman, adept in the realm of computers, who undertook missions. Regrettably, their team was rather inept, and failure was ultimately unavoidable. However, we are different. My capabilities far surpass that of that woman. We shall undoubtedly succeed. I also hope you remember that this is a mission personally mandated by Queen Chu. We must devote ourselves entirely to its fulfillment. Should I discover anyone attempting to flee midway, well, we might as well embark on a collective demise. A profound silence enveloped the group for several seconds. To them, it seemed that Lord Hinata's words were, in a sense, rather pitiful. After all, Hinata Rintaro is merely a timid homebody. Rather than inspiring courage, his words stem from a fear of Chu Ling's retribution. Without further ado, the performance of Lord Hinata commences. All right. From this moment forth, everyone shall heed my commands. Rintaro Tokahao shouted, 12 of you, stay close to the black door. Be cautious not to lean too close, or it may topple. The rest should be prepared to assist. Everyone anxiously pressed against the space of the black door. Under the watchful gaze of over 20 pairs of eyes, the black door creaked open. What lay beyond was a fantastical realm of the black door space. Within this space were countless dazzling lights, shimmering reds, vibrant hues, lasers, and a spectrum of brilliance, both intense and subtle, rotating lights. These illuminations evidently possessed an inherent exuberance, blending colors to create a vivid three-dimensional experience. Looking up, one could see that the white walls were adorned with large, rotating lights that also flashed. It was reminiscent of a nightclub atmosphere. In such a setting, 12 sonic speed vehicles unleashed a barrage of lasers, dazzling enough to blind anyone who gazed upon them. However, simultaneously, 3 additional black doors opened. In an instant, this modest garage was bustling with 80 to 90 individuals. Nevertheless, Rintaro Tokahao, a seasoned veteran of tumultuous experiences, quickly directed his attention to a control system nestled in the corner. The pathway leading to this control system was the only corridor devoid of any illuminating lights. Rintaro swallowed hard and cautiously navigated through the shadowed recesses untouched by the vibrant lights. At the entrance, 12 individuals pressed against the black door line, while another 10 stood closely behind them. Concurrently, everyone outside the 3 additional black doors mimicked their actions. 12 individuals anchored themselves to the black door line, with the remaining individuals poised to reinforce as needed. The subsequent tasks are beyond the comprehension of mere business professionals. For the 80 or so individuals, the only requirement from Lord Tukaba is to heed the commands, tread cautiously in the absence of illumination, and follow real-time directives. A single misstep could lead to a tragic demise. However, to retreat, I apologize, Queen Chu, would indeed result in their utter annihilation. Many of these individuals can be regarded merely as spoils of war for Queen Chu, yet they remain distanced from the inner circle. Nothing more. Chapter 29, Strategy. Elevate high, oh my heavens. Tokuba Rintaro appeared as if in a stupor, unable to recover from the overwhelming dread. This marked his 11th attempt to reboot the operating system. But who could discern the actions he had undertaken? Inside the garage, countless lights illuminated the surroundings, casting vibrant hues upon walls rendered unrecognizable, smeared with splattered blood. Beneath the four walls stood the gaping black doors, wide open. This scene, reminiscent of four pillars rising at each corner, supported an immeasurable celestial wall, presenting a sight of immense grandeur. Yet, more profound than this magnificence is the unrelenting cruelty laid bare before them. From the earlier 70 or 80 individuals, only 30 or so remained. These survivors bore witness to their comrades, torn asunder under the harsh glare of the lights, exuding an eerie, possibly colorful smoke. This smoke emanated an overwhelming stench from their very bones, a foulness so profound that even their fellow companions struggled to endure the nausea. In the midst of such adversity, the frequency of errors among the crowd only escalated. Who orchestrated all of this? It was none other than Chu Ling. Yet, her formidable authority was sufficient to compel them into submission. Thus, they could only grumble about Toka Rintaro. What kind of technique is this? Did you graduate from Blue Sky Technical School? If you lack the necessary skill, you ought not to undertake such delicate tasks. Did you summon a monkey to drive us to our demise? Brothers, let us abandon this endeavor. If we continue to heed his words, we shall find ourselves in a dire predicament. Indeed, let this task be damned. In an instant, the fragile vessel of friendship they had painstakingly built was upended. What to do? Toka Rintaro incessantly questioned himself, fully aware of the answer, yet tormented by the harsh reality that obscured his future, relentlessly probing his fragile heart. Returning was undoubtedly a path to ruin. It was not that Queen Chu sought his demise. In fact, she had likely never regarded him with any significance. Initially, during the nascent stages of his growth, there had been some semblance of hope. However, now, to his knowledge, within Chu's organization of 30,000, at least 50 individuals surpassed him in expertise in computing and coding. Even those hackers they had unearthed were of a caliber far beyond his own. Furthermore, the animosity stemming from the demise of one of the 6 women clad in red, part of the sisterhood that Chu Ling had once led, left no room for alternatives. And as for Chu Ling, she could effortlessly dispatch another masterful computer expert. To flee? Perhaps defection was the only option, rather than becoming a rootless drifter, ultimately facing complete elimination in the grand game. It is preferable to carry with one a fragment of information that may be significant, perhaps slightly significant, or perhaps just somewhat valuable. In any case, it possesses a modicum of worth, and thus one might seek to defect. However, the territory here is under the scrutiny of the Chuqing Network Department. How can this be circumvented? This can indeed be navigated. He might encounter acquaintances who come to investigate, yet he gambles on their ignorance regarding his defection. Seizing the moment of surprise, he could execute a stunning ambush. Toru Hijikata could emulate those gallant figures of the forest and present his own declaration of allegiance. Thus, 2 days later, Toru Hijikata arrived before an individual, each hand grasping a clump of hair. The hair belonged to a woman, which he had seized. This person, he had thoroughly investigated, was affiliated with an organization known as the Yellow Alliance. Upon witnessing this scene, the other party was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, those engaged in clandestine affairs possess remarkably swift reflexes. Soon, the incident was reported, claiming the discovery of a high-ranking male figure. Consequently, Toru Hijikata swiftly garnered the attention of the Yellow Alliance, ascending to a visible position of authority within the organization. Of course, such high-profile extraction efforts were common practice for the Yellow Alliance. Similarly, the Chuqing Protection Team was engaged in analogous activities. 649 lines. 649 teams. All were involved. Returning to the present, time swiftly progressed to the following day at noon. No, it was the moment of utmost delight for the students. Precisely at 11:40 a.m., as a model aircraft soared through the clear sky, the once tranquil campus transformed dramatically. The initial commotion erupted at the classroom doorway, where a throng of students poured out from various classrooms, culminating at the exit of the teaching building in a dense wave of eager pupils. Their singular purpose was as innocent as that of young girls in their early years, the race to secure a meal. For instance, the tantalizing allure of deep-fried meat chunks or a tenuan chicken leg lunch never favored those who ambled leisurely. As the dormitory buildings opened their doors, Tao Wu descended from the girls' dormitory. Occasionally, someone might catch a glimpse of her but would think little of it, often assuming she was simply visiting relatives or delivering lunch, perhaps even bringing a touch of warmth. Tao Wu gazed up at the sky, which bore the displeased hue of the sun. Chapter 30. The exit of the labyrinth world in the heavens, the sun's rays, infused with malice, blazed down. Xinyechen stepped outside, adorned in a floral dress that someone must have favored, falling neither too long nor too short. It accentuated her slightly round face, evoking a unique charm. A light blue hair tie, resembling a plastic tube, secured her hair that cascaded past her shoulders, meticulously tied into a bow by its owner. Delicate, charming, and subtly beautiful. She would earn a score of 6.5. Clearly, these were efforts made to please Tao Wu. She had changed into this outfit after a long journey to the county, perhaps in a fitting room of a supermarket. After school, the entrance of Minkong No. 1 high school was bustling with parents diligently delivering lunch to their children, carrying bags filled with food, seeking to enrich their offspring's nutrition. A multitude of strikingly beautiful young women gracefully interspersed among the ordinary ones, bestowing upon the young men a delightful, natural charm. 2 exquisitely attractive girls engaged in idle chatter with a more unremarkable-looking girl standing beside them, evidently well acquainted with Xinyechen. Upon hearing the news of Xinyechen's recent marriage, the trio's innate talent for gossip ignited like a roaring flame, burning with fervor. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, most of the parents began to exit the campus. Xinyechen, who remained vigilant at the school gates, suddenly pointed. "Look, isn't the person you were talking about just arriving? Where? Yet." The laughter of the 3 girls grew unexpectedly brief. Soon, the 2 other beautiful girls exchanged awkward glances, their lips twitching in discomfort, standing stiffly, uncertain of what to say. The sudden change in her friends did not attract Xinyechen's attention. With a beaming smile, she waved toward the school, teasing her friends with a serious demeanor. "So, what do you think? Are you astonished by my unique perspective? I'm not exaggerating with my discerning eye. You won't find another like me in the entire school." She playfully raised a finger, looking at her 3 friends with a grin. The tall, elegant girl in black awkwardly nodded. "Yes, your taste is quite unique, Xiao Xiao. Yiqin, what do you both say?" Xiao Xiao, a beautiful girl clad in a fitted long-sleeve black and white striped top, stood slightly shorter than Xinyechen. She and the nearby Li Yiqin smiled broadly, exaggeratedly expressing their admiration. "I was taken aback. Are you 3 not feeling a tinge of jealousy towards your elder sister today?" Tao Wu had already approached, and Xinyechen jokingly rolled her eyes at her friends, then waved her hand with a smile, saying, "Over here. Look here." The days spent at home over the past few weeks had nearly driven her to despair. In the presence of these friends, Xinyechen's youthful spirit blossomed anew. "How have you been, dear husband? Are you doing well, dear husband? Are you warm enough, dear husband?" Tao Wu's gaze drifted past the obstructing Xinyechen and landed on the 3 girls standing behind her. "Who are these?" "Oh, these are my companions. Come. Let me introduce you. It's good to have someone to look out for you at school, right?" No need. The tall girl in black, her face betraying her embarrassment, insisted, "We can introduce ourselves. This is not something you should handle. I am Zhang Xueqing, and this is Li Yiqin." Zhang Xueqing winked repeatedly at Xiao Qiao, exclaiming, "This is Xiao Qiao. How fortuitous." "Is that so?" Tao Wu responded with a non-committal smile, subtly mimicking Michael as he straightened his posture, causing the 3 girls to feel a wave of nervousness. Fortunately, it was Tao Wu's moment of wisdom, under his absolute control. The 5 of them effortlessly left the school and reserved a table at the nearest Lu Di restaurant, engaging in conversation while dining. As for Xinyechen, she booked a room, while Tao Wu discreetly arranged for Zhang Xueqing and Xiao Qiao to share another room, where they spent the entire night engaged in certain indescribable activities, which need not be elaborated upon. 3 days later, a female disciple of Miyuki Fuko, while en route with the credentials from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, stumbled upon the exit of the labyrinthine world. This location bore no distinctive features compared to any other place. However, as one approached within 50 meters, a grand doorway adorned with densely inscribed characters would materialize upon the white walls of the maze. Chapter 31. Countless exits. The vastness of the labyrinthine world is beyond imagination. In its initial conception, it was nearly equivalent in size to the entire Earth, a feat unattainable by mere human effort. Even with vehicles capable of traveling hundreds of meters per second, the colossal jade-colored gate before them resembled a rock flower blooming amidst stone. showcasing its ironclad resolve to the world. This was the exit of the labyrinthine world. Kespit stood at the forefront, with Mayuki Fuko beside him. Behind them gathered a multitude of allies, summoned from nearby locales, numbering in the thousands. Kespit traced the intricate patterns on the gate, gliding his fingers along the 3 mm wide seam from the top to the bottom. This door had yet to be opened. He muttered to himself as he stepped back, allowing him to observe the black gate, covered in stripes, with each of its 2 panels inscribed with a multitude of characters. All of these were in English. Unbeknownst to him, however, in Mayuki's eyes, they transformed into Japanese. Thus, Mayuki Fuko stepped forward and inquired, "Boss, would you like me to translate it for you?" Kespit pondered momentarily. "You see it in Japanese?" Mayuki Fuko tightened her somewhat loose belt. "Indeed. I find it unnecessary. In my eyes, it has transformed into English." Mayuki Fuko felt no surprise. She took a step back to show her respect. On the left panel of the door, a sparse array of data was inscribed as follows. Currently, there are 23 pathways available for departing from the labyrinthine world. All pathways are named after the characters who have accepted the great game of the maze task. First pathway, Qingidong. Game points, 1, 963, 804. Second pathway, Chuling. Game points, 1, 812, 691. Third pathway, Mayuki Fuko. Game points, 1, 760, 455. Please press both hands of the task recipient against either side of the exit door, or press a pass bearing the handwritten signature of the task recipient against the door seen to open the exit. 23rd pathway. Game points, 1, 062, 478. The right panel of the door could only be described as densely packed. 24th pathway, Yoloki. Game points, 992, 645. 649th pathway. Game points, 19, 240. Kespit furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the information for quite some time. Suddenly, he turned to Mayuki Fuko, causing her heart to flutter with unease. However, what Kespit pondered was an entirely different matter. He pointed to the name at the end of the list, asking, "Do you think they still have a way out?" Mayuki Fuko looked up at Kespit and shook her head. "There is no way out. However, his teammates still have a chance." Kespit laughed heartily, clapping his hands. "We, as a team, are their lifeline. What do you think of the idea of recruiting him? Moreover, he is ticking off the 648th line, the 647th line. He. They all have no way out. Yet, we can offer them a path to survival." Kespit gazed earnestly at Mayuki Fuko. "Do you understand my intent, my darling Mayuki?" Of course, Mayuki Fuko responded with a smile, but then pointed out, "Boss, look here." Following her finger, there was a line of large white letters at the top of the striped black door, merely larger in size. Kespit looked up to see it boldly stating, "Exit of the Maze World, number 1061. The implication of this statement, devoid of logical scrutiny, was evidently informing everyone that, indeed, this was merely the 1061st exit of the Maze World. If nothing else, this world must contain at least 1,000 exits. Not to mention the positional significance of 1061 within the entire numbering system. However, how many teams are there altogether in the Maze World?" Kespit's gaze drifted again to the bottom line of the right door panel. 649 lines. But there are at least 1061 exits. Mayuki Fuko chuckled softly, reminding him, "Boss, just consider how vast this maze world is. Even if there are thousands of exits, does that guarantee they can all be discovered? For instance, regarding this door, to my knowledge, the other 3 long-standing rivals have likely yet to uncover it. Moreover, even if all were discovered, what would it matter? Ultimately, only 200 may escape. What shall become of the remaining 449? As the enchanting Mayuki Fuko delicately traced her fingers across Kespit's chest, she inquired, "Boss, what do you suppose they should do?" In a place where 2 blossoms bloom, each telling its own tale, there exists a location along the southern coast of Huagua, often referenced throughout the annals of history. In the El Shirchuanxio, it is known as Baiwe. In the records of the Grand Historian, it is referred to as Nanyue. And in the Book of Han, it is transformed into Nanyue. This region is Guangdong Province. To the north of Guangdong lies a vast expanse of mountainous terrain. The inhabitants of these mountains, while relishing the beauty of nature, also endure the hardships of poverty. Within this area exists a locale, Minkong County, which has become a spiritual bastion for the mountain dwellers. Today, in a certain village nestled in the mountains, 2 unexpected visitors arrived. Clad in simple attire, They drove a dust-covered vehicle. Upon their arrival, they began inquiring at each household. Ultimately, they crossed a rice field and traversed a sugarcane patch, arriving at their destination. Here, a row of 5 or 6 thatched and stone houses stood in unison. Against the backdrop of the thatched huts, a humble bungalow at the beginning of the path stood out distinctly. Though it too bore signs of wear, it exuded a touch more grandeur than the thatched abodes. Thus, the two individuals first rapped upon the door of the bungalow. Moments later, a figure emerged to open the gate. After a brief conversation among the three, the homeowner pointed in a certain direction. There stood a dilapidated adobe house, where a woman was washing clothes at the entrance. She was none other than Tao Wu's mother. Chapter 32. The Labyrinthine World. The final chapter, a swift gust of wind rushed in, abruptly halting with a sharp, piercing shriek. "Boss!" Before you could approach, the delicate voice of Mayuki Kazuki floated through the air, laden with an air of keen observation. Indeed, this boss exuded an air of dominance and relished in a breathy demeanor. Behind Casapito stood a multitude of high-ranking officials, positioned in front of 4 trucks. Through the transparent tempered glass, one could observe that each truck was occupied by a group of robust men, fully armed. Although they were referred to as fully armed, it was amusing to note that none of them bore the impressive firearms one might expect. The reason lay in the fact that the gambling crystal had no stock of weapons or ammunition to exchange. Consequently, they were left with only daggers and claw-like weapons for close combat. Whether it was the submissive demeanor deliberately portrayed by Mayuki Kazuki or the reverence exhibited by her core teammates, it all greatly pleased Casapito. With a voice rich in the essence of New York, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Mayuki Kazuki swept her gaze over the crowd with her doe-like eyes. And wherever her gaze landed, no one dared to meet her eyes. Immediately, Mayu leaned forward, almost pressing against Caspit's chest, her crimson lips lightly brushing against his ear. "The Don Quixote team has surrendered. What splendid news." Caspit playfully smacked Mayu's pert rear, to which she dutifully stepped back half a pace, aiding him in maintaining his imposing presence before the crowd. This boss was indeed a master at commanding the morale of his troops, and he bellowed, "The Don Quixote team has capitulated. My friends, shall we not care for them properly?" As if responding to his call, a breeze whispered through, reminiscent of a rustling sound. Their inherent strength was growing ever more formidable. The Chuling Protection Team. The Chung Idong Team. Each squad varied in might. At that moment, the entire labyrinthine world ignited with fervor. Day by day, conflicts erupted among the various teams. The top-ranking squads, akin to 5 notorious ruffians, toyed with every team they encountered. Absorption and assimilation became the singular melody of this maze realm. 21 days later, Chung Yidong stood before the grand exit of the labyrinthine world. Behind him loomed a shadowy mass of countless comrades, stretching for thousands of meters. In front of Chung Yidong stood a pair of imposing black doors, adorned with countless intricate stripes. Upon the left door's wall, the following data is inscribed. Currently, there exist 217 pathways leading out of the labyrinthine world, each named after an individual who has accepted the grand game quest. In the next moment, this number changes to 216. The first pathway, named the Chuling Path, boasts a game score of 21,644,548. The second pathway, the Chung Idong Path, holds a score of 20,431,296. To open the exit, the quest takers must press their hands simultaneously against either side of the grand exit door, or place a travel permit bearing the quest taker's signature snugly against the door's crevice. The third pathway, the Meiyo Jifengzi Path, has a score of 19,060,455. The 215th pathway, with a score of 1,782,972. In the next moment, only 214 pathways remain. Half a minute later, there are merely 213 pathways left. In stark contrast, the right door's wall stands barren, devoid of any markings. Clearly, the several hundred individuals who accepted the quests have all pledged allegiance to a particular faction. The diminishing number of teams unmistakably conveys to all, "You may continue playing, but I shall take my leave." After a few minutes, even the 4th-ranked team has opted to exit the labyrinthine world. Now, only 186 teams remain. Their departure signifies a singular exit. Yet, what is truly terrifying? It is the Grand Game Quest, which permits only 200 teams to pass. Chung Yidong's expression remains unchanged as he stands before the dark door, lingering in contemplation. The entire Chung Yidong team, consisting of 71,024 comrades, is dispersed across this vast expanse. After 3 hours, only 40 teams remain in the labyrinthine world. At this juncture, merely 24 slots are left for the grand game task. Clearly, one of the teams, besieged by strategic maneuvers, has chosen to surrender to the Miyuki Fuko line. As for how this was discerned, Cheng Yidong helplessly rubbed his temples. The rankings, under the constant scrutiny of his gaze, had subtly shifted. There, on the third line, Miyuki Fuko line, game points, 20,349. For 55, this figure was alarmingly close to Cheng Yidong's own score. Suddenly, at a certain moment, a speeding car raced through a deliberately left passage. Subsequently, a sharply dressed black man stepped out briskly. Cheng Yidong immediately regained his composure and approached with a translator in tow. "My good fellow, since you have arrived, please make the announcement swiftly." The man was awestruck by what he had witnessed along the way, responding affirmatively with repeated good, good. The translator, standing earnestly beside Cheng Yidong, meticulously verified the details before signing Cheng Yidong's 3 Chinese characters. Just as the final stroke was completed, as expected, the leaderboard underwent a significant transformation. First line, Cheng Yidong line, game points, 24,131, 690. However, such occurrences, evidently, the Chuling team had not been idle either. For just a few minutes later, upon Cheng Yidong opening the black door, the rankings shifted once more. This transformation has resulted in the score of the Chuling battle team surpassing that of Cheng Yidong's team by over 1,000,000 points. However, at this juncture, what significance do such matters hold? Cheng Yidong, filled with frustration, waved his hand and led the more than 70,000 individuals toward the ominous black door. Chapter 33. The sole requirement is to survive this realm is one of utter void. One cannot discern even the outstretched fingers, nor can one perceive the air surrounding them. It resembles lying upon a hospital bed, relying on life support systems to endure the remaining days. In such an environment, if one's spirit manages to remain lucid, it is undoubtedly a form of cruel punishment. Fortunately, after approximately 3 to 4 minutes, everything began to transform. The change originated from the depths of the void ahead. A group emerged, a stark contrast of white against the black, an extreme differentiation that nevertheless imparted a non-dazzling sensation. Soon, they coalesced, enveloping this space. In an instant, white supplanted black, becoming the sole hue in this world. Subsequently, an incessant interplay of black and white ensued, alternating with extraordinary rapidity and devoid of any discernible pattern, reminiscent of binary data, zeros and ones, serving as the fundamental principles of existence. At long last, after an indeterminate passage of time, a brilliant light emerged. The scent of brine-laden sea breeze was intoxicating. Upon the vast ocean, waves surged, some rising to heights of 10 feet. Amidst the tumultuous waves lay a secluded isle, basking in the endless caress of the sea. Occasionally, a solitary seagull would dart from the expanse of sky to the waves, landing gracefully upon a coconut tree on this isolated island. On this island, Cheng Yidong stood at the beach, surrounded by countless teammates. To be precise, there were 129 individuals. The crowd was bustling, filled with chatter and commotion, completely oblivious to, or perhaps unwilling to accept the reality that having conquered the labyrinthine world did not signify the conclusion of the game. Anxiety, despair, and perhaps even a smattering of excitement and anticipation permeated the sunless sky above the island, casting a gray atmosphere over the scene. "Everyone, please quiet down." Cheng Yidong attempted to soothe the throng, but his voice was swiftly drowned out by the cacophony. Reluctantly, he began to seek out his core teammates, hoping they could help calm the ordinary players by radiating reassurance outward. Gradually, as many began to feel the pangs of hunger, a semblance of tranquility returned to the island. In that very moment, a resounding female voice swept across the island, traversing through the throng of over 100,000. "Congratulations on standing out in the labyrinthine world and achieving a temporary victory." The voice paused momentarily, and the crowd erupted in fervent discussion, many shouting fervently, eager to lash out at the unseen source of the voice with a metaphorical whip. Even Cheng Yidong was momentarily taken aback, caught in a web of disbelief and confusion. Was this truly a game, or merely a jest of the divine? The female voice granted the crowd but a fleeting moment to catch their breath before dropping yet another bombshell. "You currently find yourselves in the realm of the island world, a land both bountiful and fraught with peril. Here, A plethora of seafood awaits to alleviate your hunger, while the coconut groves provide refreshing juice to aid your digestion. Yet, lurking beneath the waves are countless monstrous denizens of the deep, poised to unleash bloody calamities upon you. The first wave of threats will be assessed 30 minutes after the signal sounds, rated at 1.5 stars. The second wave will emerge 217 minutes later, evaluated at 2 stars. The third wave will arise 31 hours hence, with a threat level of 3 stars. The signal, a solitary blast, will serve as your forewarning. As an additional note, as a reward for conquering the maze world, all of your equipment will be permitted for use in this scenario. The whistle will sound in 10 minutes. May you have the fortitude to survive. Chung Yidong. Fellow islanders, what more can they say? What more can they say? What more can they say? Fate is akin to a violation. When resistance is futile, one might as well demand a position of power. With nearly 6,000 in core combat strength and over 90,000 comrades, Chung Yidong stands as the supreme leader. He designates 100 individuals for the role of his communication team. 100 regional leaders will be appointed, maintaining consistent contact with the communication team. Each regional leader will select 2 individuals as dedicated messengers, overseeing a force of nearly 1,000. Within this group, a portion will also serve as porters. What is being transported? Naturally, it is medical supplies and pharmaceuticals. Simultaneously, there are specialists with expertise in bandaging acting as temporary medics. On the island, amidst the uncertainties of maritime crises, injuries are indeed inevitable, necessitating timely dressing and medication. In the case of those who are disabled, bleeding can be staunched first, followed by concentrated care from several individuals. This is also to alleviate their concerns, allowing the team to unleash their essential strength. After all, the wonders experienced in this realm have already been encountered in the labyrinthine world. Even the resurrection of severed limbs is universally believed. The leadership is bustling. The combatants are engaged. Those tasked with chopping down coconut trees carry out their duty to establish small killing zones. For instance, with the formidable stumps as weapons, and the flat island having scarce vines, they strip the bark from the coconut trees to fashion tripwires and slingshots. At this moment, an industriousness, rarely seen in a modern city, permeates the entire island. Moreover, no one dares to squander even a second. Chapter 34. Mindset. Every individual yearns for strength. Much like every reader of online literature has dreamt of transcending to immortality, there is a sincere longing for the arrival of a golden finger of fate. If one could acquire a nefarious protagonist template, it would be even more delightful. Yet, the reality remains that the unfortunate shall forever be unfortunate. In the boundless realm of data, Tao Wu stands as a deity, elevated by streams of light. The luminous flow supports him, while more light radiates from his being, penetrating the infinite data space, rendering it indistinguishable whether he generates the light or if the light is being consumed by him. System, commence logging. The log has been recorded. Log number, Maze World Sequence, file number 1. 1. Total number of participants, 6, 250, 981. Death toll, 2, 765, 640. Total number of survivors, 3, 485, 341. Number of males, 1, 812, 301, accounting for 51, 9978. Number of females, 1, 673, 040, accounting for 48, 0022. Percentage of those meeting physical standards, 99, 9,517. Percentage of those meeting IQ standards, 69, 4610. Percentage of those meeting EQ standards, 99, 9107. Key output figures, Chung Yidong line, detailed data. Chu Ling line, detailed data. 2. Data from various rankings. 3. Total contribution data. Note, historical computing power invested, 4029. 2644. Invested individuals, 6, 250, 981. Deceased, 2, 765, 640. Successfully adapted individuals, 3, 910, 434. Deceased, 671, for 60. Total income entropy reduction value, 121. 6,741. Click to view detailed income records. Tao Wu, in a low voice, asked, "Have you calculated the optimal entropy reduction value required for expanding the narrative world?" "It has been computed. The system recommends a war world template. Please take a look, Lord God." "Oh, Tao Wu perked up, gazing at the holographic data presented by the system. On one hand, it could connect with the combat instincts garnered from the experiences in Shanghai Island. On the other hand, the brutal nature of the war mode could further sharpen their minds, serving as preparation for the future. How much entropy reduction is sufficient? If we establish a fundamental narrative world, the requisite entropy reduction value is 218.5647, which can support the simultaneous operation of 1,000 replicated worlds. Consequently, each replicated world would necessitate an entropy reduction of merely 0.3104. Should it be utilized only once, the required entropy reduction would amount to 0.5446 per replicated world, which is rather impractical and not advisable. The optimal capacity for a replicated world is limited to 2,856 individuals. Tao Wu turned to observe a projected image, revealing the island randomly assigned to the Chu Ling battle team, where over 110,000 individuals were currently executing the plan. He believed that this perilous island world would be sufficient to extract the necessary points. Tao Wu clapped his hands and chuckled softly, feeling an overwhelming sense of control igniting within him. In the past, he would have undoubtedly felt a tinge of panic upon learning of someone's demise, likely haunted by dreams of the day's events. However, the present is markedly different. His perspective has shifted. Now, Tao Wu finds himself within this data space, perceiving it as a game, one that he has meticulously modeled. Everything occurring within the game becomes a fervent aspiration for his advancement. Whether it pertains to the demise of over 270,000 ordinary humans or marking valuable individuals among them, it all resembles the experience of playing Minecraft to him, all for his own benefit. Initially, Tao Wu was intrigued by his own indifference towards life, yet that thought was fleeting. Whether in the labyrinthine realms of reality or the perilous, yet tangible, islands of existence, both are the creations of his own hand. Moreover, the impending deployment of a war world template can be manifested in abundance, provided he invests sufficient entropy reduction. For those astute human beings, the potential for creation is limitless. Thus, why would he sacrifice his own developmental pace to preserve life as much as possible? Should Tao Wu desire it, once he reaches a certain level of prosperity, even the recreation of Earth as it was in 2003 would be within his grasp. Although this may seem a distant prospect, to Tao Wu, it appears inevitable. The not-so-distant future is entirely within sight. After a moment of contemplation, Tao Wu activated a system network. Within this network, there existed an entry point capable of infiltrating all of Earth's networks. With a mere thought, his brainwaves radiated outward, swiftly breaching the entry point. Upon entry, he encountered a brand new interface. At the top, a search portal awaited. His brainwaves traversed through it, leading him to input real-time surveillance footage of Chairman Mi of Huagua. In the next instant, an image materialized on the system network panel. Chapter 35. The World AG Organization. The figure of Chairman Mi appeared on the screen. An elderly gentleman in his 60s, clad in a tailored gray suit, bent over a substantial document to affix his signature. After a considerable duration, he closed the file, which bore numerous confidentiality seals. A deep crimson wax seal marked it, the clear imprint unmistakably revealing a circle of red lettering. The sole designated entity of the World AG Organization. Tao Wu recited the circle of red characters, pondering which AG organization it referred to and which entity from Huagua it implicated. He shook his head, finding the situation amusing. It seemed he had not been attentive to the recent maneuvers of global leaders, and now he was utterly perplexed. In truth, he should have displayed an expression of fear at the thought of being discovered by his nation, destined to spend his remaining days on the experimental platform. However, the nations of Earth appeared woefully inadequate. It was not a matter of underestimating nuclear capabilities. Rather, he stood unabashedly before Tiananmen Square. And what of it? The crux of the matter was that no one recognized him. At that moment, Tao Wu felt akin to an adult playing a card game with children, stealthily inserting a worthless card into a tractor, unbeknownst to anyone, and emerging victorious without a care. After a moment's contemplation, he began to search the main divine network for this peculiar name, the World AG Organization. It was associated with a classified document stating that as of September 4, 2017, investigations revealed that the population of individuals capable of being involved in the 820 incident reached 5,996,710. Among them, Huagua was included, along with a video featuring a middle-aged man in white attire speaking with conviction. As of today, Over 17 million people globally have signed this contract. In other words, our AG has ascended to become the foremost exploration organization in the world. The governments of Huagua, the United States, Russia, the United Kingdom, France. These global titans have risen to safeguard our endeavors. Before him sat a group of elegantly dressed individuals, exuding an air of nobility. Among them was a certain chieftain, who engaged in conversation with several influential figures for quite some time. Eventually, as Tao Wu approached the conclusion of his remarks, the chieftain rose and declared, "We place our trust in your authority. Please extend our greetings to the various nations on our behalf." He made a precise gesture, touching his left shoulder with his right hand, before signing a document. At this point, Tao Wu found himself utterly perplexed, as this seemed markedly different from the purported AG organization he had heard about. He had initially assumed that the AG organization from Huagua had truly penetrated global boundaries. Steeling himself, he solemnly input the concept of the World AG organization. This time, he was relieved to find no overwhelming barrage of videos. The entire network presented only a single website, the World AG Organization Forum. Upon entering, he was greeted by a clean and orderly homepage. Notably, in the upper right corner, there was only a login option with no sign-up portal in sight. At the very top of the forum, a scrolling banner displayed what appeared to be communications from within a game world. "Chairman Me, thank you all for your hard work. Zhang Zi, welcome to the newcomers. I'll be waiting for you in the celebrity section. Aoba Ma. Today, I participated in a variety show in the leaders section. And Pei Jin Air, regarding the Engulf organization. I wish to share a perspective from the Oshima Empire." Chapter 36, AG Forum. Tao Wu pondered, is this truly a viable operation? It seems somewhat akin to an entertainment website, does it not? It is one thing for celebrities to mingle within, but when did Obama also make his entrance? The most amusing aspect is, when did the president of the nation begin to frequent entertainment websites? However, Tao Wu certainly does not perceive this site as one of mere entertainment. It is inconceivable that an organization capable of securing the personal signature of a representative such as President Me, who embodies both the party and the state, could be an entertainment entity. What took Tao Wu by surprise, however, was the exceptional confidentiality surrounding this organization, which proved remarkably high. A thorough sweep of the vast expanse of the internet, relying solely on vague keyword searches, yielded no easy access to information. He lifted his head, squinting at the holographic panel. The black segment represented leaders, the red indicated power institutions, the purple denoted influential wealth, and the yellow showcased celebrities. These four major sectors occupied half of the holographic display. The other half, however, was strikingly simple, consisting of merely 3 characters. Explorers. This design utilized no colors, only a misty treatment that rendered it both hazy and somewhat transparent. He relinquished the control of his brainwaves, leaning forward in an experimental manner to click on the Explorers section. As expected, the website promptly produced a pop-up. Home notice, please enter your serial number. It was evident that access to this site required an internal invitation. Nonetheless, in Tao Wu's perspective, it seemed no different from his private garden. Under the manipulation of brainwaves, the system effortlessly revised the data according to his requests. Specifically, for this AG organization, considering all internal personnel. The information conveyed in the previous video suggested a minimum of 17 million individuals. The notion of paper records seemed rather exaggerated. Thus, by discreetly exploiting a network vulnerability to supplement an electronic record, one would naturally avoid arousing suspicion. This account belonged to a random allocation, distributed with a unique serial number. Tao Wu directed his attention to the section labeled Celebrities. In no time, the previous information reappeared on the web page. A prompt appeared, please enter your serial number. After entering the serial number, the website prompted again to select a fingerprint for verification. Below were 2 fingerprint boxes, the left indicated left thumb, while the right indicated right thumb. Tao Wu contemplated. The electronic record was filled out entirely by the system, which presumably had anticipated this detail. However, he was genuinely unaware that logging into a website required such a modern feature as fingerprint verification. The fingerprint was easily validated, and the web page then automatically redirected. When the page became clear, a pop-up appeared before Tao Wu. Upon dismissing the pop-up, a simple page was revealed. The home page was filled with an array of celebrity figures. The posts from these well-known stars, whom Tao Wu recognized, were utterly bizarre. For instance, Fan Yi, Amit Chushan, live for you. Or, a certain bow. I have an appointment with Fomin village. For instance, regarding the enigma of the Olympian deities as discussed by Xiao Zi. The corners of Tao Wu's mouth twitched slightly. Could there truly exist a mysterious force in reality? Have the past 19 years of my life been in vain? Tao Wu quelled his tumultuous thoughts, harboring a subtle skepticism about his own existence, and sorrowfully clicked on Xiao Lizi's exploration of the Olympian enigma. Once loaded, the screen transitioned to a live video. The weathered Xiao Lizi, shaped by the passage of time, was interviewing a gray-haired man with golden locks. A rapid succession of incomprehensible English phrases filled the air. Beneath the live stream, a flurry of real-time comments scrolled fervently. Utilizing the system's translation, their dialogue unfolded as follows. Xiao Lizi, what is your perception of Aphrodite? The elderly gentleman, she is a harlot. Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? My wife, Tana, and I were wed under the auspices of the goddess of love. Yet today, my daughter reveals to me that she is not my biological child. Do you comprehend? It is perplexing, is it not? Pray tell, how can one argue that Aphrodite is not a harlot? Chapter 37. Understanding the main deity system. Without further contemplation, it becomes evident that the so-called enigma of the Olympian deities is merely a sensational gimmick. After swiftly perusing the entire forum, Tao Wu discerned the true significance of the AG organization. Here, AG serves as an abbreviation for and God in English, which translates to in Chinese. Also known as with the divine. Through collaboration with a divine organization, the aim is to unite the powers of nations across the globe, delving into the myriad of unknowns and unsolved mysteries. The immediate catalyst for this endeavor is undoubtedly the over 6 million cases of mass disappearances. However, from Tao Wu's perspective, or perhaps from the vantage point of many who can see from a higher plane, this is merely a fade employed by the authorities. The prominent figures within the initial 4 sectors have emerged through fantastical epics and historical oddities, simultaneously diverting a portion of the public's attention for various countries. This can be aptly described as a form of pure camaraderie. The establishment of the explorers sector has significantly heightened public enthusiasm. Frankly speaking, this exemplifies the government's consistent strategy when faced with problems that cannot be swiftly resolved. One need only recall how, in the past, the Americans redirected focus during the UFO incidents, shifting attention directly to science fiction writers. When asked what extraterrestrials resemble, one might as well turn left, for H.G. Wells awaits your visit. Upon grasping these insights, Tao Wu found everything to be exceedingly dull. He deactivated all holographic panels, and from a trivial entropy reduction, a genuine leather sofa materialized behind him. Leaning back, he felt it was 100 times more comfortable than his small bed at home. Influenced by the system's suggestion to read more, Tao Wu has, to date, managed to gain a rudimentary understanding of the system. To a certain extent, the magnitude of the system's computational power is akin to the floating point calculation speed of a computer, in contrast to traditional electronic computers, which operate on a serial computation model that results in an exponential increase in time consumption for larger numerical operations. Quantum computers significantly ameliorate this flaw through their parallel computation approach. Unlike conventional computers that rely on the absolute binary judgments of 0 and 1, quantum computers exhibit the phenomenon of quantum superposition, allowing for a remarkable optimization of floating point calculation speeds. Nevertheless, quantum computers are still encumbered by a substantial limitation known as decoherence. In simpler terms, this refers to the inability to replicate with precision at the human level, nor to simulate the entirety of the world down to the minutiae of bacteria and the expanses of oxygen, which constitutes a critical shortcoming. In more advanced realms, a type of computer known as the new gravitational matrix parallel computing system has emerged, capable of performing calculations on vast macroscopic scenarios. In the illustrious past of the Celestial Body series, the home of the Divine Kin, a groundbreaking computer called the Divine Brain Computer was developed during its zenith, achieving true simulation of the world and the recreation of sentient life. However, a poignant regret remains. Wang Yidong, the original master of the system, never disclosed the 5th fundamental force of entropic reduction interaction. Had he done so, the master deity system would undoubtedly have heralded a revolution. The conceptual framework of the master deity system's computational power is, in essence, an evolution of the divine brain computer. The key distinction lies in the fact that the master deity system can assimilate entropic reduction values, manifesting worlds created by these values in a manner that is thoroughly materialized, rather than merely accumulating vast resources. Through the concept of entropy reduction, one can forge a world within a novel, crafting a system of existence that does not align with our reality, transcending even the capabilities of a divine computational entity. However, this endeavor is contingent upon possessing sufficient computational power. The value derived from entropy reduction is intrinsically linked to computational prowess, whose consumption is dictated by the intricacies of the world in question. Conversely, the depletion of entropy reduction is influenced by the hierarchy of life forms. Level 1. This encompasses all entities devoid of self-imposed boundaries, self-generation, or self-sustenance. Essentially, inanimate objects that lack even the notion of life. Level 2. This includes all entities that exhibit characteristics of life, yet lack the simultaneous faculties of logical reasoning, learning potential, and innovative capabilities, essentially, all organisms that do not attain the standards of humanity. Nonetheless, it is imperative to distinguish hierarchies even within bacteria and cellular organisms. If we consider bacteria as lower-tier level 2 organisms, then unicellular entities would be classified as intermediate, while multicellular organisms with certain systems would be deemed advanced. For instance, in the second novice realm, the maze world, despite the highest entities being classified as advanced level 2 organisms, their incapacity for movement renders them relatively uncomplicated. As such, they exert minimal influence on the overall scene. In contrast, in the first novice realm, the Isle of Death, the introduction of formidable oceanic beasts, while also categorized as advanced level 2, significantly amplifies its complexity, far surpassing that of the fruit in the maze world. Therefore, the computational power expended in this scenario is vastly greater, incomparable to that of the maze world. After dedicating the majority of computational power to the Island of Death, the new recruitment plan has inevitably come to a standstill, contingent upon Tao Wu's willingness. Chapter 38. The storm approaches. The system's computational capacity is, to a certain extent, contingent upon the size of the data space. By utilizing entropy reduction values, one can create worlds and, naturally, expand the data space. However, Tao Wu is currently reluctant to pursue this course of action. Firstly, the amount of entropy reduction required to expand the data space depends on the actual size of the space, and at present, doubling it would demand an unacceptable quantity of entropy reduction from Tao Wu. Secondly, the labyrinthine world, serving as an elimination stage for novices, is indeed challenging to yield results in a short period. The scene of the Island of Death, Tao Wu rose from the genuine leather sofa and promptly vanished from this data space. As the scenarios grow increasingly intricate, the computational power required in the future will inevitably escalate exponentially. The increase in complexity simultaneously heightens the rate of errors within the world. This is undeniably a pragmatic concern. Upon reappearing, Tao Wu found himself amidst the clouds, with the operational rules of the world laid bare under the system's feedback. The computational power derived from the terminal data space is currently Tao Wu's sole reliance for exhibiting extraordinary abilities. With limited entropy reduction, there is no prospect of enhancing Tao Wu's life tier. As he comprehends, the complexity involved in elevating one's life tier necessitates a staggering amount of entropy reduction. Thus, it goes without saying that the notion of traversing realms like the protagonists in novels, simply to cultivate one's abilities, is far-fetched. This is akin to a small mouse. No matter how clever, unable to think like a human without a cerebral cortex, this is not a matter of the world, but rather a flaw inherent to oneself. Beneath the billowing white clouds lies an island. From such a lofty vantage point, one can form a vivid first impression of the island, a circular landmass with a diameter of 1 kilometer. The surface of this land reveals the protrusions of trees, resembling a dense forest of needles. Tiny figures, akin to ants, are scattered around the periphery of the island, with the outermost layer being the most densely populated. Even within the coconut groves, numerous support personnel can be seen. Thanks to enhanced computational power, Tao Wu can finally discern every detail of the island's landscape. This is a team that has emerged from a labyrinthine world, led by an individual named Yelik. Speaking of Yelik's journey through the maze, it is indeed a tale of intrigue. In the final stages, ordinary teams were colloquially referred to as the Great Harvest, a term that aptly describes this period. Teams ranked at the forefront, including the Yelik Alliance, were certainly part of this phenomenon. Unfortunately, even at the end, Yelik was unable to locate a second exit from the maze. To compound the misfortune, the exit they did discover had already been blocked by the culling team. This situation became quite awkward. In terms of combat prowess, Yellock was naturally no match for culling. However, with his 80,000 members present, he would not cower before her. The crux of the matter is that during this final great harvest, there were hardly any discerning individuals to be found. Almost all nearby teams opted to merge with the culling team, while the Yellock Alliance found themselves utterly disregarded. This rendered the Yellock Alliance increasingly hesitant to confront the culling Guardian team directly. Ironically, in the end, culling demanded the submission of Yellock. How could I, a proud descendant of 80,000 heroic souls, possibly surrender like those insignificant squads with fewer than 10,000 members? Furthermore, the Yellock Alliance was initially formed from a medley of various small teams, with a complex web of influences. It was not a simple matter for Yellock to declare allegiance. Ultimately, the two factions remained in a stalemate until the limit of 200 for the grand game task was reached, after which, under the harvest of several large teams, the Yellock Alliance retreated, vanishing into the labyrinth. It was only after the last member of the culling team had exited the maze that the Yellock Alliance finally departed with haste. In a coastal region surrounding an island, Lu Renjia, having emerged from the labyrinth and recuperated from his injuries, appeared significantly more mature. His face bore little superfluous expression, and he gripped the iron claw in his hand with a vigilant intensity. Indeed, the iron claw, a high-tech apparatus produced by the game crystal, was akin to the advanced transforming spearhead previously acquired by the alluring Manka. Its sharpness was its greatest asset, closely followed by its agility. Consider the difference in flexibility between an iron claw affixed to the arm and a dagger held in hand. The disparity in maneuverability is simply incomparable, unless one reaches the level of a legendary warrior as depicted in novels, who could wield a broadsword with the finesse of a dagger. It seems there are no such figures within the labyrinth world at present. At that moment, a whistle echoed from all directions, piercing through the throngs of people and the towering coconut palms, ultimately reaching the very center of the gathering. Yellock felt a surge of anxiety and gestured into the void. Chapter 39. The mutant red crab time slipped away, second by second. Humanity's affection for the ocean stems from its vastness, while their trepidation also arises from the same endless expanse. Beneath the celestial veil, the ocean grew restless. Waves began to roll in from afar, engulfing the shoes of tens of thousands on the beach and sweeping back several meters. "Captain of District 21," shouted a young man from the east, standing 100 meters from the shore, his hair whipping back in the howling sea breeze. Tufong Rintaro looked up, his gaze directed towards the communicators perched atop several trees. These communicators had climbed to the highest points of the coconut palms, standing among the branches where fallen coconuts had accumulated into small mounds on the ground. "District 21, the ocean is quite agitated. Please prepare the integration support team at all times." The Yellock Alliance, comprising 80,000 members under Yellock's overall guidance, was organized into 70 battalions. The island itself measured a diameter of 2,000 meters, resulting in a circumference of approximately 6.28 kilometers. The division into 70 battalions meant that each battalion would cover nearly 90 meters of arcade. Each battalion consisted of 1,000 individuals. Amid the densely packed crowd, the initial wave of people often found reasons to be fearless. However, as time drew closer, marking the end of 30 minutes, apprehension began to settle in. The increasingly frequent waves upon the sea undoubtedly shatter the complacency of most individuals. They remain oblivious to the impending crises they are about to confront. Perhaps it will be a tsunami, perhaps a monstrous creature from the depths of the ocean. Yet none of these threats can be subdued by a solitary human. According to the captain's assessment, regardless of the nature of the peril, the utmost priority must be to safeguard their home, this 2,000-meter-wide island, from plunder. The resources here are the foundation upon which they will survive for 31 hours. Otherwise, by the time the final wave arrives, every individual will be reduced to a mere specter of starvation, bereft of any hope for survival. "Captain, what is that?" exclaimed Toka Rintaro, his eyes wide with disbelief. Emerging from the ocean were crabs. Toka Rintaro had pushed his way to the forefront of the group, his expression one of utter confusion. Behind him, to the left and right, 1,000 comrades clad in lightweight bulletproof vests and wielding an array of high-tech, transforming weaponry shared his bewilderment. Due to the towering waves, the group stood at least 10 meters away from the sea's surface, where countless crabs were crawling ashore with the tide. As the water receded, This swarm of crabs became fully visible upon the beach. Their bodies were as large as basins, their vivid, fiery red hue the only color that contrasted with the black of their exposed eyes. The most striking feature was their exceedingly long pincers, extending 3 to 4 times the length of their bodies. Yet, these pincers did not appear particularly sharp. At that moment, a voice shouted something about killer crabs, only to be promptly silenced by a slap from a nearby individual. Is that really the case? Stop your foolish shouting. In this contingent, the number of women surpassed that of men, with many young ladies casting flirtatious glances at this man, perhaps driven by a primal admiration for strength, or perhaps merely seeking protection. Despite having taken the lives of 4 or 5 individuals, Tohu Rintaru still bore remnants of past trepidation. Even his rank as captain did little to assuage his sense of insecurity. Confronting this man was best avoided. The 90-meter semicircular area was not extensive. Yet within that brief interval, the colossal red crabs that had crawled ashore exceeded 1,000. Swarms of crabs, with their numerous pincers, were truly chilling. The first and second squads quickly retreated, ensuring their bodies did not come into direct contact with these creatures. Tohu Rintaru turned and took a step back, summoning several translators, and commanded the third squad to advance for an attack. Behind the main contingent stood a group of robust men. At their feet lay the severed crowns of coconut palms. Responding to the command, the personnel of the third squad hoisted the nearly 20-meter-long coconut trunks, their faces reddened with exertion as they charged forward amidst the escalating shouts. Each coconut trunk was manipulated by around 10 men, who were somewhat awkward in their coordination. The giant red crabs appeared rather leisurely, having been on land for over 10 seconds, yet remaining motionless. Meanwhile, the undulating waves continued to propel more of these massive creatures onto the shore. The third squad paid little heed to whether they would attack. They swiftly brought the coconut trunks into play. A colossal coconut tree, howling as it descended, struck down upon the seemingly passive giant red crabs. Chapter 40. Mutation, an abundance of mutation. The anticipated cataclysmic reversal failed to materialize. The myriad schematics conceived by countless minds did not unfold. Under the assault of the coconut tree, this densely packed horde of giant red crabs was grievously wounded at the slightest touch, meeting their demise with ease. Tender crab flesh mingled with murky water, splattering across the sandy shore. The familiar scent of blood permeated the air, instilling immense hope among the 1,000 spectators present. However, to everyone's astonishment, the surviving crabs, after sustaining the attack, resolutely began to proliferate. Under the horizontal strike of the coconut tree, the red crabs exhibited a singular trait: speed. They surged forward as if disturbed from a beehive, heedless of the carnage left in their wake, relentlessly charging ahead without a moment's pause. In no time, one red crab broke through the perimeter of the coconut tree's assault, scuttling towards the pant leg of a man wielding timber. Amidst the barrage of coconut tree strikes, there stood a battalion of so-called warriors, predominantly robust men resembling the aforementioned figure. One nearby giant brandished a retractable iron claw, aiming a lethal swipe at the approaching red crab's claw. The sharp iron claw sliced effortlessly through the crab's limb, severing it with ease. Enraged, the disarmed red crab flailed its 8 legs in a frenzy, retaliating with its remaining claw aimed squarely at the giant. It must be said that the red crab is quite foolish and naive. Beneath the powerful claws of such a giant, it was effortlessly stripped of one of its pincers and ultimately pierced through its body by a single claw, leading to its demise. From this, it appears that the colossal red crab is not nearly as terrifying as many perceive it to be. In fact, even under the onslaught of advanced technology, it poses no significant threat to the squad. Observing the situation from the rear, Torihara Rintaro immediately shouted, "Team 3, retreat and stand by. Teams 1 and 2, encircle and annihilate." Thus commenced a merciless massacre of crabs. After a considerable time, just as the red crabs were on the verge of being completely eradicated by Torihara Rintaro's forces, a sudden piercing scream erupted from a woman near the shoreline, abruptly ceasing. With the squad's efforts against the giant crabs, the waters nearby had become nearly devoid of them, prompting several women to rush to the area in an attempt to evade danger. Little did they know that this initial wave of peril was far more than just a mere horde of large crabs. Upon hearing the cry, Torihara Rintaro instinctively turned his gaze toward the woman, and what he saw nearly caused his soul to flee in terror. Before him stood a glass snake exceeding 10 meters in length, half submerged in the sea while the other half towered into the air. its mouth ensnaring a pair of women's legs. The snake's belly was transparent, revealing its gallbladder and bones, and within its throat, the face of a woman could be seen, trapped in its grasp. Unlike the oceanic glass snake, this mutated variant measured an astonishing length of over 10 meters and was far from fragile, as its tail swept through the air. Yet another woman was ensnared tightly within its coils. The serpent's throat pulsated rhythmically, and with one final, wide gaping of its maw, it consumed the woman's legs entirely. Through the translucent skin of the serpent, the silhouette of the devoured woman could be discerned, her body obscured by a viscous fluid, as murky digestive juices cascaded forth, washing over her form. It was evident that the woman, swallowed whole, was beyond the grasp of life, utterly deceased. One could surmise that the preceding giant crab was merely a prelude, or perhaps a mere probe by these aquatic monstrosities. This mutated glass serpent was indeed the harbinger of the primary threat. Yet, matters were far from simple. Just as the three squads recalibrated their formation, preparing for a decisive strike, a heart-wrenching wail echoed through the air. Due to the mere 90-meter distance between the adjacent areas, the onlookers bore witness to a series of horrifying scenes. In the ranks of Torikata Rintaro's squad, the anguished cry emanated from a handsome young boy. A colossal clam surged ashore with the waves, its shell measuring 5 to 6 meters in width, crushing the boy utterly beneath its expansive shell. Blood and flesh scattering in a gruesome display, splattering across the nearby vicinity, mingling with the ocean's tide, and flowing back into the sea. At that moment, the clam's shell closed entirely. The sheer force was staggering. Before the astonished crowd could fully comprehend the horror, an even greater shock unfolded in another area to the left. There, an enormous tentacle emerged from the depths of the ocean, ensnaring a woman and lifting her high into the air. Following this, dozens of tentacles shot forth from the sea, with a few being severed by swift reactions. Yet many others remained ensnared, rendering their victims immobile and helpless. At this moment, the surface of the sea began to churn violently, as if a curtain of water ascended into the air, revealing a colossal creature emerging from the depths of the ocean. Chapter 41. The Divine Hand That Moves the World. What is this? Time offered no respite for Togakure Rintaro to be astonished. In the brief span of their astonishment, a large mutated creature once again manifested in the 90-meter arc ahead of the group. It was an electric eel, a remarkably elongated electric eel, its body almost encircling the entire 90-meter arc. This sight evoked a peculiar sensation within Togakure Rintaro, an inexplicable feeling that intensified to the point of suffocation. Moreover, a creature measuring 90 meters in length was, without a doubt, a source of profound shock. As soon as he uttered these words, he dashed towards the island as if he were a large black cat whose tail had been stepped on. The captain commanded that, regardless of its significance, the foremost task for the team was to obey. In an instant, the 1,000-strong brigade fragmented. For Togakure Rintaro, time felt as though he had barely taken 10 steps, while for the others, it was merely 2 seconds. The ocean behind them crackled ominously as the long electric serpent unleashed hundreds of sparks into the air. A rich, acrid scent, propelled by the sea breeze, caught up with the fleeing crowd. Half of the large group, momentarily stunned, turned their heads to glance back while running. Behind them, the once sandy beach had transformed into a harbor of corpses, with at least a dozen bodies now reduced to charred remains upon the former shore. Bald and emaciated, with a visage utterly ravaged and a body charred, the mutated glass snake that has already landed is relentlessly pursuing the crowd. Meanwhile, the super clam, submerged in the ocean, remains entirely unscathed. Could it be that the clam's shell is both insulated and seamless? Remain calm. Stay composed. Breathe steadily. Toru Hijikata, leading the charge, finds himself nearly breathless. Throughout his life, whether during his affluent existence prior to entering the labyrinthine world or the blood-soaked life of slaughtering foes thereafter, he has never triumphed through direct confrontation. It must be said that his innate fear of challenges has yet to fully dissipate. A terrifying crisis descends upon this small island in an instant. Suddenly, Toru Hijikata halts his flight. He can run no more. He is acutely aware that there are 69 other captains on this island, each facing the same mortal peril. If he continues to flee, where can he escape on this mere 2-kilometer wide isle? Up. He must ascend. Toru Hijikata bellows. Everyone, stop. The electric eel has yet to make landfall, and the clam poses no immediate threat to the assembly. The only creature pursuing them is a 10-meter-long mutated glass snake. But so what? With nearly 1,000 individuals, should they truly fear it, armored and clawed as they are? None among the captains are oblivious to the island's diminutive size. Allowing this serpent to slither into the coconut grove would only heighten the peril for all. In an instant, under the leadership of Rin Taro Tokahao, even the young girls wielding machetes joined the fray. However, they soon realized that combating the serpent was not as straightforward as they had imagined. At the fringes of the coconut grove, the dense foliage obstructed their numerical advantage. The colossal glass snake, adeptly utilizing the terrain, coiled and struck, sending 3 individuals sprawling with a powerful sweep of its tail. One of them was left bloodied and battered. A young girl equipped with high-tech retractable claws, paralyzed by fear, forgot to retaliate before being devoured, ultimately losing both arms to the creature's jaws, which subsequently expelled the metallic claws. Fortunately, the sheer number of attackers ensured that each coordinated strike resulted in a deep, crimson pit. In a moment of misfortune, a burly African man inadvertently stepped on the abdomen of an unconscious woman. Without a flicker of emotion, he leveraged the force to propel himself upward, simultaneously crushing the woman beneath him, who coughed up blood. With his iron claws extended, he collided with the serpent's neck, the 13-centimeter claws embedding deeply into its flesh. At that moment, the mutated glass snake was in the process of swallowing a man devoid of claws. Seizing the opportunity, the muscular man leaped downward, and the sharp claws slid effortlessly through the serpent's body, delivering a brutal disembowelment. To the horror of onlookers, a mass of viscera and several human corpses emerged from within the creature. The man hastily retreated, wary of the unknown digestive fluids that might cling to him. Then, an unforeseen spectacle unfolded, shocking everyone present. Before them lay the mutated giant glass snake, its head abruptly contracting from the neck. With a resounding snap, its head detached from its body and swiftly darted towards the distant ocean, while the body thudded heavily to the ground. Chase it. Don't let it escape. Toka Rintaro momentarily froze, exclaiming in unison with the burly black man beside him. Their eyes met, and with no time for further contemplation, they joined the main force in pursuit of the serpent's head. Alas, the serpent's head was alarmingly swift, reaching the shoreline in the blink of an eye before plunging into the depths. In an instant, a wave of despair washed over the remaining 70,000 souls. The women from the medical team wandered the island's perimeter, carrying supplies, tending to the injured with the intent to stabilize them before returning to the island's central region. Unbeknownst to them, a presence far above the clouds observed their plight. Each act of slaughter here was not mere happenstance. For instance, the woman who had been swallowed whole by the mutated glass snake ranked among the lowest on the system's female value list, positioned within the last 100 of the strength valuation chart. To her, it was preferable to exert her maximum value, creating a deterrent effect on her comrades, rather than perish in obscurity. Consider the boy crushed by the clam, or the 15 individuals charred to perfection by electricity. Such sacrifices ensured that those with genuine potential would not meet their end like these unfortunate souls, oblivious to the manner of their demise. Even in death, these individuals of promise must fall valiantly in battle. This is the essence of the priority allocation of computational resources tied to the rankings. Certainly, should Tao Wu willingly engage, he could effortlessly alter the situation with sufficient computational power. The mutated creatures, in a certain sense, still represent Tao Wu's offensive strength. It is futile. Those clad in bulletproof vests, wielding advanced metamorphic weapons, are far beyond the reach of those unfortunate crabs. However, without the ever-present threat of conflict, this island trial dungeon loses its significance. Tao Wu shook his head, then stepped forward, vanishing into the skies above the island. It remains uncertain whether his head shake was a reflection of his discontent with humanity's inadequate adaptability or simply a manifestation of solitude. Chapter 42, The General's Family. Bayuma, be cautious of the attacks. Be mindful of the exchanges. In stark contrast to the dismal team spirit of the Yellow Alliance, the female warriors of the Chu Ling Protection Squad exhibit remarkable prowess in the application of their leadership techniques. The mutated crystal serpent, which Torihara Rintaro had slain at great cost, was now deftly handled by this woman clad in blue armor. She executed her strategy with finesse, initially encountering a mutated electric eel, although the team could not evade panic and chaos. Under the charismatic leadership of the female warrior, they managed to retreat a mere few dozen meters before resolutely confronting the massive serpent. Only 2 or 3 met their demise under the eel's electric strike. At this juncture, The great serpent bore numerous gaping wounds from the follow-up attacks, with an unidentified internal organ still dangling from its vital spot. The head of the mutated crystal serpent leaped backward, decisively severing its neck mid-air, while its body continued to soar, the serpent's head already arcing skyward toward the ocean. Do you wish to flee? The female warrior had already taken precautions, sprinting towards the ocean long before the serpent stirred. As this scene unfolded, her thoughts were consumed by the tragic fates of the two unfortunate souls, a man and a woman, who had perished at the hands of the electric eel. That loathsome creature dared not emerge from the depths of the sea. I could only hope your serpentine head serves as a blood offering for them. With her hair cropped just above her ears, the warrior's boots struck the ground with a resounding determination, exuding an aura of valor and grace. She had positioned herself ahead of the serpent's head, and with a swift adjustment of her steps, she found herself in a prime location. Yet, as the serpent propelled itself forward, perish, the female warrior, confident in her strength, wielded an iron claw measuring 1/2 meter in length. In that instant, she was half a step to the side, while the serpent's head, already airborne, was poised to collide with her in the next heartbeat. The serpent's speed undeniably surpassed hers, but this very disparity played into her hands. With her claws poised for attack, she unleashed a dual assault that struck the serpent's head from both sides, deeply embedding her iron claws within its flesh. The serpent, desperate to thrash and break free, found her grip unyielding. With a fierce determination, she drove her claws deeper, piercing cleanly through the massive head of the serpent. At that same moment, as per Tao Wu's decree, all the mutated sea monsters began to sink into the depths of the ocean. However, it must be noted that the serpent's head was the leader of the second wave. Your actions here have indeed crossed a line. High above, just having vanished from the skies of the Yellow Alliance, Tao Wu, prompted by the system's notification, curiously arrived above the Chu Ling Protectorate. To his astonishment, he was greeted by a most delightful scene. Indeed, it was a rather pleasant surprise. According to Tao Wu's specifications, the abilities of the mutated glass snake are threefold. First, the rapid healing of wounds and resilience against internal injuries. Second, remarkable speed and formidable agility. Third, the ability to revive from a severed neck, resulting in an explosive resurgence. Under such parameters, unless one's brainstem is severely compromised, the mutated glass snake is undoubtedly immortal, provided the wounds are not excessively grave. A woman like this general, characterized by decisive action and strong predictive capabilities, is indeed a rare find in a novice village. Tao Wu found himself quite intrigued by her. His thoughts were in constant connection with the system, operating on a non-linear level. First session. Identification number, 267-6434. Original name, by Yumo. Detailed identity, gender, female. Entropy reduction level, 3. Entropy reduction attribute, intermediate animal. Computational power, 0. 0000. Insignificant data not recorded. Physical strength level, 7. 5. Development trajectory, currently has not developed any abilities. Current attention from the primary deity, 0. Strength value ranking, NO. 49. Female value ranking, NO. 10,648. Current scene allocation computational power priority, 6, with 10 being the highest. Tao Wu had a general understanding of the comparative values of physical strength levels. In the vastness of the universe, while humanity on Earth may not be considered a powerful race, they are certainly not to be underestimated. From the inception of a microscopic intelligence at the level of 0, to the emergence of ants at 1, progressing to grasshoppers at 2, and beetles at 3, from the juvenile tabby cat at 4, to the piglet commencing at 5, the benchmark of 6, is represented by an adult domesticated Chinese rural dog, while the Tibetan Mastiff may potentially reach the pinnacle of 7, 5. Yet, this is the extent of it. No dog can surpass the threshold of 7, 6. This is a matter dictated by genetics, leaving evolution as the only recourse over time. The level of 7, 0 signifies the average capability of a 10-year-old male human. This serves as the foundational data to consider. A score of 7, 1 corresponds to an ordinary adult, while 7, 2 represents a fitness instructor of exceptional caliber, attainable only through rigorous military training. The individual, by Yuma, is undoubtedly remarkable. Tao Wu, intrigued, clicked on Detailed Identity. By Yuma, female, 26 years old, hails from one of the 19 esteemed general families of the Huaguo on Earth, being the granddaughter of General Bai Yunshin. Her father holds the rank of Major General, and her uncle is a general. She has 7 sisters and 5 brothers, with her eldest sister being Bai Yuan. Bai Yuma holds the rank of Lieutenant Colonel, having resolved numerous incidents involving the Golden Triangle's assaults on Huawei citizens, her status being extraordinary. She possesses a preference for simplicity, disdaining the taste of chives. Chapter 43. The Divine observes you on the island. A collective of 120 female generals, including Bai Yuma, formed a large circle. Among the high-ranking individuals, there was a conspicuous absence of males. This gender disparity was not merely confined to the upper echelons. Within the entire culling protection team, currently comprising 121,024 individuals, there were only 20,000 males, all occupying subordinate positions. Most astonishingly, the relationship between Chu Ling and her teammates was, according to the initial contract, treated independently, excluding her from the protective team. This implies that once they navigate through the labyrinthine world, whether they choose to leave or wish to stay, they must depart on their own. Chu Ling's negative perception of men is thus vividly illustrated. Consequently, the leaders of the 20,000 were convening at the edge of the island. As they could not leave this isle, they were bound by their agreement. All must act as infantry. Within the circle, a bonfire crackled, fueled by a pile of dry leaves and wood. Chu Ling, encircled by the flames, had her visage illuminated beautifully, with a faint angelic halo of warm yellow light. Indeed, nightfall had arrived. In just over 80 minutes, the so-called second wave of crisis would descend upon them. There was no doubt that the subsequent wave, as well as the final one, would not be easily surmountable. Chu Ling cast a glance at her initial teammate, the woman in yellow. Thus, the purpose of this impromptu meeting had to be unequivocal. She circled the bonfire, acknowledging each individual, strategizing how to confront the impending second wave of assault. We have a maximum of 50 minutes to analyze the nature, dangers, and responses to this second wave. In the final 30 minutes, I implore each of you to assure me that you will remain steadfastly with your respective teammates. Never depart. Understood. The leaders chorused in unison. The woman in yellow, named Li Jing, was an ordinary office worker, characterized by her gentle and sweet appearance, which often attracted unwanted advances from ill-mannered men. Naturally, she found this repulsive, for her affections lay with her younger sister. Nature has never whispered its secrets to anyone, except to her own sister. Well, they have formed an intimate bond. Since the brutal slaying of the delicate Manka, her disposition has undergone a profound transformation. Although the wounds on her chest have been healed by the restorative items exchanged within the gaming crystal, she has become increasingly ruthless and malevolent. Paradoxically, this change has allowed her to navigate the labyrinthine world with growing proficiency, her power escalating day by day. What she remains oblivious to is that she has ascended to the critical rank of number 23 on the women's value leaderboard. Even in terms of strength, she holds a formidable position at number 7416. She understands that Chu Ling's penetrating gaze serves as a warning, a caution against treating those 20,000 men as mere guinea pigs for testing attack formations and experimenting with her own power and combat output, which has led to numerous unintended casualties. Yet, she does not believe she has erred in any way, not at all. Above the fire, a spark seems to rise, traversing the dense fog, landing in the grasp of a magnificent entity. This being is Tao Wu. The spark in his hand is merely a virtual program, summoned by his will and dissipating just as easily. Tao Wu clenches his hand, receiving the spark, and upon opening it, the spark is extinguished. Chu Ling, Bai Yuma, Lin Shi, Tan Rong, Li Jing, Li Lai, Su Fei, Lin Gang. Tao Wu has vanished above the island, his ethereal voice resonating from an unknown direction, seemingly stirring the latent rules of this deadly island planet. The ranking of Chu Ling is rather low. Although this woman does not possess top-tier strength, emotional intelligence, or beauty, she is undeniably fortunate. At times, fortune may indeed reflect one's value. Perhaps she deserves an elevation of 5 points in divine attention. Bai Yuma's ranking may also be unjustly low. In this era, there are few women who are both beautiful and capable, so adding 4 points of divine attention is not excessive. Lin Shi and Tan Rong. The rankings of these 6 are not bad, so let us bestow an additional point of divine attention upon each of them. Beneath the clouds, the flames of the bonfire rise, and the leaders are still engaged in discussions with Chu Ling on how to navigate the impending crisis. However, these fortunate individuals remain unaware that they have caught the attention of the only deity on earth, Tao Wu. Yet, as the author is still a student, I must assist at home, and the recent updates have indeed been lacking. Nevertheless, many readers continue to support the dark deity, providing it with recommendations, which truly moves me. It is precisely because of your unwavering support that this book is able to immediately commence a strong classification push following the conclusion of the new book recommendations. Herein lies the crux. Before the commencement of university, I shall ensure 2 updates daily, and, if time permits, perhaps even 3. Chapter 44. Winter is coming in the night. The starry sky shines brilliantly, illuminating the darkness. Old Patu, do you see what this is? A young man speaking in English, with dark skin and hair cropped to less than a millimeter, resembling the classic portrayal of a black character in film and television. His hands are outstretched, and a faint glimmer of water can be seen sparkling under the starlight. Such matters elude my understanding. The individual responding is a middle-aged man who speaks Chinese, his face bearing the marks of age. Although he possesses a Chinese visage, his command of the language is not particularly fluent. He rubbed his hands together, feeling the chill in the air, while occasional droplets of water lingered on his ears, producing a slight, refreshing sensation. This is snow. How could it fall so suddenly without any warning? The black man evidently comprehended the Chinese language. I heard that someone in our team can accurately tell the time. His mental calculation skills must be quite impressive. The old man shot a glare at the black man and waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Don't make baseless guesses. He is a scientist. Do you understand what a scientist is? It would be futile to explain it to you. You wouldn't grasp it anyway. Surrounding the black man and the old man were thousands of others, standing erect in the vicinity, much like the two of them. They were situated on an island designated as 044. Currently, approximately 10,000 individuals remained on this island. The small number was not indicative of catastrophic losses in the first wave. Rather, over 70 to 80% of the population had not perished. In fact, only a little over 7,000 had died during the initial crisis, compared to other groups of 100,000, which suffered tens of thousands of casualties. This group was undeniably fortunate. In reality, only Tao Wu, the mastermind behind the scenes, understood that the number of mutated creatures was measured according to population size. With 17,000 individuals, nearly half were already dead, wouldn't you agree? In summary, this was a rather unpromising assembly of elementary school students. In the stillness of the desolate night, snowflakes traversed the air, the chill increasingly testing humanity's resilience against the cold. As a young man who roams the darkness, Chen Yun, with remarkable foresight, chose to grow up in Bangkok. The annual selection of the Ladyboy Queen never failed to leave an indelible mark on his soul. Gradually, from middle school to high school, and ultimately to university, he realized, at the moment of graduation, that he had blossomed into a true young man. Thus, he resolved to embrace the freedom of his spirit without restraint. From an early age, he exhibited extraordinary strength, making his school's participation in wrestling competitions a mere formality. For he, Chen Yun, was the most significant advertisement. Yet, unbeknownst to others, behind his formidable exterior lay a heart that harbored the essence of a cross-dressing gentleman. Captain. Chen Yun instinctively responded with a soft utterance, pulling himself from an indescribable psychological state. What is it? The young man of African descent muttered a curse under his breath. Yet his tone carried a profound respect, or perhaps a shiver would be a more apt description. A woman has been found, frozen to death in the southern region. We must investigate this matter. He lowered his gaze, his voice trembling. The sea has frozen over. The sea has frozen? The sea has frozen? Chen Yun was rendered speechless. How vast is the expanse of ocean that covers this planet? With 200 islands occupying a mere 0.0000007 of the Earth's surface, the remainder, equal in enormity to the Earth itself, belongs entirely to the ocean. In other words, when this ocean freezes, one could assert that this planet has transformed into a colossal ice block. In an environment of 4 degrees Celsius, the density of water is 1.0 grams per cubic centimeter. And what of ice? It stands at 0.8 grams per cubic centimeter. This represents a staggering 20% reduction compared to water. It implies that when the depths of the ocean freeze, the sea level will rise to a terrifying height. How high, you may wonder? To the eyes of humanity, even a 2-story house pales in comparison to such elevation. Standing on an island completely enveloped by towering ice walls, even the astute Chung Yidong cannot help but feel a profound sense of awe. Gazing at the island's edge, reminiscent of the 100-meter walls in Attack on Titan. One is struck by an overwhelming sensation of being ensnared by the very fabric of the earth and sky. Cheng Yidong's aunt, fluent in both English and French, has been trailing behind him. Her emotional state is intricate. Initially, she dismissed Cheng Yidong's combative strategy with scornful derision, yet as they journeyed onward, she witnessed his decisiveness, ruthlessness, and remarkable leadership qualities. Each step taken by Cheng Yidong's team towards this moment has been so exemplary that she could find no fault to critique. Previously, some had attempted to touch the icy ladder formed from the ocean's frost, yearning to escape this island. The air seemed to solidify entirely. Cheng Yidong's peripheral vision caught sight of several men and women with amputated limbs, standing silently, not daring to utter a word. Chapter 45. The quality body half-universe. In the past few centuries, scientists have transitioned from a mere curious glance at celestial bodies to the establishment of the standard model, exhibiting an immense enthusiasm for the unknown and enigmatic cosmos. As they confront the persistent challenges posed by the three great dark entities, it becomes apparent that current scientific theories merely mark the inception of a much grander journey. This is a monumental reality, one that keeps our minds in a constant state of exhilaration, often preventing us from pausing for breath. More significantly, we observe that the universe continues to engage in phenomena that elude our comprehension. It demonstrates that even greater mysteries await our pursuit, situated far beyond the limits of our perception and the expanses of our imagination. At a scale vastly larger than we can fathom, events are perpetually unfolding. Each day, we inch closer to understanding the workings of the universe, while pioneering and perhaps amateur scientists persist in their inquiries, seeking to unravel how the cosmos accomplishes these unfathomable feats. These unimaginable vistas may, through relentless exploration, lead us to uncover the ultimate secrets of existence. Or perhaps, it is only upon the brink of humanity's annihilation that we will realize the final theory we pursue merely scratches the surface of the cosmic enigma, akin to lifting a single wrinkle from the gown of the universe's princess. And that is all. The date is the evening of September 4th, 2017. At this moment, Tao Wu had just departed from the skies above the Death Sea Island planet, heading towards the realm of data, where he summoned a 360-degree surveillance video, capturing every angle without flaw. Concurrently, within the monitoring base of China's Tianyan Fast, technicians found themselves in utter disarray. The moment the Tianyan was officially operational, a warning had been dispatched by none other than Mr. Stephen Hawking, cautioning against any attempts to observe extraterrestrial civilizations. Yet, such an endeavor was deemed impossible. Be it Drake from Fetty or the multitude of enthusiasts devoted to the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, all eyes were fervently fixed upon the Tianyan. In the past 2 years, every anomalous fluctuation had garnered immense attention from various sectors. However, the conundrum lay in the fact that whether it was cosmic flashes or the rampant media coverage of habitable planets, scientists remained in a state of bewilderment. Previously, the issues were merely speculative, unsubstantiated by verification, and now, the situation persisted in its perplexity. Nevertheless, everything changed at this very moment. The fluctuations in the imagery, though seemingly unremarkable, caught the discerning eyes of professionals, and at this juncture, the universe trembled. The cosmos was indeed vibrating. This startling news rapidly reached the higher echelons of China and soon became known among global astronomical organizations. The reason was simple. This cosmic tremor was unmistakably evident. In an instant, the leaders of China were taken aback. Astronomers from across the globe were astonished. Within the data space, through the surveillance video, it must be said that Tao Wu was equally astonished. Attention, main deity. This quality entity's semi-universe has been invaded. Attention, main deity. The semi-universe of this quality body has been invaded. Attention, master deity. The semi-universe of this quality body has been invaded. Repeated thrice. The quality body comprises 3 systems, also referred to as core drives. The 3 components of the core drives are dark matter, dark energy, and the primordial inflation field. Regarding inquiries about the core components, the master deity may consult the backup data from the master deity network. Wait, Tao Wu felt a hint of absurdity. I have perused popular science regarding dark matter and such. Concerning the universe, from your backup on Wang Yidong, I have come to understand that the true universe theoretically exists as an infinitely vast and unproven entity. But now, are you suggesting that our human understanding of the universe, which posits a history of approximately 13.8 billion years, is indeed correct? To be precise, it is 13.85 billion years ago. At that time, the quality body originated from an explosion of a secondary architectural weapon, and the core drive is the residual propulsion of that weapon. Tao Wu fell into a long silence. Then why have we never observed dark matter or dark energy? The propulsion of the secondary architectural weapon requires the technological support of a secondary civilization to be detected. The system smoothly began to draw parallels. Just as the discovery of entropy-reducing interactions has transpired over 200 billion years, yet only you and I are privy to it. Chapter 46. Master Deity, Your Formidable Presence. Tao Wu rubbed his hands over his face, from top to bottom, releasing a weary sigh. Please continue. The honesty of intelligent systems surpasses all to a certain extent. The current quality body of the half-universe, driven at its core, has already ventured into the periphery. Extending beyond 15 billion light-years, brushing against the lower bounds of another civilization, the primary civilization of a Type 1.5 civilization engaged in cosmic exploration. Indeed, as early as 60,000 years ago, this quality body of the half-universe had already been exposed to their gaze, prompting the primary civilization to prepare for over 15,400 years. 44,582 years ago, a medium-strength curvature fleet from that primary civilization set forth from the edge of this quality body of the half-universe. To date, this fleet has performed a total of 38 medium-strength curvature drives, with a further 157 intermediate curvature drives conducted in between due to the existence of the Hubble constant. The cumulative journey has amounted to 76,0157 billion light-years. Today, the Celestial Observatory of Huagua detected cosmic vibrations resulting from the fact that beyond Earth, in the expanse between Saturn and Jupiter, a specific region of the starry sky has become the coordinates for the fleet's next curvature drive. Intense field disturbances have rendered the core propulsion temporarily observable, a phenomenon that is usually imperceptible to Earth's civilization, affecting basic matter. This indicates that the visitation from extraterrestrial civilization is merely 57 years and 21 days away. Tao Wu let out a cold laugh. A visitation? Merely a visitation? Yet, whether this yearning is a desire for control or a manifestation of a communal ideal remains ambiguous. Tao Wu, anxious, ran his fingers through his already disheveled hair, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Humanity on Earth had barely reached a technological level of 0.7 yet. Whether it be the concept of quantum entanglement or the comprehensive non-experimental speculation regarding core propulsion, it was evident that they were at a plateau. A civilization at level 1.5 would have undoubtedly resolved the issue of interstellar travel. While some civilizations still relied on primitive fuel propulsion, others had discovered curvature engines. The technological gap between them remained negligible. Interstellar travel was indeed a hallmark of a level 1 civilization. For such civilizations, the universe did not seem to shrink. Rather, it expanded before them. They traversed the cosmos, planting their flags across countless realms. Yet the most exquisite desires of intelligent life to expand would invariably evoke a profound response within the grander cosmic context. Furthermore, a civilization that had journeyed through countless ages on the path to level 1.5 would, in all likelihood, possess a breakthrough in conceptual understanding. It is challenging to conceive that they had not achieved a heightened collective consciousness, leading to the development of a comprehensive surveillance network over their population. This, in turn, would pose a significant threat to Tao Wu's plans. As a deity, what did Tao Wu require? It was humanity. It was all sentient life. If every individual were ensnared in a web of surveillance, how could he recruit them? Would there be any possibility for recruitment? As Tao Wu articulated, sentient beings were the sustenance of the deity. Stripped of all his garments, he vanished into the core region of the data space. Not anxious. Very well. If you are not anxious, what purpose do you serve? Certainly not a mere doppelganger. That would be utterly absurd. The system's gentle and melodious voice echoed from afar, somewhat ethereal. Indeed, the Lord God exudes a formidable and commanding presence. Chapter 47. Severing the burden of worry on the Death Sea Island planet. Designated as Island Number 51, nearly 5,000 injured individuals stood in the central area, surrounded by the natural icy walls of the ocean. The atmosphere was rather somber, and behind the few leaders stood 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom bore amputated limbs. Their injuries had initially been merely localized fractures, yet exposure to the frigid sea had necessitated the loss of their extremities. In truth, such severe frostbite would lead to the complete necrosis of certain body parts, resulting in the detachment of limbs. The severing of their arms and legs was a direct consequence of this tragic fate. Cheng Yidong stood before his 3 ants, observing these afflicted souls with an expression devoid of any discernible emotion, remaining as composed and unperturbed as ever. Yet, this only served to heighten the sense of dread among those present. The 4 individuals, including the leaders, would far prefer to be vociferously reprimanded. For these leaders understood that the daily serene smile of a leader is merely an artifice. They also recognized that this chairman would arrive at sagacious decisions, one that would transform these 5,000 injured individuals into unwitting advocates for his cause. As anticipated, Cheng Yidong suddenly adopted a grave demeanor. What are you all still dawdling for? Is human life of no significance? Enough. Quickly attend to their needs. We cannot afford to let them freeze. Nothing holds more value than human life. Do you understand? They merely wish to assist our team by exploring the way forward. All of this is for our benefit. Do you understand? However, you 4 have shown a disregard for the law and discipline, and thus, you cannot be allowed to disrupt the order of the entire team. Here's what we shall do. You will be punished by going without food for 24 hours. After this period, you may eat. Cheng Yidong turned to face the 5,000 individuals, calm and composed. We are all reasonable people in this strange place. There is no path of retreat. To perish here? That is not a retreat. To traverse this frigid sea at an unknown temperature below 0? That, too, is not a retreat. I can unequivocally inform you that neither your current thoughts nor those you may have previously contemplated, these and those, are paths of retreat. There is only one true path of retreat. Cheng Yidong turned to gaze at his maternal aunt, who had been maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 steps behind him. I kindly request my aunt to retrieve that small notebook. Certainly. Cheng Yidong and approached one of the makeshift wooden huts erected beneath a temporary coconut tree, stepping inside. These huts on the island are subject to stringent usage restrictions. They may only accommodate those who can no longer fight, those with fractures, broken limbs, or severe exhaustion. Only they may remain within until the so-called final wave of crisis has passed. Others are strictly prohibited from residing there, including Cheng Yidong himself. Shortly after, his aunt emerged holding a diminutive notebook. Cheng Yidong accepted it and opened the first page. The expressions of the crowd varied. They were only aware that they had been settled into the small wooden hut. As the wounded on a perilous island, they believed that fate was toying with them. Perhaps it would not be long before this second wave of crisis would lead them all to their demise. Deep down, they harbored an understanding of the 4 individuals attempting to flee, for they too were gripped by the fear of passively awaiting their end. Suddenly, their discussion came to an abrupt halt. The world of the island was a bountiful yet treacherous realm, teeming with both nourishment and peril. Here, an abundance of seafood could alleviate their hunger, while the coconut groves provided refreshing juice to aid their digestion. Yet, lurking within the depths of the ocean were monstrous creatures, poised to unleash bloody calamities upon them. Survive. Cheng Yidong solemnly closed his notebook and handed it to Aunt San. I believe that the divine treats us all equally, without bias. I am convinced that the divine will test us, and if we successfully endure, we shall be rewarded handsomely. Are you familiar with online novels? Do you know of the extraordinary adventures within them? This is precisely what we are experiencing. As long as we continue to live. Is survival difficult? Yes and no. Do you recall the maze world? Now, I ask you, how many of us were close to being first? If we cannot prevail, what other team stands a chance? Indeed, you have already devoted your strength in the first wave of crisis. Henceforth, it shall be our turn to protect you. Regarding the explanation of curvature drive, some members in the group are not quite familiar with the concept. While I cannot assert that the interpretations of certain scientists are unequivocally correct, they are at least grounded in scientific principles. I will elucidate this concept using a direct excerpt from Baidu Encyclopedia. Title: Curvature Drive Introduction. Curvature drive is a propulsion method that utilizes alterations in the curvature of space-time as a means of movement. This concept gained temporary popularity due to the science fiction film Star Trek. Vessels designed with this principle could theoretically achieve speeds up to 10 times the speed of light. Definition: the fabric of the universe is not flat. Rather, it possesses curvature, where curvature is the inverse of the radius, with greater curvature corresponding to a smaller radius. If we envision the universe as an expansive membrane, the surface of this membrane is curved, and the entire membrane may even resemble a closed soap bubble. Although the local regions of the membrane may appear flat, spatial curvature is omnipresent. If a spacecraft in the void of space could employ a mechanism to flatten a portion of the space behind it, thereby reducing its curvature, the vessel would be drawn forward by the greater curvature of the space ahead. This phenomenon is known as curvature drive. Introduction of the concept. In 1994, Mexican physicist Miguel Alcubierre first presented the concept of curvature drive in practical terms. His initial design of a curvature drive featured a spherical spacecraft surrounded by a large ring-like structure. This conceptualization of a toroidal structure is envisioned to be constructed from a peculiar substance that enables the curvature of spacetime around the vessel, thereby forming a diminutive spatial region in its fore and an expanded one in its aft. Concurrently, the spacecraft itself would remain ensconced within a bubble composed of smooth spacetime, where the curvature of spacetime remains unaffected. However, subsequent calculations indicate that such a device would necessitate an unattainable level of energy for realization. Research progress. In 2012, physicist Harold White transformed the design of the toroidal structure surrounding the spacecraft from a flat configuration to a cylindrical one resembling a torus. The calculations revealed that the energy required to propel such a device would be equivalent to the energy derived from the mass of the Voyager spacecraft, launched by NASA in 1977, according to the mass-energy equivalence principle. Furthermore, White discovered that if the intensity of spatial curvature could fluctuate over time, the energy required for the realization of this device could be further diminished. White and his colleagues conducted experiments in their laboratory with a miniature curvature drive apparatus and established a system known as the White-Judy Curvature Field Interferometer at the Johnson Space Center. In essence, it involves utilizing a laser beam to induce minute distortions in spacetime at a microscopic scale. This notion holds promise for transforming such a science fiction concept into a tangible reality. Author's note: from the very beginning of my creative journey, I have stated that the author is a terminally ill perfectionist. Thus, the Dark Lord was born from such an author's hands. While I cannot guarantee that every concept adheres to scientific principles, I am committed to learning. It is precisely for this reason that I cannot hasten the progression of the plot. Chapter 48. The Ice Wall Prison. If I were to encapsulate Chen Yidong's speech in 2 words, those words would undoubtedly be sincerity. Regardless of whether it stemmed from his genuine intentions, the manner in which he expressed his thoughts, always considering the perspective of others, is unlikely to provoke disdain. Simultaneously, it prompts others to engage in serious contemplation, following Chung Yidong's lead in reflection and understanding. This, in turn, fulfills Chung Yidong's objective. Everything aligns with the analysis provided by Tan Rong, the female commander of the Chu Ling protection team. Tao Wu indeed perceived utilizing the mutated glass snake as overly simplistic. However, he has also revised his approach to the second wave of crisis, now adopting the method of the ice wall prison. Perhaps humanity's potential is not as vast as commonly believed, yet our capacity for adaptation is undeniably formidable. The primal instinct is not merely bestial, rather, it embodies a sense of crisis awareness. Additionally, it serves to enhance humanity's acceptance of newfound abilities. These plans are meticulously crafted, and it is only through the computational prowess of the system that Tao Wu can achieve such outcomes. In other words, it is implausible to transform individuals into deities within a short time frame. However, one can facilitate their adaptation to the identity of a god. By leveraging the main god network and the augmented computational strength of the system, the effect of acquiring super abilities through point redemption can be realized. As for your ability to adapt to sudden changes, this is precisely what Tao Wu considered while collecting entropy reduction values for sustainable development. It is important to note that such extraordinary powers do not come without a cost. The adaptive process of intelligent life concerning enhancements in emotional intelligence, IQ, physical attributes, and capabilities generates an entropy-reducing interaction. Thus, Tao Wu is so generous. Coincidentally, the forces of nature are always the most formidable demons for humanity to resist. The chilling atmosphere within the icy prison is intensely oppressive. Although Tao Wu, in his design, has taken into account the freezing effects and utilized computational power to maintain the stability of this planet, he has also employed certain entropy reduction values to slow the melting of the ice layers, thereby regulating the heat absorption effect of the icy seas to an appropriate standard. However, for the more than 80,000 comrades of Chung Yidong, it feels like winter has arrived. The crux of the problem lies in who would be idly equipping themselves with winter coats during summer. Suddenly, people noticed a slight tremor in the ice layer, prompting them to retreat in fear. A man trembled as he pointed towards the icy sea, exclaiming, "What? What is that? Oh my God. Where do these monsters come from? Aren't they afraid of freezing to death? Those are Antarctic cod. Good heavens. Look at that size. Following the gaze of the crowd towards the ice layer, a group of grotesque, elongated fish was gliding across the ice, making their way towards the island. While the fish, soaring 10 meters above the ice layer, remained unseen. The onlookers could observe them performing flips and sliding down the natural ice slide all the way to the shore. Indeed, at the coastal edge of the icy sea, there exists a steep ice ladder with an incline exceeding 30 degrees. These creatures are stout and robust, predominantly exhibiting a silvery gray hue interspersed with dark brown spots. Their heads are notably large, with round mouths and thick lips. The Antarctic cod, as it is commonly referred to, possesses a unique physiological trait that enables it to withstand frigid temperatures and resist freezing. However, this particular group of marine monstrosities appears somewhat different. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that they measure no less than 2 meters in length, and when their round mouths occasionally gape open, an entire row of tightly packed teeth comes into view, reflecting light in a manner that suggests they are anything but blunt. These mutated Antarctic cod are seen flopping about on the shore, their clumsy bodies writhing as they defiantly advance towards the crowd. Were this a cinematic portrayal, one might find it quite comical. Yet, this is the stark reality. Who among us would dare to underestimate these 2-meter-long, grotesque beasts? Although the morale of the people has been bolstered by Chang Yidong's encouragement, and a tactical decision has been made to disregard them, this wave of danger is decidedly more formidable than the previous crisis, which was merely a 1.5-star threat. The local leader in this vicinity is a young man named Xia Guan, whose visage bears a youthful innocence, adorned with a calm and gentle smile akin to that of Cheng Yidong, coupled with Xia Guan's amiable demeanor, which endears him to the populace, and the strong endorsements from those he has rescued, the position of regional leader naturally fell into his hands. Xia Guan gently reassured several commanders by placing a hand on their shoulders, employing his composed demeanor to soothe their rising panic. All of this shall pass. Xia Guan clapped his hands, his expression cold as he gazed into the distance at the writhing, mutated Antarctic cod that insisted on advancing. Are you prepared for battle? Several commanders nodded in understanding, each rushing to their designated positions as rehearsed, shouting commands emphatically. Team 3, heed my call, follow my lead. Team 2, heed my call. Prioritize reconnaissance. In the face of danger, the first thought should be to escape. Do not force yourselves, ladies. Team 1, heed my call. Protect Team 2 as they advance. Chapter 49. The terror of Earth and with the Antarctic cod is inherently a species that thrives in frigid waters. Even in the brutal environment of -1 degree Celsius, they remain unconquered. The mutated Antarctic cod is a sight to behold. The frost emanating from their bodies is sufficient to deter any form of contact. Their lower jaws protrude prominently, adorned with 1 to 2 rows of fearsome fangs, instilling a sense of dread. They possess 2 distinct dorsal fins, with the base of the second dorsal fin notably elongated, while their anal fin has also grown longer, yet they are adorned with sharply pointed fins that appear menacingly lethal. On another front, the existing technological production systems of nations across the globe have collapsed entirely. The vast anomalies between Saturn and Jupiter have been confirmed as the first appearance of dark matter and dark energy to humanity. Further evidence suggests that within the established cosmic standard model, there is a significant probability that the area temporarily designated as the Earthwood anomaly has experienced extensive curvature of space-time. But what does such curvature signify? Decades ago, the potential for the warping of space-time was inferred from Einstein's general theory of relativity, a concept epitomized by the Vasistha solution. Scientists have likened the universe to a colossal golf course, not in the sense of its terrestrial surface, but rather as derived from an experiment. In this experiment, a golf ball was placed upon a taut, flat net, which revealed a tendency to deform as the ball rolled across its surface. This vivid representation allowed the experimenter to define the universe under general relativity, positing that space-time can indeed bend. This bending is what we refer to as warping. However, herein lies the dilemma. In the absence of any object traversing this hypothetical pathway, the distortion appears to endure. Yet, once an object does enter this channel, the implications vary dramatically. If the object possesses negative energy, the channel will expand. But if it embodies positive energy, well, one word suffices: boom. Throughout the cosmos, energy radiation is ever present, permeating every corner of the universe. And this radiation is predominantly positive energy. Therefore, it is almost certain that, under natural circumstances, this hypothetical conduit has but one fate. It does not exist. On September 14, 2012, scientists and engineers at NASA's Johnson Space Center whimsically broached the topic of interstellar travel via warp drive at a symposium on a century-old starship concept, believing that such technology held promise. Remarkably, in May 2015, NASA successfully conducted a test of the warp engine, achieving a lunar journey in a mere 4 hours. Alas, this was but a simulation. Furthermore, the electromagnetic drive utilized in this NASA test inherently possesses certain flaws, rendering its navigational velocity a considerable distance from the coveted realm of faster-than-light travel. Nevertheless, it offers a glimmer of hope for transcending the speed of light. The global elites listened intently to the report, yet perceived it as mere fanciful speculation. One might wonder why no one has informed them that scientists in the domain of warp drive, encompassing concepts such as warp engines and Alcubierre drives, are capable of generating stellar-scale fluctuations. This revelation hardly seems feasible on Earth. As it turned out, the leaders' minds were indeed quite astute and correct. Several hours later, a joint statement from major astronomical institutions worldwide was presented before them. Recently, no organization had initiated warp drive experiments. In that moment, the elites sensed the impending storm, akin to the subtle signs before a spring rain. This may well be the first extraterrestrial visitation verifiable by history. Just as Mr. Hawking likened extraterrestrial civilizations to Columbus's discovery of new lands, few would consider this encounter as a cordial negotiation. Even fewer would entertain the notion of an extraterrestrial welcome party. In this grave test, nations around the globe remarkably chose to unite for mutual support. During a worldwide conference call, the following plans garnered the approval of the majority of leaders. First, to employ every feasible method to dismantle the wormholes created by the aliens. Second, to form a welcoming committee composed of global leaders to greet the extraterrestrial visitors. Furthermore, let us ponder the science fiction masterpiece The Three-Body Problem and how humanity confronts the impending arrival of the malevolent Trisolarians. Firstly, there is the advancement of scientific theories and technologies, coupled with increased strategic investments, to prepare for the potential hostility of extraterrestrial visitors. Secondly, there exists the option of retreat. Yet, how does an alien civilization pinpoint Earth as civilization? Is it merely a serendipitous encounter, or have they genuinely discovered our world? This undoubtedly poses a profound enigma. Regardless, these 4 strategies must be executed concurrently. Notably, the first 3 strategies seem to echo the traditional Chinese tactic of offering courtesy before engaging in conflict. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that the implementation of these plans will require substantial financial resources. Additionally, such endeavors will likely dismantle the existing research and production systems. Regrettably, these challenging issues cannot be resolved without conflict. Citizens of various nations are more inclined to refer to the date of September 4th as the new year of the Age of Fear. In Chapter 50, The Global Landscape. What transpired? In the kitchen, Xin Yuchen wiped her hands on her apron, removing the water stains. Upon entering the room, she spotted Yao Shuping, the esteemed mother of the great deity Tao Wu, seated on the couch, incessantly changing channels with the remote control. Xin Yuchen affectionately nestled beside Yu Shuping and glanced at the television, inquiring, "What's the matter, mother?" The channel displayed was from Hunan. Yet the watermark in the upper right corner revealed it to be from the prestigious CCTV. Xin Yuchen was taken aback and exclaimed, "Oh, what is this? Mother, is every channel broadcasting this same program?" Let us take a moment to reflect. Perhaps this is indeed a matter of considerable significance. The 3 minutes elapsed swiftly. On the screen, the familiar logo of CCTV-1 appeared, but this time, it was followed by a brief 2-second promotional clip from the United Nations. The camera zoomed in, revealing the current Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who dominated the screen. In the lower right corner, a middle-aged woman translated his words into sign language, while a man with impeccable Mandarin provided real-time translation from backstage. Today, I shall discuss a topic that may be hard for some to accept. However, it is imperative to mention that henceforth, no one shall claim that I am merely a purveyor of empty rhetoric. Guterres made a self-deprecating expression, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. This is indeed a troubling issue. For what you have been anxiously awaiting, extraterrestrial beings may soon extend a genuine greeting to Earth. I would be delighted to host a romantic soiree in welcome of our alien visitors. However, It is unfortunate that we cannot ascertain whether this encounter with an unfamiliar civilization heralds joy and romance. Particularly concerning are the recent mass disappearances that have transpired over the past month, which compel us to speculate whether they are linked to this extraterrestrial visitation. Consequently, the United Nations has ultimately reached the following resolutions in response to the impending encounter with aliens. These decisions are destined to enact a profound transformation upon societal ideologies. In light of past societal developmental paradigms, we must undertake a thorough re-examination and revision to foster the subjective initiative of society. The esteemed members of the United Nations family have collectively resolved to diligently implement effective governance and progress in three pivotal areas: technological advancement, innovative learning, and military training. As we strive to enhance ourselves and the world, Earth shall remain our eternal home. The announcement of extraterrestrial civilizations reaching out to humanity marks a rare global coalition event, further solidified by the unanimous resolution passed without abstention from the esteemed representatives of our nation. This resolution signifies a groundbreaking re-evaluation of the structure of terrestrial civilization, with a primary focus on the redistribution of weight within the financial market. Historically, financial stocks have been dominated by the top 10 weighted stocks. Previously, the market was categorized into sectors such as consumer goods, labor, technology, property rights, culture, and management. However, following this resolution, it is anticipated that the labor, technology, and property rights markets will emerge into a new triad of dominance. While the influence of the financial market may seem easily assimilable to the average individual, the profound transformation in educational paradigms will undoubtedly impact all parents. On September 5th, the Ministry of Education in our nation announced a comprehensive overhaul of existing educational regulations, mandating a complete rectification of outdated practices. The new educational paradigm of 3 years in primary school, 7 years in general secondary education, and 9 years in university must be universally implemented following the introduction of the relevant regulations. In this regard, the state has indeed demonstrated its resolute nature. The National Organization for Compulsory Education has rapidly amassed a staggering 500 million members. A large-scale requisitioning plan for companies is being comprehensively executed. In a bid to ensure the efficient operation of goods and resources, Alibaba's Zhejiang Taobao Network Company Limited has been granted enviable privileges by the state. This situation leaves the smaller companies, which are often exploited, in a state of despair, as the great leaders have asserted, in the face of national righteousness. The actions of individuals appear trivial. Yao Shuping rose and grasped Shen Yuchen's hand with urgency. Baby is still in high school. Look at this situation. You must quickly consult his homeroom teacher. The term baby is reminiscent of the time when Tao Wu was much younger. Now that he is in high school, Yao Shuping often refers to him as child, a term rich in rural connotation when conversing with others. It is only when directly addressing Tao Wu that she resorts to the more affectionate baby. Shen Yuchen had previously expressed her amusement at Tao Wu's childhood nickname, pondering whether, in the future, when calling for baby, it would be the little one in her arms or her husband beside her who would respond. This remains an unresolvable quandary. Oh, all right. I will call now. Shen Yuchen nodded. At Mekong County First Senior High School, the principal urgently announced a nationwide suspension of classes for all schools to facilitate a period of rest and adjustment. Chapter 51. Little lambs, rise up. Is this truly the case? Could you please pay more attention? Last time, you couldn't endure even for 5 minutes. Well, can't you just make some adjustments? This is, rather, embarrassing, isn't it? Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Come in on your own. Tao Wu continued with her work. Entering through the door were Qiao Qiao and Zhang Xueqing, friends of Shen Yuchen. It was the evening of September 5th. Ever since the principal announced a school-wide suspension at noon, the students of Mekong No. 1 High School have been free to roam. However, according to regulations, a series of announcements would still be made the next day, necessitating that everyone stay overnight once more. The two girls, clad only in coats, stealthily pushed the door open, heads bowed, their long black hair damp and a few rebellious strands playfully clinging to their ears, embodying beauty and youth, distinctive symbols of their essence. Their fear was not unfounded. Since the reorganization of Dormitory 213, led by Lin Sini, Zhang Xuejia, Zhang Xueqing, and Xiao Qiao, the Garden of Tao Wu had unmistakably become the morning star among the girls of Mekong No. 1 High School. Presently, the four girls were essentially ostracized by their peers. Only a few scheming and beautiful girls would occasionally present them with gifts, driven by a selfish hope that the four envoys would not recommend them to Tao Wu. Can you imagine? Tao Wu had become a formidable figure in the girls' circle of Mingong No. 1 High School, a name that could bring tears to young girls' eyes. Xiao Xiaosheng, somewhat demure, and Zhang Xueqing stepped into the room, rendered momentarily speechless. Zhang Xueqing waved her hand, and a beautiful girl entered from outside. Another wave, and yet another followed. In total, 7 girls graced the room. 6 were pure and stunning, while one could be classified as the crush from the neighboring class we once adored, with shattered ideals. They gazed in confusion at the performance of Tao Wu and Lin Xinyi, their hearts trembling throughout. Could anyone truly endure this? The devil's antics were utterly exaggerated. Tao Wu glanced at the 7 girls, his gaze lingering on the 7th for about a second. Very well, you may retire to the adjacent room tonight. Zhang Xueqing remained silent. After a moment's hesitation, she exchanged a glance with her best friend and resolutely exited. Xiao Qiao watched enviously as Zhang Qing left the dormitory. Moments later, the tardy Zhang Xuejia entered, accompanied by several girls, pushing open the door that had just been closed. In the data space, Tao Wu reclined on a supple leather sofa, feeling quite comfortable. System, could you analyze my attitude towards women? Must you really ask? Huh, you bring this upon me. Desire. Tao Wu felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed that relying solely on these female students had lost its allure. Then let us change the environment. You speak wisely. In another realm, the so-called inner sanctum of the main deity. Ever since the enchanting Manka Lex and Shun Junying accepted their fates, a further 88 beautiful women had arrived here. This place was devoid of darkness. Various foods are delivered from the cabinets as mealtime approaches. To enhance convenience, there exists a specialized cabinet that emerges from the walls, tinted in shades of pink and purple. This space, apart from expanding from a cubic dimension of 250 meters to an impressive 2,500 meters during this period, remains otherwise unchanged. Goodness, what is happening? This woman is formidable. Who is she? Li Jing. Let's not delve into that. Shu. It's best not to mention her arch-rival, the enchanting Manka. The young woman raised a finger to her delicate lips, signaling silence. The girl understood and ceased the discussion, though her peripheral vision caught sight of the silently leaning Manka against the pastel-hued wall. Attention all readers, a statement from the Dark Lord. Tao Wu, greetings. The Dark Lord embodies reality, authenticity, humanity, and the biological truth that the desire for reproduction correlates with strength. It forever abhors the revolting narratives of betrayal. An expansive cosmology and the author's worldview clearly diverge from the fragile sensibilities of the majority within the community of millions at the starting point. Thus, this book is destined to lack commercial viability, as evidenced by its low ranking in recommended categories. Consequently, it is unlikely to fulfill the author's modest hopes of earning a little profit. Therefore, the author must seek minor employment during university, as I prefer not to rely on my family's finances. Balancing studies with a job will undoubtedly constrain my time. Hence, it appears that this book is on the brink of entering an era of slower updates. The days of 3 watches may never return, and those of 2 watches may also be few. I still recall the brief span during which 26 individuals bestowed their generosity upon me. Among them, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the following. 10,000 coins. Ah, this is Tao Mingyan, who did not expect to be harmonized. 2, 500 coins. Ridiculous. 2, 100 coins. C, 1, 600 coins. 1, 500 coins. 1, 000 coins. 800 coins. I must especially thank C and Ridiculous, among others, including several significant individuals with QQ group nicknames such as, and others whose true names I cannot disclose. There are too many to mention. Expressing gratitude is not merely about naming individuals, as it does not alleviate the weight in my heart. I can only utter this heartfelt sentiment. Thank you for your unwavering support of the Dark Lord and of the Dark Lord Reader Group. I no longer harbor fantasies of pandering. I simply wish to write with authenticity and emotional intelligence, as I have already indicated at the outset. I am Tao Mingyan, and I aspire for the protagonist, as a figure of strength, to embody sincerity. I stand as the representative of the Dark Lord. With this, I salute you. Creator of the world of the Dark Lord, Tao Mingyan. Chapter 52. The Great Affairs of the World, Majestic and Unyielding. Shun Junying sat upon the purple carpet, lifting her gaze upon the 2 women at the mention of these words. To this day, These young women have not succumbed to despair after being trapped for an extended period, likely due to the social atmosphere of the 21st century. Someone once articulated a profound truth. The tide of the world is vast and unstoppable. To swim with it is to thrive, while to resist it is to perish. This encapsulates an unchanging truth inherent in any social essence. In this era, even individuals confined within limited spaces can find solace. For as long as they possess a mobile phone, the feeling of loneliness becomes trivial. Moreover, there are already 90 individuals present, and notably, they are all women. Thanks to the intrusion capabilities of the master network, these women traverse the vast expanse of the Earth's digital realm with ease, experiencing a level of connectivity far surpassing that of mere phones or computers, which in turn fosters richer conversations among them. Yet, there remains one girl who has isolated herself from the collective, the enchanting Manka Lex. Chen Junying stretched her cramped calves and made her way over. As she approached, she could see Manka leaning against the wall, her gaze fixated on the air before her, as if perceiving some invisible entity within her line of sight. This was the corneal projection of the master network. Chen Junying gently touched her delicate nose and swept a lock of her hair aside, reflecting on how undeniably cool the experience of the master network is. Manka, chewing gum, remained utterly motionless. Hello? Chen Junying smiled. Still, Manka continued to chew her gum without responding. You can't remain so reclusive, Chen Junying remarked, frowning. Jiawa Manka chewed gum, remaining utterly still. Chen Junying's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed as she chuckled softly and walked away, thinking, just a child. Jiawa Manka continued to chew her gum, motionless. Chen Junying headed towards the eastern sector of the room, also known as the Princess District. This area was not established by a supreme deity, but rather devised through negotiations among Chen Junying and several early arrivals. However, due to differing opinions, a western sector called the Hope District later emerged. There have been suggestions to create southern and northern districts as well, but merely voicing such ideas without adequate strength would result in the Princess District and the Hope District ensuring one's utter helplessness. Currently, the Princess District boasts a dominant population of 54 individuals, while the Hope District comprises 35 members. As the first girl to arrive, Jiawa Manka, apart from a few senior girls, had not truly joined any organization. Chen Junying's attentive care for Jiawa Manka led many to assume a prior acquaintance between them. As for Jiawa Manka's evident despondency, it was not difficult to deduce. Certainly, some friends had perished in the labyrinthine world. The stark contrast in numbers between the two districts reveals significant underlying issues. Although the Hope District was initially formed by those who disagreed with Chen Junying and left the Princess District, a majority of newcomers eventually opted to join the Princess District. This phenomenon can be largely attributed to Chen Junying's adeptness in navigating interpersonal relationships. To speak candidly, not all girls in contemporary society possess an overwhelming sense of materialism. Even if one were to stroll into the White House, there are undoubtedly pure-hearted girls who yearn for innocence. However, after traversing the labyrinthine world filled with malice, it is unlikely that any girl, unless she is foolish, would remain oblivious to the significance of collective consciousness. In the midst of these thoughts, Chen Junying had already arrived at the stronghold of the Princess District, situated 100 meters away. Although referred to as a stronghold, it was primarily a space formed by a group of young girls, with the sky serving as their canopy and the ground as their bed. This assembly of girls, some in their 20s and others merely 14 or 15, radiated youthfulness, beauty, charm, and innocence. In essence, a plethora of vibrant, evocative words could aptly describe the enchanting presence of these young maidens. They were scattered around, each immersed in the main divine network, though most opted to remain invisible, ensuring their surroundings were undisturbed. Among them was a young woman from Huaxia, named Xie Yan, clad in the distinguished uniform of Hokdae Girls' High School, and notably, she was the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. So how is it that Chen Junying could lead Xie Yan and maintain such a harmonious relationship? Serendipitously, she was the daughter of the minister himself. Chapter 53, A Generation of Princesses. Only in ignorance can one find freedom. At times, the duration required to genuinely emerge from certain sorrowful experiences may well span a lifetime. Chen Junying lightly tapped Xie Yan's shoulder. Unlike the typical delicate and beautiful woman, her touch exuded a resilient firmness, a testament to Xie Yan's years of training in various martial arts such as Jeet Kune Do, Taekwondo, and Karate, all influenced by her older brother. Chun Junying smiled, remarking that perhaps it was inconsequential, merely a result of Xie Yin being startled. Xie Yin shrugged, conceding, "You might be right." She stepped closer, resting her shoulder against Chun Junying's, and whispered in her ear, "It has been 3 days without any newcomers. What do you think is the reason? Freedom?" Xie Yin fell silent, contemplating. "Mundane is acceptable." She finally shook her head. "What does mundane mean?" Chun Junying took a half step back, placing her hand firmly on Xie Yin's shoulder, her tone earnest. "Every creature, be it cat, dog, insect, or beast, has the option to embrace a mundane existence, yet humans cannot. Humans cannot live mundanely." Chun Junying chuckled lightly. "Shouldn't life be a bit more tumultuous? A touch more exhilarating? What do you think, Xiaoyan? My father has always educated me about national circumstances and global affairs." Xie Yin regarded Chun Junying thoughtfully, the self-proclaimed leader of their circle, perhaps unaware of the simplicity of her daughter's true desires. She laughed a bit too loudly, drawing the attention of nearby girls in the district, who couldn't help but stare. What's wrong with Chun Junying? They mused, though deep down, they understood clearly. Each individual present possessed their own unique qualities, some exceptionally beautiful, others remarkably intelligent, some unparalleled leaders, and others fiercely resilient. The aforementioned 4 criteria, with descending weights, constitute the foundational qualification verification system for the automatic recruitment within the inner sanctum of the supreme deity. It is indeed a society where appearances hold significant sway. A pleasing visage can unlock myriad doors, a truth universally acknowledged. However, what then of perseverance being relegated to the last position? In fact, some issues, when viewed dialectically, dissolve into non-issues. Perseverance resembles the protagonist of a novel, universally recognized for its strength, yet when juxtaposed with the uniquely gifted, it likely falls to the depths of insignificance. With limited resources, would one choose to invest in an individual who merely possesses tenacity? Suddenly, as if illuminated by the ethereal glow of a secluded valley, this vast room, adorned in shades of pink and purple, became eerily dim. What transpired? "Sister Yao, what is that? I can't believe it." Xie Yin gazed into the distance, towards the central expanse of the room. 100 meters away, in the corner, the delicate figure of Manka lifted her youthful face, partially hidden beneath golden locks, her eyes flashing with a blend of bewilderment and an unsettling charm. Her voice, slightly hoarse and tinged with innocence, conveyed a hint of struggle. Yet her vivacity had long since faded. "God? Supreme deity?" A subtle smirk graced her lips, a fleeting smile that hinted at an endearing quality beyond her years. The central area spanned approximately 10,000 square meters, illuminated by a spectral glow that defied categorization. 90 girls, each bearing a distinct expression, remained pressed against the wall. A staggering 450 meters away, only the delicate Manka, rubbing her sore shoulders and thighs, took deliberate steps towards the realm of the ethereal light. Jayawaman, entirely oblivious to her surroundings, accelerated her pace, veering towards the ethereal light. This cubic chamber, with edges stretching 500 meters, was situated within the Eastern District's Noble Women's area. Under the shroud of the mystical glow, the girls in the Hope Zone across the way became indistinct, rendering their circumstances unknown. Among them, one girl stood out, an anomaly. For the deity that Jayawaman spoke of was positioned right before her. This girl appeared to be around 14, her features exquisite. Yet it was difficult to discern that she was merely 12, hailing from Russia. She was none other than the so-called world's most beautiful girl, Kristina Pimenova. Tao Wu, enveloped in a cloak of ethereal light, gazed at the girl he had long admired, feeling that everything could be summed up in 2 words, fate. Yet, that was all there was to it. The world's most beautiful girl was merely a touch more lovely and charming. His visage concealed within the glow. He existed beyond mortal perception. Suddenly, a thought sparked within Tao Wu's mind. The inner space of the deity signaled, "Jayawaman, Lex approaches you." A mischievous grin spread across Tao Wu's face. 300 meters away, Jayawaman was running faster than ever. Not far behind, Chun Junying shouted, "Stop fooling around. There truly is danger." Her voice abruptly ceased as she hastily halted, pivoting to flee in the opposite direction. The reason was clear. As Jayawaman continued her sprint, a mist of ethereal light unexpectedly loomed ahead. The blonde girl, without hesitation, plunged into the mist, vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Chun Junying realized that her intentions had been perceived by the other girls, and she could only inwardly lament. Oh, Jawamanka, it is you who have courted your own demise. Do not blame your sister Chun. Unbeknownst to her, the girl she was silently wishing well for now stood before Tao Wu, her face etched with hatred. Master? Jawamanka spoke Mandarin with remarkable fluency, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Have you finally deigned to visit your slaves? The expressions of the girls in the Hope district varied, yet none dared to voice their outrage. Even Kristina Pimenova, renowned as the world's most beautiful girl, who was no stranger to the glitz of advertising, refrained from a reckless outburst. Chapter 54. 3 minutes. Tao Wu's form was cloaked in an ethereal glow, invisible to the untrained eye. Upon hearing Jawamanka's taunts, he felt a curious swell of intrigue, but more dominantly, a desire for control over her. Regardless of her intellect, she remained ensnared within Tao Wu's grasp. A wealthy man once remarked that when a man attains power, women before him are merely categorized as beautiful or not. Similarly, when a woman rises in strength, men are reduced to being either strong or weak. Having undergone the evolution of opportunity, Tao Wu, through extensive deep learning within the Master God network, had come to an unsettling realization: the singular purpose of life appeared to be mere propagation. Regardless of the establishment of morality, the enhancement of technology, or the evolution of individual strength, the fundamental source of all encouragement mechanisms can be encapsulated in 2 words: reproduction. Scientific advancement is pursued for the sake of reproduction. The evolution of civilization serves the purpose of reproduction. The transformation of the universe is directed towards reproduction. The ultimate truth gleaned by the supreme civilizations, such as that of Wang Yidong, in the realm of life is that existence is intrinsically tied to reproduction. The drive to reproduce may not compel all life forms to urgently seek offspring. However, it undeniably propels them. The greater the life form, the more it is unable to resist this primal desire. When life forcefully suppresses this longing, its existence loses all significance. Tao Wu sometimes finds it perplexing why people, fully aware that the concept of love is merely a byproduct of hormonal activity, still fervently pursue it. Mortals, including the magnificent existence of Wang Yidong from the supreme civilization, as well as Tao Wu himself, often find themselves reluctant to heed these theories that detract from elegance. As the knowledge acquired through the deep learning of the main divine network accumulates within his mind, reaching a transformative threshold, he cannot help but ponder profound existential questions repeatedly. Although he is merely a high school student, he possesses an understanding of existence that surpasses that of a centenarian scholar. Within the inner sanctum of the main divine space, Tao Wu's thoughts remain interconnected with the entire data realm of the main deity. The computational power, far exceeding that of the limitless concept of the exquisite Manka, enables him to manifest all deliberate thoughts in an instant. Sometimes, merely thinking is enough. What does it matter if there are myriad complexities behind it? Tao Wu chuckled heartily. As the enchanting Manketon felt a chill breeze sweep across her body, she glanced down in astonishment. What on earth? When did all her garments vanish? Raising her gaze once more, she was taken aback to find that the supreme deity had also disappeared without a trace. Manketon's expression darkened as she cast a fleeting glance at the women around her, then silently approached the wall to retrieve a fresh attire. Tao Wu reappeared before Chenjunying. The invisible presence exerted a profound impact on her. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through Chenjunying as she respectfully lowered her head and inquired, "Greetings. May I ask who you are?" She harbored a multitude of questions, yet hesitated to overwhelm the moment with too many at once. It was a mindset reminiscent of an elder, for after all, who still referred to a young lady in such a manner these days? It might be misconstrued as peculiar, perhaps even unsettling. Nonetheless, there existed a hint of jest and humor in her thoughts. Chenjunying speculated quietly. Mythology often renders deities with an air of grandeur, particularly encapsulated in the cold declaration. Heavenly Tao is unfeeling, treating all beings as mere fodder. This one phrase encapsulates humanity's intrigue and trepidation towards the enigmatic. With a sweep of his hand, Tao Wu conjured a lengthy scroll, over 3 meters in length, which floated gracefully in the air. Are you familiar with the concept of parallel universes? His voice resonated through the ethereal veil, imbued with a serene clarity. I present you with a task. Venture into the parallel universe and stir up some turmoil. Accomplish this well, and rewards shall not be lacking. Parallel universe? The women were taken aback, yet a sense of trepidation began to creep in. They were merely mortal women. Despite their utmost efforts, what could they possibly achieve? Chun Junying pondered for a few moments before turning to face the group of young ladies, her tone earnest. Shall we come to an agreement? The 53 young ladies engaged in a buzzing conversation for about 10 seconds before they responded in unison with a delicate exclamation. We shall heed your command, princess. Was this a display of defiance? Tao Wu recalled that he had indeed issued each of them a declaration, uttering some rather extraordinary words. You may exert your utmost efforts to enhance yourselves without concern for the limitations imposed by the divine. 4. The deity does not care. The deity is indifferent. The sentiment is valid. There is no flaw in it. Tao Wu gazed at Chun Junying as she turned back, her expression one of reverence as she proclaimed, We accept your task. Please enlighten us on how we are to fulfill it. There is no rush. Inform those in the Hope District to convene in the central area in 3 minutes. Tao Wu turned away, gesturing toward that area. You see it? Henceforth, it shall be my place of descent. You shall refer to it as the domain of the divine. It will grow alongside your strength and will become your future sanctuary of hope. 3 minutes? Is that not rather brief? The domain of the divine? Does that not seem rather casual? The young ladies exchanged glances. Chapter 55, The Realm of Spirit. To notify those in the distant Hope District. A journey of nearly 500 meters awaits. 3 minutes is undeniably a pressing time frame. Following Tao Wu's sudden disappearance, the expressions of the young ladies varied greatly. Chun Junying led the way, with Xie Yin trailing behind. The group of girls immediately began to run. After a little more than 2 minutes, nearly 90 girls, including the enchanting Manka, arrived at the threshold of the eerie realm of the dark light, panting heavily. The sight of the foreboding darkness instilled a profound sense of dread among them. Should they enter, or should they refrain? The choice proved to be daunting. Perhaps a rephrasing would help. To enter or not enter? Ultimately, they collectively opted for the latter. As the dark luminescence brushed against her skin, Manka realized that the situation was far from straightforward. At that moment, she accessed the Master God's wristband and discovered that the time Chun Junying had threatened them with had already elapsed. 151 seconds had passed, with an error margin of no more than 2 seconds. This indicated that if the Master God held time in high regard, their tardiness would undoubtedly result in severe consequences. The dark light enveloped her in a strangely viscous embrace, impeding her progress while curiously alleviating any sensation of suffocation. Likewise, the sensation of stickiness her body experienced was merely that, a sensation. Upon her face, in her hair, on her hands, and across her clothing, Manka was certain that no tangible substance had adhered to her. With her eyes shut, Manka ceased her attempts to perceive this inexplicable realm and summoned every ounce of her strength, propelling herself forward into the unfathomable abyss. Chun Junying faced a similar predicament. Yet she was different. In her realm, there existed not only gelatinous impediments, but also numerous obstructions akin to stones scattered throughout the world. A moment's inattention could result in grievous injury. Chun Junying attempted to push aside the stones, only to feel the sting of her bruised knuckles. I cannot be defeated. Chun Junying recalled Hemingway's timeless declaration, You can destroy me, but you cannot defeat me. This thought compelled her to inhale deeply, bolstering her resolve against the treacherous trials set forth by the deity. Charge forth, she fervently urged herself. In stark contrast, the younger girls seemed to navigate their challenges with relative ease. The gelatinous barriers enveloping them, though invisible to the mortal eye, appeared significantly more translucent. However, the 12-year-old Christina Pimenova bore the weight of impediments far surpassing those faced by the delicate Manka rakes. Moreover, she was besieged by a considerable number of stones. The moment she closed her eyes, the world felt chaotically disordered, and achieving inner tranquility seemed nearly impossible, let alone contemplating any forward momentum. What should I do? What should I do? I do not wish to perish. Christina Pimenova lifted her gaze. Never before had she perceived such profound darkness engulfing the world. She recalled a phrase once uttered by her teacher. Without a wealthy lineage, what you invest in the entertainment industry may very well include your very own body. Previously, she regarded it merely as a jest. Even when confronted with the existence of such girls, some not even 10 years old, she could only mutter, This damned world. But that was the extent of her concern. These matters seemed eternally distant from her worries. However, upon entering the labyrinthine realm, she realized that the world had irrevocably transformed. This reality was far grander than anything she had previously encountered or even imagined. The darker facets of existence were likely far more intricate than the tales she had heard. Should I? Kristina Pimenova closed her eyes, crystalline tears tracing down her cheeks. Chaotic thoughts surged into her 12-year-old mind. 1 minute, 10 minutes, a day. In the psychological realm of the girls, time seemed to stretch into an interminable expanse. It was impossible to quantify precisely how long had passed, but the deity's 3-minute promise was surely in vain. What horrific events awaited Chen Junying, Xieyan, Jiao Vaman, and Kristina? As Chen Junying was the first to traverse the mere 10 meters of ethereal light, arriving in a purple space within the main deity domain, indistinguishable from the outside world yet encompassing a total area of 600 square meters, her weary body, coupled with the fragmented exhaustion of her spirit, caused her to faint instantly, collapsing heavily onto the plush purple carpet. This also meant she remained oblivious to the fact that the moment her body materialized in the main deity domain, everything except the deity's wristband had vanished completely, including her clothing, undergarments, and shoes. Swiftly, the enchanting man Ka traversed the mental domain and arrived at the realm of the supreme deity. Just before losing consciousness, she had but a fleeting glimpse of Chen Junying's alabaster form. Xieyan was the 32nd to enter, a youthful yet exquisite woman with flowing white hair. The 33rd was Kristina Pimenova, and the 90th was a woman in her 20s. Without exception, all the girls were devoid of clothing. Chapter 56. The Mathematical Universe. Natural constants. After a considerable duration, when Chen Junying was the first to awaken, the others gradually followed suit. Unlike the portrayals in novels and dramas, none of the girls who regained consciousness screamed mindlessly. The alabaster-skinned maidens cast varied expressions towards Tao Wu. Some were flustered and attempted to conceal themselves, while others, feeling aggrieved, chose not to cover up. Tao Wu, too, was entirely unclothed. There were no ethereal veils, no ornate armor, no tailored suits, nor undergarments. He bore a slightly handsome visage, with piercing eyes and a physique marginally more robust. Below, there was a somewhat disproportionate size, deviating from the human norm. Is this the supreme deity? Indeed, this is the supreme deity. As I have stated, Tao Wu stood tall, unperturbed by the actions of others. However, should I fail to fulfill my mission, I must accept the consequences. His gaze deliberately flicked downward. And I trust you comprehend the implications. Naturally, there are certain discomforting actions that we shall never undertake in our lifetimes. Unless a day arrives when someone breaks the shackles I have set, there may be another narrative. What you have just experienced is known as the realm of the spirit. Even within a primary domain, it possesses formidable strength. In the realm of the spirit, all your perceptions are infinitely decelerated, and every experience transforms into an intangible mental obstruction. The more experiences you accumulate, the more arduous it becomes to traverse. Therefore, first, you have successfully arrived here within 3 minutes. Second, you shall receive the reward I bestow. Tao Wu stands immobile, as steadfast as a mountain. The ladies, however, exhibit a myriad of complex expressions, their minds in disarray. Tao Wu continues, today, the first 10 girls to traverse the realm of the spirit shall be rewarded. Now, and in the future, I shall only announce the individual who performs best in each task. Others may refer to the main god's network mailbox linked through the main god's wristband. Chen Junying. Tao Wu places his hands behind his back and approaches. Chen Junying. In an instant, Chen Junying drops to the ground and crawls towards Tao Wu. Upon reaching within half a meter of him, she lifts her gaze to the imposing figure that obscures the light, feeling utterly bewildered. Tao Wu, with a stern expression, demands, "Who are you? Who am I?" Chen Junying trembles. "I am a slave. You are my master." "Excellent." Tao Wu extends his hand, the tip of his middle finger brushing against Chen Junying's hair, and declares, "Remember, all your glory is the fruit of my sacrifice. A slave without reward. I shall not spare her life." Tao Wu raises his head and surveys each girl, wherever his gaze lands. None dare to meet his eyes. Chen Junying achieved an outstanding first place in the inaugural mental domain assessment, capturing my attention. Chen Junying paused momentarily, maintaining her climbing posture, yet discreetly summoned her specialized data web page once more. Similarly, Jiawa Meika accessed her dedicated data page, where a flashing email icon adorned the upper right corner. Upon opening it, she discovered a message: "Congratulations on securing an impressive second place in the inaugural mental domain assessment. As a reward, you have attained a divine attention of 0.909, which is 0.1 less than Chen Junying's. This indicates that, from the very beginning, She has a slight lead over you. She navigated to her personal center, revealing a special permission sequence, divinely authenticated by the Supreme Being. Identification document of Divine Slave Number 1. Original name, Jiahua Menka Lex. Entropy reduction level, 3. Entropy reduction attribute, intermediate animal. Congratulations, in the presence of beasts, your intelligence is unequivocally superior. Computational power, 0. 0. Computational power is an abstract concept. All your proactive actions will invoke it. However, apologies, as the insufficient value must be rounded. Physical strength level, 7. 2. Development direction, currently. You have only developed a single path. First path, divine power. By utilizing the divine attention as a key, one can acquire computational power from the Supreme Being. The higher the attention, the more computational power can be summoned. The current attention of the Supreme Deity towards you stands at 0. 9. While your available computational power cap is 0. 0.027, calculated as the natural constant 2. 71828 raised to the power of x, where x is the deity's level of attention. A crisp sound of applause resonates through the air, prompting the women to raise their gazes towards Tao Wu. Chapter 57. Concentrated Training in the Virtual Realm. Have you all finished reading? Tao Wu gestures towards the sky. Except for Chun Junying, the others look up in awe. Before them unfolds a vast scroll, where faint traces of civilization and mountains intertwine, amidst swirling winds and rumbling thunder. Upon closer inspection, however, one realizes that it is all but an illusion, leaving only a blank canvas. This is the grand leaderboard of parallel universes. It shall chronicle your achievements across each parallel realm. Your task is quite simple. Do you see the wristbands you are wearing? Following the indicated directions is your sole mission. Lowering his gaze, Tao Wu notices Chun Junying's apparent disdain, cleverly masked by an indifferent facade. He silently chuckles, feeling quite at ease. Chun Junying perceives the concept of parallel universes as nothing more than Tao Wu's pretext. In truth, it would be more apt to refer to it as an artificial dimension. Utilizing a specific degree of entropy reduction and computational power, Tao Wu simulates a virtual world akin to a game. The areas of the map that the human eye has yet to scan will remain unrendered, thereby rendering the overall demand for computational power negligible. As for entropy reduction, it is of little consequence. In the realm of gaming, rendering pertains to the process of filling pixels into the video memory, thereby making the visual effects observable. In the realm of a virtual world, rendering entails the integration of map code into the divine data space, harnessing computational power to perform function operations that yield real-time map effects. However, in pursuit of future advancements and the ambition to execute a plan for the conquest of extraterrestrial civilizations, he could not possibly rely solely on the obscure explorations of these young girls. Lacking any experience, they remain oblivious to the potential pitfalls that may arise. In Tao Wu's estimation, these girls could at best serve as beta testers. As for any other utility, well, Tao Wu had yet to conceive of that. Such matters cannot be thoroughly analyzed overnight. He decided to provide these girls with a virtual world, allowing them to experiment freely. This could be regarded as a secondary utilization of their capabilities. Most importantly, only by having these individuals participate in the beta testing could Tao Wu find solace. For one, he could reveal his true self in their presence without reservation. It is better to develop discreetly than to act recklessly. Without any discernible action from Tao Wu, the 3-meter-long scroll suddenly flipped over. Then, it flipped again. The scroll began to spin, emanating a dazzling display of light and shadow, sparkling brilliantly. The girls in the Hope District, following the beautiful woman with white hair and azure eyes, maintained a kneeling posture. There was no alternative. Only this position could sufficiently obscure their elegance. After more than 10 seconds, the scroll abruptly halted, the light and shadows flickering and gradually fading, revealing one independent name after another. Although the names did not resemble earthly script, they imprinted clearly in each mind, unmistakable in recognition. Even Chun Junying, with her exceptional temperament, was taken aback by the names above. In essence, it is the foreign girls like Jiahua Menka, who are seldom integrated into the cultural fabric of Chinese web literature, that remain oblivious to it. The worlds highlighted in yellow include Technology Number 1 Parallel World, Technology Number 2 Parallel World, Cultivation Number 1 Parallel World, Cultivation Number 2 Parallel World. The worlds highlighted in blue encompass the realms of Do Putsang Qiong and De Zhuzai, the universe of Xinghadadi, the world of infinite terror, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the SCP-compatible modification world. In total, there are 5 worlds, which can be said to encompass the 3 grand concepts of fantasy, science fiction, and mystery. Chen Junying is not well versed in the concept of web literature, but is still familiar with Do Putsang Qiong and the Marvel Universe. This is simply due to the remarkable impact of their intellectual properties. As a young individual, it is indeed rare to find someone who is unaware of Marvel and Do Putsang Qiong. What do you think? Tao Wu shifted from looking up to a level gaze. The yellow world offers no experiences for your selection. In the blue world, you can utilize the main god network to conduct a thorough dissection of them. You may deliberate together and choose one to enter. Tao Wu smiled, presenting you with the opportunity to choose. Chen Junying silently glanced at Xie Yan, then led the ladies from the princess district to a side. Jiao Manka gazed at Tao Wu, and under Xie Yan's gentle coaxing, she walked over. The foreign beauty with white hair and blue eyes chuckled, remaining in place. However, upon careful and earnest reflection, I feel it is essential to joyfully share my thoughts. My little goal is to showcase affection on the day of Qixi. Quite rhythmic, isn't it? Those with girlfriends should promptly utter 3 words. Let's break up. I speak on behalf of the bachelors. Taking a leave to pursue romance. Just 3 hours. Chapter 58. The Power. Make your choice. Tao Wu smirked, now gazing at the wristbands you wear. Open the main god network and behold the main interface. You will notice a newly added section on the homepage, the Virtual World Training Ground. Access it. You should see clouds in 2 hues, yellow and blue. Choose yellow. There are 5 vast virtual training worlds from which you may select one. Of course, if you opt for blue, due to the disparity in information, the chances of gaining anything are virtually non-existent. Now, engage in discussion. Tao Wu's cheerful figure gradually faded. The only male voice in this realm of the main god was somewhat unruly. You can only select one world at a time, upon making your choice. Follow the instructions on the main god wristband to enhance your attention from the main god, thereby strengthening yourself. Indeed, this is your sole option. The main god network serves as their most advantageous tool for acquiring intelligence. The Hope District is no different. In the face of the dual imbalance of information and power, choosing the blue virtual world is decidedly unwise. After a lengthy pause, Chen Junying and the leader of the Hope District, a striking beauty with silver hair and azure eyes, simultaneously rose. All the girls also stood, stretching their delicate arms and rubbing their fair thighs. Chen Junying let out a melodious laugh, her lips curling into a smile as she clasped her hands before her. My dear Miss Zickery, what do you think? Shall we engage in a little game? In the air suffused with a purple ambience, her exquisite figure was unmistakably revealed, her striking beauty ranking modestly among the other girls. Yet, her aura of spirited confidence elevated her like the brightest star in a dimly lit sky, rendering her a singular vision of beauty. Even the leader of the Hope District, Miss Zickery, felt a twinge of self-doubt. The white-haired beauty, addressed as Miss Zickery, maintained her composure, responding nonchalantly. I believe this game requires no competition. Oh, is that so? Chen Junying nodded, urging, let us compare thoughts and discuss our conclusions together. I'm curious to see what ideas occupy our minds. What could possibly differ? This sort of provocation frequently unfolded between these 2 leaders of the first district in their daily interactions. However, this roundabout remark sparked yet another inquiry regarding Miss Zickery and her companion's efforts to establish the Hope District. Unfazed, Miss Zickery gracefully diffused the emerging tension with a calm demeanor. In unison, she and Chen Junying declared, Fight the heavens. Fight the heavens, Chen Junying remarked, her penetrating gaze fixed on Miss Zickery, clapping her hands together. It's been nearly 10 days since you left my side, hasn't it? In my view, our understanding remains as intact as ever. Shameless hussy. Maisie Kelly silently cursed, yet spoke. If your perspective were not so biased, how could I ever bear to part from you? Is that so? Surely, this is not merely your excuse for laziness? The other women observed the verbal sparring between the 2 with calm demeanor, yet their hearts rallied in support of their respective leaders. Though their exchange resembled a bloodless war, it held little significance in the eyes of these exceptional girls. They would not determine whom to follow based on who emerged victorious in this battle of wits. However, they recognized that this psychological victory would inevitably influence the selection of future newcomers. A 3-meter-long scroll radiated brilliance, with the words Do Put Song Qiong and De Zhu Zai glaringly illuminated. Indeed, the first virtual realm chosen by the group was none other than the worlds of Do Put Song Qiong and De Zhu Zai, considering the 5 major narrative worlds. Whether it be the spiritually victorious Star River Emperor, the genetically triumphant Marvel Cinematic Universe, or the rule-conquering SCP, and not to mention the boundless horrors of Infinite Terror. Each of these realms boasts characters endowed with extraordinary powers from the onset. Given the current lack of strength among the women, aspiring to gain advantages in such worlds could only be described in 2 words: mere fantasy. One could contemplate Wang Chao, who perceives the entire universe's future in Star River Emperor, or reflect on the top 10 strongest entities within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Imagine the authors beyond the realms in Infinite Terror, or consider the exaggerated containment objects in SCP. Do Put Song Qiong can truly be regarded as a masterpiece. Without the profound insights to illuminate the world, devoid of a plot that could collapse at any moment, and absent the intricacies of human nature that verge on the bizarre. This realm shall be the pivotal moment for the women to embark on a second path: power, spirit, technology, genetics, and rules. To regard power as the primary world is indeed the ultimate truth. Chapter 59, Chu Ling. Along this journey, Qin Junying and her companions, armed with the computational abilities of the main deity, venture into the beta testing of the worlds of Do, Pi, Song Qiong, and De Zhu Zai. Among them, there are 150,000 individuals bearing various wounds, with 40,000 nearly stripped of their combat capabilities. This figure does not even account for the hundreds of thousands of women who, through their logistical efforts, have managed to survive. As Tao Wu articulated, the intent behind pressuring humanity is to rekindle the dormant combat instincts buried within ancient genes. When a dagger is grasped, one can confront the fiercest of wolves. When enemies are at hand, one dares to fight with life itself. This impulse, rooted in the very essence of existence, cannot be ignited by any virtual scenario, but only through the tangible reality. Moreover, Tao Wu possesses no desire to squander abundant resources on the failures. The night shall pass, and dawn shall break. On a certain island, in the central area, Chu Ling gazes upon the cluster of rudimentary wooden huts, her heart heavy. On one hand, the coconut trees throughout the island have been nearly exhausted, yet 7 or 8 individuals crammed into a single dwelling continue to face the peril of insufficient timber. Why? Here, there exists not a single warm garment, yet each person is ensnared by the biting cold. TSK. Regardless, in the remaining 20 hours, all individuals on the island, including both the disabled and the able-bodied, can no longer endure 24 hours of outdoor existence. At least not before the 3rd wave of crisis strikes, under no circumstances. This reality instills a profound sense of fear in Chu Ling, as any mismanagement of the situation could potentially trigger a significant upheaval within the entire Chu Ling shelter team. Should the injured and disabled falter in withstanding this winter, the resultant despair could lead to inevitable unrest among the members who have lost their stronghold. On another note, the second wave of crisis that inflicted heavy casualties upon the Chu Ling shelter team received a mere 2-star evaluation, while the final wave, the Dusk, evokes a dreadfully formidable 3-star rating. With her arms crossed, Chu Ling stood before several rows of wooden cabins, acutely aware that the coconut fibers she wore had ceased to provide warmth. The chill of her body, compounded by the coldness of her mind, left even this resolute woman feeling utterly overwhelmed, as if she alone bore the weight of the world. Gazing at the discontented residents of the wooden cabin area, the icy breath escaping her lips only deepened her sense of emptiness. Captain Chu, your coconut attire is insufficient. How will you withstand the cold? Amidst Chu Ling's striking beauty, a woman hurriedly emerged from one of the wooden cabins, appearing remarkably ordinary. Clutching a piece of coconut attire, she approached to tenderly drape it over Chu Ling's shoulders, declaring, "Winter has arrived. As stated in the realm of Game of Thrones, you are our pillar of faith. Without you, the shelter team would cease to exist." In a bustling tavern filled with stunning women, this ordinary woman might not shine at all. At this moment and in this place, she could evoke a smile from Chu Ling more effectively than any courtesan. Chu Ling gently rested her hand on her shoulder, her tone deliberately softened. "Tan Rong, your intentions are commendable. Given the current circumstances, you are well aware." The corners of Chu Ling's lips, slightly tinged with a purplish hue from the cold, formed a faint smile, What do you suggest we do to win the people's hearts while ensuring the safety of the entire team? Tan Rong smiled back. I shall defer to your wisdom. This tactic of complimenting the principal before making a suggestion was one that Tan Rong had mastered with remarkable finesse. However, it was but a drop in the bucket, utterly futile. Training and preparation remained essential. Tan Rong gazed earnestly into Chu Ling's eyes. In the distance, Li Jing observed the scene with a cold detachment. The woman in the blue shirt crossed her arms, while only the woman in green, Lin Shi, gazed at Li Jing with a heavy heart, sighing quietly. As one of the original followers of Chu Ling, they had risen to the ranks of generals. Thanks in part to Chu Ling's support. Logically, the women should be immensely grateful to her. Yet, Li Jing's extreme disposition had nearly obliterated the friendship between them. Nevertheless, due to Li Jing's frequent declarations, the gentle-natured Lin Shi had repeatedly faced defeat in their conflicts. It must be said that Li Jing's appearance was no less striking than Lin Shi's, but therein lay the issue. Lin Shi harbored no affection for women. What was to be done? Choices must be made. Tao Wu smirked slightly, now observing the wristbands they wore. Upon opening the Master God Network, one can observe a newly added section on the main interface titled Virtual World Training Ground. Engage with it. You will notice two distinct colors of clouds, yellow and blue, adorning this interface. Select the yellow option, where 5 grand virtual training worlds await your choice. However, should you opt for the blue, due to the disparity in information, the likelihood of yielding any fruitful results is nearly non-existent. Now, I encourage you to engage in discussion. The figure of Tao Wu gradually fades, his laughter lingering in the air. The sole male voice within this realm exudes a sense of carefree abandon. You may only select one world at a time, after making your choice. Adhere to the instructions on the Master God wristband to enhance your attention from the Master God, and thereby strengthen your own abilities. Indeed, this remains your only viable option. The Master God Network serves as their most advantageous weapon in acquiring intelligence, and the Hope District is no different. In the face of the dual imbalance of information and strength, choosing the blue virtual world is simply not prudent. After a prolonged moment, Chun Junying and the leader of the Hope District, a striking beauty with white hair and emerald eyes, rise almost in unison. All the young women, massaging their delicate thighs and slender arms, also stand. Chun Junying emits a melodious laugh, her lips curving into a playful smile as she clasps her hands before her. Lady Misakili, might we indulge in a little game? Within the purplish ambience, her exquisite form is undeniably captivating, her 7/10 star-like beauty barely allowing her to remain among the lower echelons of this group of girls. Yet, due to her aura of confidence and charisma, she stood out like the brightest star in a dimly lit sky, embodying the singular essence of beauty. Even the leader of Hope District, Miss Kelly, found herself overshadowed. The silver-haired beauty, known as Miss Kelly, maintained her composure and remarked nonchalantly, "This game. I believe there is no need for competition." "Oh, is that so?" Shin Junying nodded, suggesting, "Shall we compare? Let us articulate and discuss our conclusions together. I am curious to discern what resides within our minds." She chuckled. What could possibly be so different? Such provocations frequently occurred between these two leaders of District 1 in their daily interactions. However, this roundabout challenge left many perplexed, serving as yet another inquiry into Miss Kelly and her companions' endeavor to establish the Hope District. Unfazed, Miss Kelly skillfully defused the tension with a calm demeanor. Almost in unison, she and Chun Junying declared, breaking through the heavens. Chun Junying, with a penetrating gaze fixed upon Miss Kelly, clapped her hands together. "It has been nearly 10 days since you left me, hasn't he? In my view, our synergy remains as strong as ever." Such an audacious harlot. Miss Kelly silently cursed, yet replied, "If not for your overly biased perspective, would I have considered departing? Really? Is that not just a lazy excuse?" The other women observed the exchange between the two leaders with indifference, yet inwardly rallied in support of their respective champions. Do not be deceived by the seemingly bloodless skirmish between these two individuals. To the discerning eyes of these remarkable girls, it holds little significance. They do not determine whom to follow based on who triumphs in this battle of wits. Yet they are acutely aware that such a victory will inevitably create a degree of interference in the future selection of newcomers. The 3-meter-long scroll shines brilliantly, with the yellow characters proclaiming Do Patsang Qiong and De Zhu Zai glaringly prominent. Indeed, the first virtual realm chosen by the girls is none other than the worlds of Do Patsang Qiong and De Zhu Zai. When surveying the 5 principal narrative realms, Whether it is the spiritually triumphant emperor of the galaxy, the technologically superior Marvel Cinematic Universe, or the rule-abiding SCP. None of these worlds lack characters endowed with extraordinary powers from the onset. Given the girl's current lack of strength, the prospect of gaining any advantage in such realms is nothing short of a pipe dream. Consider Wang Chao from the Emperor of the Galaxy, who perceives the entire cosmos's future. Contemplate the top 10 strongest from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Envision the authors beyond the worlds in infinite horror. Reflect on the exaggerated containment objects in SCP. In contrast, Doputsang Qiong can be regarded as a work of integrity. It lacks omnipotent beings who can foresee the world from the very beginning, avoids plot lines that could collapse at any moment, and refrains from delving into the bizarre complexities of human nature. This world will serve as the crucial key for the girls to embark on a secondary path. Power, spirit, technology, genetics, rules. To consider power as the first world is indeed the ultimate wisdom. Along this journey, Shen Junying and her companions, equipped with the computational prowess of the main deity, ventured into the realms of the novels Doputsang Qiong and Dezhu Zai. Among them, over 150,000 individuals bore various injuries, while nearly 40,000 had all but lost their combat capabilities. This figure did not even account for the hundreds of thousands engaged in logistical support who managed to escape unscathed. As Tao Wu aptly remarked, the intent behind pressuring humanity was to rekindle the primal instinct for battle buried deep within their ancient genes. When a dagger is grasped, one can confront the fiercest of wolves. When adversaries loom, one dares to stake their life in combat. This impulse, rooted in the very essence of human nature, can only be awakened in the tangible world. No virtual scenario can elicit such a response. Moreover, Tao Wu was unwilling to squander precious resources on those destined to fail. The night was waning, and dawn was approaching. On a certain island, in the central area, Chu Ling gazed upon the cluster of makeshift wooden huts, her heart heavy with concern. On one hand, the island's coconut trees had been nearly stripped bare, yet 7 or 8 individuals crowded within a single hut, still facing a dire shortage of timber. Why was this so? There was not a single warm garment to be found. Yet each person was chilled to the bone by the frigid air. Alas, regardless, in the remaining 20 or so hours, all those left on the island, including the disabled and the able-bodied, could not endure another 24 hours of outdoor living. At least not before the third wave of crisis struck. It was imperative that they did not. This was a source of great anxiety for Chu Ling, for any mismanagement of this situation could potentially lead to significant upheaval within the protective team she led. If the disabled cannot endure this winter, the tragic fate of the rabbit and the fox, having lost the support of their comrades, insurrection becomes inevitable. On the other hand, the second wave of crisis, which inflicted grievous losses upon Chu Ling's protective team, received merely a 2-star rating, while the final wave of dusk bore a daunting 3-star designation. Chu Ling stood, arms crossed, before several rows of wooden huts, feeling that the coconut fibers draped upon her had lost their warmth. The chill of her body, compounded by a frosty psyche, left even this resolute woman in a state of disarray, embodying a profound sense of solitary burden amidst a vast world. Yet, gazing at the discontented wooden hut district, the cold air escaping her breath also rendered her spirit desolate. Captain Chu, your coconut attire is insufficient. How will you withstand the cold? In the shadow of Chu Ling's striking beauty, a woman emerged hastily from one of the huts, appearing remarkably ordinary. Clutching a piece of coconut attire, she approached and tenderly draped it over Chu Ling. Winter has arrived. As it is said in the Game of Thrones, you are our pillar of faith. Without you, the protective team would cease to exist. In the midst of a tavern filled with stunning beauties, this woman might not shine at all. Yet, in this moment and place, she could elicit a smile from Chu Ling even more than any courtesan could. Chu Ling placed her hand gently on the woman's shoulder, her tone softening. Tan Rong, you are thoughtful. In the current situation, your understanding is remarkably clear. Chu Ling, with her slightly bluish lips, managed to form a faint smile. What do you suggest we do to win the people's hearts while ensuring the safety of the entire team? Tan Rong replied with a smile. I shall humbly comply with your wishes. This tactic of first flattering the main subject before making a suggestion is one that Tan Rong has mastered to an impressive degree. However, such efforts are but a drop in the bucket, ultimately futile. Training and preparation, however, offer a viable path forward. Tan Rong sincerely locked eyes with Chu Ling. In the distance, Li Jing observed this scene with a cold gaze. The woman in blue crossed her arms, while only Linshi, dressed in green, gazed at Li Jing with a heavy heart, sighing softly. As one of the earliest supporters of Chu Ling, they had risen to the ranks of commanders, thanks in part to Chu Ling's extra support. Logically, the women should feel immense gratitude towards her. Yet, Li Jing's extreme disposition had nearly consumed their friendship completely. Nevertheless, due to Li Jing's frequent declarations, the gentle Lin, she often found their encounters ending in defeat. It must be said that Li Jing was not inferior in appearance to Lin Shi. However, the crux of the matter lay in Lin Shi's disinterest in women. What hope was there? Chapter 64. The countless ways a protagonist can meet their demise. A sudden voice erupted from among the clan's younger members. With a mocking expression, he spoke, prompting a chorus of agreement from many around him. Positioned towards the front, he was flanked by several other clan members, standing as if to ensure everyone recognized their sycophantic nature. Xiao is indeed correct. I have previously stated that this is undeniably an impossible situation. Regardless, in the eyes of the younger generation, Xiao Yin is regarded as nothing more than a discarded waste. Yet, one must ponder this. How is it that this individual has captured the affections of the most beautiful and talented Suner within the family? Is this not an invitation for collective disdain? These young scions, both male and female, are often brimming with youthful exuberance, and they tend to retaliate against anyone who dares to annoy them. Although Xiaoyan harbors his doubts, he is still mindful of his dignity. It is rather unseemly for an adult to engage in a verbal skirmish with a group of children. With a scoff and a smirk of derision, he disregards the jeering remarks of the family members and strides confidently towards Suner, brimming with excitement. Witnessing the scene from a distance, Chen Junying is momentarily taken aback, recalling that through physical contact, Gu Suner could potentially unveil Xiao Yan's true capabilities. Task number 1, Protagonist Sequence. 2. Please make judicious use of the available computational power to ensure that Gu Suner cannot discern Xiao Yan's authentic strength. The system will document the butterfly effect resulting from your modifications. Your reward will be proportionate to the weight of the data acquired by the system. As anticipated, an apology is in order. Your computational power is insufficient. Please note that, based on your total computational capacity, relative excess output can only be conducted once per day. Following this, you will be unable to allocate more than half of your total computational power for 24 hours. Will you proceed? Proceed, indeed. The computational power required to maintain this state, 0.0134. Specific situation, first. By employing additional quantum invisibility effects to evade the perception of individuals below the desolate level, as there are powerful beings monitoring this area, and then using an energy field as the main focus to disguise the Do-Chi domain and create a disturbance effect. Suner. Xiaoyan gently took Gu Suner's small hand. The latter's face flushed slightly as she seemed to glance at the air on her left, but did not struggle. Did you see that? I am beginning to recover. I know, Brother Xiaoyan. Although I am unaware of what has transpired with you, I believe you will eventually be well again. Brother Xiaoyan, you will always be the best. This wave of affection is simply ruthlessly overwhelming. Gu Suner's expression turned cold as she looked at Xiao. Do you wish to have a match with me as well? Xiao shook his head. I will not fight you. He scoffed. However, do not merely hide behind the woman. Otherwise, how can you face the world with dignity? Task number 1, Protagonist Sequence. 3. Please utilize the available computational power wisely to enable Xiao Yin to accept Zhao's challenge. The system will record the butterfly effect resulting from your modifications. The magnitude of your reward will depend on the data weight obtained by the system. What on earth? The system is intent on putting the protagonist in peril this time. Chen Junying did not shy away from escalating matters, stating, make Xiao Yin agree to Zhao's challenge. Apologies. You will be unable to allocate significant computational power within the next 24 hours. She was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the task's announcement should be a shared endeavor. Without further ado, she turned to the enchanting Menka and declared, I shall allocate all my computational power to you. This time, it is your turn. No. The leader of the Hope District, Miss Kelly, is displeased. She is one of your own. It is only fair that this round is presided over by my district sisters. Is it not? Lucy, you take the lead. Yes. A golden-haired beauty stepped forward. Thanks to the real-time translation capabilities of the main God network, these girls from around the globe faced no language barriers. The next moment, Lucy felt a tingling sensation as a substantial amount of computational power surged into her cerebral cortex, causing a temporary paralysis of the tissues which soon subsided. Lacking experience, Lucy shouted somewhat awkwardly, "Please have Xiao Yan accept Zhao's challenge." Please note, the relative excess output can only occur once daily, based on your total computational power. After this, you will be unable to allocate a significant portion of relative computational power, more than half of your total computational power, for 24 hours. Shall we proceed now? Yes. Lucy paused for a second. The computational power required to maintain this state, 0.0041. Specifics, via brainwaves. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, he had become a puppet in the hands of a group of young women. Otherwise, the scene was truly beyond imagination. Xiao Yan gently caressed Gu Sun'er's fair little hand and proclaimed, "Since you wish to test me, I shall grant you this courtesy." The young scions of various families gazed in astonishment at the two individuals, retreating to create a sufficiently spacious area for their contest. Beside the testing stone, the middle-aged examiner, for reasons unknown, refrained from voicing any objections. Chapter 60. The Stockholm Syndrome. The long, cold night shall eventually pass. Following the harsh winter that has only just begun to wane, the members of the Chu Ling Protectorate, who had sustained grave injuries, gradually succumbed and perished. Among the remaining 70,000, half lingered perilously close to the clutches of death. A mere 16 hours remained until the final wave of crisis. In the northern region, on an island, at the front of the wooden cabin district, Mayuki Kazuko stood slightly behind K-Spit, exchanging a meaningful glance with several prominent figures nearby. In the southern region, on another island, at the wooden cabin district, Cheng Yidong stood with his hands clasped behind him. Behind him, Xiaoguan, having risen to the rank of regional leader, was preoccupied with managing the aftermath of the previous night's casualties. Meanwhile, Cheng Yidong's aunt cast a vigilant gaze in Xiaoguan's direction. On this solitary island, designated as number 44, a brutal battle against the Antarctic cod, compounded by a night of insidious cold, had further exacerbated the plight of this already beleaguered small team. Chen Yun, with a delicate, almost ethereal appearance, had become somewhat rigid, while behind him stood the young African man whom he had once saved, now sworn to loyalty unto death. Even he bore an equally stiff demeanor. This harsh winter had indeed proven to be exceptionally cruel to them. Last night, a tumultuous uproar erupted among the disabled, resulting in a significantly severe riot during this tumultuous period. Although it was ultimately quelled, the incident left the Chen Yun contingent with a mere 5,000 remaining members from an initial count of 17,000. A staggering 70% diminished due to the preceding crises. Yet, a lengthy day loomed ahead before the impending wave of crisis would arrive. In the real world, within the remote regions of Guangdong Province in Huaghua, lies a small county named Mingkong. In the girls' dormitory of Mingkong County First Senior High School, a secluded area devoid of parental presence, on the 6th floor, the highest level of the building, Lin Sinny exclaimed, You cannot pass the turn to me. Xiao Qiao responded, "What kind of relationship do we have?" Indeed, on the final night before the much-needed respite at Mingkong First High, Tao Wu and a group of high school girls engaged in a game of idiom relay. As for the manner of play, a mysterious domain enveloped the space, silencing any extraneous sounds. The gathering was not large, yet it included nearly all the star-studded girls of the institution. At this moment, due to Lin Sinny's turn in the idiom relay, it was now Ku Mo's turn to take the baton. The girl gazed apprehensively at Tao Wu, her eyes wide with trepidation. Suddenly, without warning, she burst into tears, her voice choked with emotion. She deeply comprehended that she had no future left. Perhaps this man might treat her well? Yet, who could truly ascertain such a fate? In the future, will she have to compete for favor with other girls in Tao Wu's harem? The girl's heart grew heavier, her emotions more stifled, her sobs increasingly choked and hoarse. Yet, on that day, who could say otherwise? Lin Sinny gazed intently at the imposing Tao Wu, her bewildered eyes gradually becoming blurred. Suddenly, she rose and pressed herself against Tao Wu, her arms tightly embracing him, her beautiful face flushed with a sickly hue. This is the manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome, a psychological phenomenon where a victim develops an emotional bond with their captor, sometimes even aiding them. This feeling leads the victim to harbor affection and dependency towards the perpetrator, even assisting in their malevolent acts. It is evident that Lin Sinny has been under immense pressure. Her emotional breakdown only heightened the anxiety and insecurity of the other girls. Tao Wu laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. Perhaps this was indulgence, or simply a reflection of his true nature. In fact, after Lin Sinny's collapse, She even sought to kiss Kumo's alluring lips, casting a hopeful glance towards Tao Wu. With a hearty laugh, Tao Wu playfully swatted her away. Lin Sini pouted in dismay, her expressive eyes fluttering captivatingly. It must be said that Tao Wu's discerning eye is indeed remarkable, and his prowess formidable. He managed to win over the innocent Lin Sini during her sophomore year, which speaks volumes of his capabilities. Moreover, he is capable of bringing Lin Sini to a hotel. Hiki. Nowadays, these girls generally harbor a certain trepidation towards Tao Wu. However, perhaps due to the close friendship with Xinyuchen, Xiao Qiao stands out as the one who appears least intimidated by him. Xiao Qiao rolled her eyes and murmured coolly. Some people are oblivious to the dangers and keep bullying us delicate girls who are utterly defenseless. A girl nearby tugged at her sleeve, revealing herself as a newcomer. The more familiar girls had already come to understand that Tao Wu never paid any heed to Xiao Qiao's murmurs. Unbeknownst to her, this led to two contrasting receptions. One group of girls found her quite cool, appreciating her for standing up for herself and treating her with a degree of friendliness. Conversely, another group harbored an inexplicable jealousy towards her, often ostracizing her from their circle. This reaction is not unusual. The Stockholm Syndrome is a remarkably common societal phenomenon. Under its influence, many women may subconsciously yearn for coercion. Ironically, it is often the gentler men in intimate situations who are most susceptible to betrayal. This, too, reflects the unfortunate realities of societal dynamics. Chapter 61. This truly is an intriguing internal test. Time: Earth year 2017, September 6th, 10:20 a.m. Tao Wu exited the girls' dormitory, followed by a weary Lin Sini, Xiao Qiao, Zhang Xuejing, Zhang Xuejia, Kumo, and a total of 12 girls. In days gone by, these girls may have fantasized about a life of luxury, yet now, perhaps they have transcended their dreams. After all, regardless of circumstances, Tao Wu, endowed with extraordinary abilities, undoubtedly surpasses the wealth of even the richest magnate, Old Ma, by countless measures. Presently, since Lin Sini is recognized by Tao Wu as the most favored among them, the other girls subtly seek to curry her favor. This has further solidified Lin Sini's status as the sovereign of the harem. After donning their attire, the girls gathered around Lin Sini, sharing their grievances or flattering her with sweet words. Suddenly, two girls approached the dormitory door, preparing to depart. Observing this scene, Kumo instinctively inquired, Li Meixin, Chen Yi, are you two leaving now? The pair muttered a silent curse, fool, as they opened the door and dashed outside. Lin Sini, realizing the situation, shouted, don't let them escape. How will we account for this? The other girls quickly grasped the urgency and hastened to pursue them. In the blink of an eye, the fleeing girls had already reached the stairwell, poised to descend. Without regard for whether the parents of the students had departed, Lin Sini leaned over the railing, calling out loudly, catch those two, down there, close the iron gate. At this moment, the parents had indeed left. Yet a few audacious girls lingered in this den of intrigue, their intentions unclear. However, it was no surprise that they were all obedient to Lin Sini's commands. The two girls who fled quickened their pace upon hearing her words. Suddenly, one of them let out a cry, having twisted her ankle, and then, in a moment of misfortune, tumbled down the remaining 7 or 8 steps, becoming covered in dirt, with her thigh and hand scraped. The other girl, clearly close to her, halted immediately, squatting down helplessly and weeping. Xin, I, are you all right? Lin Sini and the other girls caught up. And without uttering a word, she barked, you two, get back to the dormitory. Xiao Qiao, trailing behind her, expressed her discontent. What are you doing? Zhang Xuejia and Zhang Xueqing, the two remaining leaders, remained silent, while the others said nothing as well. Lin Sini led the way, Chen Yi reluctantly aiding Li Meixin as they followed, with the other girls strategically positioned around them. They arrived at the infamous room 213 in the higher echelons of the girls' circle. Lin Sini crossed her arms, glaring coldly at Li Meixin and her companion, who stood encircled by the other girls. Suddenly, with a swift motion, she struck Li Meixin across the face with a resounding slap. Smack! Another slap followed, landing on Chen Yi's delicate cheek. The clear imprint of the slap quickly became stained with tears, rendering her particularly pitiable. This slap, Lin Sini scolded, is due to your selfishness. Did you ever consider the dreadful consequences of leaving us behind while you ran away? Did you even think about it? Smack! Smack! Another slap was delivered. This slap is because of your foolishness. Lin Sini grasped Li Meixin's chin. Do you really think you can escape? Even if you flee abroad, what good would it do? It's utterly pointless. She then tightened her grip on Chen Yi's chin. And you? Do you believe you can? Nearby, a girl clutched another girl's hand tightly, her knuckles white with pressure. Upon meeting Lin Sini's gaze, she felt all her courage evaporate. Xiao turned away entirely, pretending not to see anything. They had previously attempted to confront Xiao, but the consequence was immediate. Tao Wu discovered them and suspended them in the dormitory for an entire day. By the time they were released, they had developed a severe case of claustrophobia, appearing utterly shattered. No one dared to provoke Lin Sini. The terror of her overwhelming strength formed a golden lock, firmly binding their perceptions of life and values. As for the key, it may never exist. When Tao Wu was absent, Lin Sini established herself as his queen, expanding her influence to nearby middle and elementary schools. When Tao Wu eventually discovered this, he would undoubtedly have to address the chaos it engendered. He was aware, perhaps unconsciously, that the neural blocking techniques he had once indulged in were like a computer virus, seemingly poised to spread throughout the world. In the realms of battle through the heavens and the great ruler. Next, Xiaoyan, a middle-aged man, called out indifferently beside the test stone tablet. Who? I didn't quite catch that, came a response. That useless one. Oh, you mean Xiaoyan? Alas, how extraordinary this is. I would wager a crystalline coin on it. Have you ever seen a crystalline coin? Wait, I shall offer 5. The voice of the middle-aged man echoed through the thronging square, provoking an inevitable chorus of derision. In the far rear of the square, beyond the core code of the world, you have descended into the beta version 1.0 of the realms of Do Pa, Songqiong, and Dezhuzai. You possess a 60-minute privilege of survival within the outer code. During this privilege, all material aspects of the world are rendered unrelated to you. Thus, characters are invisible, intangible, and imperceptible to you. The beta testing has officially commenced. Your identity, an aberration from the outer realms. Your initial data is as follows. Name, Chenjunying. Initial physical strength level, 7. Note, this strength level is virtual. Development direction. Currently, you have established only one pathway. The first pathway, divine power, utilizing the attention of the supreme deity as a key. You may gain computational power from the supreme. The higher the attention, the greater the computational power you may summon. The current attention of the supreme deity towards you is 1 neuro. Your maximum summonable computational power is 0.0027. Calculation method, the natural constant 2. 71828 raised to the power of x, where x is the attention of the supreme deity. The second pathway, simulated state, chi power, possesses a low-level chi code conversion value of 31. Please explore further data on your own. Task number 1, protagonist sequence. 1. Please judiciously utilize the callable computational power to enhance the magical stone test results code of the protagonist, Xiaoyan. The system will meticulously document the ensuing butterfly effects resulting from your modifications. The magnitude of your reward will be contingent upon the significance of the data acquired by the system. Internal testing? Chen Junying chuckled, turning to observe a multitude of girls. Is this not merely wanton destruction? Chapter 62. Computational power. Elevating you to divine existence. Humans possess an innate capacity for remarkable adaptation. Certain exaggerated manifestations of this adaptability are termed effects within academic circles. The 90 girls stood clustered in a corner of the square, somewhat cramped. Yet they could not help but sincerely acknowledge that the air here was likely far more refreshing than the most pristine locations on Earth. Gradually, as everyone acclimated to this environment over the forthcoming seconds, they began to earnestly analyze the personal data linked to the cerebral cortex via the Master God's wristband. Particularly pressing was the directive task numbered 1, protagonist sequence. 1. Doll-like Meika had not read the novel rumored to be immensely popular throughout the Chinese-speaking world. She had only perused the overall outline prior to her arrival here. She recalled her curiosity when analyzing the corpses of Kent and Su Chi in the labyrinthine world. Her mind filled with questions. The youth in the square, the center of attention for the multitude of girls, clenched his teeth and fists tightly. Beside him, a beautiful girl clad in purple grasped his hands, gently assuring him, Xiaoyan, it's all right. I believe you will surely recover. Xiaoyan shook his head in resignation. Yet his heart still brimmed with determination. He strode past Gu Suner, his gaze resolutely fixed on the magic stone, indifferent to the cold, dismissive gaze of the middle-aged man. As he scanned the square, he encountered a myriad of expressions, mockery, pity, and a tinge of jealousy and disdain stemming from Gu Suner as kindness towards him. This time, I shall make you all see me in a new light. Xiaoyan closed his eyes, clenched his fist, the top muscles causing veins to bulge ominously along his arm, exuding an extraordinary vigor. Ah, are you ready? Chen Junying smiled brightly, her eyes steadfastly focused ahead. Beside her, the unacknowledged Miss Akali wore a stern expression as she echoed, "Are you ready? You four, temporarily lend her your computational power." "All right, understood." The response came from the other 9 girls who had garnered the attention of the main deity. The method of channeling computational power was not complex. Just moments ago in the domain of the main deity, the group had conducted a series of experiments. Essentially, when they maintained a conscious awareness, they could fully execute this manipulation through sheer thought. Taking deep breaths, they endeavored to clear their minds of any extraneous distractions and, through concentration, issued the command to augment their computational power onto Chen Junying. In an instant, the 9 consecutive boosts of computational power were conveyed to Chen Junying through the neural interface linked to the main deity's wristband. With a swift estimation, she realized that the others had not engaged in any duplicity. Next comes the invocation of computational power, in accordance with her thoughts, to formulate questions that yield tangible results. Essentially, the cerebral cortex she relies upon for this computational power is akin to a computer's central processing unit. Through data encoding, she translates her colloquial expressions into a language suitable for data processing, without necessitating mastery of all specialized terminologies. This statement undeniably lacks numerous directional terms. For instance, whose magic stone test results? Which magic stone's test results? How to adjust? The issues involved and the associated physical knowledge are far beyond the comprehension of non-professionals, given that earthly technology still falls short. However, as Chen Junying articulates these thoughts, her cerebral cortex has already conveyed her intentions accurately to the divine data space, utilizing a certain computational capacity. Ultimately, it is this transcendent technology of the divine data space, or the direct reliance on entropy reduction, that brings her ideas into manifestation. This encapsulates the entire process of invoking computational power. It is noteworthy that, according to the Virtual World Beta Testing version 1.0 protocol, the computational power required for invocation will automatically correspond to real consumption rather than illusory consumption. The computational power required to maintain this state is 0.0002. Specific circumstances, modeling through gravitational matrix to infiltrate the manifestation of the magic stone. Even the middle-aged tester, rare in his astonishment, wiped his eyes and fixated on the test magic stone right before him. No, it was those glaring 5 large characters upon it. Unlike the stage, the square erupted with a cacophony of voices in an instant. I. Oh my. I was utterly startled. Did you think I was not frightened? I was nearly scared to the point of losing control. This cannot be happening, can it? The fervent gazes of the numerous family disciples below, coupled with looks of envy that had not graced them for countless seasons, left Xiaoyan standing on the stage, in a state of utter astonishment. As the saying goes, one must be acutely aware of one's own capabilities. Thus, gazing at the testing magic stone, confusion enveloped his eyes. How could it be possible that he had never heard of the testing magic stone having errors? A sudden, derisive voice emerged from the crowd of family disciples. With a mocking expression, he uttered his words, instantly garnering agreement from many around him. This individual, positioned towards the front, was surrounded by several fellow disciples, standing as if desperate to showcase their sycophancy. Young Master Xiao is indeed correct. I have always asserted that this is simply impossible. Regardless of the circumstances, in the eyes of the other disciples, Xiaoyan was merely a discarded waste. Yet, one must wonder, how could this individual, despite being deemed useless, captivate the most beautiful and gifted maiden in the family, Sonaire? Was this not an invitation for collective disdain? These disciples, mostly young and impetuous, were not lacking in their fiery temperaments. Generally, they would retaliate against anyone who dared to provoke them. Although Xiaoyan felt a sense of doubt within, he still valued his pride. It was quite a challenge for an adult mind to contend with a group of young children. With a scoff and a hint of derision at the corners of his mouth, he disregarded the taunts of the family members and approached sooner, brimming with excitement. Observing this scene from a distance, Chen Junying was momentarily taken aback, recalling that through physical contact, Gu Suner could discern Xiaoyan's true strength. Task number 1, Protagonist Sequence 2. Please judiciously utilize the available computational power to ensure Gu Suner cannot unveil Xiaoyan's authentic prowess. The system will log the resultant butterfly effect from your modification. The magnitude of your reward will be contingent upon the data weight acquired by the system. Indeed. To my regret, your computational power is insufficient. Please be advised that, based on your total computational capacity, relative excess output may only be executed once per day. Following this, you will be unable to allocate a significant amount of relative computational power, exceeding half of your total capacity, for the next 24 hours. Will you proceed? Let us proceed. The computational power required to maintain this state, 0.0134. Specifics. First, implement an additional quantum invisibility effect to evade the perception of those below the desolate realm, as there are powerful beings monitoring this area. Then, using an energy field as the core, disguise the Do-Chi domain to create a disturbance effect. Sooner. Xiaoyan gently took Gu Sun'er's small hand. The latter's face flushed slightly as she seemed to glance at the air to her left, but did not resist. Did you see? I have begun to recover. I understand, Brother Xiaoyan. Although I am unaware of the circumstances you are facing, I firmly believe that you will eventually overcome them. Brother Xiaoyan, you will always be the best. This wave of affection is simply ruthless. Gu Sun'er's expression turned cold as she gazed at Xiaoting. Shall we engage in a match as well? Xiaotung shook his head. I will not fight you. He let out a scoff. However, one should not merely hide behind a woman. Otherwise, how will one maintain their dignity? Task number 1, Protagonist Sequence. 3. Please make reasonable use of the available computational power to encourage Xiaoyan to accept Xiaoting's challenge. The system will document the butterfly effect generated by your modifications. The magnitude of your reward will depend on the data weight acquired by the system. Goodness! The system truly intends to put this protagonist in jeopardy. Chen Junying, undeterred by the escalating situation, declared, let Xiaoyan agree to Xiaoting's challenge. Apologies, but you will be unable to allocate substantial computational power within the next 24 hours. She was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the task's issuance was likely shared. Without further ado, she turned to the enchanting Manka. I will allocate all my computational power to you. This time, it's your turn. No. The leader of the Hope District, Masika, was displeased. She belongs to your group, and it would only be fair for our sisters in this district to preside over this round, wouldn't it? Lucy, you go. Yes. A golden-haired beauty stepped forward. Thanks to the real-time translation feature of the main Divine Network, these girls from around the world faced no barriers in communication. In the next moment, Lucy felt a sudden numbness throughout her body, as a substantial amount of computational power surged into her cerebral cortex, causing a temporary paralysis of the tissues, which soon dissipated. Lacking experience, Lucy awkwardly exclaimed, please let Xiaoyan accept Xiaoting's challenge. It is important to note that, based on your total computational power, the relative excess output can only be executed once per day. After this action, one would be unable to allocate a significant amount of relative computational power, more than half of your total computational capacity, for the next 24 hours. Shall we proceed now? Yes. Lucy hesitated for a brief second. The computational power required to maintain this state is 0.0041. Specific details, via brainwaves. Unbeknownst to Xiaoyan, he had unwittingly become a puppet in the hands of a group of young women. Otherwise, the scene would be simply unimaginable. Xiaoyan gently caressed the delicate hand of Gu Sun'er and declared loudly, since you wish to test my abilities, I shall grant you this favor. The onlooking heirs from various families gazed in astonishment at the two, retreating to create a sufficient space for their duel. Beside the testing magic stone, the middle-aged examiner, for reasons unknown, chose not to voice any objections. Chapter 67. The 820 University plan. At present, the primary task remains to diligently complete various side quests within the realm of the main God's network, encompassing the worlds of Do Pai Tsang Qiong and De Zhu Zai. Aside from the primary missions, there are indeed other minor tasks to be undertaken. Just as they arrived here, everything is in pursuit of internal testing. Once these matters are understood, everything becomes manageable. The sole endeavor for these 90 girls is to fervently transform the world. The most expedient method to achieve this goal is undoubtedly by completing the various minor tasks assigned by the Master God's wristband. Upon accessing the website, one can observe real-time updates and classifications of these minor tasks. In addition to the principal protagonists, the sequences of and war, there exists a comprehensive indexing system. By entering a query for the Gamma Empire, a multitude of minor tasks instantly materializes on the Master God network. This internal testing merely serves as a further exploitation of these young women by Tao Wu. Simultaneously, the real world is engulfed in chaos. Viewed through the lens of historical context, this represents a significant depression in capitalism. Yet, it undoubtedly heralds the emergence of new business opportunities. Jack Ma once opted for online retail through Taobao, thereby securing a position at the forefront of the new era. Today, numerous business groups and American families have shifted their focus to scientists and the educational institutions of this new age. During a meeting, Jack Ma solemnly stated, "With the impending threat of extraterrestrial invasion, we find ourselves in perilous times. In such an era, stagnation equates to demise. This is a matter we must take seriously. Currently, the international community is directing its attention towards new policies. Consequently, schools across various regions have begun to implement new educational systems as mandated. While these new frameworks are not without their flaws, it is evident that many secondary institutions of the new era failed to meet the established standards, particularly in the more advanced realms of higher education. Moreover, the Academy of Sciences has urgently initiated hundreds of engineering projects. The dark matter detection programs at Shanghai Jiaotong University and Tsinghua University have already been directly intervened by higher authorities. Numerous pioneering scientific fields are poised to draft over 100 X-class programs, dark matter, dark energy, alongside a significant array of military-grade armaments. Yes, armaments. Let us ponder this carefully. What does it signify? It heralds the dawn of a new era. Now, as Jack Ma suggests, let us focus our discussions on the normative construction of secondary and primary education in this new age, as well as matters concerning cutting-edge scientific fields and even armaments. Of course, we are responding to the call of our nation. At the headquarters of Apple Incorporated in Cupertino, California, CEO Tim Cook has also shared pivotal insights during an important conference. The new era has arrived. The necessity for educational reform is evident. I believe that the future of schools will fundamentally lean towards high technology and diversification. Concurrently, in the realm of new technological development, intelligent systems will undeniably receive heightened attention. Although Google currently leads in this domain, however, we are not devoid of advantageous projects. The current performance of the iPhone has transcended previous benchmarks. But that is no longer the crux of the matter. I hope that all board members can grasp the future trends, which no longer revolve around mere novelty. To establish a foothold in this evolving landscape, it is imperative to cultivate more projects that align with the times. For instance, intelligent classrooms, the development of diverse extracurricular activities, and perhaps the automation of aerial elevators. While these concepts may not yet be fully realized, we must prioritize their initiation without delay. Furthermore, our positioning of Apple University may require reevaluation. Subsequently, the departments within the administrative center are primarily responsible for various litigations and the distribution of interests. In this regard, the marketing center also provides steadfast support from behind. On the other hand, the technology center bears significant responsibilities, as it must continuously absorb knowledge from potential new domains without reservation to foster research and development in anticipation of the impending technological explosion. The manufacturing center cannot afford to pause. On one hand, there is a clear intention from above to redirect funding towards research projects, while on the other hand, there exists an urgent need to expedite the production of numerous industrial machines. The very nature of these research projects is inherently designed to generate substantial revenue. Walmart headquarters, State Grid Corporation of China headquarters, China National Petroleum Corporation headquarters. In the realm of robotics, 3D robotics, ABB robotics, Ethon, Google robotics, Amazon robotics. The ambitions of these five giants are formidable. In 2016, they graced the pages of the prestigious magazine Fortune in its ranking of the world's top 500 companies, encompassing enterprises from across the globe. Some have faltered, some tread cautiously, while others have radically altered their corporate philosophies or embarked on the establishment of numerous projects. A certain netizen from China remarked, "Times are changing so rapidly. I am just at home playing video games. Is there nothing else to do?" Commenter 1. There is nothing else to do. If you decide to step out, let me know. I invite you to play the world's first holographic virtual online game. Commenter 2. 1. In a conference room in China, a group of influential figures had gathered. Chairman Mi, with dark circles under his eyes, spoke earnestly. As we convene this meeting, I wish to inquire about your perspectives on education in this new paradigm, particularly regarding the implementation of the 820 Higher Education Initiative. I would like to hear your insights. Let us not be timid. Collective wisdom is essential in our deliberations. For a moment, the room fell silent, the weight of the topic palpable. Minister of Education Li Jiayu, steeling himself, ventured, I have a proposal. This so-called proposal had already been contemplated prior to this urgent meeting, for it involved the very lifeblood of the nation, even touching upon the survival of humanity in the face of potential extraterrestrial encounters. Any leader bold enough to voice a suggestion would inevitably bear the consequences of their words. Should the outcome prove unfavorable, the lightest reprisal could be a deferred death sentence. Li Jiayu continued, the 820 Higher Education Initiative is of utmost urgency. I believe it is the sole guarantee for invigorating the future of scientific endeavors. His subjective and unequivocal assertion prompted contemplation among the other leaders, signaling his determination to advocate fiercely for his proposal. This is indeed a rarity in this field. He continued, it is widely acknowledged that the current 820 university plan is merely a hollow shell, necessitating a precise methodology for its execution. I propose that the 820 University Initiative should be spearheaded by 1 or 2 core universities, with no more than 80 peripheral institutions serving as a platform for talent selection, where outstanding individuals from these peripheral universities are recommended and channeled to the core institutions. The vague mention of 1 or 2 core universities reflects Li Jiayu's consideration of the redistribution of interests among relevant parties, thus allowing himself a route free from enmity. The other dignitaries engaged in deliberations for a considerable time. Chairman Me, a person of considerable resolve, perhaps having already coordinated discussions privately, ultimately interjected and concluded, let us draft a preliminary outline for the 820 university plan, following the model of 2 core universities and multiple peripheral institutions. The issue of the number of peripheral universities requires further contemplation regarding construction, educational resources, and various other concerns. The United States, the United Kingdom, the Philippines, one national key project after another has been proposed, and its implementation has become the most significant matter of this September. Throughout this month, the populace has sensed a palpable transformation in society with each passing day. Parents residing near school districts have found themselves embroiled in frequent disputes due to the closure of certain schools, the expansion of others, or even outright mergers. In this new era, every policy, akin to a deluge, possesses a profound impact. It can be stated that the grand wave of the era in 2017, while not a national-level key project, at the very least qualifies as a significant national endeavor worthy of a place in the roster of the new era. Indeed, it demonstrates great ambition. Xiaoting chuckled as he stood his ground, while those few who accompanied him hurriedly retreated, clearing a space for this young master to showcase his bravado. In their hearts, they were convinced that Xiao Xiao would effortlessly crush Xiao Yan. A contest? Unthinkable. They believed this would be a moment solely for Xiao Xiao's display of superiority. Gu Suner watched as Xiao Yan stepped forward, feeling a twinge of concern. Her gaze drifted towards a certain point in the air as she murmured, "Protect him well." Her eyes softened as she observed Xiao Yan advancing, her worries dissipating. For she was acutely aware that with Ling Ying's intervention, he would surely be safeguarded from any mishap. In the distance, Mishi Kuli raised an elegant brow. Her face, as pure as snow, adorned with a hint of a smile. Director Lin, should we choose not to assist in this contest, it would undoubtedly conclude with Ling Ying, hidden in the shadows, rescuing the protagonist. But what if we were to lend a hand? It would certainly allow this young man to dispel the frustrations he has harbored for years. Perhaps, just perhaps, he might even be receptive to our intrusion of foreign malevolence into the Doqi continent. Chun Junying shook her head, stating, even if we acknowledge our identity as Earthlings, one must not forget that Xiaoyan has lived in this world for over a decade. According to the nature of human memory, the sense of belonging etched in his heart may indeed include Earth, but without a doubt, it will also encompass this Doqi continent. The memories of mortals are notoriously fickle, ever-changing, and prone to novelty. Mickey, intrigued, leaned in and remarked, "It seems you have a tale to tell?" Chen Junying chuckled softly, "I have none, but my aunt does." As the two engaged in this analysis and banter, at least half a minute had slipped by. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan remained stationary, contemplating. In truth, he owned a move. Yet he faced two significant obstacles, a lack of sufficient Doqi power and no experience in the intricacies of combat techniques, leaving him ill-equipped for the challenge. He was perplexed as to why he had impulsively accepted Xiao Teng's challenge. Well, if a battle must occur, then so be it. Setting aside other considerations, Xiaoyan, who had once traversed the realm of fighters, believed himself to possess a superior understanding of Doqi mechanics compared to Xiao Teng. At this juncture, Xiao Teng had already begun to channel his Doqi, each step he took resonating with a profound intensity. This aura of depth was, in fact, a manifestation of the entangled nature of Dookie power. The data analysis from the main God network far surpassed the actions of these young competitors, with vast streams of data refreshing at an astonishing pace. Were this a game of Honor of Kings, it might very well elevate a novice's reaction speed by at least 50%. Amidst a multitude of data that left even the adept coder, Miss Cooley, feeling utterly exhausted, there exists a layer that encapsulates the language of the master network. The intricacies of combat energy may seem complex and enigmatic, yet within the analytical framework of the master network, it is far from mysterious. To diligently revisit this analysis at such a critical juncture would indeed be foolish. Chen Junying commanded urgently, "Let us proceed." Long before Lucy in the Hope Zone had exhausted her computational power, the two regional leaders had already determined the next individual to wield this power. This time, it was the turn of the Duchess Zone, which was only to be expected. However, a weighty reality presented itself that burdened the women. Originally, according to Chen Junying's plan, this task, which tested adaptability, was to be executed by a more mature girl, one who had just turned 18, ensuring a level of stability. Yet, a complication arose. When the 18-year-old girl, being the ninth to gain the master's attention, was about to receive the full computational power, a system notification emerged. It indicated that utilizing computational power fundamentally required the coordination of an immense number of human neural systems, an endeavor that was impossible for any ordinary individual. Therefore, each user must possess sufficient computational power as a safeguard. The greater the allocation of computational power, the more robust and intricate this safeguard must be. One's worth dictates expenditure. A billionaire can amass billions, while a person of modest means can only gather a fraction. This principle encapsulates the reality of their situation. According to the guidance from the main deity network, computational power is quantified as the natural constant multiplied by 0.001. Individuals whose abilities fall below half of this figure, 0.001 for 918, are incapable of allocating more than a single digit of their computational power, specifically within the range of 0.100 to 0.0271, natural constant multiplied by 0.001. It is evident that to surpass this threshold, one must possess a minimum of 0. For in the main deity's attentiveness, at the scene, aside from Chen Junying and Lucy, the only others capable of achieving this are the enchanting Manka from the duchy, along with two girls who are likewise under the age of 15, as well as two girls from the Hope District, all of whom have yet to reach that age. After all, the spiritual domain set up by Tao Wu is indeed quite treacherous. The older one is, or the more one understands, the more challenging it becomes to swiftly overcome the trials. Take, for instance, the girl renowned as the world's most beautiful, Kristina Pimenova, who, despite being merely 12 years old, ranked 89th, making her the second to last girl to pass the trial. The main deity is inherently enigmatic, and the computational power of the deity shatters their worldview. Such extraordinary abilities, which could be said to transcend 1,000 or even 10,000 epochs of Earth's current era, are constrained, thus making it easier for the girls to accept. The chosen candidate for this mission is none other than the captivating Manka. With poise and composure, she remarked, "Let Xiao Yin carry some momentum, but not exceeding my total computational power." As soon as these words were uttered, it was as if they were an incantation that brought forth immediate effects. Xiao Tong, who had been charging towards Xiao Yin with a raised fist, suddenly slowed his pace. This is the aura of a combatant. This remarkable ebb and flow, this surging spirit. The sensations it bestowed upon Xiao Tong were, astonishingly, far more potent than those experienced with Xiao Yu, the woman who had long since entered the realm of fighters. Could it be that Xiao Yin had restored his fighting prowess? Does this imply that he has made a staggering leap through 7 minor realms in merely a year? How is that conceivable? It must be a fabrication, an utter falsehood. He refuses to believe that anyone could possess such extraordinary capabilities. Within the entirety of the empire, there could not possibly exist such a figure. A resounding recommendation for when God aims to annihilate the earth. Starting today, the Wuming tricycle course has commenced. The tricycle symbolizes the ultimate respect every man must hold for the realm of automotive deities. What shall this course cover? It will delve into the tales of the young women within the Dark Lord. You may wonder why today I can only manage half a sentence before inevitably adding an "ah." Well, it is because I am a novice, perpetually unable to pass the driving test. Now, let us speak of the legendary figure within the realm of women. in the esteemed First High School of Mekong County, a man unwittingly awakened an extraordinary ability, that being superpowers. Any girl who dared to expose his misdeeds met with dire consequences. Thus, this man roamed through the realm of women. As the saying goes, possessing superpowers inevitably attracts infatuated admirers, and it was high time for them to emerge. Consequently, the past tales of Tao Wu were gradually unveiled within this domain. Of course, the realm also recalled one of Tao Wu's peculiar habits. Where should this tale commence? Perhaps we should delve into Tao Wu's checkered past. For some inexplicable reason, the mere thought of their idol's embarrassing history seems to elicit a strange sense of delight. In 1999, the idol was born into humble circumstances. However, the idol's father was truly exceptional. He resolutely entered the fruit and vegetable cultivation industry, but unfortunately, his thinking became rigid in his later years, causing him to miss several lucrative opportunities, eventually only attaining the position of village chief. For instance, on one occasion, he was asked to invest in medicinal crops, which were said to be highly profitable. However, the old man refused, glaring and exclaiming, "My son hasn't even found a wife yet." Ahem. The idol was only 3 years old that year. In 2009, the idol, at the age of 11, was in the 4th grade. In front of a young boy, they removed the trousers of another young girl, thus abruptly ending a year-long romance between the young couple. When the boy asked why, the idol retorted with a slap, "Why are you even asking? My mother said that if elementary school students date, they have to pay for their own hospital bills." Why? Because they would have to pay for the abortion themselves? How dare you ask me to pay for it? As the saying goes, a daughter is her father's lover from a past life. You've not only betrayed someone's daughter, but also someone's wife. Thus, the idol's entire elementary school life was ruined by their mother. Due to the overwhelming resentment towards his mother, the idol never employed protection thereafter. Should he accidentally find himself in a precarious situation, he would merely chuckle and proclaim, "Life, I shall bear the responsibility." Regrettably, the young girl was left terrified by his directness. Amidst such insecure times, it was pitiful for a student to resort to ordering contraceptive pills online. The sole consolation for these girls was that after Tao Wu ascended to the status of a national idol, one by one, they approached him, and with his remarkable abilities, he not only healed their bodies but also enhanced their radiance, fortifying their very essence. As for the jealousy that ensued, Tao Wu remained indifferent, asserting, "Can an emperor tend to each and every beauty?" At this juncture, the scholar of Tao Wu studies paused, before introducing a new concept. In the realm of Tao Wu studies, the beauties of the harem possess an intrinsic hierarchy. What does intrinsic hierarchy mean? It refers to the qualities bestowed upon them by their parents, aspects that even the most robust cannot alter. This serves as a significant criterion for selection within the field of Tao Wu studies, the beauty evaluation hierarchy. Indeed, it concerns the grading of beauty. As far as current Tao Wu scholars are aware, there are 4 known levels of beauty: Level 4, Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, and Level 8. Level 4 represents the ordinary girl, destined to never receive Tao Wu's favor throughout her life. Level 5 denotes those with some attractiveness. For instance, they embody the essence of a genuinely ordinary woman. In terms of aesthetic appreciation, a female student at the 4th level resembles a vendor selling vegetables on the street. While not unattractive, she lacks any remarkable beauty. Conversely, a 5th level individual, though not conventionally pretty, possesses a certain allure that could entice one into wrongdoing. If a man and a woman were to be found in a hotel room, law enforcement would likely conclude that it is the man who has exerted coercion, rather than the woman. At the 6th level, one may encounter a spectrum of beauty, delicate, pleasing to the eye, or strikingly alluring. Satisfying any one of these criteria is sufficient. This level encompasses a wide array of appearances: the ethereal charm of a youthful girl, the mature allure of an enchanting woman, the gentle appeal of a professional lady, the innocent beauty of a young girl from a prestigious family, the endearing qualities of a younger sister, or even a slightly younger stepmother. The notion of a stepmother conjures the image of one's father, in his 40s or 50s, marrying a woman of the same age as oneself. Among renowned celebrities, Ouyang Nana and Diliriba fall into this category, while Guan Xiaotong, closer to the 7th level, also belongs here. At the 7th level, a mere glance can evoke the essence of a star. However, it is worth noting that this description may be flawed, as some talented actresses can achieve fame without relying solely on their physical appearance. Nevertheless, a few examples can quantitatively illustrate this concept. Liu Yifei's portrayal of Ling Er could be rated at 7. 9. Angela Baby, in unaltered photographs, at 7. 8. Zhu Jingyi, in candid images, at 7. 7. And the most beautiful photos of Lim Yuna would similarly belong to this tier. Currently, Zheng Shuang can be confidently rated at 7. 6. In comparison to the mid-range of the 7th level, this is certainly a notch higher. Below this level, one may frequently encounter individuals in various social settings, such as the internet celebrities found in schools. Those who can attain a level of 7. 5 undoubtedly possess the capability to ascend the online rankings. Those nearing 7. 4 also exhibit such potential. The truly popular beauties of the masses often linger at the threshold of 7. 3. Achieving level 8 signifies the pinnacle of earthly excellence. This category of individuals has only been referenced by scholars of Tao Wu, who have heard of it solely in the context of the United States and Russia. It is conceivable that such breathtaking beauty is more likely to manifest in youthful faces, and the Barbie doll-like girls of America and Russia have become iconic worldwide. While our country may not be devoid of such beauty, thus far, Tao Wu has not encountered any representation of it online. In Chapter 65, Freedom and Shackles, the sudden eruption of Xiao Yan astonished not only Xiao Tong, but everyone present. The clan members regarded Xiao Yan with expressions so intricate that even they themselves could not decipher them. The middle-aged examiner was utterly astounded. Upon closer inspection, one could observe that his palm had unconsciously clenched, trembling with intensity. This was sheer exhilaration. Had Xiao Yan not experienced his earlier downfall, the Xiao family would have basked in unparalleled glory. A fighter, a mere 15-year-old, held monumental significance as an underage warrior for the entire clan. Indeed, this was equally pertinent to the empire at large. As he glanced at Xiao Tong, whose jealousy surged as he unleashed a powerful punch, he suddenly perceived him as foolish and ignorant. The concepts of a fighter and the essence of combat are fundamentally distinct. One represents the heavens, while the other is confined to the earth. Xiao Mei's eyes shimmered like rippling water, her enchanting brows slightly furrowed. Her rosy cheeks bore both the innocence of youth and the contemplative depth of burgeoning maturity. Gu Suner possessed an almost mystifying confidence. Although she sensed that Xiao Yan harbored secrets, she chose to forgive him nonetheless. How could he have so suddenly ascended to the rank of a fighter? With his years of experience, he could discern Xiao Yan's cultivation level with clarity. Yet the truly perplexing aspect lay in the fact that the surging do qi within his meridians and the overwhelming aura he exuded were unequivocally affirming one thing: a once prominent talent of the Xiao clan. Xiao Yan had been concealing his true strength all along. How had he managed such concealment? Ling Ying found himself in disarray amidst the chaos of the wind. Yet, even in his confusion, no one could witness his turmoil, except for the girls like Chen Junying, who existed beyond the codes of this world. The enchanting Menka laughed heartily, wielding immense computational power, evoking a sentiment that perhaps the divine was a girl, and that girl was undeniably her. Xiao Yan was destined to easily defeat Xiao Tong. 9 words, with 8 being pivotal, easily and defeat serving as the commands. The laws of the world were akin to the gates of Menka's home, opening in accordance with her whims. The boundless data of the world automatically underwent completion and correction. This is the realm and prowess of a 5-star fighter. The middle-aged examiner slammed the magic stone in astonishment. Xiao Tong felt a pang of despair. Goodness, am I courting disaster? Yet his fist was already drawn back like an arrow on the string, leaving him no choice but to unleash it. Wolf Tiger Fist. Fear drove shouting into a frenzy, his furious shouts echoing to the point of breaking his voice, as a brilliant yellow light erupted from his fists, and blue veins bulged like worms beneath his skin. With a resounding thud, it was as if his punch had struck cotton, the overwhelming force dissipating dramatically. Before him, Xiao Yan calmly received this full-force blow with merely one hand, his expression remaining unperturbed throughout. Then, with a gentle smile, Xiao Yan took half a step back before advancing to meet the force head-on. With a resounding impact, Xiao Tong was sent soaring into the air, tracing a clumsy parabolic arc before crashing heavily into the crowd below, which had long since scattered. Silence enveloped the scene, an eerie stillness prevailing. Even Gu Suner slightly parted her lips in astonishment, while the others were left utterly stunned. A fighter can easily defeat those who have not yet entered the realm of do qi, yet such a display is not merely a game. At the very least, one would expect the use of a martial technique, yet none was employed. In Xiao Yan's effortless exchange, Even the Do Huang expert Ling Ying could only witness the shock of the moment, for this was unmistakably a mere palm strike. It contained little in the way of Do Chi power, relying instead on an unparalleled understanding of a particular martial technique, achieving victory through finesse rather than sheer strength alone. This profound comprehension can be succinctly encapsulated in a single word: relaxation. As the saying goes, relax, relax, relax. Tai Chi requires relaxation. To master Tai Chi, one must first learn to relax. Without relaxation, true mastery of the art is elusive. This notion carries significant depth within it. The relaxed individual disperses force while simultaneously harnessing it, a principle not merely expressed in vague terms, but rooted in substantial understanding. The former employs the principle of momentum, extending the duration of force application to diminish the resultant impact. Conversely, the latter utilizes the lever principle, with one's arm serving as the power arm and the opponent's arm as the resistance arm, effortlessly leveraging any adversary. In fact, upon attaining a profound level of mastery, one's entire being transforms into a power arm while the opponent becomes a resistance arm, reaching a realm of astonishing prowess. The term relaxation does not imply that one has attained an extraordinary state of enlightenment, where everything is comprehended and effortlessly controlled. Such a notion is indeed fallacious. Relaxation is a concept that permeates both the cultivation of skills and the art of living, serving as a consistent theme. It is not merely a phrase associated with revered masters. Even the progenitor of Tai Chi would hesitate to claim that relaxation embodies the ultimate realm. Xiaoyan perceives this form of relaxation as a means to surpass oneself. In the distance, Chun Junying chuckled, exclaiming, "Impressive, my darling Meika." This protagonist now flaunts an impressive facade of a formidable combatant, displaying exceptional skills, and it remains to be seen how he will navigate the impending invasion of Earth. Mi Zikali appeared contemplative, standing to the left rear of Chun Junying. Meika grasped part of the situation but remained somewhat perplexed. Are we not supposed to follow the directives of the main goddess bracelet? Why then should we meticulously cultivate a favorable relationship with the protagonist? Or rather, why place all our focus on him? You recall the letter the main god provided us, correct? Try reading the last sentence aloud. The god is indifferent? Chun Junying shook her head, yet simultaneously nodded, a peculiar gesture that even Miss Kelly found intriguing. She chuckled softly, suggesting, he actually cares. For instance, dare you to stray just once? I assure you, the consequences would be dire. Nonetheless, it seemed he was indifferent. We refer to them as beta testers, yet in essence, they resemble mere cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? Indeed, cannon fodder. Chun Junying turned her gaze towards the various members of the Shao family, each displaying a myriad of expressions. While her lips moved in speech, her eyes remained silent. What does it mean to be at ease? To be at ease is to relinquish control. We may employ myriad methods to enhance ourselves. If we could attain the current realm of the main deity, to what heights would the deity ascend? In truth, ease resides within our hearts. Regardless of how tumultuous our journeys may be, traversing through stars and realms, we ultimately remain within the grand design of the main deity. If one seeks to discover their own worth, they must not surrender their fate to others. Do you comprehend? The main deity? Even he cannot dictate our paths. We are born free. How can we allow others to tower over us? Chapter 66. The three major orders having come to this understanding, she resumed her indifferent demeanor towards everyone, except for transferring all her computational power to the next individual, a girl from a hopeful district, who possessed an attention level exceeding 0. 3 of the main deity's focus. In the center of the scene, Xiaotan clumsily rose from the ground, his face and limbs bearing slight abrasions. At least he retained a semblance of rationality, quietly withdrawing from the square with the support of his sycophants. Unlike the character in the original tale, the elder grandson Xiao Ning, who insisted on fighting to the bitter end. This distinction elicited a hint of boredom on the delicate visage of a girl from Huagua, who had hoped to challenge the haughty Manka in her own pretentious realm, especially given Manka's usual sour demeanor. However, it now seemed that any chance for such bravado had evaporated. She sighed inwardly. With merely 400 seconds remaining for the external code, we must rise immediately and head towards the back mountain, where Xiao Yin often found solace. All right, yes, let us depart. Meanwhile, in the square, the middle-aged examiner hastily departed, his mind preoccupied with how to convey good news to the clan leader. Xiao Yin, Uttering a desire for solitude without elaborating on whose solitude was, bid farewell to Gu Suner and made his way to the back mountain alone. Others merely assumed he had concealed his strength through some means. Reflecting on the peculiar events that had transpired since the anomaly during the magic stone test, he pondered the absurdity of being labeled a 5-star fighter or a Tai Chi master. Was that not ludicrous? Deep down, did he not know whether he had truly become a fighter? Had he not once perused the internet in his previous life, learning about those Tai Chi practices he deemed utterly nonsensical? Even regarding the initial magic stone test, he harbored skepticism. The concept of fighting power was paramount in this otherworldly realm. Fighters, masters, grandmasters, spirit fighters, and kings of combat. Fighting sovereigns, fighting monarchs, fighting nobles, fighting saints, and that legendary existence, the fighting emperor. These clearly defined levels once drove Xiao Yin to the brink of madness. Yet, what was the outcome? Despite his relentless and tireless cultivation, the results remained elusive. What has transpired today? An instinct whispered to him that the moment for his golden opportunity might be at hand. However, 15 years in this foreign realm had long since extinguished his hopes regarding the various golden opportunities depicted in web literature. The survival principles of the strong had ingrained in him the belief that nothing in this world could be relied upon as much as oneself. Of course, if a golden opportunity truly presented itself, he would not turn it away. Have you finished reading? Not far away, the leader of the Princess District, Chen Junying, and the leader of the Hope District, Mizakali, stood at the forefront, accompanied by 9 other girls who had garnered the attention of the main deity. The young girl, holding computational power, nodded adorably in agreement. Just moments ago, she had utilized her abilities to read Xiao Yin's thoughts several times, sharing the insights with the temporary battle channel formed by the 90 girls. Thus, unbeknownst to him, his innermost thoughts had been laid bare before nearly 100 girls harboring ill intentions towards him. A golden opportunity? Chen Junying couldn't help but chuckle, though her laughter soon gave way to contemplation. It seemed that these mostly astute girls had, almost instantaneously, conceived a singular idea: to grant Xiao Yin a chance for his wishes to come true. However, this may pose a challenge for the current women, as they lack the divine network privileges necessary for such endeavors. Furthermore, they do not possess the requisite computational power to support their aspirations. At present, their thoughts remain confined to their minds. As for whether future opportunities will arise, that remains to be seen. For now, Chen Junying and Mizakali have reached a consensus with everyone to await the appearance of the elder gentleman. Having thoroughly analyzed Xiao Yan's intentions, all that remains is to wait for the matter of the annulment to unfold. Chen Junying accessed the website of the internal testing world within the Divine Network, meticulously examining the 3 newly released tasks. Task No. 1. Protagonist Sequence. 4. Please make effective use of the available computational power to ensure that Nalan Yanran is publicly humiliated when she proposes the annulment. The system will record the butterfly effect generated by your modifications. Your reward will be proportionate to the data weight acquired by the system. Task number 2. 1. Task No. 3. 1. Please ensure that more than half of the populace in the Duki continent becomes aware of the impending large-scale invasion by the extraterritorial evil forces. Historically, these forces have caused immense suffering across the continent. The system will record the butterfly effect generated by your modifications. The tasks within the protagonist sequence appear to be intertwined with the evolution of the plot, primarily focusing on Xiao Yan's resolute character, as this steadfastness is the essence of his existence. As for this may pertain to the future collection and supply of energy by the Supreme Deity. Who will utilize it? Naturally, it shall be those unfortunate souls who are still struggling in the island world. When it comes to the most troublesome aspect, it undoubtedly belongs to the war sequence. According to the arrangements of the Supreme Deity, this world harbors an intense animosity towards extraterritorial malevolence. Once the local inhabitants discover traces of such entities, they are destined to become the proverbial rats in the street, facing universal condemnation. This spells disaster for Chen Junying and her group, who, despite their formidable strength, remain woefully inadequate in combat. The anxiety is palpable, the terror is real. However, Chen Junying, who surpasses Miss Kelly in problem analysis, remains composed and sees a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Tomorrow, updates will resume. Additionally, this work may be regarded as a harem narrative, or it may not. Any future disparagement of harem genres in the review section will result in a permanent ban. I have no desire to explain myself to anyone who cannot even confront their own desires. Chapter 68. Is there a tower in the Reincarnator Square? For the entirety of human society, the profound educational reforms have not been as straightforward as the government envisioned. As September approached, with news of extraterrestrial civilizations preparing to visit Earth, humanity truly erupted in turmoil. Could it be that aliens possess magic that allows them to erase humanity from existence across countless light years? The emergence of extraterrestrial civilizations can be likened to a cruel blow to the victims of the 820 incident, causing their hopes to dissipate into the ether. In response, United Nations officials have posited that it may have been aliens, who have been lurking since the dawn of humanity, that are responsible. However, this theory is fraught with inconsistencies. For instance, why has no advanced alien technology ever been revealed to humanity? If extraterrestrials have indeed arrived on Earth and gone into hiding, where could they possibly conceal themselves? This is not an ancient era. It is inconceivable that a race capable of abducting over 600,000 individuals could remain undetected from high above the Earth. Moreover, aside from the disturbances caused by the relatives of the missing persons, there exists another entity that has historically never known peace, which is instigating chaos on a grander scale. Religion, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and various other faiths vociferously proclaim their doctrines. Yet, those who are swayed by religion are invariably those lacking in self-awareness and consciousness. In modern times, only a few regions still harbor large numbers of zealous believers, amounting to approximately 1 billion individuals. Amidst the torrent of data, there exists an ethereal sofa upon which Tao Wu reclines, clad in dark metallic armor that envelopes every inch of his being. It must be noted that the suit is equipped with an integrated turbo-oxygen generator and air filtration system, serving to provide protection against toxins, facilitate respiration, and store oxygen for future use. It ensures a comfortable experience for the wearer, making it an indispensable tool for both deep-sea exploration and high-altitude ascents. Most importantly, the profound black texture, adorned with countless minute spikes, renders it sufficiently menacing and ominous. As for this killer, perhaps it would be wise to temper its ferocity. The anticipated third wave of crisis has yet to materialize, or perhaps it has already concealed itself within the relentless Antarctic environment that has persisted for an entire 28 hours. In this frigid winter, those of frail constitution possess little chance of survival, while the severely injured mostly succumb to hunger and the bitter cold. Thus, when the moment arrives, heralded by the appearance of that enigmatic portal of light, Chen Yidong experiences not surprise, but a sense of relief. In this harsh winter, insurrections can easily erupt. Should such a rebellion arise, he must quell it, albeit with bloodshed. Moreover, the toll from the 3 trials of the main deity has left what was once a formidable force of 100,000 reduced to a mere 60,000. A number that can only be described as tragic, not to mention the additional 55,000 who are injured in various ways. When Chun Yidong's vision is restored, he is abruptly jolted by a sudden kick, accompanied by a loud curse from behind. "Get out of the way, you damn fool. Good dogs don't block the path." A powerful shove sends him sprawling aside. Damn it, even a clay figure has its limits. Chen Yidong is incensed. Looking around, he notices that the individuals nearby are mostly girls, and further away, there are more men and women. Clearly, these are his comrades. Observing his fury, one of the girls nervously gestures downward, prompting Chun Yidong to pause in confusion. What on earth is this? A comically diminutive figure, adorned in a soft armor embellished with diamonds, sported a golden crown inscribed with the characters, Titan. Chun Yidong scrutinized this little person. Indeed, a little person, standing at less than 1 meter tall. Is this truly what one calls a Titan? This Titan, having brushed past Chun Yidong, paid him no further heed and continued on his way, casually shoving aside anyone who dared to block his path. Or perhaps he was simply too short for them to notice him at all. Chun Yidong's gaze traversed the throngs of people, revealing a sea of heads even at the horizon's edge. The Titan moved with remarkable speed, swiftly vanishing from sight, leaving only the echo of a commanding voice. "I say, all of you, keep up with me. If anyone fails to reach Tower 1 within 7 hours, do not blame me for the hardships I shall impose. Make them endure a 7-hour run." Chun Yidong was momentarily taken aback, glancing around. Though the crowd still donned their tropical attire, and the blood had long since congealed, it was evident that each individual here was in peak health. This scene felt strikingly familiar. It was the very essence of the injured who dared to fight with fervor. As long as the Master God was present, Any injury could surely be healed. Indeed, many around him were vociferously proclaiming, "I am healed, omnipotent Master God," to express their unwavering faith in Chen Yidong. There were indeed many voices raised in dissent, with some exclaiming, "Shall we heed the words of that diminutive figure and run for 7 hours merely on his account? How absurd!" Such reactions were merely a raucous display. Others, possessing a more rational perspective, questioned the destination. Where are we headed? To meet the deity? Clearly, that was not an option. Having survived life and death trials, could they truly fear a mere little man? Run, brothers. We must trust that the future lies firmly in our grasp. Those who had traversed the labyrinthine realms and the island world were devoid of ignorance, especially regarding such an elementary truth. With Chen Yidong leading the charge, hundreds began to run, the word spreading rapidly until tens of thousands joined in. The thunderous sound of their footsteps had never resonated so harmoniously as at that very moment. From an elevated vantage point, one could behold the immense square, larger than the entirety of the capital itself. Surrounding the square were colossal towers, each standing at intervals of 10,000 meters. It is worth noting that on another distant island, the rebellious figure of Mahjong Jiyizi instigated a mutiny. Ultimately, as previously agreed upon, the leadership of this battalion would be shared among Mahjong Jiyizi and 3 other accomplices. Chapter 69. The First Tower of the Deity's Square. The throngs running across the square were not merely thousands, nor solely the surviving members of Chen Yidong's team, but rather millions. Such a scene defied mere description. It was profoundly astonishing. The system's log entries starkly reflected this grim reality. Log ID, Death Island Sequence, Document Number 1. 1. Total number of participants recorded, 3, 485, 341. Death toll, 1, 996, 001. Total survivors, 1, 489, 340. Male population, 961, 247, accounting for 64. 5418. Female population, 528, 093, accounting for 35. 4,582. Percentage of individuals meeting physical fitness standards, 99. 9986. Percentage of individuals meeting IQ standards, 59. 4502. Percentage of individuals meeting EQ standards, 89. 4,327. Notable contributors, Chen Yidong line, detailed data, Chu Ling line, detailed data. Data from major rankings. Total contribution data. Note, historical computational power investment, 4, 817, 5859, individuals invested, 3, 485, 341, deceased, 1, 996, 001, successfully adapted individuals, 3, 000, 287, deceased, 1, 510, 901, total income entropy reduction value, 1, 709, 2468. Click to view detailed income records. Consequently, Tao Wu has utilized 1,000 of the total entropy reduction value to complete a data space development. The computational power reserve post-development stands at 10,000,000. The area here is approximately 11,857 square kilometers. What does this entail? Essentially, it is roughly equivalent to more than half of the capital of Huagua. Meanwhile, the full marathon distance is merely 42,195 kilometers. The current marathon record was set in 2014 by a Kenyan athlete who claimed victory with a time of 2 hours, 2 minutes, and 57 seconds. Assuming that this individual does not feel overwhelmed by running double the distance, completing the diameter of the square would take him 5 hours, 58 minutes, and 24 seconds. Meanwhile, an amateur marathon runner, assuming they finish the race in 3 hours, would require nearly 9 hours to traverse the diameter of the square. A person lacking training, hypothetically managing to complete the race in 4.5 hours, would take almost 13.5 hours to cover the same distance. 7 hours? That seems exceedingly difficult. After a diverse crowd of runners has arrived, nearly 24 hours have already passed. Even so, over 8,000 individuals remain exhausted on the route, yet have not yet arrived. After 30 hours, at the foot of an imposing, ancient stone tower, millions of reincarnated souls have gathered. Although the stone tower is remarkably tall, what first captures the crowd's attention is a magnificent giant. This giant towers at a height of 1 kilometer. and the big toe of 1 foot is as large as a small house. Even when individuals stand 100 meters away, they cannot perceive the entirety of the giant. However, Chun Yidong's lips twitch in disbelief. This can't be. Isn't that the Titan from before? The attire remains unchanged. Yet the figure has transformed from less than a meter to a towering giant of 1,000 meters. The Titan's voice booms, resonating so powerfully that even with 1,000,000 people scattered across several kilometers, none can escape the reach of the giant's words. I am thoroughly disappointed. Do you understand? You pitiful weaklings have taken 30 hours to stand before me. It is no wonder that people say humanity is the most peculiar race in the entire universe. The powerful can obliterate the heavens and the earth, shattering countless dimensions and timelines with but a flick of their fingers, even influencing the upper limits of half a civilization. As for the weak, well, a glance at them reveals all. They remain oblivious to their surroundings and to the identity of the one who has yanked them from their comfortable lives on Earth, thrusting them into the face of death and challenge. Yet, no human would willingly tolerate the slander of other races. However, no amount of fury can summon the courage to defy the authority of this Titan. The weak can only endure the scorn of the strong, awkwardly surviving in their shadow. The Titan continued, I am a wise being of the cosmic star race, classified as a Titan giant. From a genetic perspective, I do not belong to your kind. Nevertheless, since I have been entrusted by the great Lord God, I must assume the responsibility of caring for you. Henceforth, I shall oversee the first tower of the Lord God Plaza. Should anyone disregard my commands, let it be known that I will not hesitate to make you suffer. Of course, I shall also generously dispense rewards. The Titan's voice suddenly rose in intensity. Now, I shall administer rewards and punishments. The humans trembled in fear. It is worth noting that only a handful of individuals had managed to reach this place within 7 hours. Strangely enough, those standing at a distance seemed to perceive the Titan's face, more wrinkled than a withered flower, wearing a smile. This was simply too vulgar. The foremost victor, Musco, has been awarded 15 divine points at the divine square. All other humans who arrived within the 7-hour time frame shall receive 8 divine points. Those who failed to arrive on time, alas, you stand guilty. The Titan let out a cold snort, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the humans, sending a tremor through their very souls. Some, in a state of frailty, collapsed to the ground, rendered speechless for several minutes. A single grunt from this Titan was sufficient to strip millions of humans of their fighting spirit, a truly terrifying display. As punishment, a ban of 48 hours has been imposed on entering the first tower of the Divine Square. Here, time is measured in a 24-hour cycle, with day and night each taking up half of it. You shall soon discover that when night falls, the fears that lurk in the square. Ha ha ha. Now, all eligible humans, follow me into this sacred tower. The rest shall not perish from hunger. When night descends, your food will naturally present itself. The Titan's colossal form obscured the entire first tower of the Divine Square, and only when it shrank to the size of a mere meter could the humans finally discern the entrance to the tower. At the entrance stood a stone monument. Distinct from what one might envision, it was not only taller but also infused with elements of technology. A radiant gold and gentle white light accompanied black inscriptions, forming a mysterious interface upon this stone monument. Chun Yidong and 34 others, amidst the envy and resentment of all the humans, approached the tower. The entrance to the tower stands wide open. However, a glance from the outside reveals only an abyss of darkness, profound, enigmatic, and immense. Chapter 70. The epic of the supreme deity Chun Yidong followed the Titan, who had transformed into a diminutive figure, to the base of the steel. The steel towered at nearly 10 meters in height and over 3 meters in width, adorned with networked Chinese characters reminiscent of traffic signboards, at least in Chun Yidong's perception. Flanking it were the Today's Star rankings and the monthly Monarch rankings, though presently, both were devoid of any entries. The Titan, standing nearby, took the opportunity to explain. For you weaklings, you can only endure this communal living arrangement for now. Should any among you shatter the natural constraints imposed by your cellular structure and ascend to the status of a level 4 life form, you may apply to reside in the second tower of the Supreme Deity's Plaza. There, that is where I dwell. Each room there constitutes a microcosm of its own. Now that is what I call possessing a universe. The strongest among them, a Muslim, inquired, Elder. What do you mean by level 4 and a microcosm of its own? Do not ask, the Titan replied, once you receive the Supreme Deity's wristband. You may search for it on the Supreme Deities Network. Thus, the mention of the Supreme Deities wristband and network introduced two more concepts that left the Muslim rather bewildered. Meanwhile, Chen Yidong, walking alongside the Titan, found himself forming conjectures about the Titan's words. Indeed, among this group of brutish figures, Chen Yidong could be considered the sole intellectual powerhouse. Although individuals like Chu Ling and Ma Yuji Fengzi, who are endowed with exceptional intelligence, did not succeed in the 7-hour challenge, it remains uncertain whether these brash men will ever achieve the same level of success as they have. Titan clearly understands this principle, and he did not bestow any special treatment upon the large figure of Muslim merely because he secured first place. However, certain inquiries can still be made freely. For instance, Chen Yidong asked, "Senior, could you enlighten us about any other towers that exist here? It is truly remarkable that you reside in the second tower." Titan nodded with appreciation, and as he recounted his heroic past, he exhibited considerable passion, though unbeknownst to him, all his memories were merely bestowed upon him by Tao Wu. This main god square is undoubtedly of the highest caliber in the entire universe. In the past, even those you refer to as the saintly Wa could only inhabit the second tower. But do you know how many towers exist in the square? 33. The crowd was left in awe. Whether the mythical figure of the Saint Wa truly existed was uncertain. Yet the fact that even such a legendary character could only reside in the second tower, while here there are a full 33 towers, is indeed a staggering concept. It is essential to remember that knowing so much is of little benefit. Instead, one should remain grounded and avoid overreaching. Alas, the little dwarf suddenly sighed, recalling that billions of years ago, a catastrophic event befell the main god space. Although it could not harm such a magnificent existence as the main god, it led to the fall of many powerful beings and the seclusion of others. In the blink of an eye, countless billions of years have passed. The once vibrant scene at the Divine Lord Plaza, bustling with innumerable powerful beings, has long since faded into oblivion. You are the rising sun. I firmly believe that the entire universe will soon belong to your era. Who could remain unmoved by such fervent words? Chen Yidong could hardly conceal his excitement, vowing silently that he would one day stand atop the spine of the gods, becoming the supreme being of the heavens. Immortality and strength are the relentless passions that dwell in a man's heart. It is worth noting that Tao Wu utilized 200 entropy reduction values to manifest the Divine Lord Plaza, with the only significant structure being the first tower of the Divine Lord Plaza. As for the other 32 towers, there is a saying, drawing a tiger while pulling at its skin, although only a minor portion of the second tower has been developed beyond the first, merely accommodating a handful of beings akin to mentors, such as the Titans, and limited to the initial 10 levels. Tao Wu continues to project an image that, should one possess sufficient strength, access to all 33 towers is readily available. In truth, however, they remain empty at present. These towers serve merely as a facade, and the entire Divine Lord Plaza is but a semblance of grandeur. It would take merely a hydrogen bomb with a yield exceeding 100 million tons of TNT to obliterate this place. For instance, the Great Ivan possesses an explosive yield equivalent to 175 million tons of TNT. With a single boom, everything would be rendered game over. Perhaps the Titans, transcending the constraints of cellular existence, may indeed endure. Certainly, in the future, when resources permit, Tao Wu will naturally embark on renovations anew. The subsequent narrative will truly reflect my distinctive style. I humbly request the support and encouragement of my esteemed readers. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall depart for Shanghai, and should I find myself unoccupied on the train, I intend to dedicate the entire day to updates. Just a jest, of course. Chapter 71. Swifter than light. Although the name of the first tower in the Divine Lord's Plaza includes the word tower, the interior is devoid of any trace of antiquity. What unfolds before Chen Yidong and his companions is a hall imbued with a palpable sense of science fiction. The Titan's claim of a 1,000-meter side length is scarcely exaggerated. This hall evokes the sensation of an extraordinarily vast stadium. Why is this so? Consider that a Class A stadium can accommodate over 25,000 individuals, while this hall, the answer is that it can effortlessly host nearly 1 million. The largest sports venue in Huagua, with an area of approximately 170,000 square meters, pales in comparison to this hall's staggering 1 million square meters. Is that vast enough? Standing amidst the throngs, one can scarcely perceive the hall's periphery. However, as Chen Yidong took his first step forward, all prior conjectures dissipated in an instant. His companions also began to recognize the hull's peculiarities, with some expressing astonishment, raising concerns about their own transformations. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! My heavens! Is this not astonishingly vast? Upon their entrance into the hull, it seemed that the space before them instantaneously expanded to an immense scale. The distant walls of the hull began to stretch infinitely the moment they stepped inside, disappearing beyond the limits of human perception. It was as if this place was not merely a room, but an entire world unto itself. Such a description, however, may not entirely encapsulate the grandeur of the hull. Let us consider an alternative perspective. In pure air, the human eye can discern a flickering candle from a distance of 27 kilometers. At sea, vessels can be spotted from 6 to 25 kilometers away. From the summit of a mountain, one's vision can extend to 320 kilometers. Should one gaze up at the night sky, artificial satellites can be seen from a staggering distance of 1,000 kilometers. Indeed, a luminous object, sufficiently large, can be perceived even from tens to thousands of light years away, appearing as a faint point of light. In theory, the human eye possesses no limits to its sight. Barring the constraints imposed by the speed of light itself, which travels through a vacuum at a mere 458 meters per second. Moreover, this particular hull, which is devoid of any furnishings and illuminated by its own radiant walls, suggests that it transcends not only the expanse of Earth, but even the vastness of the cosmos. What is even more astonishing is that it appears to shift in accordance with human perception when no one has entered. This hull may indeed seem to measure merely 1,000 meters on each side. Yet, the moment someone steps inside, the space expands instantaneously, transforming so rapidly that even light cannot traverse its vastness in such a fleeting moment. Thus, when Chun Yidong and his companions gaze into the distance, they will perceive that the sky and the earth appear, shrouded in darkness. Beside them, the diminutive Titan takes on the role of narrator, absent-mindedly picking at his flattened nose, his tone unexpectedly grave. However, the image of him engaged in such a trivial act renders Chun Yidong unable to reconcile this stark contrast. The hall of the first tower, along with the one in which I currently reside, the second tower, is, as you might imagine, boundlessly expansive. I wonder if you have ever encountered the notion that all living beings possess a cognitive inertia regarding their perceptive capabilities. When an object undergoes a sudden transformation from one form to another, creatures often struggle to immediately accept this change. This represents a cognitive prison of inertia. This hall capitalizes on this principle. When you stand outside, it presents an overarching vista. The moment a being crosses the threshold, the neural computation programmed within this space is triggered instantaneously, causing the spatial dimensions to collapse with the velocity akin to that of a colossal cosmic explosion, resulting in a quantum effect, specifically the collapse of the wave function. What does it mean? It suggests that you have not entered. Thus, countless computational results would simultaneously manifest. However, due to the limited capacity of an ordinary human brain to absorb information, you are left perceiving an empty hall. Yet, once you step inside, it is as if you have transitioned from an observer to a participant. In this hall, all possibilities are reduced to a single one that you can perceive, allowing your brain to assimilate the information present, and thus the world becomes visible to you. Coincidentally, as this collapse occurs instantaneously, light appears to be just beginning its propagation in your cerebral processor, leading you to see only darkness in the distance. Nevertheless, the human brain possesses remarkable capacity. After a brief moment, you will naturally be able to behold everything afar. Do you understand, humble human beings? How should one write to avoid political harmony? Chapter 75. This world is rather complex, devoid of seasoned individuals. This is a crucial piece of information. Should the assistance of the new Martians be required in the future? Chun Yidong surveyed the officials standing at the periphery, his mind deep in thought. Passing through the glass doors, he entered an exceedingly vast stadium. How immense is it? It is capable of accommodating 10,000 clerks, effortlessly registering 1,000,000 individuals simultaneously. Unfazed, Chun Yidong positioned himself behind Musk, voluntarily relinquishing the foremost spot. Due to the limited number of individuals present, everyone gathered before the desk of the clerk, none daring to depart. Chun Yidong mused, this is indeed quite intricate. Nevertheless, his instincts led him to distill 3 significant pieces of information. First, the new desert dwellers also appreciated the art of pleasantries. Second, Titan was regarded as some sort of deity. Yet, irrespective of the title, they were undeniably divine. Third, the hierarchy among the new desert dwellers evidently placed the regulatory team in high esteem, while the president or national leader was relegated to a status subordinate to each member of the regulatory team. Each of these insights held an intriguing allure, undoubtedly concealing a tapestry of rich stories behind them. A smile crept across Chen Yidong's face. At that moment, the clerk, having received the nod of approval from the esteemed officials, resumed his seat. He glanced at the alien standing at the forefront and promptly addressed him. "Greetings, Mr. Musco." Before him hovered a transparent panel visible to all, from which a three-dimensional projection of Musco emerged. After a few manipulations, he said, "Please feel free to utter a phrase." Musco shrugged, resembling Bear Grylls, and replied, "I fancy beautiful women. Thank you for your cooperation." The clerk manipulated the interface once more, retrieving a wristband from below, which he placed into a recess on the desk. A series of beams of light swiftly swept across, elevating the recess until it aligned with the tabletop. "Mr. Musco, kindly extend any one of your hands through this wristband." Okay. Anyway, Musk uttered a quintessential American colloquialism and extended his left hand, gently passing it through a silver metallic bracelet that shimmered with a lustrous sheen. The bracelet appeared to be at least as thick as 1.5 of Musk's arms. As his hand traversed through it, a faint blue light seemed to sweep across, prompting the bracelet to automatically constrict until it conformed perfectly to Musk's wrist. "Mr. Musk." He awoke as if from a deep slumber. "Please follow the instructions to complete your information registration." "Very well, Mr. Musk. Step 1. Register with the Master God Network. Your invitation code is the primary sequence 1644349. This will serve as your sole identification number henceforth. Step 2. I have entered your exclusive identification number. Now, please provide me with the verification code for the residents of Sky City. 164794. All set. The preferential policies for Sky City have been dispatched, and you may review them at your leisure. Next, please." A gentle autumn rain bestowed the sky with rare hues of blue. Chen Hongxing strolled through the bustling corridor of the South Station in Shanghai, bearing the weight of profound sorrow as one of the esteemed members of the Divine Organization's leadership. Over 100,000 souls had vanished from Huagua. What a staggering notion that is. It is a concept that evokes deep despair in those who have encountered it, while remaining indifferent to those who have not, for Huagua is home to over 1 billion inhabitants. Every day, incessant calls from various organizations such as the Women's Protection Association, the Children's Protection Association, and the Personal Safety Protection Association inundate him, alongside a multitude of insurance companies. Additionally, there are numerous other entities, like consumer associations, writers' associations, and dramatist associations, all contributing to his newfound status as a prominent figure across diverse industries. It is simply vexing. Should one invoke the power of the state? The higher-ups have spoken, leaving the matter to his discretion. What can he do? What? You inquire how this is possible? Quite simply, because these 5 nations are. Thus, the forum of deities became discordant. A myriad of intricate questions flooded each unit, consistently garnering millions, if not billions, of clicks and shares. Deleting or blocking such posts is clearly unreasonable, and indeed, ineffective. Moreover, when the officials finally manage to post something, the comments below are a uniform chorus. 5 ruffians above. Return our innocent civilians. It is utterly absurd. Chairman, is our next destination Guangxi or Xinjiang? If we opt for Xinjiang, we must prepare our arms in advance, as it has been rather tumultuous there lately. Let us wait a moment. But we have already arrived at the airport. Very well. Chen Hongxing appeared somewhat distracted. Let us proceed to Guangxi first. Chapter 72. If life existed in a light-year world. Chen Yidong walked alongside the diminutive Titan, seemingly immersed in silently processing the information relayed to him. The Muslims found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment, grappling with incomprehensible discourse. In simpler terms, they were utterly perplexed. One might wonder, was your ostensibly professional manner of speaking intended for our benefit? It appears to be nothing more than an exercise in pretentiousness, does it not? Recognizing this facade, the group of men responded with admiration. Very impressive. The diminutive figure nodded and continued. Now, if you gaze ahead, you should discern a modest arrangement within the hall. For instance, upon the floor before them, there appeared a grid of 9 squares. This grid was not a specific object, but rather an unexpected disruption to the previously immaculate and uniform surface, now adorned with 8 silver lines, intersecting to create a 9-square grid. The reason Chun Yidong noticed it immediately was due to the lines emitting a dazzling brilliance akin to LED lights. It was as if something lay concealed beneath these lines, or perhaps it was merely an illusion of lighting. "Mr. Titan, may I inquire what this is?" Chun Yidong asked. "Quantum elevator," replied the small figure, Titan, as he approached. The 9-square grid, resembling a sensor-operated door, silently elongated upward. It became apparent that the squares were not interconnected. Rather, each square was separated by a narrow passageway, measuring 2 to 3 meters in width. The perception that the 9-square grid was small was merely a fleeting visual illusion. Each side of the grid spanned several dozen meters, and upon elevation, each square reached a height of nearly 10 meters, maintaining a similar length on each side. Approaching one of the edge grids, one could discern that the interior was crafted entirely from lustrous silver metal. Upon the doorframe of the grid, 2 lines of bold black characters proclaimed, "This quantum elevator will proceed to zone 000000001, a target distance of 1 light year." Out of the corner of his eye, Chun Yidong distinctly observed that the destinations inscribed on the other door frames were identical. This indicated that these 9 grids were likely bound for the same destination. The dwarf's expression grew serious. "However, I must caution you, should you choose to inhabit a solitary district rather than a communal one, merely getting lost, could very well lead you into perilous circumstances." 90 million districts alone sounded daunting. It was inconceivable for the group to disperse into separate abodes. Yet, for someone ambitious like Chun Yidong, thoughts were already stirring within. Given that only 34 individuals had successfully passed the dwarf's so-called 7-hour test, alongside the dwarf himself, there were merely 35 in total. Consequently, under the dwarf's guidance, the group opted to share a single quantum elevator. Once everyone had entered, they were pleasantly surprised to find the space quite expansive, nearly equivalent to that of a large classroom. At that moment, a gentle female voice materialized. "Passengers bound for zone 000000001. Please prepare yourselves mentally, considering the psychological resilience of the passengers. This quantum transmission is expected to buffer for 10 seconds. Initiating psychological counseling functions now." It felt as though some unseen force was safeguarding their minds, imparting an extraordinary sense of tranquility. All anxiety, restlessness, and tension have been maximally purified. The dwarf skillfully adhered to this principle, fixating on the air before him for a couple of seconds. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, he was actually interfacing with the divine network. A gentle feminine voice declared, "All passengers in this elevator have paid the particle information usage fee. Quantum transmission is now buffering." 10-9. The crowd remained speechless. 1. Contrary to their expectations, no anomalies manifested. The bodies of all present, including the dwarf Titan, disintegrated at the particle level, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 73. The Sky City. The world before them transformed in an instant. The individuals experienced neither a blankness of thought nor a sense of stagnation. When the doors of the quantum elevator reopened, it felt as if only a heartbeat had passed. Outside lay a world blanketed in pristine white. Indeed, they remained within this vast hall, an expanse as grand as the universe itself. Though exceedingly monotonous, its enormity was astonishing. The distinction was that they now found themselves on the other side, a light year away. "Greetings, passengers. Welcome to the beautiful new world, Area 0000001. The melodious voice resonated in their ears, lingering delightfully. The dwarf Titan was the first to step out of the quantum elevator, followed closely by Chun Yidong and the others. At this juncture, it seemed that words eluded them. Following the instinct for survival inherent in humanity, the most prudent course of action was to submit. Humanity, by its very nature, is more inclined to pursue the truth rather than to actively create. The collective sentiment remains agitated for an extended period. In their minds, they fervently envision the forthcoming scenarios. The supreme deity, the existence of the divine, the towering spire constructed by him. What mysteries lie within? What awaits them next? Although they have already entered the structure, a closer examination reveals nothing but a monotonous and blank expanse of flooring, which possesses an undeniable sense of unity and indestructibility, intensifying the atmosphere of tension. Gazing upward, one can only behold a sky reminiscent of white clouds. Yet, everyone is acutely aware that it is merely a lofty ceiling. Titan, having ventured only a short distance, halts abruptly, seemingly lost in contemplation. However, the next unfolding scene once again redefines the concept of awe. The previously blank horizon abruptly splits open, revealing a black chasm stretching from the ground to the heavens, with the edges retracting like electronic doors. Within this gateway lies a supermodern city. Indeed, a city. To label it as ultramodern does not adequately capture its astonishing nature. It can only be aptly described as a manifestation of advanced technology. Ahem. Here, the edifices are crafted from pure crystal, their dazzling exteriors poised to captivate a multitude of admirers. Moreover, these structures are not towering skyscrapers. Rather, they are suspended within the sky itself. Yes, at any altitude in the heavens, one can behold crystalline towers rising from 10 to 100 meters high. Moreover, what is most astonishing is that a few of the crystalline abodes remain in a state of rapid or slow motion. Observing the peculiar and bizarre movements of certain houses, it is evident that they are inhabited by novice pilots who have just acquired their flying licenses. What does this imply? It suggests that the residents here have begun to utilize these crystalline dwellings as aerial fortresses. Furthermore, Chen Yidong inquired with astonishment, "Esteemed Mr. Titan, are there others residing here?" Mr. Titan raised his eyelids. "Do you think such an expansive sky city is solely for the inhabitants of your Earth?" Standing at less than a meter tall, with a haughty posture, what could that possibly feel like? No one dared to mock. Mr. Titan likely believed himself to be quite impressive in this manner. He gestured towards the city. This is the largest gathering place in the first district, also known as the Sky City, where the indigenous people of the colonized planets reside. They exist as second-class citizens. The little Titan wore a serious, yet comical expression. They are merely a part of the machinery that maintains the city's operation, and as for you, your lives will not become any easier, regardless of your current mindset. Let me tell you, cast aside all your expectations. Although I am your counselor, I will not intervene if you choose to court disaster. The little Titan sneered. At that moment, a group of approximately 14 or 15 individuals, both male and female, appeared. Possessing somewhat deformed features, their skin bore a heavy grayish texture, and their faces exhibited an elongated appearance. They donned regulation metallic attire, remarkably thin, yet exuding an air of grandeur. Chapter 74. The Evolution of Humanity. The colossal mechanical plaza boasted a breathtaking scale. Each component appeared akin to crystal or stone, surpassing even the famed Yellow Mountain of Huagua in both size and ferocity. This expansive square, nearly half the size of the Shanghai market, could hardly be deemed the tallest or largest edifice of this celestial layer. Within the confines of the elevator, the authority of the regulation captain seemed to eclipse that of government officials, his demeanor remaining the most composed throughout. As Tao Wu embarked on designing these simulated figures, he stumbled upon a profoundly shocking revelation. He discovered that by relying solely on computational power, without the presence of several rare particle materials unique to life, the initial stages of the system's simulation during the colonization of humanity typically proceeded without any anomalies. However, once the temporal scale and external variables were extended or amplified, the first tower of the primordial deity would gradually disintegrate, culminating in collapse. Millions of simulated experiments bore witness to this unwavering outcome. Reluctantly, Tao Wu resorted to utilizing the entropy reduction value initially intended for a new wave of recruits. Although this would prolong the recruitment plan for newcomers, he now possessed the audacity to proceed. Insufficient? Then let us intensify the exploitation. 3 words, just do it. The consequence of employing the entropy reduction value was that the colonized humans, in essence, bore no distinction from true humanity, and certainly, they would not be deemed inferior. This wave of nearly 10,000 authentic human creations has cost Tao Wu a considerable sum, which he finds rather distressing. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it pales in comparison to directly recruiting humans or extraterrestrials. Moreover, this Sky City is home to nearly 1 billion robots. Although their physical form is indistinguishable from other colonizing humans, they lack the vibrant cerebral activity, thus sealing their fate as mere shells of the living. Why is it that humans possess the capacity for independent thought and self-development? This question occupied Tao Wu's mind throughout the night, albeit with only an hour of darkness remaining after his classmates had departed. Ultimately, he could not resist the urge to take matters into his own hands, ensuring his own sustenance. Indeed, he delved into the archives of the main deity's network. It became apparent that this conundrum was entangled with the concept of secondary civilizations. What does it mean to be a secondary civilization? Here lies a striking statistic. Each secondary civilization, provided it does not face premature extinction, must produce tens of thousands of these semi-cosmic entities throughout its developmental journey. However, it is somewhat misleading to refer to this as mere creation, as their primary intention behind crafting secondary structure weapons was solely for the purpose of warfare. In other words, the Earth we inhabit, along with the vast universe surrounding it, is essentially a remnant of conflicts that occurred over 100 billion years ago. Nothing more. Such is the nature of secondary civilizations. Yet, despite this extensive discourse, it bears little relevance to elevating one's personal stature. Thus, he abandoned his curiosity for those exceedingly complex scientific texts, which often sprawl across pages the size of tea. Although Lord Tao Wu may not grasp these profound theories, the presence of a system to support computational power renders their application entirely feasible. Traversing the surveillance screen before Tao Wu, passing through the main God Square, entering through the gates of the first tower, covering a distance of a light year, navigating the technologically advanced outskirts of the Sky City, and ascending to an altitude of 3,000 meters, he stood at the exit of the aerial lift. The captain of the control team continued his discourse unabated, while the diminutive figure remained silent, nodding in agreement, only to let out a disdainful snort moments later. There are no seasoned veterans to guide you here. Remember this well. These new MO star inhabitants will become your kin in the future. I do not concern myself with the evolutionary paths you may choose. However, you must understand this. You all need the theoretical support of the new MO star inhabitants. Their theoretical backing is the very foundation of your advancement. Make sure you comprehend this clearly. A haphazard choice of evolutionary direction will only lead to the forfeiture of all your potential for evolution. The absence of seasoned veterans is a significant piece of information. If assistance from new MO star inhabitants is required in the future. Cheng Yidong scanned the officials standing at the periphery, pondering deeply. Passing through the glass doors and traversing a lengthy restroom, he arrived at an extraordinarily vast stadium. How immense is it? In short, it is equipped to accommodate 10,000 clerks, capable of processing registrations for 1 million individuals simultaneously with remarkable ease. Cheng Yidong discreetly positioned himself behind Musco, willingly relinquishing the foremost spot. Due to the small number of people present, everyone gathered in front of a clerk's desk, none choosing to depart. Cheng Yidong pondered, this is quite perplexing. However, in accordance with his nature, he instinctively distilled 3 significant pieces of information. First, the new desert star inhabitants also enjoy engaging in pleasantries. Second, Titan is regarded as a deity of sorts. Nonetheless, regardless of the title, they are undeniably divine. Third, the hierarchy among the new desert star beings is evidently centered around the control teams, with even the figure akin to a president, the city lord, having to defer to each member of these control teams. Each of these points harbors intriguing implications, undoubtedly concealing a rich tapestry of stories beneath. Cheng Yidong smiled. At that moment, the clerk, having received the nod of approval from the distinguished officials, settled back into his seat. He glanced at the alien standing at the forefront and promptly said, "Greetings, Mr. Musco." Before him floated a transparent panel visible to all, from which a 3-dimensional projection of Musco was drawn forth. After manipulating the panel a few times, he stated, "Please feel free to say something." Musco shrugged, reminiscent of Bear Grylls, and replied, "I like beautiful women. Thank you for your cooperation." The clerk then adjusted the panel again, retrieving a wristband from below and placing it in a recess on the desk. A series of lights swiftly scanned over it, causing the recess to rise until it was level with the desk surface. "Please extend any hand, Mr. Musco, and pass it through this wristband." Okay. Anyway, Moscow casually uttered a quintessential American colloquialism before extending his left hand, gently passing it through the lustrous silver metallic bracelet. The bracelet appeared to be at least as thick as 1.5 of Moscow's arms. As his hand traversed it, a faint blue light flickered, and the bracelet began to automatically constrict until it conformed perfectly to Moscow's wrist. "Mr. Moscow," he seemed to awaken from a slumber. "What on earth?" "Please follow the instructions to complete your information registration." "Very well, Mr. Moscow. The first step is to register with the Supreme God Network. Your invitation code is the primary sequence 1644349. This will be your sole identification number henceforth. The second step, I have input your exclusive identification number. Now, please provide me with the resident verification code of the Sky City. 164794. All set. The preferential policies of Sky City have been dispatched, sir, and you may review them at your convenience." Next, a gentle autumn rain bestowed the sky with rare hues of azure. Chen Hongxing navigated through the bustling corridor of the South Station in Shanghai. As one of the architects behind the divine organization, he could only feel a profound sorrow in his heart. The disappearance of over 1 million individuals from Huagua. What kind of concept is that? It is a notion that devastates those who are touched by it while leaving those untouched indifferent. After all, Huagua boasts a population of 1,400 million. Each day, phone calls from various organizations, such as the Women's Protection Association, the Children's Protection Association, and a myriad of others, turned him into a prominent figure across multiple industries within the span of a single day. It is exceedingly vexatious. To invoke the power of the state, the higher-ups have spoken, and now it is up to you to manage this situation. What can he possibly do? What? You inquire about the significance? It is rather straightforward, for these 5 nations are. Ahem. Thus, the forum descended into discord. A plethora of intricate inquiries flooded each section, each garnering millions, if not billions, of clicks and shares. The notion of deleting posts or imposing bans is evidently unreasonable. And, of course, impractical. Boss, are we heading to Guangxi or Xinjiang next? Should we opt for Xinjiang, we must prepare our arsenal in advance, as that area has been rather tumultuous of late. Perhaps we should wait a moment. But we have already arrived at the airport. Very well. Chen Hongxing appeared somewhat distracted. Let us proceed to Guangxi for now. Chapter 76. The world suddenly changed. Guangxi Maozhou Bailianue Airport. Chen Hongxing suddenly paused. In the vast expanse outside the airport, around 20 girls clad in uniforms were kneeling, and judging by the demeanor of those nearby, it was evident that this was not a fleeting occurrence. What on earth is happening? Where is the person in charge? Chen Hongxing furrowed his brow. They have all purchased tickets, and preventing their entry is surely inappropriate. Furthermore, given the recent spate of such public disturbances, deploying personnel could very well provoke a backlash from the populace. Additionally, the person in charge had previously attempted to mediate, but to no avail, and has since chosen to remain hidden. You summoned the person in charge. I find it inappropriate to intervene directly in this matter. Indeed. However, Chen Hongxing's brow suddenly twitched, as an unsettling feeling crept over him. This situation seemed far from simple. Recently, incidents of public disturbances had surged, predominantly involving the parents of the missing individuals from the 820 global event. Yet, this time was different. Here were 20 or so individuals collectively kneeling at the airport, and notably, they were all middle school students, predominantly girls. Chen Hongxing lowered his hat and quietly approached a girl of striking beauty and exquisite features, bending down. He felt an inherent discomfort standing before a kneeling girl. What is your name, young lady? The girl lifted her head, allowing a few strands of hair that had fallen across her forehead to fall away naturally. Chen Hongxing was taken aback, for this girl was truly remarkable. Her delicate and beautiful face, coupled with her slightly swollen eyes, rendered her already expressive gaze even more vibrant than the morning star against the night sky. Most importantly, he recognized her. He had seen her on his phone, a popular female streamer on the Douxia live streaming platform. Xiao Qiao. She and her sister, De Qiao, had become notable figures on Douxia, garnering a substantial following due to their impeccable cosplay and melodious singing, attracting hundreds of thousands of fans. While they may not rank at the top, their broadcast received overwhelmingly positive reviews. It is often said that if a girl is too exquisite, she may lose her distinctiveness. At least, none of the passers-by here seemed to recognize her. Chen Hongxing discerned that Xiao Qiao was disinclined to speak, prompting him to say, "You are Xiao Qiao, the shark fighter, are you not? I have watched your live broadcasts." The girl remained unresponsive. While she appeared calm, Chen Hongxing was growing anxious. After all, they were both public figures. Furthermore, his presence in Guangxi was a matter of utmost confidentiality. Should this information leak, it might stir up unnecessary complications, leading to a situation where he would gain nothing while simultaneously escalating the distrust that the leaders of various nations harbored towards him and the entire organization associated with the divine. This was indeed a grave concern. He sensed that Xiao Qiao seemed to harbor her own burdens, thus he reframed his approach, asking, "My dear, consider this. If you remain silent, how will you achieve the purpose of your visit here?" At that moment, the girl suddenly inquired, "Are you truly powerful?" She continued, "Merely possessing strength is futile. Do you understand what superpowers are?" Chen Hongxing abruptly turned his head, exclaiming, "What did you just say? What were your words?" He suddenly recalled something significant, clearing his throat with a deliberate cough. His companions immediately understood, whispering a few words to the airport official. who nodded vigorously in response. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Chen Hongxing asked, "Might you summon your classmates so we can converse privately?" Xiao Qiao, taken aback by the affirmative response, softly acknowledged and exchanged a few words with her peers before they all stood up, following Chen Hongxing amidst the chatter of the surrounding crowd. As the crowd entered the VIP lounge, the person in charge had already discreetly withdrawn. Chen Hongxing suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether it was the result of a night spent on a flight leading to mental fatigue. Yet, he was overwhelmed with excitement. During his clandestine travels across the globe, countless individuals had proclaimed to him, "I possess extraordinary abilities. I have encountered superheroes. I have witnessed transcendent beings. I am invincible amidst the great magical barriers," and so forth. However, none of these claims could withstand scrutiny. Under the aegis of the world's most formidable powers, all forms of self-deception appeared childishly absurd, not to mention the various major religions manipulated by human hands. Yet, an instinct told him that this innocent and charming young girl was sincere. Xiao Qiao was it. Chen Hongxing made a most astute decision. "I can tell you, I am Chen Hongxing of the Divine Organization." The phrase Chen Hongxing of the Divine Organization may seem unremarkable when analyzed individually, but when combined, it transcends the ordinary. All celebrities, from various fields, be it the entertainment industry, live streaming realm, or industry elites like Jack Ma and Bill Gates, are gathered here. Their presence is more vibrant than ever before. If you were to ask how many fans Chairman Mi has, one might chuckle. His amiable demeanor is indeed genuine. Have you ever seen a chairman who can grace both the Huagua talent show and the Dosha livestream? Ahem, this seemingly unorthodox Chairman Mi has garnered a staggering 1.8 billion fans. As the website expanded, even visitors who had not received invitations could conveniently apply for identity verification, effortlessly registering as members of the Wushan Forum. According to statistics, by midnight on September 6, 2017, the number of registered users on the site reached an astonishing 4.1 billion, leaving business magnates astounded. Although children's identification cards are now permitted, this still signifies that, in today's world, aside from those who are reluctant to go online, even infants have been eagerly claimed for registration by their somewhat fashionable parents. Who is Chen Hongxing? To speak candidly, there are 4 other individuals sharing the traffic with the leader of the Divine Organization. However, to put it bluntly, the combined fan base of these 4 pales in comparison to that of Chen Hongxing. Here stands a person of high intellect, emotional intelligence, and status, who seems to harbor some secrets unknown to the common folk. Now facing her, Xiao Ku, could it be that I have found salvation? In a distant and unique realm, Tao Wu suddenly frowned, his tone tinged with impatience. Are those girls causing a ruckus again? No, my lord. There are 24 marked individuals who have gone to meet Chen Hongxing, the chairman of the Divine Organization. Is their struggle meaningful? Tao Wu shook his head. From the moment his harem extended beyond Mingkong County's first high school, it was destined that those girls could no longer willingly become his puppet-like slaves. Recently, these thousands upon thousands of girls have been stirring up trouble from time to time, especially when it involves the families of certain girls, such as younger sisters or cousins. The situation escalates even further. Yet, it is evident that under the weight of his mental shackles, those who remain oblivious will forever remain in the dark. Who would believe a girl who struggles to articulate even the existence of superpowers, let alone confess to being abducted by a superhero? This scenario embodies a blend of helplessness and absurdity. However, this time, these 24 individuals are meeting with high-ranking government officials. It is worth noting that they are incapable of even undertaking the journey to the capital. Tao Wu suddenly found himself intrigued. Pray, elaborate on this matter. And, while you're at it, elevate the protective domains of each individual to a nuclear level. Chapter 77. An unknown existence. So, it is thus how fascinating. Indeed, it is thoroughly captivating. Tao Wu's consciousness stirred, prompting an immediate response from the high-dimensional linked system. Streams of luminous data coalesced into a void shimmering with blue light, merely half a meter before him, revealing a space devoid of illumination. This represents a more convenient and portable advanced wormhole system. Unlike quantum transmission, which uncomfortably annihilates the body and subsequently reassembles it at the particle level, the advanced wormhole system is a domain field activator developed through an understanding of cosmic curvature. It folds and creases space, thereby bridging the distance between 2 locations. Fundamentally, the advanced wormhole system is inherently safeguarded by a sophisticated field activation network. making traversal through such a portal unnecessary for an ordinary individual to painstakingly seek out a vehicle capable of entering the wormhole, a cumbersome endeavor that would consume both space and financial resources. Simply put, upon arrival, one can directly depart in corporeal form. Aside from the need for energy, no further preparations are required. In this regard, advanced wormholes are akin to the magical circles of Western lore and the teleportation arrays of Eastern mythology, naturally enticing to scientists. Of course, Tao Wu, despite being a scientist, possesses an understanding that surpasses that of most terrestrial scientists. Beside him, the advanced wormhole system features an environmental recreation system, and at this very moment, Xiao Qiao, the younger sister of Qiao Qiao, inquired, "Have you truly seen Superman?" This question, strictly speaking, skirted the edge of propriety. Did one not notice how Xiao Qiao's complexion paled further after uttering those words? Chun Hongxing felt exasperated. Within this brief span, the young lady had repeatedly brought up the term Superman in various forms. However, whenever he posed the question of whether she had seen him or where she had encountered such a mysterious figure, even suggesting that if it was inconvenient, she could simply nod for yes or shake her head for no, the peculiarity lay in her immediate switch to an entirely different topic. As though she had not heard him at all, Chun Hongxing rubbed his forehead and gestured for a man to approach, whispering, "Be honest with me. Is there such a thing as hypnosis in this world, or any other methods that can restrict someone from uttering specific words? In the realm of scientific research, there are indeed clandestine trials underway in our country that can obscure entire chains of keywords, though it is far from being fully developed." Chun Hongxing nodded. For no one suspected that this seemingly inconspicuous man, content to serve as a personal bodyguard, had emerged from the nation's highest secret organization. Given his extensive network, it would be no exaggeration to assert that even if a president were to be brought forth, he would likely possess more knowledge than they. When Chun Hongxing turned his gaze back to Xiao Qiao, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Perhaps she and her companions truly possess some insight. To eliminate keywords, one must employ the razor principle, seeking out actions and words that are closely associated with those keywords. How to exclude the keywords? How to conceal his intentions from everyone? Could he even deceive that seemingly extraordinary individual? Ah yes, the three-body problem, the wall facers. All of this was merely a nascent thought process, not necessarily a mature or feasible strategy. Chun Hongxing fell silent, softly exchanging a few words with his personal bodyguard before departing the VIP room. He needed to ponder deeply on how to utilize this wall-facer plan effectively. Meanwhile, around 20 bewildered young women sat or stood, while his bodyguard engaged in discussions with Xiao Qiao. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. Chun Hongxing consoled himself as he approached the door, only to suddenly halt in his tracks. No, this cannot be right. In a state of panic, he turned and sprinted towards his close bodyguard. There were no signs of Xiao Qiao or any other girls. Only a group of men standing motionless like automatons. Curiously, I pondered why the organization chose to name itself the Divine Organization rather than the Killing God Organization. The voice resonated as if it were echoing from the ceiling. Glancing up, he saw nothing. It has arrived. A stirring sensation gripped Chun Hongxing's heart. In the days and nights leading up to this moment, his thoughts had been consumed with the pursuit of this elusive entity. Yet now that the true puppet master had emerged, he found himself somewhat unsettled. He was a quintessential example of the saying, "The gentleman who loves dragons." I wonder. Chun Hongxing suddenly felt a pang of thirst. Might we engage in conversation? Chapter 78, Humanity, the Universe. I shall fulfill your desires, provided your words are sufficiently compelling. The ethereal, detached voice seemed to evoke an atmosphere of transcendence. There may be rewards. The otherworldly tone inquired, "Do you believe in God?" In that moment, Chun Hongxing found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of inner conflict, perhaps the most tumultuous of his life. His countenance betrayed his struggle, as if he wished to speak yet hesitated, uncertain whether he ought to. Tao Wu stood 1.5 meters in front of Chun Hongxing, scrutinizing this man of elevated status, rich in contemplation. Tao Wu was intrigued. Would such a man affirm the existence of a deity? This is indeed a significant question. Tao Wu maintained an impassive expression. Why do you think so? Whatever exists in this world does so in a rational manner. I am not concerned about the sudden emergence of a race that is inherently superior from the moment of its birth. On the contrary, this universe is utterly boundless. Even if among 1,000,000 stars, only one harbors a planet. Chun Hongxing gestured vividly, his expression earnest. He continued, Even if among a million planets, only one gives rise to life, and even if among a million places that host life, only one nurtures intelligent beings, then it is entirely conceivable that this universe teems with countless forms of life, which signifies that disparities in civilization are inevitable. Chun Hongxing coughed softly. I often ponder, if such an immense universe truly harbors only humanity as its sole civilization, wouldn't that be a tremendous waste of space? I firmly believe that in such a vast cosmos, all civilizations must find solitude rather distasteful, loneliness, if possible. Chun Hongxing emphasized earnestly, why can't we collaborate? Perhaps you have been in solitude all along, Tao Wu murmured softly. Indeed, Chun Hongxing, usually a composed individual, bore a bittersweet expression, yet what of it? As I converse with you now, my heart whispers, oh, what a beautiful moment this is. This moment signifies profound truths about the universe. It conveys to us humans, hello. You see, humanity is not merely a solitary child. You possess siblings scattered throughout this vast, borderless universe. How could one ever articulate such beauty? Tao Wu then realized that Chun Hongxing's choked voice had significantly altered his tone. In his position, he could hardly comprehend the profound yearning for the cosmos that such a seasoned researcher as Chun felt, to the point of tears. Yet, he recalled that about a month ago, that fortunate high school repeat student, upon encountering the system, was equally elated. It could hardly be deemed a coincidence, for he had been classified by the system as a cosmopolitan, a prerequisite that even takes precedence over whether he is a deity. Cosmopolitans are often perceived as harboring apocalyptic tendencies. Tao Wu was uncertain if he would ever desire the world's end, but he was certain he would stir the world into chaos. Once, when Lin Sini leaned on him in a moment of youthful folly, she would occasionally ask, hey, you claim to be so intelligent, and I see you could effortlessly attract any girl. If I didn't confine you at home to raise the child, would you be able to charm several girls at once? Tao Wu's actions rendered Lin Sini too weary to broach such topics again. However, a girl in love seldom remembers. Hey, if you were to become a scientist, what would be the first thing you would do? Why? Use a fetus? Wouldn't that be rather cruel? Lin Sini bit her lower lip. Due to their genes, they remain unacquainted with this world. The madmen. Yet the system affirmed their existence. Throughout its interminable existence, history had already revealed to it the nature of beings capable of traversing the vast, dark expanse of the universe. They are not merely virtuous individuals, nor solely malevolent ones, but rather individuals akin to Wang Yidong, Tao Wu, and Chun Hongxing. As Tao Wu waved his hand, an object materialized, radiating a brilliance that even Chun Hongxing could perceive. Chun Hongxing wiped the corners of his eyes, trembling slightly. Chapter 79. Do you wish to dominate freedom? Many individuals had once posed to him the question of whether he believed he could withstand the weight of an entire civilization. Yet, in this moment, as the luminous aura before him grew larger and more resplendent, an uncontrollable wave of self-doubt surged within him. Quicker than the changing countenance of a beloved girl, and it had never been so intense before. A tear quivered and cascaded down Chun Hongxing's face. Is this truly real? It is so beautiful. The essence of that light bore an uncanny resemblance to the dream Tao Wu had when he first acquired the system a month prior, albeit with a broader and more majestic quality. Within that luminous sphere lay the most exquisite elements of the Industrial Revolution. As a silicon-based life form lifted a multi-ton workpiece to transport it to the outer asteroid belt, every drop of blood and every fragment of experience within it became a shard of the stellar exciter. As a creature resembling a sea urchin, equipped with thousands of grotesque fleshy tendrils, operated a computer within one of its quarters, a moment of intense activity ensued. Millions of kilometers away, in the vastness of outer space, a menacing machine assembled into a ring, encircling an entire star. This formidable iron ring, when viewed from a distance, bore a striking resemblance to Saturn, adorned with a luminous halo akin to the planet's iconic rings, safeguarding its existence. As a colossal shadow was cast across the cosmos, the indistinct silhouette spoke in a tongue incomprehensible to Chun Hongxing. Following this utterance, the iron ring began to tremble violently, or rather, it seemed as though the entire sun quivered for an instant. Subsequently, a brilliant radiance erupted forth, within a mere 10 seconds. The hydrogen involved in the fusion process was likely equivalent to what would typically occur over a span of 15 seconds. This sudden and overwhelming surge of energy, specifically, that which exceeded the life-sustaining limits of the planetary inhabitants, was redirected towards the immense iron ring. The ring vibrated intensely, channeling energy through a terrestrial-to-space nanomaterial conduit toward a nearby planet designated for tourism development. There, the energy storage chamber of a waiting curvature spacecraft lay open, prepared to process the incoming energy, optimizing it for storage. Moments later, the curvature engine roared to life, only to be followed by an eerie silence. A burst of light emanated from the surface of the spacecraft, expanding outward upon encountering a non-vacuum environment, forming a radiant halo. Meanwhile, the curvature spacecraft had already vanished from the planet's surface. What is this? A stellar excitation-based curvature engine. Tao Wu explained softly. A curvature engine, most suitable for human development, represents one of the most pragmatic methods for humanity to transcend the limitations of light speed. I must sincerely caution you with a profound truth. Humanity's greatest adversary is not the godlike entities that inhabit the vast universe, but rather arrogance. Regarding the current state of the cosmos, I must speak candidly. Within the entirety of the known universe, there exist 4 levels of civilization. Civilizations below the first level, excluding it, are referred to as primitive civilizations. Ascending the scale, second-level civilizations are categorized as developing civilizations, while third-level civilizations are classified as advanced civilizations. Civilizations ranging from level 4 to 4.5 are deemed super-civilizations. And those exalted few civilizations? They refer to themselves as divine civilizations. In human vernacular, this equates to a godlike civilization. They perceive themselves as omnipotent. Indeed, in most circumstances, they are. Within a second-level civilization, there exist formidable beings capable of tearing apart galaxies with ease. In a third-level civilization, any exceptionally trained prodigy, from birth, possesses an entire universe to serve as their plaything. Perhaps, the universe inhabited by humanity is merely a child's toy? So, where does humanity currently stand? Merely at the level of 0.7. A primitive civilization. You should grasp the implication. It is akin to a child who has yet to venture beyond the confines of their home. Humanity has yet to ascend to the status of a Type 1 civilization. The first step towards our empowerment lies in venturing beyond the confines of our nascent existence, emerging from the protective embrace of our planet. Tao Wu maneuvered the luminous orb closer to Chen Hongxing, articulating, "You may serve as my envoy among humankind," steering the public discourse and assuming a leadership role in both political and military spheres. Your paramount mission is to liberate humanity from Earth, to transcend the solar system, to escape the galaxy, and to break free from this constrained cosmos. In a moment of bewilderment, Chen Hongxing suddenly exclaimed with urgency, "Is it true that humanity is merely a plaything for others?" From afar, a voice seemed to drift. The answer resides in the hands of humanity. Chapter 80. The domain of the divine destiny lies firmly within humanity's grasp. This statement is indeed a profound irony, possessing a certain peculiar charm. Whether it falls into the hands of this unknown entity or into the possession of extraterrestrial beings arriving on Earth 57 years hence, one thing is unequivocal. Humanity stands defenseless against such forces. The outcome is inevitably one of subjugation. Yet, therein lies the exquisite beauty of existence. Consider, for instance, the position of a small rabbit within the food chain of a great forest, an awkward predicament indeed, with predatory birds and ferocious beasts lurking above, while serpents and insects below enact a drama of survival of the fittest. No matter how perilous or uncomfortable the situation, can the rabbit afford to squander its days lamenting its plight? In a nutshell, life must go on. The luminous orb took on a distorted spherical shape, enveloped in a vibrant purple ambience, with halos swirling around it, occasionally shimmering like a dream, captivating the onlooker. Without further ado, the swirling, cloud-like filaments evoke a profound sense of science fiction and immense power. Suddenly, Chen Hongxing slapped his thigh in realization. How foolish he had been. How was one to utilize this enigmatic entity? With the individual who brought it now departed, this luminous sphere lay dormant. What could possibly be done? He attempted to cradle it with both hands. To his astonishment, contrary to his expectation of passing right through, it seemed to be graspable. Yet, the sensation in his palms unmistakably conveyed to him that within it, there was nothing. Ahem, indeed. This must be the result of some sort of repulsive mechanism, creating the illusion of a substantial force acting upon his hands. Nighttime. In a computer room, dozens of adept computer enthusiasts sat slumped before their screens, appearing utterly drained, as if they had succumbed to their gaming. This luminous orb was undoubtedly a test brought forth by a mysterious individual. For an ordinary person, even if they were to acquire it, it would serve little purpose. After spending several minutes, Chun Hongxing discovered a concealed aperture within the orb and realized it was a container for storing information. Just as he inserted it into the computer, a torrent of data bombarded him. Do you wish to enter? Very well, but first, let us engage a simple firewall. Thus, his secret team, a group of computer experts recruited and trained nationwide, spent nearly 13 hours breaching this so-called simple firewall. The breach was rather delicate, for the message that emerged informed them that in 24 hours, the firewall would self-repair. If they wished to gain access again, they would need to crack it anew. Moreover, the entire code of the firewall possessed a diabolical automatic update feature. This was what one might refer to as an alien firewall, truly outrageous. Furthermore, to accurately describe this information storage container would be a misnomer, for this luminous sphere resembled more of a website login interface. Upon bypassing the firewall and dismissing the pop-up windows, a message appeared on the screens of the group. Welcome to the domain of the divine. You have accessed the digital civilization-level data website of humanity on Earth. Here, advanced light-brain computers will predict and assess the developmental trajectory of civilizations, ensuring the sustained evolution and rapid advancement of civilization to the greatest extent possible. Please verify if the direction of Earth's civilization development is correct. Chun Hongxing was momentarily taken aback, but in the next moment, he grasped the sheer power of this entity. Why is it that a civilization can evolve? For instance, how did humanity progress from primitive beings who merely harnessed fire to achieving the exquisite craftsmanship of modern smartphones? The answer is quite simple. Humanity explores and indeed engages in exploration. However, this exploration is characterized by a significantly higher failure rate than success. Perhaps a lifetime of experimentation may not culminate in the triumph of a single project, such as the lamentable plight of the solitary inventor. The Nobel Prize is an annual event, yet it is a poignant reminder of one victor's ascent, paved with the tears of countless who faltered. As a jest, should temporal displacement be feasible, even a child's gaming console from a future epoch might propel contemporary society forward by centuries. Within that seemingly insignificant device, there might reside a superlative algorithm, capable of profoundly enhancing humanity's comprehension of computer languages. For an interconnected digital society, to suggest a leap of mere centuries might be an understatement. Furthermore, the manufacturing techniques of the console's casing, the integration of its mechanical attributes, the circuitry within, semiconductors, thyristors, perhaps even the configuration of power sources and load connections, could offer revelatory insights to modern minds. In the trajectory of civilizational evolution, setbacks are intrinsically linked to eventual success. But what if such failures could be readily simulated? The implications for humankind would be immeasurable. It would be akin to the advent of a superior medicinal ingredient, typically requiring myriad combinations and refinements, with the financial toll of repeated failures being substantial. Hence the adage, research is synonymous with expenditure. With simulated failures at our disposal, who would opt for the costly path of real-world trial and error? An emergency global summit was convened, unsurprisingly scheduled for nighttime. In the midst of fervent debate, a global chamber of commerce club has been officially established, with industrial powers naturally assuming their responsibilities. In this critical era, various industries worldwide, led by their respective nations, find themselves compelled to exert every effort to secure a foothold in this prestigious club, lest they fall into obsolescence. Ultimately, due to Chun Hongxing's divine envoy status, a Chinese entity acquired a commanding 37% stake, reminiscent of America's earlier near monopoly in genetic engineering. However, in a display of prudence, America claimed merely 11%. Meanwhile, corporate giants such as Google secured a modest, yet notable 0.03% share. Major state-owned enterprises like PetroChina are not to be overlooked, and even Alibaba, a prominent commercial entity, managed to obtain a mere 0.009%. The symphony of a grand era seems to be unfolding. Observing the popular streamer Feng Timo from Douyu has become an addiction. I shall return to write more shortly. Chapter 81. The Newcomer Zone Identification Number. Sequence 1, Number 250. Original name, Cheng Yidong. Detailed identity, gender, male. Entropy reduction level, 3. Entropy reduction attribute, intermediate animal. Physical strength level, 7, 6. Development direction, no abilities have been developed as of yet. Current attention from the main deity, 0. If you can garner the favor of 3 main deities, fortune shall smile upon you. Strength value ranking, No. 1. A commendable ranking that enables swift entry into the gaze of the main deity. Remember, success never graces the nameless. Comprehensive evaluation, not yet in the ranks. This is an extraordinarily sci-fi infused single dormitory. Where is the newcomer area? Throughout the southern region, a sprawling expanse of towering skyscrapers stands out prominently. The arrangement of lights exudes an unmistakable sci-fi ambience. Even from afar in an airplane, one can spot this area. Resembling a castle in the sky, a mirage, indeed more enchanting than the nightlife of the magical metropolis. Room 002 on the first floor of Building 1. The walls are crafted from a special glass screen, allowing for a seamless 360-degree observation of the surroundings, while ensuring that no one from the outside can gaze in. Chung Yidong sat on the soft bed, and suddenly a kiwi appeared in his hand. This extraordinary scene made him realize for the first time that he, too, could be omnipotent. With a gentle tug, a virtual light screen abruptly illuminated from standby mode before him. After a few taps, he accessed his personal account, which clearly displayed energy coin balance, 199 yuan. Small currency, 994 yuan. According to the instructions from the Master God Network, energy coins are the universal currency within the entire Master God Plaza. However, due to the disparity in value for many items in everyday transactions, which often do not equate to a single energy coin, a so-called small currency was introduced. Essentially, on the official website, 1 energy coin can be exchanged for 100,000 units of small currency. How much does this Master God-produced kiwi sell for? Precisely 6 small currency units each. Chung Yidong was uncertain if its taste was particularly delightful, but merely inhaling the fragrance wafting throughout the room made him swallow several times in anticipation. It must be said that even a dish of saliva chicken, which can be sold for 18 yuan in Huagua, is merely priced at 2 units of minor currency in the Lord's shop. Although the cost-effectiveness ratio of minor currency to soft sister currency stands at an impressive 9-to-1, spending this mere 6 yuan is undeniably a worthwhile investment. To get to the point, this so-called 200 energy coins hold a value equivalent to 180 million soft sister currency, a testament to the leniency afforded by the laws of Sky City. One cannot help but desire such small favors to be repeated. Reluctant to peel away the glistening skin, Chung Yidong savored the kiwi, diligently wiping away the juice that splattered with the tissue. He then tapped on a certain control interface on the virtual screen. An amusing scene unfolded as the bed, made of special materials, began to undulate on its own, creating a uniquely charming atmosphere that was anything but unsettling. Waves gently caressed Chung Yidong's back, folding over to massage his entire body, even extending the pleasurable service to his neck. Amidst this delightful self-service, Chung Yidong meticulously analyzed the so-called ranking list. In the eyes of a man who prioritizes profit, even if the ranking holds little practical significance, he would strive for it with vigor. To him, possessing a name on that list is a manifestation of strength. In the realm of the strength ranking, Chung Yidong truly deserves to don the crown of first place. Logically, he should feel elated. Yet, in truth, he found himself unable to experience joy. According to the criteria for ranking capabilities, the so-called tiered ability constitutes a substantial 51% of the overall weight. Without delving into his combat prowess, it is evident that there are numerous formidable individuals whose endurance surpasses his by a considerable margin. As for the mastery of knowledge, I regret to inform you that in Huagua, the abundance of genius is unequivocal. Many individuals with remarkable memory and a broad range of reading interests could easily outshine him by a significant distance. Ultimately, it is his leadership ability that justifies Chung Yidong's inclusion in the rankings. Although this particular skill accounts for a mere 14% of the 4 primary dimensions, for a leader commanding over 100,000 individuals, it undoubtedly adds considerable weight to his profile. Yet now, who would heed his commands? In this era of freedom, among the inhabitants of Earth, you may persuade a portion to believe in Christ, and they would comply, but to suggest that everyone should place their faith in Chung Yidong. Are you jesting? Having departed from the perilous maze world in the treacherous island realm, once they step into this vibrant sky city, every heart will soar. Chapter 82. Welcome to the world of war. In the realm of the system's data, amidst the boundless torrent of information, Tao Wu stands as a deity elevated upon the flowing light. The luminescence uplifts him, surrounding him, radiating from his very being, traversing the infinite expanse of data, rendering it indistinguishable whether he generates the light or if the light consumes him. This spectacle is both resplendent and monotonous to the point of leaving little to articulate. Descending from the high-dimensional data space, one encounters a well-formed continental plate. The architecture of this continental expanse bears a resemblance to the structure of a mass body within a semi-universe, akin to the microcosm that is Earth. The fundamental forces propelling this realm are still anchored by three robust components: dark matter, dark energy, and the primordial inflationary field. Within the contorted dimensions of the continent, high-density energy surges dramatically, creating a spectacle of profound impact. This continent serves as the archetype of a war-torn world. The warped and twisted dimensions act as barriers for a fixed narrative universe, primarily functioning to uphold two core concepts of this land. What are these two core concepts? First, the mathematical concept, which emphasizes the foundational algorithms of a stable world, ensuring that the transition from macro to micro and from past to future unfolds without any glaring inconsistencies. Second, the physical concept, wherein the crucial law of energy conservation is a prerequisite for maintaining the world's stability against decay. Achieving these two objectives solidifies a fixed narrative universe. With this established narrative world as a foundation, it would be an understatement to say that Tao Wu resembles a progenitor of the war realm, effortlessly birthing new creations. However, perhaps it is best to refrain from such thoughts. In contrast to the nurturing demeanor of the benevolent deity, Tao Wu is more inclined to exploit the grandeur of these beings. He could hardly fathom the immense power required to nurture a lesser race, one that does not exploit life to such heights. Perhaps there exists an entity beyond the realms of existentialism and illusionism, within the vast macrocosm, capable of elevating a race from nothingness to the pinnacle of the universe. Yet, Tao Wu was convinced that the system could not achieve this. The former supreme deity, Wangidong, certainly could not either. No one could save a proud race. Among the 489, 340 survivors, each replicated world could contain a maximum of 856 individuals. In the realm of data, even Tao Wu could effortlessly calculate the necessity of initiating 522 replicated worlds. This would allow for 853 individuals per world, with the remaining 74 being randomly allocated to the first 74 replicated worlds, thereby ensuring the maximization of benefits for this full-scale operation. A brief calculation revealed that the initial fixed requirement for a narrative world necessitated a reduction of 218. 5647 in entropy plus an additional 3104 for each replicated world, amounting to a total entropy reduction of 380. 5935. Tao Wu lamented as he mentally reviewed the data, ultimately concluding that his remaining funds were a meager 250. 3274. Yet another reason to revisit this, an entropy reduction. Beyond this, he was not stingy with the 522 replicated worlds, directly allocating nearly 9,000 units of computational power to these realms. Having nearly exhausted the extended 10,000 units of computational power, it is evident that the remaining 1,000 must be utilized for essential tasks, such as monitoring the advancements in the fundamental physical high-energy realms of Earth. Naturally, a portion must also be allocated to Chen Junying and her companions, including the virtual realm of the novel. When Cheng Yidong reopened his eyes, the entire world morphed into an utterly unfamiliar and eerie landscape. He found himself amidst a vast expanse of dilapidated remnants, where decaying would lay strewn about, with the highest heaps of debris scarcely reaching knee height. It was apparent that this place had been trampled repeatedly by later inhabitants. One could also discern that a potentially charming social structure had once thrived here. It was only moments later that Cheng Yidong recalled the Master God wristband. Glancing at his wrist, fortunately, it was still there. After a few attempts to operate it, he discovered that the privileges for accessing the Master God network had seemingly been suspended, whether temporarily or not. Consequently, he was unable to access the Master God marketplace, browse the internet for information, or utilize the mapping features. As he had been transported here while asleep, he possessed no equipment whatsoever, leaving him in a dire predicament, potentially facing starvation amidst this desolate ruin. However, there were a few offline systems still at his disposal, albeit their utility was negligible. Suddenly, Cheng Yidong paused momentarily. His steps remained unceasing, yet he was now purposefully advancing toward the northeast. Before him, the unchanging melody of wood debris and earth fragments persisted. encapsulating the essence of the wasteland. Cheng Yidong casually picked up a relatively intact long wooden pillar, which, to his surprise, broke silently at the point he grasped it. The grayish-white wood shavings bore witness to the ancient history of this desolate site. With no other recourse, Cheng Yidong reluctantly abandoned the idea of using the wooden stick for protection and cautiously inched closer to his objective. Before him stood a small pile of wood, elevated above its surroundings, offering perfect concealment for numerous objects, perhaps even a person. Coughing lightly, he noted the fine sawdust in the air, making it easy for dust to swirl around, creating an almost suffocating sensation that was simply dreadful. Holding his breath tightly, Cheng Yidong attempted to adopt a more congenial tone. "Hello, my friend. This is my first visit here, and I mean no offense." After a moment of silence, with no response echoing back, Cheng Yidong resolutely decided to step back a few paces, intending to approach from the side for a better view. As he moved slightly to the right, a shoe suddenly came into his line of sight, tightening his chest with anxiety. Who could be here? He advanced cautiously, observing the feminine calf until he caught sight of the wrist, confirming the woman's identity. Like him, she adorned her wrist with the enigmatic and high-tech Master God bracelet. Taking a few careful steps closer, he discerned that she was a woman with a relatively trendy appearance, dressed in a red and white striped short-sleeved top, accented with black trim on the collar and sleeves, exquisitely tailored and petite. The round neckline revealed her elegant collarbone. The mini shorts in a delicate blue shade produced by the supreme deity exude an alluring dark aura, valued at an extravagant 1,000 units of minor currency, revealing long, fair thighs. This alone caused Cheng Yidong to frown tightly, lamenting that this place was indeed unsuitable for women who cherish beauty. Moreover, just when one might assume the value had reached several 100,000 soft sister coins, a pair of cloth shoes surprisingly also bore this charm-enhancing buff. Furthermore, adorning her left wrist was a string of subtly colored bracelets. While understated, they undoubtedly belonged to the realm of understated luxury. Otherwise, who would possess bracelets that gleamed with a blinding luster under the sun? To be candid, observing this woman with her cascading long black hair, her snow-white earlobes adorned with 2 silver hoop earrings, her lightly made-up face, lips adorned with a soft pink gloss, and fluttering eyelashes that danced like the stars, one could not help but feel awestruck by her captivating black eyes, as if she had saved the galaxy in a previous life. My goodness, she must have used cosmetic contact lenses. It is unmistakable. Her beauty was indeed remarkable, garnering a high score of 7.3 in the offline aesthetic evaluation system of the Supreme Deity's bracelet. Although Cheng Yidong once deemed this aesthetic system utterly useless, merely catering to the personal whims of certain individuals. But now, well, without the analysis of this aesthetic system, he genuinely had no idea that someone could squander precious energy coins so recklessly. Suddenly, Cheng Yidong felt a surge of tension as the woman on the ground stretched her arms, her bewildered gaze locking onto him. Chapter 83. A mushroom cloud in the distance. Who are you? As the enchanting lady's words hung in the air, a sudden exclamation escaped her lips as she clumsily pushed herself up from the ground. Before she could regain her posture, her hands began to flail about, attempting to brush off the dust that had settled on her attire, an unsightly sight. Indeed, this display elicited a frown from Cheng Yidong, who, without uttering a word, took decisive strides toward a certain direction. Hey, the captivating woman, exuding an air of elegance, felt a twinge of irritation as she watched Cheng Yidong disregard her and walk away alone. Her life experiences had yet to equip her with the resilience to navigate the desolation of such an abandoned wasteland. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yidong halted in his tracks. A soft voice drifted to the lady's ears from several meters away, inquiring, "What is your name?" Rolling her eyes, she took a few steps closer to Cheng Yidong and replied, "I am Wang Yu. And you, handsome? You must be from Huanan, right? We share the same provincial boundary. Is that so, handsome? It seems we have quite the connection." Cheng Yidong turned to face her, offering a smile. Indeed, those of us from Huanan possess a certain charm. Many expressions from our dialect, if not consciously spoken, have nearly faded from everyday conversation. Take the Termin for instance. The lady chuckled, playfully covering her face. Really? A few exchanged words bridged the gap between them, while Cheng Yidong discreetly accessed the offline records of the female value ranking system, beginning to delve into the data. He entered Wang Yu's name, only to find 2 sets of data refreshed before him in an instant. No, 415, 114, 3587. Wang Yu, aged 15, has not entered the echelon. Detailed data, NO. 91, 514, 6137. Wang Yu, age 22, has not entered the echelon. The first Wang Yu, being merely 15 years old, can be dismissed. Thus, the individual in question must be the latter. The scant information gleaned from the main god network has enabled Chang Yidong to fully comprehend the significance of this female value ranking, which is, in truth, rather intricate. The female value ranking is determined by four principal dimensions: mental perfection, physical perfection, intellectual depth, and echelon capability, with weights of 0, 51, 0, 46, 0, 02, and 0, 01 respectively. Notably, the dimensions with greater weight exert an absolute dominance over those with lesser weight. Thus, if a woman's mental state is fractured, even if her beauty is deemed to be a mythical 8 or 9 points, she cannot achieve a high ranking due to the principle of the overwhelming influence of greater weighted dimensions over lesser ones. This implies that one can thoroughly search through the top 100 of this ranking. Any individual positioned prominently therein will undoubtedly possess an exceptionally high degree of mental perfection. But what is the utility of high mental perfection? Can it be consumed? Surprisingly, it can indeed. The higher echelons of life are defined within the main god network as brainwave transformation and mental externalization. Strong individuals, akin to that diminutive titan, are powerful for two reasons. The essence of life has undergone evolution, and their mental state is capable of externalization. The titan can transcend the mundane, residing in the comfort of home while its consciousness projects across vast stretches of the galaxy. What, then, is the correlation between this and the perfection of the spirit? Indeed, the connection is significant. The more perfect one's spirit, the closer one can draw to the matter within the universe, ultimately progressing further along the path of the sage. The average human perceives beauty merely as a subjective aesthetic, unaware that, at its core, beauty fundamentally embodies the process of attraction from the female to the male, a phenomenon intrinsically linked to the evolutionary essence at the genetic level. The rise of modern cosmetic surgery capitalizes on this allure, creating an illusion of genetic appeal to enhance one's beauty. Yet, this is where it ends. The more powerful the man, the more adept he becomes at discerning the true nature of those who undergo such transformations. A woman like Wang Yu, with her spiritually perfected essence, indeed possesses the potential to stand out among the multitude of humanity on Earth, provided she does not meet an untimely demise. As Chang Yidong and Wang Yu venture deeper into the ruins, they traverse further apart. After what seemed like over an hour, the sun hung directly overhead, appearing utterly motionless. Suddenly, a vast yellow mushroom cloud illuminated the distant horizon. Immediately thereafter, a sound akin to a thunderous roar erupted from the front, heavy and resonant. The booming noise causing Chang Yidong to falter, leaving his mind momentarily dazed and his consciousness blurred. Wang Yu, in a state of disarray, unceremoniously plopped down onto the remnants of the ruins, as broken timber crumbled into dust and billowed into the air. Today marks the resumption of updates, and I extend my sincerest apologies for the wait. Chapter 84, Prologue, The Outbreak of Nuclear Warfare. Chang Yidong felt a tumult of uncertainty within. In truth, he was engulfed in sheer astonishment. This was the legendary mushroom cloud. What magnitude of bomb does a mushroom cloud signify? Surely, it can only be a nuclear bomb. Even from a distance that remains unobservable, the overwhelming reverberations of this ultimate explosion still proclaim its formidable power to all. A nuclear bomb, this is the realm of warfare? In stark contrast to the trivial skirmishes of the labyrinth world and the island world, this realm of war is indeed unique, greeting its inhabitants with the explosive fanfare of nuclear detonations. At this moment, the divine ring on Chang Yidong's left hand vibrated, jolting him back to reality. He raised his hand to observe, as the divine ring displayed a few lines of text: War World, Nuclear Outbreak. By means of brainwave control, he accessed the divine network. Although the divine network could no longer connect to the internet, it still allowed for the perusal of offline content. Your third sequence, the War World. The annals of the War World record that on September 1st, 1939, two colossal imperial factions, the Ice Sea Empire and the Flame Dragon Empire, escalated their long-standing tensions, ultimately igniting a full-scale war. On September 2nd, 1945, a missile from the Ice Sea and one from the Flame Dragon detonated at the border of their nations. Long ago, many people could no longer endure the relentless brutality and the incessant barrage of these two merciless nations, abandoning their families to vanish into obscurity. Subsequently struggling for survival in desolate lands, they possessed no strength for resistance and had never again engaged in the conflicts between the two nations. However, with the sudden outbreak of a world war, this realm was stripped of any sanctity. Consequently, the descendants of those who once dwelled in seclusion emerged from their retreats, seeking a path to survival. Your identity is that of one such heir of the hidden. Today, both nations will come to regret their decision to unleash nuclear weapons, ultimately signing a treaty for nuclear disarmament. The dynamics of the world war will shift from nuclear warfare to conventional armament, presenting you with your singular opportunity. Furrowing his brow and sifting through the scant resources available, Cheng Yidong pondered how to insert himself into the conflict between the two empires. Suddenly, he recalled the newly joined companion and glanced back, only to find Wang Yu still dazed, seated atop a pile of rubble, clutching her ears in evident distress. "Aren't you getting up? The main deity has sent a message. Check your main deity wristband promptly." Wang Yu, momentarily stunned, nodded slowly. She extended her hand before her, relieved to see no blood flowing, and raised it towards her wristband in a daze. To be precise, her gaze focused on a virtual projection visible only to her. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, in this precarious situation, her vanity had rendered her indifferent even while perched upon a heap of debris. After a brief interval, she supported herself with her hands and stood up, casting a worried glance at Cheng Yidong. "Brother Dong, are we heading straight to align ourselves with any empire?" Cheng Yidong shook his head, clearly harboring different intentions. "Follow me," he instructed as he turned to the left. Wang Yu, perplexed, followed along. As she walked, she realized that the ruins here were no longer like the place they had first arrived at. The wood and soil scattered on the ground could not be easily crushed into powder. Rather, every 10 steps or so, she stumbled upon a few tattered garments, shoes, basins, and cabinets, remnants of daily life. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through Wang Yu's body, and a chill gripped her heart. At Cheng Yidong's feet lay the lifeless form of an infant. But could this truly be called a corpse? The small body had been severed into several pieces, its skeletal remains even reduced to fragments. What manner of cruelty must reside within a person to treat an innocent infant, one who knew nothing and approached the world with boundless hope, in such a vicious manner amidst the ravages of war? Cheng Yidong's countenance was cold as he gazed at Wang Yu, whose pale lips trembled. "I have already seen many such bodies along the way. One can scarcely fathom the depths of depravity to which a nation must sink to commit such heinous acts. A nation that has lost its humanity." Cheng Yidong shook his head again. "It is impossible for them to accept us." Chapter 85. Like the end of days, how could an ordinary person assimilate into the conflict between two great nations in such a brief span? In the 21st century on Earth, such a possibility is, of course, non-existent. The intricate web of social competition is far beyond the control of any individual will. Yet now, Cheng Yidong perceived a glimmer of insight amidst this seemingly unassailable turmoil. Although he possessed no authority, he was endowed with the world background granted by the supreme deity. Casting a glance at the pallid-faced Wang Yu, Cheng Yidong suddenly inquired, "Are you capable of lying?" Huh. Cheng Yidong snapped his fingers. "As long as you can, that's sufficient." The gruesome remains strewn across the ground were undeniably terrifying, as the shattered bones seemed to narrate the cruelty and coldness of this world to all who beheld them. With an impassive demeanor, Cheng Yidong deftly navigated around each pile of bones, leading Wang Yu towards the border between the two nations. In stark contrast to the peculiar duo of Cheng Yidong and Wang Yu, Lu Rinjia and Tufang Rintaro found themselves inexplicably entwined by fate within the same replicated world. Accompanying them was a young woman of striking beauty, exuding an aura of strength and grace. Lu Rinjia, attempting to engage her in casual conversation, faced a dismal outcome. Rubbing his arm, which had been forcibly dislocated and then cruelly reset, he inwardly lamented, "What kind of person is this? Wasn't I merely attempting a habitual chat? Truly, what a violent woman." Tufang Rintaro, having made slight adjustments to his previously misguided worldview, still bore the remnants of his past naivety. Undeterred, he persisted in questioning the beautiful woman with an eagerness that bordered on impatience. Remarkably, she offered not a single word of acknowledgement. Although the trio had encountered one another on the road, after several departures, they had managed to surpass Cheng Yidong by a significant distance. They now stood a mere 10 kilometers from the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. As the bund of a bustling metropolis, the expansive square is strewn with despondent souls, some of whom have already succumbed to their fate. Yet, amidst them, there are those who remain, clinging to life, their anguished cries echoing in the air, impervious to the efforts of others to pull them away. Here, one can witness a procession of panicked victims desperately fleeing towards the exit. No one dares to raise their gaze. The distant sky has long lost its original hue, shrouded in darkness, while the very atmosphere trembles. The towering edifices now stand only partially erect, their glass shattered, engulfed in fierce flames that consume both sky and earth. The chaos of a war-torn era has instinctively drawn many merchants into the fray, with platforms like Taobao extending their operations into the realm of bounties. In the city, one finds an abundance of posts on shopping platforms seeking missing persons. As long as buyers adhere to the protocols and remit payment, sellers will, upon verification of goods, provide compensation based on the severity of injuries sustained. Of course, should one inadvertently render a person a vegetable, well, the money is as good as lost. Surveying her surroundings, a poised and striking woman spoke calmly. "Wait for me here for 5 minutes." With that, she decisively chose a direction and sprinted forth with purpose. Lu Renjia suddenly shouted, "Hey, sister, can I call you boss? What is your name?" Only a composed voice reached them. "Bayumo." "Bayumo? Oh. Indeed, a name that evokes an aura of chilling severity. To an ordinary person, the name Lu Renjia may elicit little response. But who is Hijikata Rintaro? He is an individual determined to disrupt the entire Japanese financial sector. One cannot help but admire his fervent patriotic aspirations. It is indeed rare for someone from a typical family background to harbor such extraordinary ambitions. Hijikata Rintaro's father is a prominent figure in Guangdong, a renowned behind-the-scenes magnate of the legendary automobile company, while his mother hails from a wealthy Japanese merchant family. Thus, it is hardly surprising that he entertains such grandiose notions. "What? You claim not to recognize the legendary automobile company? Ahem. May I inquire if you are indeed of this earth? As the world's foremost automobile manufacturer, the vehicles produced by Legendary do not merely boast an inflated brand price like some Ferraris. Rather, they span a range from the affordable to the astronomical. And without a doubt, no other company can rival Legendary in any price segment. Not one. There is a popular saying in China, known far and wide: the world belongs to automobiles, and automobiles belong to Guangdong. This aptly refers to Hijikata Rintaro's father, Wei Shanren. However, Hijikata Rintaro is merely the youngest son of Wei Shanren, and his choice to adopt a Japanese name is, in fact, a sacrifice for a larger purpose. As for the reasons behind this, that is a tale for another time. In any case, it suffices to say that Hijikata Rintaro presents himself as quite the formidable figure. He grasped Lu Renjia's shoulder awkwardly and said, "I apologize for the intrusion, Brother Lu. I believe I should recognize this woman." Lu Renjia's lips curled slightly as he attempted to lift his battered right arm, discovering that the pain had diminished. He deliberately shook his arm and exclaimed, still disturbing, "Huh? Disturbing your brother-in-law, I see. So you just quietly watched as that vicious woman rendered me incapacitated?" Tsukikata Rintaro, feeling aggrieved, replied, "If I had recognized her sooner, would I not have pursued her with questions? Enough of your nonsense." Lu Renjia's expression morphed into a lecherous grin. "Come closer." A disheveled girl, resembling a university student, approached in a daze. Lu Renjia frowned and seized her collar. Hey, stop right there. I need to ask you, are there soldiers ahead?" The girl, likely affected by radiation, struggled but could not break free. She succumbed to discomfort and vomited, and Lu Renjia, quick to react, was unable to completely evade the mess, resulting in his hand being splattered. Enraged, he struck her face with a resounding slap, most of the filth returning to her. "Listen to me carefully. I will ask you once more, are there troops ahead? Where? How far?" Tsukikata Rintaro observed from the side. Despite the girl's undeniable beauty and delicacy, he had long since grown indifferent to mere appearances after adapting to the master god space. For instance, his persistent attachment to Bayuma stemmed from her inherent strength, which commanded his respect. To him, a so-called beautiful female student was worth less than a single strand of hair from his companion, Lu Renjia. Chapter 86. The Mysterious Existence. Apathy can render a person terrifying. Even a beauty is not exempt from this truth. The uncanny valley theory posits that a soulless human can evoke more unease than a ghost. As several slaps struck the beautiful girl's face, Lu Renjia felt a perverse satisfaction swell within him. These slaps, of course, roused the girl from her stupor, and she fixed Lu Renjia with a gaze filled with resentment, her voice barely a whisper. I truly wish those wretched bastards would turn you into a sieve. Lu Renjia coldly held her gaze. What a pair of eyes they were. Once radiant, now devoid of luster. Her lower eyelids swollen and the blood vessels prominently filling almost all of the whites of her eyes. In an instant, Lu Renjia lost all interest in communicating with her. With a casual shove, she fell to the ground. A glamorous woman of noble descent, struggling with her small bag, hurried past, even stepping on the girl's hair, causing her evident pain as the roots were painfully tugged. How utterly revolting. No matter how enchanting a girl may be, once corroded by hatred, the malevolent glint in her eyes can extinguish any desire for even the most primal of interactions. The girl sprawled on the ground evoked not a sense of pity, but rather, due to a profound disapproval of this so-called world of warfare, instilled in Toka Rintaro a rather absurd sense of security. After all, the China he was familiar with in the 21st century was not a society reflective of this. Such a stark contrast could sometimes prevent one from feeling lost in the vast ocean, allowing them to raise their cup in uncertainty, thereby attaining a semblance of safety. Speaking of Bayuma, Toka Rintaro's excitement surged instantly. If Renjia Bro describes her as a fierce woman, he is undoubtedly correct. Huh. Do you know what her third uncle is? A key figure in the 3rd Military District of North China. Her father is also a leading partner in a new military district. Ahem. Though the words may be coarse, the truth is undeniable, isn't it? Isn't that impressive? Hee. And this is merely the 2nd generation of the Bai family. If you trace back to Bai Yumal. Ah no. Fierce woman, fierce woman. Hee. If you go back to her grandfather, you would surely recognize him. The last key figure of our entire nation was none other than her grandfather, Bai Yunsheng. TSK. Back in the day, he truly was a powerhouse who excelled in both soft and hard power. This girl is not merely impressive. She is approaching an extraordinary level. Indeed. Lu Renjia expressed his admiration. Impressive. But what of the fierce woman? The fierce woman? Toka Rintaro scoffed with a smile. Come on, my friend, face reality. She is no ordinary fierce woman. She embodies the essence of a Valkyrie. This Valkyrie-like fierce woman goes by the name of Bayuma, and she is not yet 28, right? Perhaps 26 or 27. I can't quite recall. As one of the illustrious families of generals in Huagua, Bai Yunxing's granddaughter has, despite her tender age, forged her identity as a lieutenant through sheer tenacity and strength. Are you familiar with the notorious birthplace of many cinematic villains? Indeed, it is the Golden Triangle. My Valkyrie-like fierce woman, haha. She commenced her journey armed only with a knife, relying entirely on her prowess to dismantle this toxic stronghold, setting it back by no less than a decade. With animated gestures, Tufang Lintaro excitedly exclaimed, Do you know how the king of toxicity perceives her? A Valkyrie-like fierce woman? Lu Renjia awkwardly chuckled. Incorrect. She is the goddess of death. Lu Renjia. And then, that's it. Thus, this Valkyrie-like fierce woman embarked on an increasingly violent path. Curse you. Lu Renjia jokingly patted Tufang Lintaro's head. I want to hear about the fierce woman's interests. Do you comprehend? In this realm of the main deity, her fate is something that the venerable Bai Yunsheng can influence, right? Ha ha ha. Ha. Tufang Lintaro forced a smile, internally crumbling. How would I know her interests? Any cold woman whose preferences are discernible cannot be simply labeled as a cold woman, can she? Hey, what's wrong? Tufang Lintaro's casual thoughts were suddenly shattered. Lu Renjia paid no heed to his musings, but instead gazed in astonishment at a certain corner of the Bund Plaza. There, a figure cloaked entirely in black stood silently, unnoticed by the hurried throngs of fleeing individuals. It seemed as though no outsider could perceive this enigmatic presence, except for Lu Renjia. Following the discreet gesture of Lu Renjia, Tufang Rintaro also discerned the mysterious figure draped in black, astonished by the peculiarity of this individual. Something was amiss, indeed. The atmosphere was entirely discordant. Chapter 87. The Merchant of Reincarnation. By the lakeside at the Bund Square, the cloaked enigma stood with hands clasped before the railing, seemingly detached from the mundane world. While the panicked masses scurried past, one exuded calm and elegance, while the other was fraught with trepidation. Lu Renjia could hardly maintain his composure. He felt an overwhelming sense that this mysterious figure awaited their arrival. In line with typical human psychology, they should have chosen to err on the side of caution. Regardless of whether the figure harbored benevolent or malevolent intentions, the prudent course would be to flee at once. This was no earthly village. where two could triumph over a solitary opponent. The myriad of unknown, high-tech wonders could easily elevate one to a godlike status. However, Tufang Rintaro was not one to cower in fear. Following the failure of the Garage Project, he had decisively eliminated two companions, betraying the protection of the Chuling Guard and aligning himself with another faction. The act of betrayal may sound straightforward, yet it was no trivial matter to abandon one's own. To put it succinctly, Tufang Rintaro appeared somewhat disreputable, yet he was undeterred. Lu Renjia appeared to be cheerful and outgoing, yet he was indeed rather indecisive. When he saw Tao Rinter willing to take this risk, he simply followed suit. Perhaps his parents named him with the intention of making him a mere bystander. The mysterious figure clad in a black cloak spoke softly. "Welcome, all who come. Please take a seat." Lu Renjia was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the empty air and the figure's silhouette, feeling somewhat perplexed. He then witnessed Tao Rinter sitting down directly. Indeed, in his line of sight, he seemed to lower himself into the air. Naturally, one would expect him to tumble down, but that did not occur. Instead, in a surreal manner, it appeared as if an invisible chair supported Tao Rinter beneath him, steadfastly holding him aloft. Yet, Lu Renjia was certain that just a moment ago, this space contained no such seat. What on earth was this principle? Lu Renjia, who did not believe in magic or cultivation, remained a mere observer. He trusted only in science. Nevertheless, he took a seat as well, and indeed, an unseen chair upheld him. In his field of vision, the bustling crowd seemed oblivious to the presence of the two. Tao Rinter spoke in a muted tone. "Is there something you wish to instruct us to do?" The mysterious figure's voice was exceedingly faint, lacking magnetism, ethereality, softness, dynamism, or a sense of history. It was nearly impossible to replicate his voice with any vast database. "I have seen you bleed." Lu Renjia impatiently turned his head. "And your impatience? Now that you have encountered me, consider yourselves fortunate, for I am one of a kind." The mysterious figure turned, revealing an unremarkable face that unmistakably belonged to a man. Indeed, he possessed a visage devoid of the enchanting allure often depicted in romantic novels. No lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, no skin as refined as fine porcelain. His face lacked the smooth, fair complexion that radiates with sharp, striking features. His eyes were not the deep, dark pools that exude captivating hues. He bore no thick eyebrows, no prominent nose, nor the exquisite shaping of lips that embody nobility and grace. Such men often transcend gender, capable of evoking affection from both women and men alike. However, this enigmatic individual was not among them. He appeared merely as an ordinary high school or university student. The only aspect of the mysterious man that held any intrigue was his eyes, calm and composed. Only a select few possess both the resolve and the inability to relinquish their aspirations for the vast cosmos, clinging to their desires to dominate the world. "You are two among this rare assembly," Lu Renjia cautiously inquired. "Why do you not assist those who possess the capability?" Tao Wu chuckled softly. "To pay homage to myself." The two individuals suspended in the air could hardly fathom that Tao Wu's tribute was truly to his former self. Lu Renjia was unaware of Tufang Rintaro's thoughts as he excitedly stood, exclaiming, "How will you assist us?" Gazing at his master ring, Lu Renjia and Tufang Rintaro noticed, to their astonishment, that it had begun to flicker, an operation entirely new to them. Chapter 88. The Concept of Immortality on this day. Lu Renjia and Tufang Rintaro encountered the divine presence. No unexpected events transpired, when one confirmed the flickering area with a click and the other with mental consciousness. The main divine network indeed emerged. The title displayed 4 prominent characters. Beneath it, what should have been anticipated was conspicuously absent. Yes, beneath the title lay an expanse of emptiness. My principles of trade possessed no limits. Lu Renjia and Tufang Rintaro expressed their confusion. The only constraints binding our transactions are your moral compass, self-genes, others' genes, or even the outright trafficking of humans. I am amenable to all. Regrettably, these 3 elements will never be traded within the main divine store, for they are the very foundation of racial evolution. Tao Wu Dao inquired, "What are genes?" "Your emotions and desires, encompassing all your capabilities, auditory perception, visual acuity, sensations, subconsciousness, and even your lifespan, and so forth. Yes, I shall not refuse any of it." Lu Renjia instantly felt a chill coursing through him, glancing at Tufang Rintaro, who wore a similarly bewildered expression. This was undeniably ruthless. The modification at the genetic level is, without a doubt, a highly sought-after technology. However, the crux of the matter lies in the question. After the modification, are you still truly yourself? This is genetic alteration, transforming the flesh, altering the character, and changing the possibly non-existent soul. Yet, in truth, the issue is not so simple. 1 minus 1 plus 1 still equates to 1. However, when a person is killed and subsequently resurrected through advanced technology, Lu Renjia firmly believes that the revived individual can never truly equate to the original. Even if their memories are perfectly restored, he gazes at his companion, his throat dry and pained. To sell, or not to sell? Toka Rintaru offers an awkward smile. In that moment, Lu Renjia feels that this smile is just right. Who could remain composed when confronted with their own genes? Yet suddenly, he hears an unexpected remark. Tao Wu bursts into laughter. You cannot determine whether someone is your slave. I'm afraid I cannot either. Toka Rintaru is taken aback. If there exists a singular method to ascertain whether someone is indeed your slave, it is simply this: to kill them. Present a request for sale before me, and within 10 seconds of approval, eliminate the individual. Tao Wu takes a rare step forward, and with that step, he mysteriously appears before Lu Renjia and his companion, within a mere 2 meters. The greatest fairness in life, in my view, lies in equality. No one can completely enslave another. The only means to achieve that is through annihilation. For death, is eternal. To be precise, the concept of death is eternal. Only under this notion of eternity can I ascertain that the being who has been slain no longer belongs to themselves. They belong to death. This encapsulates the highest law of erasing in existence, the anti-quantum principle. However, it is indeed impossible for you to truly and completely extinguish an existence. When you eliminate one another, it merely serves as the most objective evidence that the other party has lost the necessity of life. Unless a miracle occurs, the other cannot regain independence and freedom. It is precisely for this reason that I can accept your trafficking. Otherwise, why would I require a corpse? Indeed, I am exploiting the principle of anti-quantum of death to impose eternal servitude upon an existence. Tao Wu Dao remarked that this knowledge has long been a consensus among higher civilizations, and corresponding papers exist within the main God network. I sincerely hope that you will not compel me to explain this a second time. Lu Renjia, Suchabana Rintaro. Both were tempted to inquire whether he believed they had fully comprehended the matter. Naturally, they dared not voice such thoughts. Even if they possessed 11 times their usual courage, they would not. Suchabana Rintaro gazed into Lu Renjia's eyes and quietly asked, "Do you think we can eliminate by Yumo?" Lu Renjia felt a slight chill run through him, yet he feigned nonchalance, patting Suchabana Rintaro on the back. "Do you no longer consider by Yumo your goddess?" Suchabana Rintaro refrained from further discussing that matter, instead making a complete pivot in the conversation, gesturing towards the weak and disabled individuals bustling about the bund. Even the robust young men bending under the weight of their burdens. What do you think of these people? Chapter 89. The transaction of genes as of 10 p.m. on November 6th. A total of 32 delightful readers have shared their reviews. Indeed, you are all the most charming individuals, and it is your encouragement that fuels my desire to continue writing. For writing devoid of resonance is an exceedingly lonely endeavor. It would be more worthwhile to earn a meager sum through part-time work. You are truly mad. The thought of extinguishing a passerby seems to bear little weight, yet it is likely that a sane person would never entertain such an idea. At times, Lu Renjia must concede that, in terms of audacity, he falls short. Tao Wu saw through Tokuhao Rintaru's ulterior motives and, finding a slight fondness for such individuals, offered a word of caution. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. I know you have finished reading overview of entropy reduction. To be candid, in comparison to the value assessment of you two, the entirety of the bund pales in significance. Collectively, they might equate to just one of you. Tokuhao Rintaru was at a loss for words, while Lu Renjia, taken aback, posed a reflective question. Does that include the president? He added, I mean the leaders of the 2 great empires of this world. Are you foolish? Tao Wu replied, exasperated. Even 10 of you together would not match the worth of an imperial leader. Well then, let us dispense with pleasantries. You have but one choice: to sell your genes. And in return, I shall provide you with anything of equivalent value. Now, whether to trade or not lies solely in your hands. It sounds appealing. Yet can one truly engage in the commerce of genes so casually? Hinata Rintaro, in stark contrast to the indecisive Lu Renjia, resolutely declared, I choose to trade. Lu Renjia's desire to surpass others overcame his rationality, and he nodded in agreement. I too choose to trade. Tao Wu smiled. Congratulations. You have passed the trial and obtained trading rights. Trial? Wait a moment. Lu Renjia said, somewhat speechless. If trading with you requires passing a trial, ISNT this trial. Rather simplistic? Tao Wu maintained a calm demeanor. No, no, no. For an ordinary person, it is indeed quite challenging to take that step beyond their own heart. Or do you think I did not hear your innermost thoughts while guiding you? Lu Renjia suddenly perceived Hinata Rintaro as a sage disguised in folly, always opting to let him pose the awkward questions. Selling genes, purchasing genes, selling creatures, purchasing creatures, acquiring oddities, Chapter 90, favor cards. Although he had resolved to seize this unexpected opportunity, when it came time to confirm the sale of genes, Lu Renjia still felt a tumult of emotions. After opting to sell genes, the screen randomly refreshed with two options. Curiosity led me to explore the option of additional genes, and to my astonishment, I discovered that this so-called gene collection encompassed far more than the narrow definition he had in mind. In addition to human genes, there were those of the great white shark in Spider-Man, which were relatively comprehensible. However, terms such as mutated Tiguinian stone genes, fourth star genes, and depleted black hole genes seemed to shift the narrative entirely, rendering them utterly incomprehensible. Setting aside my chaotic heartbeat, Lu Renjia opted to delve into personal genes. Indeed, personal genes proved to be much more aesthetically pleasing. Let us examine what valuable attributes I possess. The first entry on the page was the obesity gene. At first glance, Lu Renjia felt an odd sense of relief, as if, perhaps, he bore no psychological burden. Yet, one could only hope he could maintain such an optimistic perspective, for in the next moment, he stumbled upon a troubling revelation. Alas, the issue arose when Lu Renjia, out of curiosity, clicked to view more details. Exiting the additional information, he found an array of genes available for sale. Yet the sole drawback was the disheartening figures accompanying them. Nasal skin color gene 0, 0001, thumb length gene 0, 0003. Goodness, this could spiral indefinitely. Scrolling to the topmost intelligent search bar, he discovered an entire screen filled with restrictive conditions. Among these conditions was the criterion of value. Beneath it, a line of red text ominously declared, no further general permissions available. In a swift motion, the entire screen appeared significantly cleaner, with only a few marketable genes lingering upon it. Humanity gene, selectable sale degree and sale location, total sale value, 0. 3170 gene, selectable sale degree and sale location, total sale value, 0. 3690, alert gene, selectable sale degree and sale location, total sale value, 0. 4444. Aside from these solitary four primary genes, one cannot claim that there are none, for a peculiar gene dangles at the very bottom, its name exuding an unsettling aura. Control gene, special gene, selectable sale degree and sale location, total sale value, 12. 0000. Its uniqueness lies not solely in its nomenclature, but also in its astounding value, which astonishingly surpasses both 1. 0000 and 10. 0000. It is worth noting that this gene far exceeds the self-assessed worth that Lu Renjia attributes to himself. Is it possible that, as a human being, his entire value pales in comparison to that of an indistinct control gene? 6 minutes. Goodness. Truly, pitfalls abound. First, an array of genes dazzled his vision, and now a time constraint looms, threatening to render him oblivious to this grand opportunity. Ahem. If one could indeed deem it an opportunity? Suppressing all tumultuous thoughts, Lu Renjia could not resist the curiosity and clicked on Purchase Oddity. Ordinary affection card, single, hourly. The bearer of this card can arbitrarily designate an ordinary individual, and upon usage, that individual will experience an overwhelming sense of fondness towards the bearer for the subsequent hour, refusing no reasonable request. Specific constraints. The designated individual's mental evaluation must not exceed that of an ordinary spirit, and the method to verify this will be automatically prompted by the card. Upon clicking, it is no surprise that a series of affection cards appear in the relevant links. For instance, ordinary affection card, single, daily, ordinary affection card, single, monthly, yearly cards, 10-year cards, 100-year cards, and so forth. Even more extreme is the ordinary affection card, group, minute, whose description is particularly outrageous. The bearer, upon usage, will have all ordinary individuals they encounter in any manner, including but not limited to direct sight, telephone contact, or even merely being thought of, experience an overwhelming fondness for the bearer for the following minute, refusing no reasonable request. They will also exert every effort to perform any feasible actions that benefit the bearer. Specific constraints. The designated individual's mental evaluation must not exceed that of an ordinary spirit, with verification methods automatically prompted by the card. Lu Renjia. Fortunately, I cannot afford it. He cannot afford it, and surely no one else could either. It is best to avoid it. Excuse me. Gritting his teeth, he sold it. Quickly locating the ordinary affection card, single, minute. Purchase price, 0,900. He purchased a full 20. Although the price-performance ratio is appealing, with a total cost of 1,800, one could purchase an hour card, which offers a full 60 minutes. However, there is no denying that the minute card provides greater flexibility. Moreover, the allure of the favor card truly lies in its collective impact. Chapter 91. A moment of tension. In any case, you are all utterly delightful. I wish to discuss the plot, yet I have suddenly realized that the group has grown rather quiet over the past month. Thus, let us embark on a fresh beginning, shall we? Friends, feel free to join the group. Welcome to the Dark Overlord, group number 247697806. Due to the peculiar algorithm of the platform, it seems consecutive numbers may be flagged for group invitation content, purportedly to protect readers from unscrupulous offers. Ahem, who can say for certain? Hence, I am using Chinese characters. After purchasing 10 undoubtedly valuable favor cards, I opened the personal storage of the Overlord, and indeed, there were 10 elegantly designed electronic screens in standby mode, displaying 1-minute individual favor cards. The backgrounds were adorned with pink cliffs, evoking a somewhat enchanting allure. With time running short, Lu Renjia swiftly entered his most desired keyword, attackability. In the final 20 seconds, he quickly scanned through the options and immediately spotted a highly sought-after item, only to be disheartened by the subsequent price tag. Well, that was an interruption. The unfortunate truth of being an unlucky individual is that essential genes are not for sale, and secondary genes, if they do not fetch a good price, are also not worth selling. In this situation, Lu Renjia truly found himself devoid of any genes. Very well, let us peruse other genetic options once more. At this moment, merely 7 seconds remained. As the countdown continued, the tension within individuals intensified. Lu Renjia felt a sweat forming due to his mounting anxiety. In the end, he reluctantly settled for a gene that he deemed passable. Right middle finger bone and flesh enhancement gene, gene strength, level 13. Upon thorough analysis, it was revealed that, upon utilizing this gene, the middle finger, along with the ring and little fingers, could pierce through the thigh of an average person. Purchase price, 0,1866. After the acquisition, an incongruity lingered for a brief period, yet soon he adapted to this sudden enhancement of his middle finger. Nevertheless, following today's ordeal, Lu Renjia harbored profound doubts. Could it be that the entire Master God ring possesses a screen that spans 360 degrees? Tsuchibana Rintaro had also completed his transaction. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Lu Renjia leaned in and quietly inquired, "My friend, what have you purchased?" "Guess," Tsuchibana Rintaro replied with a mysterious and somewhat mischievous smile. "A few control cards and several affinity cards. What about you?" Lu Renjia found it hard to believe that he had only acquired those 2 items. Knowing the truth, he smiled. "Indeed, we are quite alike, my brother." In contrast to Lu Renjia and Tsuchibana Rintaro, as Tao Wu remarked, they were truly moderate individuals. Much like on Earth, where prodigies and geniuses abound, there existed numerous entities far superior to them, enough to sustain the intricate narrative of the war-torn world. In an alternate world ravaged by war, Chu Ling confronted the forces of the Bund alongside 2 men. One man, with a determined expression, cast a glance at Chu Ling before decisively retrieving an object from his backpack. With a swift motion, he bit down on the fuse, placing it firmly on the ground, and retreated a few steps. Indeed, the moment of courtship had arrived, and ultimately, the young woman acquiesced. However, the most absurd aspect of the situation was the cacophony from the nearby dormitories, where voices erupted, exclaiming, "Lu Benwei is incredible. Remember to bring protection. What nonsense is this?" I shared the video on my social media, hoping to learn from the freshman's methods of wooing upperclassmen. Please join the group and add my QQ in there. No issues whatsoever. Chapter 92. The offensive of Chu Ling. The object that was cast down was no mere trinket. It was a miniature cannon, known colloquially as the Dwarf Thunder, easily obtainable from any arms dealer. The man who threw the Dwarf Thunder stepped back several paces, almost synchronizing with his companion and Chu Ling as they leaped backward in unison. The Dwarf Thunder, and then, boom. Flames surged outward from the epicenter with relentless ferocity, mercilessly engulfing the calves of the 4 men present, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects striking the ground. As the smoke dissipated, the scene that unfolded was painfully grotesque. From the knees down, all flesh and fat had been reduced to charred remnants, leaving only 2 exposed leg bones, along with the skeletal structure of their feet. The man who had thrown the bomb swiftly rose from the ground, while Chu Ling and another man approached from 2 different angles. It was then that they realized 2 targets within the bomb's radius had cleverly leaped to evade the momentary lethal blaze. Chu Ling crossed her arms and raised her chin. The dark-skinned man shrugged, saying, "Brother, you ought to pray that you've never encountered a female warrior." With deft hands, he bound one target, twisting and pulling effortlessly to subdue him. Meanwhile, the other yellow-skinned man dispatched the second target with equal swiftness. The dark-skinned man flashed a grin, displaying his white teeth. "Pray, my friend." He wrapped his arms around the target's neck, eliciting a sharp crack. "I believe he won't be causing any more trouble." With a clap of her hands, Chu Ling advanced to swiftly break the necks of the 4 severely injured targets, stating, "This will also spare the hospital some trouble." The yellow-skinned man was Chinese, while the dark-skinned man hailed from Arabia. They quickly sprang into action, shedding their clothing to don the garments of the now lifeless targets. The dark-skinned man wielded his gun with the grace of a blooming flower, deftly securing it at his waistband. "Okay." Chu Ling raised her hands. "Yes." The dark-skinned man replied with a shrug. The Chinese man scanned the surroundings, nodding, "No problem." The trio had stealthily navigated their way here, experiencing more thrill than peril. Moments later, as they turned a corner down a street, Chu Ling, looking disheveled and dusty, suddenly changed her expression, panic overtaking her as she started to run. In this vicinity, the streets were largely populated by survivors of the nuclear blast, yet it did not imply the absence of military personnel. Chu Ling's unusual behavior quickly attracted the attention of the armed forces. The plainclothes officers exchanged a few words via their walkie-talkies, and immediately, several individuals sprang forth from various directions, converging on Chu Ling. With a furrowed brow, Chu Ling surveyed her surroundings and offered no resistance. Among the officers was a burly man with a bushy beard, whose countenance betrayed his displeasure. This day had truly been abominable. He seized Chu Ling's hands and, with a malicious shove, grumbled about his misfortune. Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 men slipped into the crowd, closely trailing behind. The national flags of the 2 countries fluttering atop the Bund embassy presented a rather ironic spectacle. Yet perhaps it was precisely this irony that rendered the building untouched by the ravages of war. As Chu Ling was ushered into the building, the other plainclothes officers gradually withdrew. The bearded man brusquely escorted Chu Ling to a nearby room, preparing to thrust her inside. However, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. With a sudden twist, Chu Ling broke free from his grasp. "Do you not realize how much I detest having my arms twisted?" In the next instant, she decisively incapacitated the bearded man. Acting with remarkable swiftness, Chu Ling dashed to a conference room, and through the transparent glass, she immediately discerned 2 elderly gentlemen seated within. Their animated quarrel resonated loudly. Despite their advanced years, their fervor was unmistakable. Meanwhile, the others present maintained a solemn demeanor, remaining silent. Yet, the manner in which they adjusted their trousers hinted strongly that their roles likely pertained to security duties. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ling bent down to roll up one pant leg, revealing an ultra-thin bomb strapped to her leg. With a swift motion, she tore off the inner layer of black fabric and pressed it against the glass of the conference room, where it adhered instantly. At that moment, Chu Ling had already retreated a few steps into a corner. Just 2 seconds later, a low hum resonated. Boom! Despite the thick wall separating them, a powerful shockwave was felt, accompanied by an intense surge of heat. Truly, this bomb, crafted by the Empire of the Fiery Dragon, radiated a scorching sensation that, if not channeled into various aspects of life, might suffocate one, wouldn't it? Emerging from the dust was a face of a black man, adorned with a dazzling set of white teeth. Chapter 93. Aerial bombardment. Enough with the idle chatter. Chu Ling cast a glance at the Arab man. The blast-proof glass had shattered. In this world, such conference rooms were referred to as public meetings, and to thwart the possibility of terrorists among onlookers, the blast-proof glass was specifically designed with a 3-in-1 triple-layer structure. Although the bomb was formidable, it had failed to breach the final layer. It appeared that the inner layer only bore spiderweb-like cracks. Naturally, the incomplete combustion produced distinctive fireworks, generating tiny black particles that clung to the glass, rendering it opaque. This was an embassy situated within the empire of the Fiery Dragon. The long-standing tensions between the two nations had fostered a deep understanding of one another. Moreover, this was the only place where the two countries maintained a semblance of peace, and thus, security personnel from the empire were equipped with weapons specifically designed to inflict targeted harm on adversaries. Among them, a saying consistently upheld by the character Murong from a novel set on Earth resonates profoundly: return what one receives in kind. The small iron disc scavenged from the bearded man holds intriguing potential. According to the prompt from the main god's wristband, this seemingly innocuous object, once detonated, would precipitate a dramatic drop in the surrounding temperature, albeit within a limited radius, rendering it ideally suited for solo operations. When this small disc was pressed against the charred glass, it astonishingly adhered to it. Chu Ling gestured for her black and Chinese companions to prepare themselves. A crisp shattering sound resonated clearly in the air as the blackened glass shattered, yet the tempered glass exhibited its merit, although it fragmented. The shards remained in a granular state rather than jagged pieces. Chu Ling was the first to step inside. The conference room lay desolate, every document from the circular table having been removed without a trace. "Shit," the black man exclaimed, his frustration palpable as he swung a powerful fist backward, striking the glass near the shattered edge, resulting in a cacophony of falling shards. The Chinese man stood silently behind Chu Ling. None of the three had previously encountered a conference room of this caliber. The hidden passages within remained a mystery, as did the means to access them. In that moment, they felt an awkward sense of failure akin to that of a hero in a television drama. Chu Ling hesitated briefly before reluctantly instructing the two, "Search for an exit." "Let's go?" The black man shrugged. The architectural design of this embassy drew inspiration from the draconic totem aesthetics of the Yanlong Empire, winding and serpentine, to the untrained eye. It might even be mistaken for a wily snake. However, given that the structure is a dragon totem, the significance of the term feng shui cannot be overlooked. The exit of the hidden passage in the conference room is not positioned at the dragon's eye. Should it then be placed at the dragon's tail? As Chu Ling pondered this repeatedly, she found the statement increasingly compelling. Consequently, she made her way towards the dragon's tail. It is inconceivable that any secret passage would be constructed at the bustling dragon's eye. Naturally, it must be concealed in the most secretive of locations. 2 minutes later, Chu Ling spotted a group of individuals, both black and Chinese, approaching. The synchronicity of their thoughts rendered her speechless. Feeling severely thwarted, Chu Ling, accompanied by her two accomplices, embarked on their first grand heist. After ravaging the entire embassy, each of them filled a backpack before exiting through the dragon's eye. In the wake of the turmoil they had caused, the Bund Square felt significantly emptier, with the remaining few either bereft of family or utterly destitute, all reluctantly departing alongside the masses. I recall someone once said, "What constitutes the best comedy?" An unexpected commotion. The trio gazed upwards. The rumble of the sky was becoming increasingly pronounced, as several aircraft swiftly approached from the distance. The black individual fancied himself humorous. "Run." Chu Ling, however, was not one for idle banter. With a swift motion of her hand, she declared, "Do you think those birds are here to welcome us? Run." It would be utterly irrational to rush back into the embassy now, especially with aerial support en route. Did they truly lack terrestrial assistance? One could easily find themselves ensnared by an entire battalion. The irradiated Bund had already lost its status as the nation's premier hub of GDP flow. A dark object plummeted from the airplane, unyielding and inexorably drifting towards the three individuals, its trajectory unmistakably aimed at the embassy's pinnacle. Goodness! They were resorting to bombings. The man of African descent quickly reacted, turning sharply. "Follow me." The embassy's pinnacle was previously the Bund Square, and thereafter, it was undoubtedly the dragon's neck. In a sudden maneuver, he veered towards the bomb's path. Ahead lay a street that led directly to the Bund Square. However, beneath the square lay a splendid refuge, for it contained an exceptional archway, several meters thick with marble, a natural sanctuary from the sweltering heat, tremors, and missiles. Just as Chu Ling reached the archway, a wave of heat, accompanied by the deafening roar of the explosion, grazed her back, propelling her forward with a force that lifted her off the ground. Setting a personal goal for additional updates, starting tomorrow. Unless a significant matter arises requiring a leave of absence, I shall endeavor to provide a daily update. Should the daily recommendations surpass 100, I will double the updates. If 200, I shall triple them, and if 300, cough, I dare not dream. How could 300 recommendations be possible? After penning the above, I shall attend to official matters. Good night. I humbly apologize. There will be no updates today. I beg for forgiveness on my knees, promising 2 updates tomorrow. As the title suggests, the more comments there are, the more updates I shall provide. Chapter 94. Truth? Illusion? At the moment of soaring into the sky, Chu Ling contemplated. Not every supporting character can turn misfortune into fortune, but I shall undoubtedly be the protagonist. As she looked back, the only things that dared to chase her were the flames and dust trailing behind. The anticipated specter of death had yet to materialize. The most terrifying aspect of a bomb, the lethally propelled shrapnel that could soar hundreds of meters, was noticeably absent. Clearly, this was merely a conventional anti-terrorism device. The primary intention behind the creation of such devices was to minimize harm to innocent bystanders. However, even a standard anti-terrorism bomb could still deliver a searing sensation from over 30 meters away, with flames that seemed to dance further than the billowing dust. There was no need for speculation. It was most likely the military of the Empire of Flame Dragon. The attire of the individuals around her was distinctly autumnal and wintry. Chu Ling, cradling her head with her arms, fell from the sky, rolling several times. The ground, as unyielding as stone, inflicted little more than a trivial bruise upon her. Time was of the essence. The military outside, both airborne and ground-based, would undoubtedly find it an effortless task to capture 3 insignificant figures in such an open space as the Bund. Life rarely grants such strokes of luck, and this time, fortune would not favor her. Chu Ling forced herself to remain calm. How could an ordinary person escape under the gaze of a modern army? The answer was singular: to remain concealed from their sight. Calmness was imperative. She needed to strategize. What should she do? She glanced at the black man and the Chinese man, both engaged in peculiar actions. The Chinese man stood behind Chu Ling, fiddling with a dagger, his gaze fixed intently on the black man. The dagger in his hand seemed to threaten with its very presence, poised as if to be hurled at the black figure. The African man gripped his handgun tightly, poised to shoot, yet hesitated, the muzzle angled upwards, not aimed at anyone in particular. Chu Ling was taken aback, gazing at the man with sincerity as she spoke. "Lami, we must cultivate trust between us." The Chinese man appeared to hold Chu Ling in high regard, his vigilant eyes fixed on the African, gradually positioning himself in front of her as a shield. The African shook his head with a smile, revealing a set of pearly whites, seemingly conveying a sense of pity towards the Chinese man, a look that would perhaps remain an enigma for a lifetime. Suddenly, Chu Ling interjected. "I know you. You are Xiao Zhang from the guard team, correct? Are you willing to sacrifice yourself? You are aware that the military of the Yanlong Empire is oblivious to the fact that there are 3 assailants." The Chinese man paused, his lips trembling slightly as he glanced at the African and then at the dagger in his hand. It was clear that using the dagger to kill the African would be futile, as it would expose his connection with Chu Ling. Likewise, the African could not eliminate him, for gunfire would not only be too loud but also lead to the same conclusion. It turned out both the African and Chu Ling were waiting. "Queen Chu, take care." The Chinese man placed the bag on the ground, knowing its contents would be invaluable to Chu Ling. He had noticed that the staircase descended directly to the subway. Regardless of the line number, he cautioned, "Remember, you must not board the subway." Beneath the Bund Bridge, there lay a subway line. Chu Ling's gaze momentarily wandered before she resolutely focused again, declaring, "Xiao Zhang, I will remember you for the rest of my life." With that, she swiftly dashed to the right. The Chinese man's words rang true. In that direction, there was indeed a wide elevator against the bridge's wall. Looking back at the Chinese man holding a dagger at the other end of the bridge, the black man suddenly remarked, "His surname is Xia." Chu Ling was taken aback. His surname is Xia. A day later, in the city of ICCs, at the Frozen Wonderland Square, Chu Ling met with the esteemed Mr. Li Zhenghua, the chairman of the Ice Empire Group, the president of the Ice Empire, and the chairman of the Ice World Committee. Alongside her companion, the black man named Rami. Mr. Li Zhenghua epitomized the dignified essence of his role as the leader of such a religiously inclined party. Exhibiting humility and kindness, his smile radiating from the depths of his being. In a discreet reception room, Mr. Li was exceedingly gracious. A warm welcome to you. Please take a seat here. He gestured towards a round table, which, unlike a rectangular one that necessitates a hierarchy, treated all guests equally. As the supreme power holder of the empire, his choice of a round table to host visitors underscored his profound goodwill. I am a pragmatic individual, Mr. Li declared, taking his seat first and inviting the two to join him. His fingers intertwined atop the table. Over the years, countless individuals have expressed goodwill towards our ice empire. Yet I have only received 51 of them. You two are the 52nd and 53rd. I am aware that old fellow Yushan from the Yanlong Empire operates similarly. Throughout a millennium of rivalry, the leaders of the two empires have grown increasingly humble, treating others with kindness and extending the utmost hospitality to friends. It is indeed curious. This competition has inadvertently propelled both nations to greater strength, and at this very moment, do you realize how far we have progressed? Li Zhenghua's smile was captivating and harmonious, a sight you could hardly imagine. In fact, as far back as 5 centuries ago, the two nations had already delved into the research of nuclear weaponry. Now, nuclear arms have long been obsolete for a century. These revelations are a tacit secret among the high-ranking officials of both countries. And I share this with the esteemed guests present. For this reason, having fallen behind, I must now catch up. After a few days of absence, I express a slight trepidation about potential disengagement from my readers. Thus, I issue a statement. Chapter 95. What on earth is a collective favor card? Li Zhenghua's aged, wrinkled hands clapped together. A high-ranking military officer, positioned behind the president, stepped forward and placed an object, cradled in his arms, onto the round table. Li Zhenghua raised his left hand slightly, and the soldier, understanding the cue, efficiently tore away the outer silver foil, crumpling it into a ball. The object revealed itself to be a metallic box imbued with a sense of science fiction, roughly the size of a basketball. Li Zhenghua gestured for the soldier to withdraw, turning his gaze towards Chu Ling and the man of African descent, laughing heartily, his eyes glimmering with a profound curiosity as he assessed the two distinguished guests. Why not take a guess as to what lies within this box? He proposed, a hint of mischief in his tone. Let me offer a small clue. The contents are rather peculiar. Chu Ling instinctively clenched her fists, only to feign a relaxed demeanor as she released them. Her mind, driven by a pursuit of logical coherence, whispered to her that she and the man were on the verge of discovery. Stay calm, stay calm. The artful use of psychological suggestion rendered Chu Ling an aura of profound depth. It is difficult to ascertain whether such a life is burdensome. Yet within the ruthless societal framework, the depth acquired through psychological manipulation proves advantageous in every endeavor. She appeared to have grown somewhat aloof, though she garnered respect. Affection was scarce, which was precisely the outcome she desired. For instance, there was the Chinese individual who was her protector. What was his surname again? The African seemed to know, yet Chu Ling refrained from inquiring. Mr. President, could it be? Chu Ling pondered earnestly. As the rapid advancement of technology had precipitated significant breakthroughs in fundamental science, suddenly, she came to realize that perhaps both heaven and hell truly exist. Could it be that this box contains celestial energy or perhaps ghostly essence? President Li Zhenghua. The African wore a bewildered expression. Li Zhenghua chuckled heartily. Miss Chu Ling, you are indeed humorous. He then turned to the African. Mr. Mira, what are your thoughts? Li Zhenghua, unable to discern how such an American style of humor had been detected, simply laughed. Mr. Mira is quite the wit. Donning a pair of gloves, Li Zhenghua caressed the sharp contours of the metallic box, finding comfort in its cool, metallic texture. Engaging in a fervent action that Chu Ling and the African did not comprehend, Li Zhenghua murmured enigmatically, an era belongs neither to those who have passed, nor to those who are present, nor to those who are yet to come. An era is merely a manifestation of time. Regardless of how absurd a notion may be, time will ultimately unveil its mysteries. Li Zhenghua lifted his gaze with a smile, proclaiming, "This is the most remarkable contribution of my lifetime," convincing the intelligent to believe this statement. He proceeded to manipulate a particular component of the metallic box's intricate structure. The metallic box emanated a faint blue light. The verification process had commenced, and readiness was advised. Nodding, Li Zhenghua acknowledged. With a blink, he closed his eyes momentarily. A subtle smile graced his lips. Suddenly, a series of metallic clicks resonated from within the box, followed by a sharp pop. The central area atop the metallic box sprang open, retracting along one side, revealing a palm-sized aperture. A crimson glow illuminated the interior. When it comes to light penetration, red light is undoubtedly the least effective within the visible spectrum. Thus, the presence of red light within the box suggested something extraordinary, leaving Chu Ling momentarily taken aback. Although she had previously exchanged energy coins for weapons, the absence of a mystical storage space akin to those found in fantasy novels rendered it impossible to carry anything. Moreover, the main divine network was currently offline, preventing access to the marketplace. What was happening? An unsettling feeling brewed within Chu Ling as she and her companion turned their gaze towards the box. The contents within left her in a state of astonishment. Inside the metallic container lay an elegantly designed electronic screen, currently in standby mode, displaying 1-minute group affection card. The background was a pink-hued cliff, exuding an almost beguiling allure. Although it was not her first encounter with such a sight, Li Zhenghua could not help but marvel. In the video footage I reviewed, a fair-skinned young man entered the administrative building today, swaying as he walked, and produced a small card. Can you guess what happened next? In the blink of an eye, the loyal minister, who had rendered remarkable service to our nation, found himself inexplicably subservient to a foreigner. Initially, this clandestine individual posed a potential threat to the empire, yet he unexpectedly collapsed in a stupor within the administrative office. Can you guess what transpired next? With a sudden fall, he tragically succumbed to death on the spot. The card he possessed has since vanished, but at that moment, it was tightly grasped in his right hand. It is said that this seemingly innocuous card has become too burdensome for our empire alone. Whispers suggest that the Empire of the Fiery Dragon has already gleaned news of this card through certain channels. Li Zhenghua smiled at the two individuals. What a coincidence. You both shall arrive in half an hour. Chapter 96. Chu Ling? By Yumo? Women. In terms of quantity, resolute individuals in this world will always be outnumbered by the indecisive. Compared to Lu Renjia's duo, the foreigner who perished today can only be described as foolish, having failed to consider, or perhaps having ultimately succumbed to, the allure of an unexpected windfall from the heavens. One wonders how many genes he had to sell to afford that fleeting moment of collective favor. It was a path to self-destruction. Even if he possessed the universe, what would it matter if his very being was in ruins? Yet, Chu Ling remained oblivious to the existence of such matters. She was acutely aware that her original plan was on the verge of collapse. As the saying goes, there are no coincidences in literature, and indeed, this was merely a fortuitous occurrence. We were unfamiliar with that foreigner, much to the president's dismay. I would like to inquire as to why there exists no record of your identities within any system, not even within the Empire's Skynet, leaving no trace of your presence. Mr. President, I beg your pardon for my unintended offense. As Chu Ling steadied her mind, she focused her gaze on the area around Li Zhenghua's nose while opening the introduction to the world of war. 3 centuries prior, tensions between the two nations escalated, leading to relentless artillery fire along their borders, a suffocating atmosphere that the residents of a village could no longer endure. Consequently, they collectively relocated to Liangshan Prefecture. With reddened eyes, Chu Ling felt the moisture gathering. A pristine forest, safeguarded by both nations, stood as one of the most inhospitable places on Earth. It is said to be the heart of this world, which is why neither side dared to allow the smoke of war to encroach upon Liangshan. Long ago, many could no longer withstand the protracted conflicts within their own lands and abandoned their families to seek refuge in Liangshan, where they would struggle to survive in such desolation. Lacking any means of resistance, they never dared to set foot on the territories of either nation again. However, the circumstances have changed. Chu Ling clenched her fists only to release them in silence. The detonation of a nuclear bomb signifies the unequivocal outbreak of global conflict, obliterating any remaining sanctuaries. Thus, the descendants of those recluses have emerged from obscurity, seeking a path to survival. And we are the progeny of these recluses. Li Zhenghua shook his head, an insincere smile betraying his skepticism. To him, Chu Ling's words seemed nothing short of fanciful. Yet, her assertions were so compelling that they bordered on irrefutable and rather audacious. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, that you are indeed unfamiliar with one another. Li Zhenghua took a turn, suggesting that you have come to pledge your allegiance. I am prepared to accept you on behalf of the Empire. However, at this moment, It is time to test your capabilities. Regardless of whether individuals akin to today's Caucasians still exist in this world, your task is to gather such individuals for me, by any means necessary. Li Zhenghua fixed his gaze upon Chu Ling, who felt a chill run down her spine. Exchanging a glance with Chu Ling, the African-American merely shrugged in silence, subsequently saluting the president. Thank you for your trust, Mr. President. The dust has yet to settle. The square at the Bund is shrouded in a dim haze. Nuclear radiation has deterred all but a few healthy souls from lingering here. Those who dare remain are scarcely whole. Rather than being a bastion of global trade, the Bund serves as a sharp satire of the World War, a veritable hellscape. In a corner of the square, Lu Rinjia and Tufang Rintaro were engrossed in the meticulously crafted affinity cards, clearly reluctant to part with them. What are you doing? Lu Rinjia exclaimed, startled. He was impressed with his own quick wit, instinctively stowing the affinity cards into their designated holder. Turning around, he waved his hand dismissively. Just standing guard for the beauties, observing the military situation here. Beside him, Tufang Rintaro nodded lecherously. Indeed, that's correct. All right then, Bayuma said, lifting her backpack. Lu Rinjia, onward. Indeed, Bayumuo bore a substantial backpack on her back, which was no smaller than the one she held in her hands. As she set it down and turned to look at Tuho Rintaro, she raised her head and said, Coughing slightly, she noticed the pained expression on Lu Rinjia's face. Tuho Rintaro, having caught sight of this, immediately donned a cheerful demeanor as he took the backpack, exclaiming, Sister Muo, allow me to take it. I wouldn't want you to tire yourself. To be candid, the judgment of the main deity's offline aesthetic system, which rated her a mere 7.0, was not entirely erroneous. Bayumuo's beauty did not quite reach the level of a starlet who could debut solely on looks. However, her personal charm was undeniably beyond that of ordinary celebrities. Even in the main deity's female value ranking, after the demise of millions, Bayumuo only managed to secure the 119th position. Yet, this did not diminish the fact that she surpassed the majority of women in essence. Alas, a flicker of past images seemed to flash in Tuho Rintaro's mind. One depicted Chu Ling, the woman in red, the woman in yellow, and others, including the enchanting Manco Lex, Lu Rinjia, and himself, alongside the first man he respected since entering the main deity's realm, Al Lex. In this image, Al was fatally pierced through the temple by a woman bearing iron claws. Another scene illustrated Chu Ling, commanding thousands of teammates, as she dramatically gestured and inspired with her words. Meanwhile, Tuho Rintaro found himself relegated to the role of a mere technician in the corner. In a garage adorned with radiant yet ominous light, there lie 12 supersonic concept vehicles, exuding an irresistible allure. However, the scene is marred by a dissonance, a gruesome collection of 40 corpses corroded by particle radiation. The past flashes by like a fleeting shadow. Though merely a fortnight has elapsed, the impressions left upon him are far more vivid than the 2 decades spent alongside his father in the realm of corporate power. Chu Ling. Such a formidable woman, one wonders about her current circumstances. The main god space serves as a stage for evolutionary opportunities, where each individual embodies a distinct narrative. Only by rendering their stories with depth can one truly craft a genuine main god-themed novel. Stay tuned. Thank you. Moreover, I hope that after reading The Dark Main God, readers will grace it with a few recommendation votes, allowing this tale to journey further. My heartfelt gratitude. Chapter 97. At the intersection of science and education, time flies. 5 days have swiftly passed. Yet, 5 days are painfully brief. Without sustenance, a novice cannot ascend to greatness. With ample provisions, one cannot traverse even 1/7 of the Sahara on foot. Lying at home for 5 days, one cannot fully comprehend the Marvel universe. Similarly, if one does not adopt a sense of urgency within those 5 days, they may find themselves unable to integrate into even the most vibrant metropolises. Not everyone possesses the fortuity of Chu Ling, who, through a series of coincidences, finds herself with her own elite special operations team. In these 5 days, whenever a suitable individual presents themselves at an opportune moment, Tao Wu takes the initiative to engage with them, not merely to craft more coincidences, but because some individuals, without a nudge, may remain oblivious to the meaningful actions they have undertaken even after the dramatic conclusion of the world's conflicts. If one were to traverse into an alternate realm and gain immense opportunities, transforming into a superhuman entity, would the Earth still hold any allure? Tao Wu believes it does. For Earth possesses a uniqueness that is irreplaceable. To be precise, Earth is tailored for its inhabitants, though countless historical figures have been cast aside by the march of time. Those who remain are the denizens of the modern age. Rooted in the intricate relationships of Chinese philosophy, Tao Wu, after a brief absence, found himself unexpectedly reluctant to part with it. However, this sentiment is not merely nostalgia, but rather a pure desire. Desire pertains to people, such as parents or his beloved. Additionally, there are the simple, childlike high school classmates. Beyond this, little else remains. The vastness of Earth is daunting, yet for an ordinary high school student, the opportunity to explore the world remains distant, leaving no aspirations to cling to. Poverty constrains the imagination, or perhaps it instills a sense of rationality. Following the events of 820 and the impending alien encounters, world leaders have come to a profound realization. The future of humanity can only be anchored in science. You might perceive that the 5 major nations are undertaking a solemn and formidable responsibility. However, in reality, when issues are brought to the forefront for discussion among nations, they swiftly revert to being mere supporting characters at decision-making moments, creating an illusion of participation. This has always been one of the significances of the Summit of Heads of State. At a crossroads, Tao Wu awaits a red light, counting to 0. Once, while strolling along the Kajia Road in Mekong County, he felt no different from any passerby on the street. A couple walked away, their arms intertwined. And Tao Wu summoned the energy field to counteract the Earth's gravitational pull. The ability of humans to stand steadily on this vibrant and dynamic planet amidst the vast cosmos is indeed reliant on the gravitational field of the Earth and the universal attraction between humanity and the planet itself. Suddenly, an unexpected gravitational effect caused a girl to stumble, as if she had stepped into thin air, her body springing upward. At that moment, a man was passing by, and she fell directly toward him. He appeared unfazed, yet in truth, he was rather taken aback. A melodramatic scene unfolded as an innocent girl collided with the male protagonist, resulting in both of them tumbling to the ground, lips nearly touching, culminating in a romantic encounter. Yet, this was a disruption. The innocent girl actually had a boyfriend who stood nearby, utterly astonished, having just been affectionately linked with her moments before. The male protagonist, in reality, was an uncle selling lamb skewers, and he was neither handsome nor charming. Although their lips nearly met, it was merely a painful clash of teeth against lips. The haunting melody played, a heart-wrenching contrast to the situation. We are different. We are different. We are different. Utterly enchanting. Beneath the resplendent sunlight, no one realizes that this farce is not a mere coincidence, but rather the doing of an individual. A hurriedly walking, mature beauty inadvertently grazes a parked car, her expression impassive as she continues on her way. Dressed in a meticulously tailored white suit of high-quality fabric, she appears unfazed. Yet, to Tao Wu, her attire offers no concealment of the areas she intends to shield. Indeed, not a single inch. This results in the fabric taking on a semi-translucent quality, resembling garments of a more transparent nature, sometimes even evoking an effect akin to nudity. However, comparatively, this method remains rather crude, drawing a parallel to the principle of varying wavelengths of light in the primordial universe. The civilization of the third stellar system under the Great Throne once conceived such an idea. Life is a treasure trove of resources, naturally emanating brilliant biological information, while the biological information of inanimate objects languishes like a mire, barely alive. By circumventing the quagmire and focusing on the golden light, one could capture it in a mirror, revealing it in its entirety. This application is aptly named biological bare vision. To install such a device, the requirements for mobile electronic equipment are notably high, and the physical smartphones available on present-day Earth are hardly sufficient. Even so, within the boundless expanse of civilization's upper limits, across infinite time and space, this biological bare vision technology merely represents a rudimentary version of the realm of X-ray vision. In this realm, on this Earth, in the province of Guangdong, within the county of Mekong, at the intersection leading to the esteemed Mekong First High School, the throngs of passers-by are devoid of the means to experience this rudimentary biological vision application. A young couple is embroiled in a dispute with an older gentleman when suddenly, a voice resonates in the young man's ears. "Greetings, Earthling." Like a waterfall crashing against rocks, it is a sound that stirs the soul. The young man ceases his quarrel. The girl tugs at him, and he bellows, "Let go." The girl is momentarily taken aback. "I am a messenger of fate from the divine realm. Before you lies a wheel, the axis of fortune, and you now possess one opportunity to spin it for free. Will you seize this singular chance in your lifetime? Indeed. The young man perceives a magnificent wheel, radiating golden light and resembling a slot machine, suspended eerily half a meter before him. In that instant, an exhilarating thrill courses through him. Have I encountered a deity? I have encountered a deity. I have encountered a deity. His face inexplicably flushes with excitement. Chapter 98, The Second Generation of Technological Innovation Software, Part 1. Nothing in this world remains perpetually unchanged. If it does, it is merely because it is still too novel. Indeed, transformations have swept across various sectors of society, unprecedented and profound, as if civilization has leaped overnight from the first industrial revolution to the second. A profound sense of incongruity. Indeed, at this juncture, the adaptive advantages of students become apparent, whether they were once engrossed in the digital realm or devoted to their studies. The unique educational paradigms of the 21st century undoubtedly facilitate their capacity to embrace change. In this transformed era, it is exclusively the youth, particularly students, who navigate with ease. The older generations, for the most part, find themselves relegated to the comforts of their homes in retirement. As the morning light breaks, Tao Wu might lazily cast her gaze upon an arbitrary sight, such as the profile of Xin Yuchen. Under the nurturing aura of Tao Wu, Xin Yuchen radiates even more vitality and beauty. Boredom prompts a whimsical assessment using an offline aesthetic system. She has already achieved a score of 7. 2. The human body is intrinsically a field matter structure. From the minuscule red and white blood cells to the lymphatic tissues, each entity thrives within a remarkably serendipitous environment, which, quite fortuitously, is also their habitat. On a larger scale, encompassing the organs, bones, skin, and hair, along with the myriad thoughts processed in the human brain. One must acknowledge the immense cognitive effort required to appreciate the depth behind a written passage. These components cannot spontaneously coalesce into a complete being. Rather, the field represents the other half of genetic expression. The firmness, smoothness, and softness of a woman's visage hinge upon her own choices. On a smaller scale, the application of moisturizing lotion serves precisely to harness the properties of oils to retain facial hydration. On a grander scale, whether one resides in the Antarctic glaciers or the Sahara Desert, significantly influences one's physical characteristics. Exhaling a breath of refreshing air, the mundane heaviness of waking up dissipated. Lately, I have truly been ensnared by an obsession, often finding myself compelled to share knowledge. I chuckled at my own folly. For instance, I have developed a peculiar curiosity about various bizarre applications, their names exuding an air of grandeur. The vastness of the backup space within the main God network is beyond comprehension, eluding description by earthly metrics. Although the arrival of the main God system on Earth resulted in the complete obliteration of all storage and backups, a portion of its domains remains indestructible, namely, the main God dark web. In the 20th century, Michael Bergman likened the search services of Google, Yahoo, Baidu, and others to casting a vast net over the surface of the ocean, where a plethora of surface information can indeed be accessed. However, a significant amount of information lies concealed in the depths, evading capture by such nets. In truth, even the most formidable indexing systems cannot fully explore the depths of the main God network. This is not a reflection of the system's power, but rather a consequence of the fact that, during Wang Yidong's era, the system transcended the confines of mathematics and physics. Encoding concepts instead, the unique external properties of concepts allow a single overarching idea to unfurl into countless intermediate notions, further branching into innumerable smaller ideas. Between any two grand concepts, there will inevitably be instances of smaller concepts converging. Through this permeation of similarity and compatibility, the backups of the main God system propagate like a virus throughout the entirety of concepts, boundless and infinite. Thus, this water is destined to evade profound measurement. When the supreme deity system narrowly escaped its predicament with a mere scrap, it severed ties with the archived concepts of yore. However, these conceptual backups have persisted, never entirely obliterated. Unlike the contemporary applications on Earth, the applications derived from the second-generation technological revolution are crafted using intermediate to advanced programming languages. They are not carelessly scattered across the vast sea of the internet for any casual netizen to download. Rather, they can only be obtained through software protocols provided by third parties, ensuring a lossless acquisition. As for installation, that depends on the specifications in use. For the supreme deity system, Civilizations still employing rudimentary and inefficient programming languages are regrettably beneath its notice. Perhaps Tao Wu might still warrant some consideration. When the tiger falls low, it is often bullied by dogs, a fate akin to that of a stranded fish, subject to the whims of various blades. Third-party software programs are indeed products of programming languages, yet they do not facilitate online downloads. Instead, they circulate through hardware. Logically, while these applications exist within the conceptual backups and have never vanished, they are, in a sense, utterly garbled. Although the supreme deity system may reinterpret these conceptual backups, without the requisite hardware, they are akin to water without roots, an unsolvable dilemma. Should Tao Wu exhaust efforts to re-examine such primitive hardware for these applications, it would indeed be a fruitless endeavor. At this juncture, the convenience of entropy reduction becomes apparent. One of its characteristics is the ability to conjure something from nothing. Leveraging this characteristic, one can conjure hardware from thin air. Thus, many innovative applications have become mere playthings for Tao Wu. Chapter 99. Initiating the Program. Part 1. All brilliance appears as a fleeting illusion. Had he not made a conscious effort to recall the days of yesterday, or even the 2 months prior, in choosing between the divine and the human, perhaps he would have embraced his identity as a human more fully. Oh, the era, how surreal it is. Each individual, at some moment, experiences an overwhelming sense of detachment from this age. I, a self-proclaimed exceptional underdog, embody the cleverness that every girlfriend often mentions, yet I squandered my wits on wooing women, inadvertently hurting countless young hearts. Ultimately, I married during the summer of my 19th year. Now, I find myself at the helm of a medium-sized enterprise with funding exceeding $100 million, where the daughter of the company's leader drives a luxury car to fetch me for school, patiently waiting at the entrance of my humble abode. Yet, this is simply implausible. How could I relinquish such sensations? Do you think it is akin to standing before a bank, feeling empowered to seize what you desire without consequence? Do you believe it resembles the audacity to accept the advances of an enchanting young woman without hesitation? Or perhaps the exhilaration of confronting injustice in a treacherous place, daring to retaliate against the odds? I apologize, but it is precisely these sensations. On September 14th, 2017, in the magical city of Huaxia, at the Bund Square, a grand public ceremony, later dubbed a century-esque spectacle, was ceremoniously held. At the center near the railing, over 20 laptops were densely arranged on a row of metallic tables, adorned with an assortment of peculiar objects. Above, suspended from the railing and rising above the lake, was a massive metallic turntable that, aside from its sheer size, approximately 100 times larger, bore a striking resemblance to a cooling fan found within a computer. The lake's surface was dotted with numerous refrigeration devices, meticulously crafted, evoking a sense of being within a nuclear reactor. Additionally, 6 helicopters hovered just above the Bund, a mere 100 meters away. These ultrastatic noise cancellation models, originally designed for large-scale research experiments, were generously repurposed by the Chinese authorities for use on the helicopters. The acoustic quality of the scene was so exceptional that even the faintest voice of a reporter could reach every member of the onlooking crowd. Hundreds of people crowded in the square, their expressions brimming with excitement. Most of these individuals were media reporters, including prominent figures from self-media, all actively engaged, armed with various recording devices of different specifications. Among them were powerful entities such as China's Central Television, ABC, BBC, and many other media outlets, who had arrived with live broadcasting vehicles, commencing their live coverage at the earliest opportunity. Esteemed audience, we find ourselves at the Bund Square in the enchanting metropolis of Shanghai, where we shall continue to bring you captivating updates. Today, we have arrived in this city, often referred to as the Paris of the East. In this new era, our great nation shall stand as a frontline power, poised to create even more remarkable miracles. There is a Chinese proverb that speaks of courage in the face of adversity. Our country is currently navigating a period marked by the imminent arrival of extraterrestrial civilizations, while simultaneously facing the deterrence of nuclear capabilities. Nations without nuclear arms must refrain from engaging in irrational pursuits of nuclear development. Our General Secretary has articulated this sentiment profoundly. Over 100 live hosts are reporting directly to the cameras, while countless viewers are tuned in through their televisions and computers, witnessing this grand spectacle. This ceremony has captured the attention of people from all corners of the globe. The reason is twofold. It represents not only the inaugural intimate encounter between extraterrestrial civilizations and Earth, but also their generous act of redemption for humanity. Silence, please. In an instant, the sound level in the square diminished significantly. The speaker is none other than Chen Hongxing, a familiar figure among major media outlets and one of the 3 chairpersons of the Divine Organization. Naturally, the more provocative self-media outlets prefer to label him as the AG leader, with AG being an abbreviation for and God, and the title of leader being widely accepted by the public. There is a saying that goes, a glass mirror reflects clear spring water. While it may not be spoken aloud, one knows it in their heart. Today marks the initiation and registration ceremony for the realm of the divine. On the official AG website, there is an announcement regarding the grand event taking place today. Humanity has received assistance from the realm of the divine to overcome calamities. The inaugural global conference with God will be magnificently held on September 14th at the Bund Square in the enchanting metropolis. This divine realm has ignited the curiosity of all media outlets. Chen Hongxing clapped his hands and declared, "Without further ado, let us commence." This statement resonated with the impact of a deep-sea explosion. Through live media broadcasts, people around the world, for the most part, set aside their daily tasks, be it their phones, computers, or televisions, knowing that today's attention is destined solely for this momentous gathering. Now, let us begin with the first item of the ceremony, the arrival of the divine realm. Both journalists and the vast audience have long been filled with boundless curiosity and imagination about the divine realm spoken of by Chen Hongxing. Across various online platforms, particularly the AG forum, the term divine realm has become an uncontested trending topic. Even a mere mention of it garners significant attention. When Chen Hongxing lifted the luminous orb from the center of the metallic table, both the media and the audience were taken aback. Could it be that this so-called divine realm resembles nothing more than a magical orb typically found in a child's playroom, purchased for a mere few dollars? Yet, as Chen Hongxing cradled it, the extraordinary nature of this object became apparent, for it was indeed levitating in his hand. It is true. The divine realm fundamentally relies on an internal field that interacts with physical objects, rendering such magical phenomena entirely plausible. Chapter 100. Initiating the Program. Part 2. The realm of the divine is subject to a rigorous reboot every 24 hours, during which its firewall undergoes a refreshing process, necessitating a new breach attempt thereafter. This cyclical procedure can only be described as utterly frenzied. However, it would be unreasonable for Chen Hongxing to expect the technical personnel to decipher the firewall on-site. The extensive hours required for such a task could lead to an unfathomable array of variables. Who can ascertain whether the military forces stationed at the Bund can maintain a heightened state of vigilance for such prolonged periods? Should terrorists exploit any vulnerabilities, the consequences would be dire, an eventuality that no one, least of all Chen Hongxing himself, could bear. Thus, Chen Hongxing had preemptively breached the divine realm. Albeit it is crucial to note that humanity lacks the capacity to leave any openings within its confines. Consequently, he resorted to utilizing external networks, ensuring a constant connection to maintain its online status and avert the necessity of rebooting post-shutdown. The divine realm, a name that evokes an automatic conjuring of an entire worldview. It captivates not only the fervent journalists but also the audience before their screens, who share an equally intense fervor. Despite having privately explored every nook and cranny of this colossal entity, both overtly and covertly, Chen Hongxing's complexion still bore a flush of crimson. Engaging with this technology does not demand extensive expertise. A fundamental understanding of software suffices. What truly requires heartfelt engagement are the operators seated before a row of computers, compelled to continuously activate the network valve in order to maximize data output. They must pay particular attention to ensuring that the output ports do not succumb to collapse due to excessive traffic. The cooling apparatus stands ready at all times, designed to enhance the efficiency of the computers while also preventing the machines from overheating and becoming inoperative. Cameras representing the entire world are raised by those fortunate enough to secure front-row positions, along with their selfie sticks. Those relegated to the back do not shy away, brandishing their long lenses and large cameras, appearing less like reporters and more akin to seasoned excavator operators. In summary, let the performance commence. Very well. Chen Hongxing acknowledges the cue. He is tasked with cradling a magnificent orb of light from the domain of the divine, gently placing it into a concave container on the table where it fits snugly. The backstage control team springs into action within half a minute. They align the device's data flow threshold with the luminous orb. Shen Hongxing offers a casual smile. Activate the monitor. The monitor? Just as the journalists and the audience before the screen presume it to be a projector, Wagwa playfully unveils a surprise to the world. A luminous cubic foundation materializes upon the desktop, gradually ascending to form a three-dimensional image, inscribed with 4 characters that denote the login status, domain of the divine. This display is sufficiently avant-garde and flamboyant, ingeniously employing augmented reality in this very moment without a hint of concern for potential malfunctions. After all, they are about to encounter extraterrestrial technology for the very first time, the domain of the divine. The current definition of augmented reality is a technology that computes the position and angle of camera images in real time, overlaying corresponding visuals. The objective is to superimpose the virtual realm upon the physical world and facilitate interaction, regardless of the sensitivity exhibited by individuals in the entertainment sector. The global state of AR technology remains relatively immature, a shortcoming attributed to the limitations of hardware. Just as entertainment journalists exuberantly declare the dawn of an AR spring, the divine realm within three-dimensionality shudders and vanishes. In its place, a cascade of words appears as if conjured from thin air, wondrously materializing. Welcome to the divine realm, a digital repository of the civilizational hierarchy of Earth. Here, advanced photonic computing systems will predict and evaluate the trajectory of civilizational development to ensure the sustained evolution and rapid advancement of civilization. Now, please verify whether the direction of Earth's civilizational development is accurately prepared. Shen Hongxing emphasizes, this is the inaugural assessment of the divine realm. Hence, our AG organization has selflessly decided to unveil it for the global population of 7 billion to witness together. I am now poised to initiate the data collection program of the divine realm. I wish to convey unequivocally that it is imperative for you to comprehend the vast chasm that exists between us and extraterrestrial civilizations. It is not the acknowledgement of our insignificance that concerns me, but rather the thought that Lu Sun, in his eternal repose, might rise to exclaim, I am indignant at your complacency. Behold, in my back-end terminal data, the domain of the divine has commenced its data collection on Earth. However, our so-called finest computers are now utterly incapable of keeping pace. Indeed, the three-dimensional projections continue to flow languidly, indicating their operation, while the three-dimensional images have become as stagnant as a PowerPoint presentation, advancing frame by frame. On December 24th, there will be 2 updates. Otherwise, the female attire showcase will erupt on the same date. Without the promised 2 updates, I find myself live streaming in female attire on Douyu. Chapter 101. Initiating the program. Part 2. The weather in the magical metropolis has already begun to exhibit abnormal patterns this October. Yesterday, the sun blazed brightly. Yet today brings a damp, chilly gloom. The accuracy of forecasting the weather in this city rivals that of predicting the weekly lottery outcomes. One often hears the university students arriving in Shanghai exclaiming, in this magical metropolis, one experiences all 4 seasons in a single day. In the face of such bizarre weather, merely half an hour has passed, and numerous journalists from afar have expressed their discomfort and unease. However, today, even if the heavens were to unleash hail, it is unlikely to deter them. As one of the 3 most successful internet celebrities, the only invitee to receive journalist credentials for the divine initiation ceremony from the AG Forum Entertainment Network is the illustrious Poppy Jiang. At this moment, she is engaging with her millions of viewers in her personal live streaming room on the AG Forum. Conversations revolve around recent trending events, employing the customary tactics of interaction during such temporal gaps. Should there arise any moments of awkward silence, it would only serve to indicate that the host is an inexperienced novice. However, when a concentrated issue arises, for instance, at this moment, the barrage of comments is dominated by a few keywords. Wow, justice descends from the heavens. In my childhood, my mother would tell me, look quickly, a meteor. I did not believe it then, but now I find myself distracted, having forgotten the character limit. Will a meteorite annihilate the great metropolis? A meteor? A meteorite? What on earth? The square seems unchanged. Gazing skyward, several meteor-like objects streak across the heavens, accompanied by the fireworks that only meteorites can produce, appearing larger against the distant firmament. Everyone, including Shen Hongxing, feels a sense of suffocation. One relates to data collection in the realm of the divine, while the other is an unheralded meteorite shower. How do these 2 phenomena intertwine? The audience online holds a different view. Internet users, with imaginations unbounded by poverty, speculate that the realm of the divine is a gift from extraterrestrials, leading to an outpouring of pessimistic comments. Chen Hongxing betrays humanity. Allow me to share a jest. Chen Hongxing is indeed human. Chen Hongxing has colluded with alien invaders. Previously, I found superficial brothers most detestable, but now I believe the term should be revised to superficial humans. Chen Hongxing hardly has time to regard the audience as comments, as he is inundated with amicable calls from world leaders. This is the exclusive line of the National Confidential Telephone Bureau, Channel 100. The president of Huagua, Mi Hanlong, wishes to speak with you. Channel 100. Utilizing this channel to make a call signifies that it is no longer a matter of individual concern. Rather, it indicates that even Chairman Mi, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, felt compelled to communicate on behalf of the nation's highest law enforcement authority to Chen Hongxing. The call was accepted. Chen Hongxing wore an expression of deep distress. Chairman Chen, what has transpired on your end? The developments in the realm of the divine were anticipated. However, the sudden emergence of meteors, I perceive it merely as a fortuitous phenomenon. Yes. Rest assured. No sooner had he concluded this call, still drenched in cold sweat, than yet another unavoidable call came through the exclusive channel. Approximately 10 minutes later, as Chen Hongxing teetered on the brink of despair, the number of meteors in the celestial dome had become indistinguishable to the naked eye. During this interval, the national observatories had been driven to the brink of explosion by high-ranking military officials. To the naked eye, the meteor swarm remained observable. Yet, upon employing digital devices, the dazzling meteor swarm vanished entirely, as if the astronomical instruments had been rendered blind. If it could be seen with the naked eye, it should be beyond doubt. Moreover, the appearance of the meteors occurred without any preceding signs, such as disturbances in the Earth's magnetic field. All these factors indicated that the meteor swarm emerged in a manner that transcended human understanding. Chapter 102. When the end of days arrives, the multitude and enormity of the meteorites in the distant firmament starkly convey an undeniable truth. Even with the deployment of all nuclear warheads on Earth, it is utterly impossible to obliterate even a single one of these celestial bodies. Indeed, such colossal meteorites can only be diverted from their original trajectories through gravitational manipulation, a feat that must be initiated 2 decades in advance. Otherwise, the prospects for saving our planet dwindle to nearly nothing. Moreover, it is not merely 1 or 2 meteorites, but a dense cluster, ominously dark and foreboding. In the ensuing 5 hours, doomsday theories rapidly escalate. Even those who approach the situation with a sense of jest among the global populace of 7 billion, where 5 billion souls have awakened to the consciousness of mortality, begin to embrace the notion that death appears inevitable. In this moment, the self-discipline of humanity suffers a cataclysmic blow, and the essence of all civilized decorum fades into oblivion, giving rise to a primal hedonism. These creatures of unrestrained pleasure abandon their abodes in a frenzy, effortlessly discovering kindred spirits among one another. In silence, or rather in a state of numbed acceptance, they begin to shed their garments. They intertwine, akin to 2 insects suddenly ensnared in each other's grasp. And there are even more fleshly beings. The state swiftly responds with the most appropriate, albeit instinctual, measures. Indeed, it is a reaction driven by instinct, as death approaches, even amidst confusion regarding the perceived extraterrestrial assault. The very framework of governmental authority is predicated upon the tenets of survival and dominion. When survival ceases to exist, power becomes their ultimate pleasure. Across the nation, and indeed the world, military organizations began to heed higher commands, racing to deploy armored vehicles wherever the fear of death needed to be momentarily forgotten. In the breathtakingly beautiful cities of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the main thoroughfares were nearly devoid of vehicles. Even if a car hurried by, it would leave behind a gruesome scene. A splatter of blood and flesh mingled with an inexplicable white haze. The soldiers, akin to predators spotting their prey, seemed to have lost all restraint. They shouldered portable anti-tank rocket launchers, the firepower sufficient to obliterate a tank, yet absurdly excessive for an Audi. Nevertheless, the burly soldier launched the projectile without hesitation. The missile arced gracefully through the air, devoid of any semblance of human numbness. Instead, it was singularly focused on its target. Boom. The Audi was instantly reduced to a mangled wreck, its flimsy exterior disintegrating beyond recognition, and the driver, a mere blur. The soldier lowered his launcher, adjusting the collar of his uniform. Not far away, a pair of entwined figures captured the attention of another soldier. Despite humanity's utter fragility in the face of natural disasters like meteor strikes, one could not help but admire the potency of human hormones. This force was powerful enough to embolden timid youths and laid-back individuals in peacetime, allowing them to engage in their own freestyle amidst the chaos of war. Yet, the soldiers showed no mercy to her or him. The air froze for a fleeting moment as the two figures remained enraptured in their fervor. Bang! The first shot struck the young woman's vulnerable heart, shattering numerous lymphatic vessels under the force of the blast, leading to a catastrophic disconnection. The still maturing spherical glandular tissue was reduced to a mere puddle of pulp. From an anatomical perspective, certain contractions of the platysma can elevate it. Two arteries, the external and internal arteries, connect to the breast in a perforating manner. The significance of the perforating artery, the subdermal arterial network, and the vessels at the rear of the breast cannot be overlooked. When confronted with a penetrating impact, it signifies the irrevocable demise of the individual. Bang! The second shot pierced the young man's back, specifically the left side. For an ordinary person, beneath the left pectoral muscle lies the heart. This blow, unsurprisingly, brought an abrupt end to the young man's life. The woman beneath him continued to convulse, yet ultimately did not attain the pleasure she sought. Both of them descended into the abyss of hell. Happy New Year! I send greetings to my friends at the Bund. Chapter 103. Ignorance breeds ignorance. On this fateful day, the apocalypse seemed to have arrived. Despite the high echelons of the nation collaborating with astronomical organizations to issue numerous statements casting doubt on the meteorite event, it failed to awaken those among humanity whose mental state had shattered. It is unfathomable that ordinary individuals in times of peace, upon experiencing a collapse of their psyche, could transform into humanoid artillery. In the face of an impending apocalypse, it is not necessary for true calamity to strike. A small faction of humanity has inevitably emerged as the vanguard of disaster, transforming into a cadre of pure terrorists. If we liken the oppressive end of days to a form of radiation, then the journalists at the Bund will undoubtedly be the first to suffer its effects. Among them, a young male reporter from Fenghuang Net bears a grim expression, his lips twisted in an involuntary grimace as he approaches Chen Hongxing with pointed inquiries. How does Chairman Chen explain the meteors in the sky? Chen Hongxing finds himself at a loss for words. Yet, in this fleeting moment, he senses the weight of his own shortcomings. He realizes that his fate is sealed, regardless of whether the meteors are real or illusory. He has become the prime suspect in this global panic. Rather than succumbing to internal turmoil, he resolves to seek ways to mitigate humanity's losses. Wang Yaomin's demise complicates matters further. The Fenghuang Net reporter momentarily falters, yet he cannot deny his understanding of those 8 words. Likewise, a considerable segment of the audience watching the live broadcast shares the belief that the end is indeed nigh, though many have begun to awaken to a different reality. Some journalists, lacking a broader perspective, particularly those from Tanyuan, press on with their inquiries. If a civilization were powerful enough to declare, "I will annihilate you," what concern is it of yours? Has Chairman Chen ever contemplated that, at such a juncture, their actions would defy all rational speculation? Numerous reporters fall silent in response to this inquiry. It is evident that this individual will not reap any favorable outcomes in the future. In the face of an event devoid of predictability, why should we concern ourselves with it? The reporter from Exploration Entertainment was rendered speechless. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in anger, inundating the screen with voices of condemnation and abuse, prompting many viewers to exit the stream altogether. The reporter soon received a phone call from his superior, whose tirade was relentless, expressing a desire for the reporter to kneel and apologize. The reporter's expression soured, and he silently closed the live stream, departing from the Bund. Here, the sky was adorned in a beautiful hue of yellow. The meteor shower, ignited by a swarm of meteors, rendered the Bund enchanting, akin to a fairyland. In stark contrast, elsewhere in the world, the tumultuous violence was beyond the imagination of those living in peaceful times. In just 1 hour, nearly 100,000 riot incidents had erupted globally, with the death toll under the merciless barrage of gunfire soaring to 2 million. Unbeknownst to anyone, the ruthless order that influenced the military worldwide was initially issued under the sway of an unexpected individual, Tao Wu. When he felt the timing was right, he murmured to the swarming meteors, "Natural calamity, oh natural calamity, do you realize you are more terrifying than death?" The meteor swarm was merely a fade, a high-dimensional projection effect from the realm of the divine. When this divine projection concluded, the meteor swarm would naturally vanish. However, for a civilization on Earth, residing at the bottom of the cosmic social hierarchy, such illusions were inherently unfathomable, regardless of their veracity. Earth's civilization steadfastly believed that there were trillions of ways to annihilate the planet. The meteor swarm was but a mere fraction of that multitude, nothing more. It is precisely this unwavering belief that gives birth to a farce, while simultaneously inflicting catastrophic damage upon humanity. Moments later, it became apparent to some that the meteor shower in the sky had undergone a transformation. Poppy Junk suddenly exclaimed in the live stream, "Look over there. The meteor shower has vanished." As he spoke, he directed the camera towards the area where the meteor shower had once been. The viewers in the live stream quickly discerned the anomaly. The meteor shower, it has disappeared. Thank you. Dear heavens, the turmoil can finally cease. Suddenly, a comment appeared in bold and highlighted in the live stream. Those foolish individuals must have all perished by now. The bold and highlighted comment was a privilege limited to the nobility, with the lowest rank, a Viscount, LV1, requiring an investment of 500,000 yuan. To ascend further, one must provide proof of personal assets. This particular comment was penned by a Duke, LV3, an individual whose personal wealth exceeds 5 billion. The implication of this LV3 magnate was clear. Even if this crisis were a fabrication, what does it matter? The lives of over 200,000 individuals lost to this cruel jest are certainly not fictitious. Who will bear the blame? Should the divine organization take the fall? No. Ultimately, the origins of this divine domain's initiation ceremony must be traced back to the 5 great nations. To argue with the 5 great nations? This LV3 magnate is evidently but a mere pawn in the grand scheme. Today, I will ensure a minimum of 1 update. I implore you for recommendations. Upon reaching 10,000 votes, there will be a second update on the same day. Chapter 104, Photons, Parity Transformation, Quantum Computers. This scene is indeed extraordinarily splendid. In the coming months, the heinous massacres perpetrated by military forces around the globe will inevitably provoke an overwhelming societal response. The young children and religious devotees who perished in these atrocities are, by legal standards, innocent. They are not a group that should meet such a fate in the realm of human issues. Some among them are even the offspring of presidents or public figures, and their tragic demise cannot simply be dismissed with the phrase crimes against humanity. Once this incident is broached, it will face societal condemnation. Society shall never forgive such military orders, and the nation is destined to bear the brunt of this calamity, codenamed Meteor Shower. On the Grand Bund Square, no one truly comprehends the horrific events that transpired on this day. Perhaps some of them lost loved ones in the carnage. Yet, they seem oblivious. The spectacle in the sky captivated everyone. As the meteor shower waned to the point of disappearance, the sky lacked vibrant and resplendent colors, resembling a star that has faded from public attention, dimming into obscurity after losing societal recognition. The sky bore the hue of the fog that envelopes the old capital. The inauguration ceremony of the Divine Realm commenced its preparations at 2 in the morning, with invited journalists gradually arriving by 8, culminating in the grand ceremony by 9:30. Now, as the hour of the snake approaches its end and the hour of the horse draws near, the sun hangs prominently in the southeast, still reminiscent of summer's warmth. Yet, no soul perceives the oppressive heat of the air. Rather, each individual emanates a subtle chill from within. The extraterrestrials have yet to make their move. Yet humanity has already inflicted upon itself a grievous toll of over 2 million lives, driven by ignorance and suspicion. Indeed, the heavens of mankind appear to be shrouded in a veil. Before this veil is lifted, humanity resembles an audience granted random tickets, blissfully unaware of whether they are about to witness a tragedy or a comedy. However, it is almost certain that humanity remains oblivious to the true intentions of the ticket giver. For long, humanity has believed that the beauty of animated and two-dimensional realms is beyond the reach of reality, until 3 suns gradually ascended in the sky over the Bund. These 3 suns are of purest black, and as they rise from the east, swiftly shifting towards the southeast, one transforms into a shade of red, another into green, and the last into blue. As celestial bodies, their composition from innermost to outermost layers consists of the photosphere, chromosphere, and corona. What humanity perceives as the sun is merely the innermost photosphere. This is primarily due to the negligible amount of visible light emitted by the chromosphere, which is less than 1,000th of that from the photosphere, while the corona is an exceedingly tenuous layer of gas, so much so that even from the closest planet, Mercury, one would likely be unable to discern its form with the naked eye. The photosphere, distinct from the chromosphere and corona, is where the majority of sunlight emanates. Consequently, the light visible to the human eye originates from this innermost layer, rather than from the chromosphere or corona. It is primarily electromagnetic devices that exhibit sensitivity to the latter two layers. The impact of flares from the chromosphere and solar winds from the corona on Earth is profoundly significant. As three suns rise on the horizon, they diminish in size. When they align approximately at the same height as the sun of our solar system from the perspective of an observer on the bund, they appear equal in size. However, in the next moment, the three suns display unequal dimensions. The sun that is visually closer appears larger, while the one farther away seems smaller. These three suns engage in erratic movements, and to the observer's eye, the overlapping radiance of the red and blue suns manifests as a hue approaching magenta. The intersection of red and green suns radiates a warm yellow, and the convergence of blue and green suns presents a bright cyan. The area where all three suns' light converges is perceived as the normal sunlight, a pure white. Throughout the sun's rotation, material is continuously ejected, intertwining in the air. Although this material may fade to the point of being nearly invisible to the naked eye, Chun Hongxing believes that it has not vanished. He perceives these photons as being controlled in their polarization direction, engaged in a perpetual, intricate dance of ethereal footsteps that never seem to descend. On the plains of southeastern England, across the Thames River at 332 Royal Street, an elderly man sits in a wheelchair, bathed in the light of three suns, or perhaps four, that cascades upon the verdant grass and the marble, a vibrant interplay of warm and cool hues that evokes profound psychological implications. In the grand tapestry of existence, humanity appears merely as a swarm of insects. The tremor in the old man's hands has never been as pronounced as it is at this moment, not even when, 54 years prior, he was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, leaving him entirely paralyzed and unable to utter a sound. Never has he experienced such exhilaration since 1994. When Peter Shor of Bell Labs demonstrated that quantum computers could perform discrete logarithm calculations at speeds far surpassing traditional computers, quantum computing has captivated and even inspired leading scientists. 5 years ago, a middle-aged man from Canada visited the elderly man's home. After an extensive discourse, he uttered a phrase that has lingered in the old man's mind ever since. God. Hilbert, you are God's son. Much like the nomenclature of many physical concepts, the term Hilbert space bears little relation to Hilbert himself, to the extent that when people refer to Hilbert, they are invariably alluding to Hilbert space, rather than the rather inconsequential figure of Hilbert himself. Thus, it is not that the words of the middle-aged Canadian are flawed. The crux of understanding the distinction between quantum computers and traditional computers lies in the latter's sequential processing. One calculation must be completed before another can commence. In contrast, the advantage of quantum computing is its ability to perform multiple calculations concurrently. This concept is akin to one individual attempting to move 1 trillion bricks versus a collective of 7 billion people doing the same. To put it simply, a collection of 10 novels, each comprising 1 terabyte in size, would occupy 10 terabytes of space, whereas 10 novels in quantum bit format could be simultaneously layered within that single terabyte. As an elderly individual captivated by cosmology, he has long felt the weight of time pressing upon him due to the complexity and duration of extensive calculations, perhaps believing he may never realize his dreams. However, the old man has every reason to believe that the advent of quantum computing is indeed a fortuitous boon. Therefore, when the tricolored sun appeared in the sky, the exhilaration within him was profound, something that outsiders could scarcely comprehend. While the average person may struggle to penetrate the mists of uncertainty, the old man, amidst the three suns, perceives the immense significance of Chun Hongxing's so-called divine realm. Chapter 105. Memories of Ergali research has never been a straightforward endeavor. If a nation fails to acknowledge the independent spirit of its researchers, it is akin to voluntarily relinquishing one's future. Numerous research companies and small personal laboratories, though constrained by national circumstances, possess their own independent domains to a certain extent. In this domain, the incessant chatter of politicians proves utterly futile. It is revered as the sanctum of scientific inquiry. In 2009, a group of free-spirited researchers from Russia arrived in China, serendipitously including an individual who held dual Russian-American citizenship. His parents, unable to endure the financial crisis, tragically took their own lives, becoming a pair of inconsequential winged companions. Consequently, this American chose to forever forsake his homeland. However, his late parents harbored a rather detrimental penchant that compelled them to allocate substantial resources towards this obsession, investments in the field of cosmological research. Had any endeavor in this world required a certificate of merit, these parents would likely have aspired to receive a Lifetime Achievement Award in scientific investment. Within their investment narrative, three pivotal figures emerge. The first, Kip Thorne, an American theoretical physicist; the second, Martin Rees, a British astrophysicist; and the third, Ivan Pushkin, Lev Tolstoy, Tchaikovsky, Strauss, Levitin, Lenin, Khrushchev, Medvedev, Jackson, a Russian high-energy particle physicist. By 2015, these three illustrious scientists, driven by an insatiable yearning for the vast cosmos, had all relocated to the distant east, Jinchuan County, Urgally. This area is excessively pristine, with a central iron shell, or rather, an iron tower, whose soaring spire obscures the view of what lies beneath for those on the ground. There existed a fly, residing amidst the refuse outside the bus station in Urgally, engaging in the most prideful endeavor of its existence, reproduction. After a while, the fly unsteadily lifted itself, for it yearned to depart from this place. There was no corner of the world that could accommodate it for eternity. As the saying goes, a tree dies when moved, but a fly thrives. Struggling to flap its wings, it prepared for its journey, oblivious to its future and unaware of when it might find a home. The world was vast, yet it contained no patch of warm sanctuary for this creature. It flew and flew, basking in the radiant sunlight. It soared to a part of the village in Urgally, a place where the inhabitants dared not linger, and after approximately 10 seconds of flight, it plummeted to the ground. Upon landing, it never rose again. This desolate expanse held the power to extinguish life. Beneath the iron tower, 486, 5 meters deep, lay a hall where a multitude of computer screens refreshed with unprocessed, high-density data. In the realm of computing, there emerged a revolutionary gift known as DCS, or Distributed Control System. In stark contrast to the antiquated centralized control, distributed control was akin to bestowing wise humanity with the wings of a tiger, an enhancement of formidable strength. This served as a poignant illustration of the historical truth that centralized power is destined to perish. Within the clever confines of distributed control, the subjects need not behold their rulers, yet their fates remained firmly in the hands of those in power. Inside the clandestine research base of Urgally, two individuals from Huagua wore an introduction. The first, Yin Su, a serious figure and former leader in the study of cosmic dark matter at Tsinghua University, stood before the control room's computer, his mind unable to find solace. In the face of data, the power of humanity appears exceedingly feeble. At this moment, Martin Rees stood before the control room, shaking his head in disappointment before silently departing the hall. After Martin Rees left, only a Russian man remained, accompanying the solemn atmosphere. The other professionals stationed at their computers were merely nodes in a vast network. The Russian man patted the shoulder of the serious figure beside him. Old Yin, what is knowing the truth change for us? It is likely that we could never have imagined, in our wildest dreams, that the meteor swarm is merely an illusion, a real projection of God cast upon our retinas. Yin shook his head, struggling to utter the word that had irrevocably altered this research base. No. In Huagua, at the Bund in Shanghai, the anomalies in the sky, though not genuinely present, manifested as an alternative reality that was utterly imperceptible to the naked eye. No matter where one might be on Earth, or where one might hide, as long as one gazes upward towards the sky, it is inevitable that one will behold it. To a certain extent, it resembles a mental projection, a psychological overlay that encompasses the entire globe. The emergence of the tricolor sun resulted in an unprecedented phenomenon of 4 suns in the sky, yet the precise temperature measurements, accurate enough to shatter world records, showed not even the slightest variation. After a considerable time, as the particle dispersal of the tricolor sun reached its finale, a topological map of Earth materialized, and the tricolor sun evaporated completely. It was astonishing. Regarding the updates during the winter vacation, if we exclude the indescribable occurrences, I might indeed experience a surge in progress, striving to achieve the milestone of 300,000 words. Indeed, there is no fault in this ambition. Chapter 106, Human Civilization 1, Quantum Light Brain. However, this trajectory of high pixelation is evidently not sustainable in the long run, as is often articulated when introducing the concept of invariance in topology. Spheres, cylinders, and cubes are congruent. Subsequently, by employing the concept of invariance to designate variables among macromolecules, we are left with the intrinsic, unchanging properties of human materiality within each variable. Ultimately, a seemingly ordinary image, which has undergone countless validations through topology, comes into existence. The projection appearing in the sky is merely a minuscule fragment of the entire topological map of Earth, as it actively shifts to the left. The left side gradually fades away while new geographical locations emerge on the right. Furthermore, this is merely a trivial portion of the Earth's inconsequential crust. In the upper right corner, there are modifiable data: depth, unit, nanometers 0, 0 longitude, 121, 48612 latitude, 31, 24,166. Chen Hongxing took a deep breath, acutely aware of his fiercely pulsating heart. Faced with the entirety of human civilization, he understood that at this moment, all his actions must exude calmness rather than panic. We have speculated that perhaps in several hundred or thousand years, humanity will ultimately succeed in meticulously mapping and restoring the original visage of our Earth, the nurturing mother that sustains us. However, today, this scene has arrived ahead of schedule. The atmosphere is charged with the goodwill applause from people worldwide, who, after the harrowing meteorite incident, can finally release the tension that had gripped their hearts like a vice. The journalists on site paused for a moment, and upon witnessing a flurry of applause in the live stream, they exchanged smiles and set their equipment down to join in the clapping. After a lengthy silence, one reporter posed the question, "Chairman Chen, what significance does this hold for humanity?" This inquiry has echoed through the ages, especially during the heyday of science fiction films and novels, where advanced physics and cutting-edge research frequently graced major streaming platforms. Chen Hongxing pointed to the projection in the sky with his left hand. Indeed, this moment is not a scene from a science fiction film, but a tangible reality. Turning to his right, he continued, "However, if you were to ask me today, I would have to say that most individuals have never truly contemplated science. Life itself keeps everyone preoccupied, much like a meteor that inexplicably appears and then vanishes without leaving a trace. Reflect for a moment. How many have pondered what lies beyond the universe? What essence do you and I embody? With the advancement of technology, we increasingly uncover that many concepts are fundamentally simple, ideas that were once proposed many years ago but were merely beyond our comprehension at the time." Chapter 107, Human Civilization 2, The Principle of Transparency. What Chen Hongxing expressed likely left many in contemplative silence. For the majority, in the midst of a debate regarding a particular issue, there exists no necessity for rigorous reasoning. Rather, they cling to a sense of philosophical resonance. The grand screen of the sky gradually dims, transforming into a nebulous backdrop, heralding a miracle anticipated throughout the day, a spectacle embodying the principles of science and philosophy, unfolding amidst a breathtaking panorama. The populace is enveloped in a long-awaited suffocating curiosity. In an instant, this sensation compels a multitude to seize their mobile devices and rush outdoors, gazing upward, where the miracle is indelibly inscribed upon each viewer's retina. That miracle is human civilization. Throughout the millennia of historical evolution, never has there been a moment when human civilization has been so profoundly dissected, transmitted live through a divine forum to each audience member's consciousness. Against the blurred canvas of the sky, human civilization unfurls like a cinematic experience, meticulously chronicled from a certain year before Christ. Viewers witness a time when primitive beings sprint across the earth, pursued by formidable beasts and menacing insects. They observe these early humans banding together, fiercely retaliating against their predators. In another year, the dawn of the most rudimentary creative consciousness emerges. Perhaps it begins with a lightning strike that scorches a wild deer. Yet the tantalizing aroma leads these early humans to savor the first taste of cooked meat in their existence. From simplicity to extravagance is an easy transition. Yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Our primitive ancestors exhibited a remarkable aversion to raw consumption. One can only imagine that certain raw food enthusiasts may have instigated countless bloody conflicts over this matter. However, as history relentlessly pursues the wheel of evolution, their plight appears as humble as that of Amandus. Once, it is likely that every individual pondered the profound question of how the first human emerged. The answer is simply that it occurred. From a genetic perspective, human mutation mirrors the selective expression seen in the transformation of a common clover into a noble four-leaf variant. The advent of humanity was undoubtedly a gradual process, one that would not have been perceived as aberrant by their progenitors. Throughout the millennia spanning the evolution from primate to human, the mutual selection and adaptation of one species to its environment facilitated this slow metamorphosis. Hair diminished until it was selectively present in certain regions, while other areas became adorned with fine hair. Crawling evolved into upright posture, as the skeletal structure no longer permitted a return to a quadrupedal existence. Facial features softened from ruggedness to gentility, and since modernity, this gentleness has garnered increasing societal acceptance. In a certain year, as the population swelled, socialization became an unstoppable force. The primitive tribal culture gradually transformed into urban culture. Tribes comprising thousands began to resemble vast cities, and when these cities converged, driven by the pursuit of resources, the primal wars ignited. For such beings as humans, skirmishes involving thousands often culminated in a veritable slaughter on the battlefield. The scenes that unfolded can only be described as harrowing. Time, in the context of human history, spanning hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, seems inadequate. A mere few centuries can witness monumental global transformations, while several hundred years may mark significant historical ruptures. The span from the inception of imperial authority to its actualization took a staggering several million years. In contrast, the interval from the conception of the First World War to its cataclysmic outbreak was a mere 500 years. Time elapses swiftly. On the screen, a second feels like an eternity, yet outside this realm, only a little over 20 minutes have passed. Indeed, the celestial screen serves as a simulation of the tangible world, each frame immersing viewers in a visceral sense of suffocation and the profound weight of history. This is not mere cinema. The heavenly display offers no respite for the audience to voice their astonishment or articulate their reactions. As the rapid replay of human history concludes, a line of text emerges. Humanity has repeatedly missed countless opportunities throughout its past. Much like the Russian individual in the secret base of Ergali remarked, the celestial spectacle seems to be directly projected into the minds of each observer, decoded and translated into a language comprehensible to all. From the authoritarian's embrace of agrarian cunning to their isolationist policies, the true impediment to technological advancement throughout history has invariably been authoritarianism. However, from this day forth, everyone may exhale with relief. Under the principle of transparency, global scientific exchange shall henceforth encounter no barriers. The principle of transparency? Just as the authoritarian figures found themselves unsettled by this declaration, the realm of the divine provided an elucidation of the so-called principle of transparency. The principle of transparency, also known as the principle against literary inquisition, the principle against historical concealment, and the principle against knowledge monopoly, encompasses three paramount interpretations. The second interpretation posits that historical data must be entirely transparent, prohibiting all forms of historical concealment, with the history recorded in the divine realm serving as the primary keyword and foremost search criterion. The third interpretation asserts that all forms of knowledge must not be monopolized or withheld, and that new knowledge must be made publicly available online. When uploading knowledge content, accuracy is imperative and intentional distortion is strictly forbidden. The prohibition against disseminating false knowledge takes precedence over the first interpretation. These three major interpretations are specifically directed towards the divine forum. In this moment, the political arena is indeed in a state of global upheaval. Just a minute ago, the annals of human history were grand and magnificent, yet none have displayed such a stark change in countenance as they do now. The so-called principle of transparency has, without surprise, caused all political leaders to turn pale. Just how terrifying is this notion? Under the first interpretation, all bundled interests lose their security. Under the second interpretation, all forms of educational indoctrination can bid farewell to history. Under the third interpretation, the secrets of powerful nations will be laid bare before the eyes of every ordinary citizen. This signifies the definitive end of authoritarian thinking on the historical stage. This signifies the advent of the era of the Earth Federation. Chapter 108, The Technological Tree of Earth. In the presence of Chen Hongxing, a vision unfolded before him, a swirling, cloud-like filament of light, enveloped in a vibrant purple ambience, shimmering with an ethereal glow. Occasionally, a thread would stretch and twirl, creating a dreamlike spectacle. The enigmatic figure stood there, inquiring whether he would be willing to serve as the apostle of the mysterious one among humanity. As he embraced the divine realm for a fleeting moment, it seemed as if the mysterious figure transformed into a lion, while he himself was but a forsaken rabbit in the forest. The principle of transparency was evidently but the second spark ignited by the mysterious one for his apostle to implement. The first spark was the recent catastrophe of the meteor swarm. Was this an exhibition of power by the mysterious one? No, certainly not. Qin Hosheng preferred to perceive this as a divine redemption for humanity, not the conventional dichotomy of good and evil espoused by Western religions, but rather a wake-up call for the future advancement of humanity. The relentless succession of upheavals rendered reality increasingly alien to the populace, and the shock to established values and worldviews elicited a sense of helplessness among many journalists, who instinctively directed their discontent towards Qin Hosheng. He could only soothe them with a blend of gentle yet firm rhetoric, a reassurance that reverberated through the live broadcasts of various reporters and anchors, reaching the entirety of the Earth. Approximately 3 minutes later, the sky screen darkened. In its wake, green lines emerged from the chaos, gradually aligning into order, weaving a three-dimensional grid-like world through the interplay of vertical and horizontal lines. Change arises in the next instant, as the edges of the three-dimensional grid begin to emerge. The lower grid is initially tinted by a series of slender green lines, which soon multiply into hundreds, rendering simultaneously. The perspective within the celestial screen expands, rendering the lines indistinguishable, revealing instead a vast expanse of three-dimensional green space. Those hundreds of lines, once confined to a narrow view, now resemble delicate threads in this broader perspective, and the rendering speed accelerates, allowing observers to finally discern what is depicted upon the screen. It is a horizon identical to the ground of the bund. Not only is the lower grid being rendered, but the grids on the sides and above also commence their transformation. As the rendering unfolds, the lateral grids stretch away, a manifestation of the principles of perspective. The efficacy of these principles imbues the entire three-dimensional grid world with an enigmatic law, one that modern individuals might more readily articulate as a scientific principle. Yet, in truth, the sensory experience renders the distinctions between the two sources of awe indistinguishable. The ability of Western painting to evoke a sense of world creation stems, in part, from humanity's reverence for nature. Delving deeper, this reverence arises from the realization that we inhabit an extraordinarily authentic three-dimensional realm. The prospect of a three-dimensional image elicits a sense of dread. The artist, in an attempt to conquer this fear, can only do so by rendering it on canvas. Perhaps this innate desire for possession of the world, akin to a child's attachment to its mother, lies at the heart of it all. The grand screen in the sky has completed its rendering of the three-dimensional grid. It is a realm that instills in people across the globe an unwavering belief that the forthcoming technology of virtual reality can achieve an almost perfect semblance of reality. Before their eyes unfolds the entire panorama of the bund, where from a bird's-eye view, one can behold the 52 majestic edifices, each exuding its maximum allure only under the cloak of night. Their diverse architectural styles convey opulence and grandeur. In contrast, the commercial district across the river, with the illustrious Oriental Pearl Tower standing proud, appears eerily desolate. Further afield, the North Super Baidu Bridge and the southern stretch beyond Jinling East Road remain unseen, constrained by the limited dimensions of the celestial screen above. However, the divine domain displays a remarkable attentiveness. As the perspective broadens, the screen reveals the entirety of Shanghai and gradually encompasses the provinces of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Anhui, and the East China Sea. The first-level simulation is initiated. The Earth depicted on the screen begins to undergo various transformations. Given the vastness of the planet, showcasing every location is evidently impractical. Thus, the screen is segmented into 5 panels, each emblazoned with the bold names of representative cities. It is evident that this divine domain intends to select 5 cities from around the world as exemplars. While this may seem devoid of deeper significance, the politicians perceive it quite differently. In their eyes, these 5 cities are destined to leave an indelible impression on the minds of the populace, subtly influencing the narrative of who shall inherit this world in the future. This notion is indeed quite intriguing. It can be said that the 5 representative cities, as a seemingly minor setting within the realm of the divine, possess the profound ability to alter the distribution of the entire global landscape in a psychological tug-of-war. For inherently, humanity appears to harbor a contradictory sentiment, an intrinsic concern for the perceptions and validations of others. This acknowledgement is, in essence, the entirety of human existence's value. Moments later, these 5 monumental cities materialize upon the screen. Shanghai, New York, Moscow, London, Paris. In the esteemed Palace of Westminster, a gathering of citizens, satiated in content, alongside overseas Chinese who are keenly observing the mainland's diplomacy, and a few junior reporters, have long settled into their seats. This free admission policy has been lauded by proponents of democracy. Whether they are locals or travelers, none mind investing a few hours to witness the reputed official discourse. Today is particularly unique. The conference hall is broadcasting live footage from the Bund. As early as during the meteor shower incident, Parliament had resolved to adopt an open meeting format to alleviate the populace's fears. Hours have passed, and although the meteor shower incident has transformed into a mere farce without peril, the anxious onlookers remain restless. Furthermore, the officially attending members of Parliament have lost their inclination for idle chatter, as a suffocating atmosphere of unease permeates the once vibrant conference hall. While the introduction of the principle of transparency has somewhat eased the tension, the uncertainty surrounding the 5 representative cities has left all legislators with a profound sense of disquiet. Unbeknownst to many, a certain small community serves as their sole bastion of support. Without external validation, this nation faces the grim reality of a mere existence in name. A particular romantic city-state harbors similar trepidations. As for a certain warrior nation and Uncle Sam, regrettably, those two nations remain entirely unperturbed. And what of the land of the Han? I believe it stands resilient. A nation of serene detachment. The sky screens 5 cities, akin to 5 colossal IMAX theaters displaying a 3D spectacle. The Shanghai market within the screens is analyzed with great precision, as rows of green numerical symbols refresh at a rapid pace on the right side. Chapter 109, The Technological Tree of Earth, Part 2. The sky screens. 5 cities, akin to 5 colossal IMAX theaters displaying a 3D spectacle. The Shanghai market within the screens is analyzed with great precision, as rows of green numerical symbols refresh at a rapid pace on the right side. A gentle breeze sweeps through, leaving the neatly tiled floor undisturbed. A vast modern square, accompanied by the beautiful reflections of the Huangpu River, resembles a desolate no-man's land. It appears strikingly real. However, unlike reality, the domain of the divine is absent, and even the array of equipment rented from the National Laboratory has vanished without a trace. This place has indeed transformed into a veritable silent hill. After a brief span of approximately 10 seconds, the green flow accelerates significantly, followed by graceful lines delineating numerous human figures. As the camera pulls back, the once desolate city suddenly teems with a multitude of people. The technological tree of Earth, mainline sequence testing. Mainline, reproductive survival rate, in accordance with medical standards. Initiate. On a macro scale of Earth's geography, any location holds the potential for existence, yet it swiftly vanishes as individuals pass each other in fleeting moments. Without a single instant of retention, time within the virtual Earth is evidently accelerated countless times, rendering the cycle of life, aging, illness, and death remarkably brief. With the assurance of modern technology, the survival rate of infants is significantly enhanced. However, in certain regions lacking resources, numerous stillbirths and infant deaths persist. Absent unforeseen circumstances, one may succumb on the road, fall victim to hazardous occupations, suffer from ailments, or perish in warfare. The fundamental indicators of reproductive survival are as follows: infant survival rate, 99. 5765, adulthood rate, 91. 0149, normal mortality rate, 85. 4811. Human lifespan graph. Image, warning of medium danger. Path 1. In the foreseeable future, nations such as Libya, Bulgaria, and Sierra Leone face a bleak outlook. All deindustrialized nations must undergo transformation. Under the maximization of reproductive benefits, developed countries must embrace substantial population influxes, as reducing economic dependency on non-aid nations is the sole avenue to avert a third world war. Path 2. The strategy of developed nations involving population hijacking. By accelerating demographic growth, developed nations adopt incitement strategies centered around non-aligned countries, igniting a third world war to eradicate the 3 critical crises: the crisis of lethargy and excess, the food crisis, and the nuclear turmoil crisis. These 2 pathways have been promptly recognized by multiple nations, initiating a series of resolute policies. In truth, in certain nations, the leaders are, in various aspects such as economic and military prowess, even inferior to the average members of a certain Jihu community in China. The citizens of these countries often perceive their small villages as half the world, and occasionally, a minor town may be regarded as the center of the universe. Consequently, the majority of the populace in such nations leads a lifestyle marked by a trifling wage earned in 3 days, indulging in leisure activities in the wilderness, and adhering to a philosophy that regards wealth as ephemeral. Their days are spent in debauchery, seemingly indifferent to the fact that their world is on the verge of becoming a focal point on the global stage. In reality, among the citizens of third-world countries, there exists a dearth of politicians with a global perspective, let alone true statesmen. The coexistence of a system striving for agricultural to industrial transformation alongside the remnants of a historical slave system leaves educated Africans utterly powerless in the face of a languorous and hedonistic populace. The yearning to escape such primitive societal conditions is fundamentally what drives many Africans to embrace a pro-China sentiment. Today, the realm of the divine unequivocally conveys to them that, regrettably, in the course of human evolution, a transformation is imperative. Failure to adapt? Then, one faces obsolescence. Standing before the divine realm, amidst the global community of humanity, some may even feel as though they are perspiring profusely. The adage "new officials ignite their fires" seems to resonate even with extraterrestrial beings. These troubling matters are inherently addressed by China and Uncle Sam, who, at the pinnacle, conspire with crimson smiles to maximize their interests. The citizens of industrialized nations, much like the ordinary populace in China, are often unable to empathize with these struggles. The gaze of the majority of humanity remains fixated upon the screens suspended in the sky. The technological tree of humankind is undergoing a fundamental sequence test, with a focus on the burgeoning field of genetics. Thus far, human genetics has merely succeeded in deciphering the human genome. This ironic reality is not simply a scapegoat for the constraints imposed by scientific technology. It is more profoundly limited by the scarcity of biological talent and the harsh hierarchies prevalent in scientific research. Take, for instance, the situation in China, where the academic journey in biology is notoriously protracted, typically encompassing 4 years of undergraduate studies, 5 to 7 years of doctoral research, 2 to 4 years of postdoctoral fellowship, and an additional 5 to 7 years as an assistant professor. Consequently, the average individual might not attain a significant breakthrough until reaching the age of 40. Moreover, a staggering 95% of doctoral candidates fail to secure a coveted tenure-track position at esteemed research institutions. The competition within academia is exceedingly fierce, and the prolonged existence within laboratory confines often leads to a deterioration of one's capabilities. In the realm of biology, funding and the number of journals are significantly more competitive than in other disciplines, making it challenging for biology students to maintain a tranquil mindset, often leading to a state of frenzied desperation. In contrast, while many other fields also offer opportunities only post-40, the atmosphere in those disciplines tends to be more serene, allowing scholars to uphold their dignity. A similar situation exists within the field of chemistry. This environment has resulted in numerous talented individuals, after being dissuaded by friends and family following their extensive studies in biology, where parents no longer need to fret over their careers, abandoning their aspirations. The outcomes simulated on the screens reflect this very reality, echoing the warnings articulated by the divine realm. In this myriad of occurrences, we shall set aside the details for now. The clock strikes 1:15 in the afternoon. The comprehensive testing of the primary sequence of humanity's technological tree has finally concluded. While the global audience has already indulged in a well-deserved lunch amidst their busy schedules, what follows is the simulation of humanity's technological tree, the energy sequence testing, the material sequence testing, and the information sequence testing. Each sequence branches out into 3, 4, or 5 offshoots, each of these further dividing into even more subbranches, and so forth. This progressive unfolding gives rise to a magnificent and flourishing tree, embodying the core essence of each civilization. By 5:30 in the afternoon, the realm of the divine has finally granted humanity, whose spirits had been shrouded in gloom, a moment of respite. The trajectory of Earth's civilization has been thoroughly verified. The evaluation results can be accessed independently on the forum's homepage dedicated to the divine. Meanwhile, Tao's expression shifted abruptly, prompting him to summon a virtual monitoring screen from the war realm. As anticipated, trouble had befallen Chu Ling Chapter 110, Ice and Snow. In one of the replicated war realms, designated number 051, Chu Ling devoted the first 3 days entirely to fostering relationships with subordinate officers and soldiers, understanding that even a mere acquaintance could bolster her influence. It was not until the 4th day that she received an email from military personnel in a small town, informing her of abnormal commodity circulation in the eastern town of the Qingtai suburb, one of the 8 outskirts of the Ice and Snow Empire's 9 cities. Just how abnormal was it? Once abundant with a variety of grains and foods boasting extended shelf lives, the region now faces a severe scarcity, compelling many merchants to procure supplies from distant locales at prices exceeding market rates. Consequently, these provisions have found their way to the small town, transforming into overpriced commodities, which has sparked numerous complaints. This phenomenon successfully captured the attention of Chu Ling. Huangzhou town is situated in the eastern part of the Qingtai suburbs, over 600 kilometers from the capital in a straight line. An overnight journey aboard the Jiangwo snow train takes 17 hours to reach the northeastern station bordering Qingtai, after which one can board a snow-powered motorcycle, the Snow Strength Steed, arriving by 10 o'clock the following morning. The Ice and Snow Empire is not uniformly enveloped in frost. Rather, it is the 8 suburbs, covering 80% of the empire's territory, that are entirely shrouded in ice. Although snow and ice form the foundation of the empire's existence, the establishment of 9 cities has prompted an increasing number of individuals to abandon their hometowns in pursuit of the bustling urban life. Over time, these once vibrant hometowns have indeed become true suburbs. Nonetheless, the nation has invested over a decade to harness snow power, constructing 16 railway lines that tightly interconnect the 8 suburbs. As a result, the suburbs do not appear impoverished. Riding the Snow Strength Steed beyond the town, one can observe numerous young people frolicking in the snow. The local skiing industry flourishes, giving rise to an abundance of recreational activities to choose from. As we drew closer, a snowball suddenly struck, and the accompanying officer, effortlessly maintaining his grip on the Snow Strength Steed with one hand, caught it with ease, indicating this was a familiar occurrence. "Boss Su, spare me the theatrics. Who truly covets your first-place reward?" The young man spoke, and his girlfriend standing behind him playfully pinched him, exclaiming, "Humph, as if you would dare." Chu Ling smiled as she regarded the officer. "Chu Department, this is our warm welcome to you." Navigating through the crowd, the officer greeted the many young faces with a mischievous grin, unperturbed. Though the small town was known for its simple folk, none could rival them when it came to reveling in the snow. Indeed, Chu Department, a middle-aged soldier riding behind flushed with embarrassment. The ice and snow blanketing the town seemed to have lingered for many years, their color imbued with a rich, earthy hue. Even footsteps upon them produced a heavy thud rather than a sharp crack. As they approached the heart of the town, a young man led the group to the entrance of a hotel. Looking up, one noted its fitting name, East Country Snowburn. The hotel was spacious, yet devoid of lavish decorations, giving it an unusually stark ambience, where the rows of tables resembled those of a school cafeteria. "Minister Chu." The young man enthusiastically presented a bowl of what appeared to be a slushy beverage. "Please sample our local specialty, the snow fruit. What a rare delicacy for warding off the cold." Brushing off the snowflakes from her head, Chu Ling casually removed her raincoat and draped it over a chair. "Where is Xiao Chen? Have him bring me the documents." Shen Tonghao had departed early to procure the joint search warrant from the district office's director. The young man looked somewhat troubled. Chu Ling waved her hand dismissively. "What are you two standing around for? Have a seat. This snow fruit, right? Go fetch 2 more bowls." Indeed, according to the law, every legitimate citizen of the Ice and Snow Empire is entitled to the right to privacy. Should one wish to conduct a search of a citizen's residence, they must first obtain the signatures of at least 5 street office directors. Otherwise, it would be an affront to the empire, a matter of utmost seriousness. By 1:30 in the afternoon, the military began to arrive in small groups in the town, establishing their ambush. Chu Ling promptly issued the order, "Arrest them." Chapter 111. Hell on earth, what is this about? "Sir, your package. Goodness, have we committed an offense?" Outside, under the watchful eyes of several rifles, the special forces swiftly subdued all individuals within the residence. It remains a mystery how they managed to establish such a network, as they had clandestinely acquired a significant cache of firearms. In light of the situation, Chu Ling, exercising caution, found that all 3 of the scouts he dispatched had been lost, with only a brief message regarding heavy gunfire at a target location and densely packed intelligence reaching him. Without hesitation, Chu Ling called off the assault plan. The mountains were silent, void of gunfire, which could partly be attributed to the low temperatures of the ice, the arid air, and the use of suppressors and subsonic ammunition. However, one could not dismiss the possibility that the adversaries were armed with specialized weaponry. Gazing into the distance at the mountains, blanketed in ice and beset by swirling snowflakes, Chu Ling pondered whether these individuals were connected to the mass sentiment card incident that had transpired in the capital of the Ice and Snow Empire 5 days prior. Upon entering this world, Chu Ling had been searching the main god network for all available information regarding the main god, although no pertinent information was found. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared. Indeed, he had already arrived in this realm. The unfolding of this world narrative arrived with no forewarning. Despite Chu Ling having experienced the plot twice and having adapted considerably, it would be disingenuous to claim that she remained unperturbed. "Commander Chu, please provide your directives." The officer exhibited no hesitation. The troops divided into two contingents, one tasked with sealing off all exits of the air raid shelter, while the other continued to gather intelligence. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chu Ling commanded a reduction of the encirclement. The cacophony within the shelter was exasperating. The open nature of the plot world is notably unkind. Many fail to grasp the motivations of the activists. Compared to exposing oneself on a battlefield embroiled in conflict between two nations, it would be far more prudent to remain concealed and await the conclusion of the narrative to reap the rewards without risk. How delightful that would be. Thus, the initial fervor of several activists had transformed into considerable distress. Do you not comprehend the situation we are in? Noise, noise. Only when someone shoves a gun into our mouths will we all fall silent. The current circumstances were far from optimistic. Heavy machine guns were positioned 1,000 meters from all exits of the shelter, and a single burst could transform anyone foolish enough to venture out into a sieve. How could mere civilians contend with the military? A middle-aged man rubbed his forehead vigorously, feeling the wrinkles multiply, when his peripheral vision caught sight of a young man in the corner. The youth caressed the heated ion blaster in his hands as though it were the skin of a beloved. "Lu Qing," the middle-aged man called out, approaching him. The young Lu Qing looked up, revealing deeply set eyes, with pronounced brow ridges, exuding an air of somberness. "Uncle Chung." Sighing, Uncle Chung leaned against the wall and crouched down, pondering how they might articulate their predicament. "Awaiting good news." "What do you mean by waiting?" Uncle Chung questioned, his gaze fixed on the ground. "We have provided the provisions, and the firearms have been supplied. We were instructed to proceed according to the plan." A robust young man approached, impatiently smoking a cigarette, the smoke lingering in the frigid air. "Now that the troops have arrived, where's the plan?" "The plan has yet to materialize. Are we to be buried in this wretched place, my friends?" Lu Qing chuckled softly. "Remain calm." The air raid shelter was expansive, extending deep underground, with a network of interconnected passages. There were 4 principal large caverns, linked by 6 corridors, each cavern boasting a passage that led directly outside. The corridors, though short, merely 30 meters, were not entirely straight, having been deliberately designed to circumvent areas of loose soil prone to collapse. At the eastern hall's exit, a gentleman clad in a blue coat emerged from a passage connecting to the northern hall where Lu Qing and the others were. "Uncle Ai, you have finally arrived." The gentleman smiled warmly. "You've worked hard, Xiao Qiao. Allow me to take over. You should rest for a while." Xiao Qiao nodded, massaging his neck as he made his way toward the northern hall to clock out for a break. Uncle Ai, with a smile on his face, raised both hands to wipe the dust from the wall, exploring until he grasped a protruding point, which surprisingly opened a concealed iron door. He climbed inside, securing the iron door behind him. The young man who had come from the eastern hall to inspect looked on in confusion. "Why is there no one on duty?" A sudden shock coursed through me as I heard a thunderous roar emanate from the adjacent wall. Before my consciousness could fully grasp the situation, I was engulfed by the ravenous flames, reduced to mere ashes. Many walls were shattered, revealing their true nature. Gaping voids filled with countless incendiary devices. Napalm. The inferno first consumed the entire eastern hall, claiming the lives of over 30 individuals in an instant. Yet, the destructive force of the napalm did not cease there. More of it splattered into the northern, western, and southern halls, adhering to bodies like viscous grease, sticky and unquenchable. Boys and girls screamed in terror as they hastily discarded their clothing, exposing themselves in their desperation. Women, some baring their breasts, plunged into the frigid reservoir, while others pressed against the icy walls, the sound of sizzling flesh resonating, releasing a peculiar aroma of charred humanity. However, the napalm could not be extinguished. Those fortunate enough to escape faced an even greater peril from the burning individuals, whose frantic struggles could easily hurl flaming globules onto their companions, creating a secondary wave of devastation. In that harrowing moment, death seemed to release. Chapter 112. The machinations of great powers as the individuals within the cave endured the searing agony of burning napalm, exposing their dermis and subcutaneous muscles. They bore several minutes of a living hell. The ancestral tales of war began to crystallize in clarity, the historical warnings seemingly manifesting before our very eyes. At this moment, they yearned only for death. The man, racked with unbearable pain, struggled to collide his body against the wall, indifferent to the blood streaming from his battered head. He truly wished to live, a longing so profound that it provoked a philosophical contemplation. Why do some individuals choose to end their own lives? There exists nothing more agonizing than death in this world. The very existence that suicide victims loathe is, ironically, what the deceased deeply yearn for. Unbeknownst to the man, with each collision, he sent splatters of solidified gasoline, clinging to his scalp, flying in all directions, one of which struck the cotton coat of a middle-aged woman. The gasoline did not extinguish itself due to her gentle appearance. It cruelly adhered to her coat and ignited without hesitation, consuming both her and the fabric. The woman, startled by the flames erupting around her waist, was paralyzed with fear. In a reflexive attempt to brush the fire away with her left hand, she only succeeded in coating it with a layer of the solidified gasoline. In her frantic state, she foolishly rubbed her hands against her body, inadvertently creating another ignition point. Her screams twisted her face in agony. She felt a deep-seated hatred for this merciless ice and snow empire, despising the omnipotent deity above. The searing pain coursing through her body momentarily eclipsed her resentment, compelling her to run in a frenzy. In the chaos, she clumsily shed her heavy coat. And as she did, a piece of flesh was torn from her left hand, revealing charred bone beneath the soot, with no blood to be seen, only a thick, yellowish fluid. Yes, there was melted water in the restroom. The restroom. A middle-aged woman found herself in close proximity to a restroom, having forcibly taken from a friendly native girl a beautifully crafted bra just days prior. The flames had long since ignited her undergarments, and the price of tearing away all her clothing was evident in the festering sores that marred her hands. Closer, through the haze of her burning eyes. She could barely discern that the restroom lay just a few paces ahead. The instinct for survival struggled valiantly against her overwhelming agony, compelling her to take a step forward. The first step, the second step, the third step. Like a staggering, animated corpse, the middle-aged woman could no longer endure. She stumbled, limbs splayed, crashing down at the entrance of the restroom. Creak. The restroom door cracked open slightly. Is someone inside? Is anyone there? How wonderful. Am I saved? The woman resembled a candle, the flames licking at her exterior, melting the fat within, seeping through her skin to feed the fire, allowing it to burn on until every last bit of grease was consumed. Ultimately, what might remain would be merely her hands and feet, stripped of their former substance. What greeted the eyes of the two individuals inside the restroom was merely a fleeting glimpse of this harrowing process. A sound of retching echoed from within, and soon, a bucket of ice-cold water was poured over her. Amidst the hissing sounds, the middle-aged woman was instantaneously cooked, rendered utterly lifeless. The most despairing aspect was that the flames continued to rage fiercely, the burning gasoline showing no fear of water. Finally, the two occupants could no longer contain themselves and expelled the remnants of the luxurious chicken legs they had consumed at noon. A man named Lu Qing and a woman, heavily made up to the point of obscuring her natural beauty, comprised this ill-fated duo. The woman grasped Lu Qing's shoulder in a panic, her voice laced with terror. Lu Qing, have they breached our defenses? How could they arrive so swiftly? It is the empire of ice and snow. They are mercilessly slaughtering us with incendiary bombs. How could they? What distinguishes them from demons? Ah! The hand resting on the woman's shoulder tightened, as Lu Qing trembled with rage. The sweltering heat, overwhelming pressure, and shockwaves were the initial harbingers of death. As the air became increasingly saturated with thick black smoke, the scarcity of oxygen transformed into an insurmountable pressure of mortality. In the northern hall, numerous sheets and blankets lay scattered, most of which had already ignited in flames. Lu Qing seized a relatively thin blanket and poured a bucket of water from the restroom over it. Follow me, he urged. draping the damp blanket over himself. He sprinted towards the storage pile in the northern hall, where numerous storage boxes were being displaced. A passage, 1 meter wide and 1 meter high, was opened in the wall. This escape route had been forged through the desperate struggles of many, all yearning to flee this death zone, yet ultimately meeting their fate as charred corpses. Merely approaching this passage filled Lu Qing with a sense of impending suffocation. Time offered no respite for the pair. The woman yearned for this urgency. Lu Qing first hurled the drenched blanket into the opening, then activated the mechanism, causing the stone door to slowly close. Leaving several substantial gaps, he stuffed the damp blanket into them to seal the entrance. "Help me!" A hoarse cry for salvation echoed from beyond the stone door. Lu Qing hesitated for a fleeting moment before resolutely pursuing the woman who had already raced ahead. As he walked along the road, he occasionally stumbled upon a disfigured corpse, victims of the devastating power of napalm, leaving few survivors. Even those who merely brushed against a trace of the incendiary gel would succumb to unconsciousness on the path. The abundant chemical accelerants within the gel, upon igniting the skin, inevitably left behind a plethora of highly toxic substances, which could infiltrate the bloodstream through the open wounds, ultimately leading to blood poisoning in these unfortunate souls. Lu Qing, with his keen hearing, could discern the approaching sounds of the armies from the empire of ice and snow. The urgent task at hand was to distance himself from this perilous place. Once he exited the air raid shelter, allies would surely come to his aid. The darkness enveloping him was so profound that one could hardly see one's hand before one's face. The dense black smoke that had infiltrated the space resembled a biological virus, arrogantly asserting its dominance over the oxygen in the air, while simultaneously carrying toxic substances that numbed Lu Qing's senses. A voice seemed to urge him to surrender to sleep, suggesting that slumber would bring an end to his troubles. Meanwhile, a woman continued to run forward. Soon, she could see a glimmer of light ahead, prompting her to muster her strength for just one more minute. If she could endure for that brief moment, she might survive. Suddenly, she sensed something moving ahead. Was there someone there? Lu Qing, in his wandering, was suddenly tripped. His consciousness blurred, and he did not take the time to discern what the obstacle was, choosing instead to focus and press onward. At a certain moment, the sun emerged from behind the dark clouds, illuminating the lifeless body of a woman. Lu Qing, having exited the cave, found himself unable to stand, and a man stationed at the entrance hurriedly came to support him. "Lu Qing, are you all right?" In chapter 113, 2 Pawns, the air within the air raid shelter had temporarily transformed into a battleground of toxic substances. Under such dire circumstances, a reckless invasion was implausible. Chu Ling could only anxiously remain outside the entrance. By the time a batch of gas masks was distributed, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. The sight of charred corpses, the ground littered with human adipose tissue and excrement, even through the gas masks, rendered several soldiers nauseous, leading them to vomit inside their masks, a lamentable situation akin to washing one's face with despair. Yet, many soldiers appeared to have grown accustomed to such horrific scenes. The battlefields of Liaodong, the Three Wells, and the Bund under nuclear explosion. Each of these was far more brutal than this moment. Soldiers, after all, have become habituated to the macabre. Within this temporary team communication channel, no member possessed any authority beyond mere communication. Thus, over the past 5 days, through mutual invitations, they had amassed a total of 756 members. Yesterday, there were still 475 vibrant souls among them. They did not voluntarily exit the group, but were instead stripped of all their rights by the Master God, including the right to join the group. The remaining 281 individuals felt a profound sense of insecurity, for none wished to meet a fate akin to that depicted in the short videos. This ordeal weighed heavier on him than the misunderstanding surrounding Chu Ling's attack with the napalm bomb. In the fleeting minute that followed, the number of participants in the communication channel's upper right corner plummeted dramatically, as if a domino effect had been set in motion. 280, 273, 240, 160, 10, 5, 4. Had they truly left the group automatically? Had these individuals succumbed to such cowardice? Was a mere video sufficient to shatter their resolve? It is often said that in dire circumstances, one either collapses or erupts. These individuals, who had traversed the labyrinthine world and the island realm, had inexplicably chosen the path of surrender. Yet, Lu Qing, gazing at the glaring figure of 5, felt a flicker of solace within, just as he contemplated uttering a phrase of resignation, as if in response to his unspoken thoughts. That number swiftly diminished by 1. In the blink of an eye, it fell again. The count dwindled to 3. Lu Qing. In this vast group chat, a portion had irrevocably perished, while those remaining evoked a sense of betrayal and isolation. Ultimately, only 2 solitary souls remained, one of whom was surprisingly Cheng Shu. The group name, Cheng Jiji. He had not perished? Perhaps he too had been captured. For a moment, Lu Qing felt a profound sense of despondency. The influential figure of the Yanlong Empire, the head of the Yanlong Empire Group, the president of the Yanlong Empire, and the chairman of the Yanlong World Council, Yu Shan, approached Lu Qing and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Lu Qing, regardless of what troubles you now, I sincerely hope you can soon emerge from this shadow. Thank you. Lu Qing clenched his fists tightly, his short nails digging into his flesh. The sharp pain radiating from the nerves in his palms awakened him considerably. The benevolence of Uncle Yu's shelter was something Lu Qing would never forget. Yushan smiled. Moving to the chair of authority, Yushan solemnly announced a new military order. Today, I have invited the elite warriors from across the nation to gather, and I wish to declare something of great importance. From this moment forth, Lu Qing may summon imperial forces of level 2 and below without the need for formal requests. In the vast realm of the Flame Dragon, within the Skynet system, Lu Qing possesses the unique second priority calling rights. As for the level 1 forces of the Empire, they are the Flame Dragon troops, who have defended the borders and engaged in a battle of wits with the Ice and Snow Empire for a millennium. The ability to mobilize forces of level 2 and below effectively relinquishes the living reserves of the Flame Dragon Empire to Lu Qing. The Skynet system is a hallmark of national oversight and regulation. Traditionally, the president of the empire has held the first calling rights, while the second priority rights are distributed among various factions. Yet now, Lu Qing astonishingly possesses the exclusive second priority calling rights. This situation is tantamount to all previous holders of the second priority rights being automatically demoted. Those present as invitees, regardless of their political awareness, could not be lacking in discernment. Just moments after Yushan finished speaking, applause erupted in harmonious unison. At that very moment, all survivors of the replicated world number 51 felt the tremor of the Master God's wristband. Chapter 114. The Fractured Worldview of the Replicated World number 51. In the emergency room of Huangqiu Town Hospital, the explosion in the air raid shelter claimed the lives of hundreds, leaving only 2 survivors. One is a tall young man, severely burned over 95% of his body, suffering from phosphorus poisoning. After the emergency amputation of both legs and one arm, he was successfully rescued but remains in a coma. The other is a middle-aged man, whose injuries are somewhat less severe, having lost only one arm. He too has been rescued but lies unconscious. As I instinctively brought my wrist closer to the middle-aged man's, the Master God bracelet detected the query result, number 247648, Cheng Jiji. His ranking on the strength value list is number 19. Cheng Jiji. He was one of the 3 strategists who assisted Matsura Kyoko in transforming the Matsura Kyoko line into the Matsura Kyoko battle team during the Island World events. Cheng Jiji? An intriguing figure indeed. Suddenly, a strong tremor was felt at my wrist, and the top area of the Master God bracelet illuminated, displaying several lines of text. World of War, a Song of Ice and Fire. Title, The Era of Binding. Clue 1. The 2 nations have begun to glimpse the edges of the world. Local cosmology is in a state of exhaustion, and a new cosmic perspective is taking shape. With your wisdom, I trust you have grasped the choices that lie ahead. On the crystalline, ice-like ground, light sparkled like electricity, illuminating the doorways of 2 or 3 small stone houses, resembling shimmering bubbles of light and ice, ethereal like the snowy peaks of the Flying Fox, reminiscent of the spiritual aura within the Dream Valley. This reflects the whimsical musings of the first generation of national leaders in the Ice Empire of the virtual world. A fictitious persona woven from clay, embodying the unchanging national doctrine of the Grand Empire for a millennium. A fictitious character, how utterly absurd. Although Chu Ling believed that her intellect could navigate the intricate politics of great nations, she was acutely aware that she was merely a puppet of the Ice and Snow Empire. 5 days ago, when the leader of the Ice and Snow Empire, Li Zhenghua, witnessed the astonished reactions of his officials to the effects of the collective goodwill cards within a minute, this world, designated as the 051 model, transcended the mere realm of warfare. This transformation was akin to Galileo's proclamation of heliocentrism or humanity's discovery of extraterrestrial civilizations. The world became unshackled from its rigid confines. In that moment, Li Zhenghua's conjectures evolved from mere speculation to certainty regarding the two pivotal hypotheses posited by the empire's leading scientists. The first hypothesis, the two great empires, spanning 28 million square kilometers, are not the sole dominions of the world. The second hypothesis, beyond the membrane of this world, there exist other lands, other empires. Today marked the most arduous day for old Lu. Upon entering the labyrinthine world, he was already 47 years of age, an awkward stage of life. Having never experienced the darkness of the years when the people awakened, he was still nursing at his mother's breast during that tumultuous time. By the 1990s, a pivotal year for the new century in Huagua, old Lu amassed his first fortune. Adhering to the doctrine of moderation, he purchased 2 houses in the urban area of the Shanghai stock market, thus establishing his roots within the comforting embrace of the middle class. Proudly, over the subsequent decade, by subsisting on rental income, old Lu successfully maintained this lifestyle. Life led him to marry a fair and lovely wife, while he kept a pleasing mistress on the side. When venturing out, he often chose to accompany his mistress rather than his lawful spouse, descending into a state of despondency that transformed him into an aging, portly figure. In the labyrinthine world, much like many others, Lao Lu chose a moderately sized squad, drifting through life until reaching the island realm. Like the majority, he sustained injuries yet managed to survive. Fortunately, he found himself in a world of vast opportunities for conflict, where he opted for a position that allowed him to remain inconspicuous among the populace, distancing himself from the urban chaos and mingling with the marginalized citizens of the suburbs. Perhaps Lao Lu's plight was even more tragic. To this day, he had yet to find someone to procure false identification, leaving him without an ID. Unable to lodge at inns or access internet CAFs, and stripped of the privilege of online shopping. With only a few hundred yuan earned from distributing flyers, he purchased several kilograms of cabbage and potatoes, living a life of idleness during the day and seeking refuge in an abandoned factory at night among a group of beggars. Today, having exhausted his last yuan, he reluctantly joined the ranks of the other beggars in search of work. To his surprise, the divine wristband prompted him, join the World Research Bureau or the Research Department, or eliminate them. Hey, let's south meet at Nanning Road Station? You stand west. I'll stand east. Numbly, Lao Lu dismissed the projection of the divine wristband and followed the young beggar who had spoken. This existence was quite satisfactory. As an ordinary person, devoid of excessive zeal. My apologies, Captain Lu Qing. In small towns and bustling metropolises, drifting aimlessly until the age of 20, 30, or 40, who isn't an ordinary person. Unlike the lethargic cultures in certain African countries, after spending several years in Huagua and the United States, the majority of the populace's psychological reactions to war remain confined to discussions on certain platforms, at specific stations, or within particular games. If it were a game, when the screen displays that victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare, and the hero is beckoned to start anew, players might chuckle softly. However, in the realm of war, death is irrevocable. Even if life is lived in the humblest of circumstances, one would not wish to exist like the summer flower in all its ephemeral splendor. Many possess a modicum of cleverness, engaging in menial labor within the town to earn a pittance sufficient to procure food for 51 days. Retreating to a remote wilderness with a steadfast resolve to avoid contact with outsiders. They yearn for a life of simplicity and stability. If Chu Ling were to enlist in the military, their aspirations for glory on the battlefield would hold no significance for them. Yet, should Chu Ling insist on drawing them into the military fold, it would be akin to provoking a hornet's nest. As the explosion in the air raid shelter reverberates throughout the world, by dawn, it will be evident that Chu Ling's fortunes have waned. Chapter 115. The Mysterious Visitor, Part 1. Unlike the development of Earth, this world of warfare consists of only 2 continents. Separated by a river of ice and fire, their combined expanse insufficient to rival even a small province of the Huagua on Earth. Beyond the borders of both nations lies the void, a realm where nothing can traverse. Ascending 45,000 meters into the sky reveals the same desolate expanse. The relentless conflict between the 2 nations has rendered the historical records of over a millennium ago nearly unfathomable, even with 2 centuries of technological advancement. The chasms in history remain almost insurmountable. Consequently, In the pursuit of scientific progress, astronomy has transformed into the anatomy of the world, dedicated to the study of the void. Bereft of the vast cosmos, the people here possess a singular understanding of the world, the minuscule patch of land beneath their feet. The city's height is highly concentrated, and with just a dozen railways, it can transport people across the globe. Interestingly, automobiles have not developed here. Rather, the skies are filled with airplanes. The so-called two nuclear weapons of the Empire, one representing the icy depths of the sea and the other the fiery dragon, combined, possess far less power than the small boy dropped by America decades ago. The development of this world is insular and self-referentially perplexing. The issue of the replicated world number 51 is not an isolated incident. In other replicated worlds, driven by Tao Wu's deliberate actions, the two great empires will eventually uncover the complexity of their existence. However, Chu Ling's situation is rather unique, which stands in stark contrast to Tao Wu's interests. It is crucial to understand that what he seeks is collective evolution, rather than a singular protagonist. After pondering for several minutes, Tao will ultimately resolve to adopt a divine perspective. This conundrum shall be resolved by Chu Ling herself. Unless absolutely necessary, he is reluctant to interfere with the choices of an individual as thoughtful as Chu Ling. On one hand, under the framework of 4 important directions for extraterrestrial civilizations, hereinafter referred to as 4 directions: first, utilize all feasible methods to dismantle the wormholes created by extraterrestrials. Second, a global coalition of leaders will form a welcoming committee to greet the arrival of aliens. Third, advance scientific theories, enhance technological capabilities, and increase strategic investments to prepare for the potential unfriendliness of extraterrestrial visitors. Fourth, all interstellar migrants find themselves at the mercy of the vast cosmos. It is noteworthy that the second direction is under intense scrutiny, with its core team comprising women from cultural preservation associations. The aforementioned 4 directions serve as the foundation of all matters, with the core issues resolutely destined to be addressed by technology. In the realm of social governance and significant policies, numerous nations have adopted a vigorous and decisive approach. For instance, there has been an escalation in the intensity of prison labor reform, and the identity of death row inmates has been abolished. The participation of death row inmates and those serving life sentences in hazardous scientific experiments was approved by a unanimous vote of 198 from the attending nations, including all 5 permanent members. The third aspect pertains to the pressing issue of education for the future. In September, following the announcement of the 820 Higher Education Initiative, countries have shown heightened interest, with various departments frequently convening with educational experts to actively discuss the construction of schools. In our nation, the Politburo meeting in September reached a consensus to manage the 2 core universities and 70 marginal universities, with the governance of these marginal institutions adhering to geographical considerations. Notably, one significant policy worth mentioning is the abandonment of regionalism, advocating for a collaborative spirit, a bold initiative considering the 1 billion population, averaging 20 million individuals per university. Naturally, the level of transportation infrastructure must also be taken into account. Moreover, professions essential for maintaining the fundamental operations of society, as well as vocational colleges, will continue to function as usual. According to official documents released by the Ministry of Education, non-degree granting institutions will still exist in the short term. Many undergraduate institutions sensed this shift as early as the beginning of September and proactively sought approval from the Ministry of Education to downgrade to vocational colleges. However, most applications were ultimately denied. Merging schools is indeed a substantial undertaking. Following extensive public relations efforts by numerous institutions, the Education Department of Hunan Province has announced the latest news, stating that the province will retain 5 marginal universities. Preliminary planning. Zhongyuan University is set to be established on the grounds of the former Zhengzhou University, expanding the campus to an area of 19,000 acres. Zhengzhou University remains the sole undergraduate institution preserved in Hunan Province. The other 4 universities are named Hunan University, Longxing University, Dongxing University, and Yellow River University. Yellow River University is located in Bianjing, with an initial plan for construction covering 13,000 acres, where the former Hunan University has been repurposed and officially renamed the temporary Northwest Campus of Yellow River University. According to the Department of Education, the students at this temporary campus are numerous. Regardless of whether one hails from Tsinghua, Peking University, Harvard, or Caltech, All must undergo a re-evaluation process. Students in their first, second, third, and fourth years, irrespective of their academic backgrounds, are required to partake in an alternative examination system akin to the college entrance examination of 2017. There is no concern about the perceived waste of youth in restarting their academic journey. Diligent students can naturally advance directly to their senior year. As of today, the school has seen a minimal return of students, and in response to the official obstinacy, no specific plans for their return have been provided. However, Huanan University has never been short of enthusiastic students. Unlike yesterday, today the campus entrance does not appear desolate. Chapter 116. The Mysterious Visitor, Part 2. The public regards the university students entering and exiting the campus with indifference. Once the pride of the heavens, they have now become a class of elitists in society, from the lowest to the highest echelons. Every governing body seems to place its future entirely upon the shoulders of these students, while the general populace has become a collective deemed unnecessary, merely existing to be sustained until they inevitably fade away. Indeed, this era has bestowed upon adults an atmosphere of profound anxiety. It is now widely acknowledged that the uninvited arrival of extraterrestrials is likely to ignite warfare. In such a tumultuous environment, it is only natural for individuals to succumb to fear, particularly when society recognizes that they have become the least significant group in the future. An obscure fire of jealousy has emerged as the greatest barrier to communication between two factions, the student body and the broader society. Yet, university students seem to find amusement even on the eve of crises, much like they do in times of peace, fully aware that post-graduation they must enter the workforce. Yet they remain entranced by the distractions of gaming and romantic entanglements. Many indeed choose not to abandon their leisurely pursuits this year, despite the impending responsibility of supporting a family next year. Suddenly, the crowd erupts into chaos. Oh my God, a theology professor has committed murder. Teacher, what has happened? I am your student. In the midst of this turmoil, a middle-aged man brandishes a kitchen knife, wildly swinging it with a sinister expression, repeatedly screaming curses about death as if he has lost his sanity. A woman behind him shrieks and turns to flee. But before she can take more than a few steps, the knife strikes her on the back of the head, black blood spraying forth, splattering the man's face. You think you can escape? Keep running. If I don't kill you, it's my loss. Bah, such a foul creature. The woman collapses, convulsing on the ground, lifeless. The male and female students seem to see their own reflections in this knife-wielding man. Just hours prior, the meteor shower incident had plunged them into despair, leading them to engage in foolish behavior. Now, this assailant is merely perpetuating their hopelessness. The cost is a relentless death. No one dares to approach the knife wielder, a robust man whose imposing physique suggests he is not someone easily subdued. Even the security guard refrains from intervening, resorting instead to frantically dialing for help, hoping to offload this troublesome situation onto the police. The assailant remains unchallenged amidst the crowd, akin to a butcher in a pen, as he strikes down, sending a torrent of blood gushing forth in a grotesque display. People scatter in all directions. A couple attempts to flee through the gates of the school, only to find the knife man in pursuit. The male student, in a panic, cries out, "Spare me. Please, my dear mother." A moment of stunned silence follows, and his desperate plea becomes his final utterance. He collapses to his knees, his heightened sense of alertness momentarily quelled, his face meeting the ground in surrender. The blade is forcibly extracted from the flesh, carving a grotesque chunk from his visage, leaving behind a blurred, bloodied nose. Oh my God! The metallic scent of blood overwhelms the onlookers, who, engulfed in sheer terror, fail to consider the peril, yet remain paralyzed, like lambs awaiting slaughter. In this one-sided frenzy, 6 lives are extinguished within mere moments. No one resists. Kill, 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 damn you. Ha 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 ha, perish. You would not wish to live in despair, awaiting the slaughter by the divine, dying alongside me today. Ha ha ha. You shall undoubtedly be grateful to me. The nostalgic archway of the school. A young girl clutching a thick black and red tome approaches, capturing the full attention of the knife-wielding man. This girl, in the morning, after the meteor shower incident, while the world focused on the million youths executed by the military, few remembered the countless young girls who fell prey to these deranged youths. This middle-aged man, the one holding the knife, saw his 11-year-old daughter become a victim of these madmen, brutally killed by 5 male students. The carnage left her lower body in a grotesque state. Scoundrels! Do you wish to die? The female student, engrossed in her book, seemed oblivious to the chaos at the school entrance. Hey! Thick blood trickled down the man's face, pooling at the corner of his mouth. Ugh! Hey! The girl did not lift her gaze. Playful strands of hair danced in the breeze, brushing against her lips, truly adorable. Damn it! Such calmness in the face of death, akin to those scoundrels. The knife-wielding man twitched his nose, taking slow steps towards the girl. Drip! Blood slid down the blade of the knife, splattering onto the blood-soaked earth. 10 meters away, the security guard, engaged in a phone call, wrestled with his conscience. Yet, in the end, he chose silence. The knife-wielder found himself involuntarily pondering a question. How beautiful is the female student? Like a refreshing breeze in summer. Yet fleeting and ungraspable. It evoked a dreamlike sensation, akin to the euphoria of indulging in marijuana, a feeling where all worries could be cast aside. It had been ages since he had savored such bliss. Oh, daughter! The killer, overwhelmed by emotion, wept, despite his face being smeared with the blood of others. The cleansing tears rendered him the most vulnerable soul in existence. As he approached the female student, he deliberately veered aside, brushing past her. In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of the title on the book she held, Why I Consider the Copenhagen School to be the Aristotle of the 21st Century, The Uncertainty Principle, and the Holographic God. This book, authored by the brilliant graduate student Chu Hongsheng, introduced a plethora of mathematical models and had once garnered considerable attention within professional circles. To date, it had paradoxically evolved into a new counterpoint to quantum mechanics. Much like the principles of quantum mechanics themselves remain unverified. Does quantum mechanics truly exist? She turned to the last page of her book, revealing a series of elegantly penned formulas she had annotated. Her delicate, snow-white hands unfolded, causing the book to slip from her grasp. The thud startled the killer. He glanced down, noticing the book had opened to a page in the middle, which was also filled with annotations, the handwriting identical to that on the final page. A gust of wind swept by, closing the pages, and the eyes of Chu Hongsheng on the cover seemed to question her. Why have you discarded it upon the ground? The female student lifted her delicate foot and stepped upon the cover. Chapter 117, Contagion. The man wielding the knife had never believed he would find redemption. Yet now, he was convinced. This female student was akin to a celestial being, descended to earth for the salvation of humanity. She would bring forth truth, rendering all the evils of this world mere trifles within the human race, regardless of the multitude of dark and light corners in existence. They paled in comparison to the purity of truth. I wish to know your name. The man gazed at the retreating figure of the female student, his fervor so intense that it could not be obscured by the blood that stained him. Outside, the faint sound of police sirens began to echo. Yet the man instinctively felt that this student's name must be profoundly significant, far exceeding the worth of his own tainted life. The student paused, her voice resonating like the delicate fragrance of orchids in a secluded valley. Strangely, amidst the cacophony of the bloody scene. Liao Yu. The man etched this name into his memory. When he looked up, Liao Yu had vanished from his sight. Interrogation regarding the ghostly case of Yi Jinggu, the associate professor of quantum mechanics at Huanan University, commenced. Given the severity and widespread implications of this case, it was mandated by the authorities that the inquiry be conducted by 4 investigative personnel from the People's Procuratorate. The 4 investigators took their seats, 2 on the left and 2 on the right. Left Investigator 1 name, Yi Jinggu, Yi Jinggu. Left Investigator 1, gender, Yi Jinggu male. Left Investigator 1, date of birth, Yi Jinggu, April 8, 1984. Left Investigator 1, residential address, Yi Jinggu, in Longhu District, Huainan Province, at 1058, Guiyang Road. Left 2, what is your ID number? Yi Jinggu, 410202198, 4040828X. Left 2, what is your wife's name? Yi Jinggu, she has passed away. She died in a particle experiment accident. Left 2, what about your daughter? Yi Jinggu suddenly became agitated, and the personnel took coercive measures to restrain him in his chair. The investigators observed bloodstains on the handcuffs binding the criminal. Yi Jinggu spat on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. The 4 accomplices who murdered my daughter, 3 fell to the bullets of soldiers, and 1 roams free due to a half-hour examination that deemed him schizophrenic. Why do you not interrogate him? You officials, what sort of era is this? You protect each other, and humanity will inevitably perish from internal strife. Right 2 slammed his hand on the table, Do not divert the topic. How long has it been since that case? Someone will crack. But now, do you realize how many lives you bear on your conscience? 8 lives. 8 living souls. What do you have to say for yourself? Right 2, frustrated, slammed the table again. Right 1 lowered his voice to issue a warning. Lao Cheng, adhere to the rules. Yi Jinggu remained silent for a moment, then raised his head solemnly and said, "You all need redemption." An hour later, the higher court secretly transferred the suspect Yi Jinggu, under layers of concealment. Yi Jinggu was released in secrecy. An hour and a half later, Yi Jinggu found himself in a clandestine underground facility, where he encountered the enchanting Liao Yu. This hidden sanctuary lay 1,000 meters beneath the surface, sprawling in its vastness. The descent from the vertical elevator to this assembly hall, or rather, this grand plaza, took nearly half an hour. Upon his arrival, he discovered a gathering of nearly 10,000 individuals, and along the way, he crossed paths with numerous luminaries from diverse fields of research, including the esteemed Leggett and Ian Shi, the chair of Harvard's physics department, alongside the president of Princeton University and the chancellor of the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. The presence of Stephen Hawking left Yi Jinggu utterly astounded. As Liao Yu approached, he witnessed an extraordinary spectacle. Hawking rose from his wheelchair, transcending his disability to stand tall once more. The atmosphere grew invigorating, devoid of the metallic scent typically associated with oxygen pumps. Clarity replaced confusion, and he surveyed the assembly. Each individual present possessed credentials that rivaled his own, many of whom were regular contributors to esteemed research publications, now standing alongside him in this expansive, subterranean plaza. If the surface represented the fertile soil of human society, then this space was the celestial realm of high-energy physics, a veritable paradise. In that moment, he realized he had fallen in love with this place. As Liao Yu passed by him, he believed she cast a fleeting glance his way, a mere look that filled him with profound gratitude. She made her way to the periphery, where an enormous luminous screen hovered in the air. With her fingers interlaced, she gazed upon the eminent figures of the physics community. While many believe that astronomy has glimpsed half of the universe, little do they realize that we are actually encapsulated within a bubble, one that is soon to wither and burst. On the luminous screen, a grand tapestry unfolds, showcasing the birth of the universe 1385 billion years ago. Chapter 118, Global Wanted Notice. The arrival of Liao Yu. This universe is a byproduct of an advanced civilization employing architectural weaponry, originating from a secondary macrostructural weapons nuclear fusion fuel, fortuitously coalescing into existence. In the vast darkness of space, the advanced civilization resembles an elegant poet. The directives of each official within the core government converge, forming the only advanced nuclear command recognized by the luminous brain. In an instant, in the Eastern theater of war, a forbidden weapon departs from its designated trajectory, plunging into a pitch-black tunnel, only to emerge the next moment in the far western battlefield, accompanied by an inaudible hum. It sweeps across countless stars, annihilating innumerable galaxy clusters within the vast, dark cosmos. In the targeted region, 8 civilizations that had long since entered the era of starlight were caught unaware, facing an unimaginable genocide in their lifetimes. For the advanced civilization, their obliteration seemed almost laughable. According to Chun Hongxing's classification of cosmic civilizations in the Shanghai market, this advanced civilization belongs to the second tier. Liao Yu smiled sweetly, embodying a sense of charm. As for my own civilization, it is classified as a 1-9 level civilization. What does this signify? This implies that aside from the markers of a Type 2 civilization, such as the macromembrane nuclear fuel, I am already considered a being of a Type 2 civilization. However, this realization does little to instill pride within me. Liao Yu approached an elderly East Asian man. You can comprehend this, Mr. Gongjie Sunday. Just as you harbor a profound fear of the United States, having experienced a nuclear explosion. In my civilization, every individual, at their core, harbors a deep-seated dread of Type 2 civilizations. Throughout the past 20,000 years, as my civilization has progressed from a primitive society to its current state of 1-9, we have detected a macromembrane weapon explosion on average every century. With each detection, my civilization sinks further into despair. Much like the primitive society perceiving technological weapons as supernatural entities, the principles of the macromembrane nuclear fuel are as inscrutable as ancient texts. Leaving my civilization in a state of fear, willingly allowing our once expansive worldview to be gradually obscured over 2 millennia. Ironically, The very name macromembrane nuclear fuel emerged from my civilization's limited perspective, reducing it to mere comparisons with the nuclear weapons of a lower order. I am but one among many. I am a scholar of cosmic observation. The heartfelt sentiments conveyed within these words left every esteemed physicist present utterly astonished. It became evident that humanity on Earth is minuscule within the vast cosmos, so diminutive that for centuries, we have failed to recognize that our planet, Earth, resides within a galaxy, and indeed, within this entire universe, is, strictly speaking, an artificial construct. In the true cosmos, the atmosphere of the life-bearing planets is one that humankind has never inhaled. It is no wonder, then, that within Einstein's field equations, one can detect a faint, putrid odor of holographic cosmology. Thus, the enigmatic cosmological constant can be more aptly described as a parameter akin to the nuclear fuel of a secondary structural weapon. Hawking collapsed into his chair, and upon his newfound understanding of the vast universe, it seemed to beckon him gently. Amidst a certain chemical gas imbued with the characteristics of poppies, the assembled scientists collectively felt a burgeoning awareness of impending disaster. And Liao Yu subtly emerged as the harbinger of this calamity. This line of thought intensified, fueled by Liao Yu's eloquent yet ambiguous rhetoric, until Hawking suddenly proclaimed, "Madam Liao Yu, let us out of the darkness." Can Hawking truly speak? Ah, that is inconsequential. It is of little importance. Yet, Eugene, in a mischievous twist of fate, echoed the call, "Madam Liao Yu, lead us out of the darkness." In the depths of the subterranean conference hall, 1,023 experts in the field of physics, along with promising young talents, collectively shouted the rallying cry of a new humanity. "Madam Liao Yu, lead us out of the darkness." 2 hours later, Liao Yu held a clandestine meeting with the current leader of Huagua, Mr. Mi hello, Mr. Mi hello, Madam Liao. The two exchanged a handshake before taking their respective seats. "Mr. Mi," Liao Yu called out bluntly, then crossed her arms and fixed her gaze earnestly on Mi Jinhua's hands, where lay a document he had casually placed on the table upon her entrance. "Presumably, you are well acquainted with my identity, so shall we dispense with the formalities today?" Mi Jinhua spoke in a particularly grave tone. "For the next 2 years, I shall be attending Huanan University, leading a life of normalcy, with occasional visits to some ancient towns and villages. No significant events transpired. However, the phrase no significant events seems rather peculiar, does it not? The crux of the matter remains, where were you before the age of 15? What were you doing? There is not a shred of information." A soft chuckle escaped her lips, but Liao Yu quickly composed herself. "Stephen Hawking has not departed. He has merely journeyed to the distant cosmos. On March 14th, 2018, I paid tribute to my idol, Mr. Stephen Hawking." Chapter 119, Global Manhunt. 4 hypotheses to be candid. The history of Huagua is irresistibly captivating. Consider that it has maintained a vast cultural heritage for thousands of years without interruption. Such a phenomenon is truly remarkable on this planet. I find myself fortunate to admire such a nation. As for myself, prior to the age of 15, my identity is rather unique, and the absence of information in national records is not particularly alarming. To speak frankly, among the various scientific communities in Huagua, such as the Erguli Research Base, how many high-ranking officials truly comprehend its significance? Mi Jinhua fell silent. In truth, the simplest conjecture is that if Liao Yu has consistently resided within such scientific confines, his ignorance is not particularly surprising. At most, it could be said that this woman has remained secluded within the base, a rarity in this world. Absurdly speaking, had Liao Yu lived in a remote mountain village in certain provinces, government agencies would find it even more challenging to retrieve her information. It is somewhat ironic that the most tightly controlled areas and those with the least oversight are both devoid of intelligence accessible to governmental bodies, albeit for differing reasons. Mi Jinhua did not exhibit anger. Instead, he responded with a gentle smile. Then, "Ms. Liao Yu, please proceed." Liao Yu produced a USB drive from her white trousers and handed it to Mi Jinhua. He hesitated momentarily before accepting it. "May I borrow your computer, sir?" This request, though innocuous, was in fact a breach of decorum. It is crucial to acknowledge an important principle. A leader's computer is not to be trifled with. While merely inserting a USB drive might seem trivial, it harbors concerns regarding sensitive national information. In any other circumstance, Mi Jinhua would have categorically refused such a request. Yet, he found himself lacking sufficient grounds to decline this woman. With the backing of numerous endorsements from the National Academy of Sciences and the assurance of renowned physicists vouching for her integrity, Mi Jinhua was undeniably intrigued. Setting aside other considerations, the fact that Liao Yu handed the USB drive to him for direct operation alleviated some of his apprehension. Upon inserting the USB, he discovered a file and a compressed folder within. Mi Jinhua opened the file, revealing a document dedicated to data analysis displayed on the screen. Liao Yu suddenly interjected, "Sir, do you believe the 820 global population disappearance incident is an isolated case, or perhaps a series of interconnected cases?" Mi Jinhua sighed, rubbing his heavy gray eye bags, and candidly replied, "This case, over the past month, has led to the establishment of national task forces conducting independent investigations in various countries. Ultimately, when independent inquiries proved unfeasible, the task forces disbanded after deliberation. In early September, an independent investigative unit named the 820 Major Crimes Division was established, spearheaded by the United States, China, the United Kingdom, France, Russia, Japan, Germany, and both North and South Korea. To speak frankly, although this assembly gathers some of the most brilliant minds from around the globe, these prodigies have yet to make any significant progress. This has led many of these intellectuals to reconsider their materialistic ideologies, with some even positing that a divine entity may be responsible for the crimes. Among the various theories proposed, a few are so ludicrous they border on the absurd. Yet under the current circumstances, they are begrudgingly plausible. The first hypothesis suggests extraterrestrial involvement, positing that a group of aliens, under the guise of studying humanity and inciting panic, abducted 6 million victims. This theory was formulated by Maxwell from the United States, who provided a coherent reasoning process. The second hypothesis, collaboration among global terrorist organizations, implies that major terrorist groups worldwide united to execute an anti-human operation. This theory was proposed by the esteemed anti-terrorism expert Alexei from Russia, who similarly provided a coherent reasoning process. The third hypothesis, Death Note, posits that an individual with a malevolent personality has encountered an opportunity akin to that of the Death Note, succumbing to their dark desires and perpetrating a gruesome massacre against humanity. This conjecture has been deduced by Yagami Soichi from the island nation, who has provided a coherent proof process. The fourth hypothesis, Bloody Paradise, suggests that a fortunate individual has obtained a miraculous opportunity reminiscent of the classic narratives found in Chinese online literature, casting 6 million people into an amusement park to engage in a brutal struggle, thereby bestowing upon this individual a godlike thrill of control. This theory has been commissioned by China's prodigious detective Gu Cheng and elaborated upon in collaboration with crime novelist Liu Yifeng, resulting in a consistent proof process. 4 investigative directions have been pursued simultaneously across the globe. To date, over 14 days have elapsed. September is nearing its midpoint. Yet only a substantial loss of manpower has been incurred, with more than 8,000 members of global terror organizations eliminated, leading to the complete dismissal of the second hypothesis. Now, only 3 hypotheses remain. The first hypothesis has made no progress. The Special Operations Team for the third hypothesis mistakenly apprehended 287 individuals, all of whom were ultimately exonerated. Notably, several relevant personnel, succumbing to societal pressure, have voluntarily resigned. The Special Operations Team for the fourth hypothesis has focused on deploying police forces in China. Although they claim to have obtained significant leads, the informant's insights suggest no advancement thus far. Consequently, those involved in the investigations are not oblivious. In adherence to a materialistic dialectical approach, only 2 pathways remain. The first pathway posits the extraterrestrial perspective, asserting that the crimes are committed by aliens, a notion steadfastly upheld and unyielding. The second perspective amalgamates the remaining 2 conjectures into a singular notion regarding extraterrestrial technology. In contrast to the initial viewpoint, proponents of this theory assert that a human from Earth has stumbled upon an alien technological weapon, the principles of which remain enigmatic, yet possesses the capacity to instantaneously annihilate over 6 million individuals globally. This perspective, akin to the alien involvement theory, similarly exhibits remarkable vitality. Mi Jinhua instinctively tightened his grip on the mouse, realizing that Liao Yu had also come for this matter. However, if one were to inquire whether this unprecedented case of global population disappearance is an isolated incident or part of a series, he would offer a wry smile and confess that, candidly, the majority in the Major Crimes Unit believe this to be the inaugural case in a potential sequence. Regardless of whether the perpetrator is an extraterrestrial or a human, this incident fundamentally constitutes an assault on humanity. From a psychological standpoint, It is highly probable that the perpetrator would not be satisfied with a singular act, but would harbor intentions of subsequent offenses. Consequently, the world may face a second 820 incident, reenacting the most significant tragedy of the 21st century. This stark reality elucidates why the Major Crimes Unit has mobilized extensive global resources without any substantial progress, yet no nation is willing to retract its resources. The loss of 6 million lives is a burden humanity can barely endure. What of a second or third occurrence? Firstly, no one can predict whether they will be the next victim. Secondly, no nation can withstand such overwhelming panic, which poses a dire threat to the very fabric of society. The events of March 820 claimed numerous lives, many of whom were individuals of significant societal influence, including the daughters of both the Minister and Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of China. To this day, the parents of many victims, along with high-ranking officials and businessmen, have been fervently advocating for awareness, perpetuating the incident's resonance and enveloping society in a shroud of darkness. Liao Yu shook her head, remarking, "You still do not grasp the gravity of the situation." Mi Jianhua was taken aback, unprepared for such an enigmatic statement from her. Without providing a direct explanation, Liao Yu gestured towards the first page displayed on the computer. Please observe this image. In the center of the first page was a data analysis chart, characterized by intertwining red and blue curves. The red line represented the special events occurring globally from August 1st to the present, while the blue line indicated the number of individuals correlated with these events. Of course, I have meticulously recorded all these individuals in the database. I kindly request that you transfer the compressed files from the USB drive to your computer. Liao Yu then presented 3 USB drives, handing them all to Mi Jianhua, including the compressed files within. Moments later, the transfer was complete, and after utilizing the decompression software, the 4 compressed files were consolidated into a single folder. It was only then that Liao Yu instructed, "Please locate the file named setup. Exe and open it." The term setup refers to the process of installation, while exe denotes the file extension for executable files. In essence, it represents an installation file for a program. Following the prompts, the software is ready for installation in approximately 15 minutes. The software's cover features an artistic rendition by Liao Yu. Upon opening it, Liao Yu unexpectedly produces a USB drive from his pocket, stating that it contains the password for the files. Mi Jianhua experiences a brief involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, but ultimately accepts the drive. Indeed, when he accesses the files, a dialog box appears on the computer screen, requesting him to paste the password. By opening the file on the USB drive with Notepad, he copies the password and pastes it into the dialog box. The program finally commences its operation. A plethora of incomprehensible terminology causes him a moment of bewilderment. Mi Jianhua chuckles and gestures for Liao Yu to take over. "You may operate it. Please analyze it for me. This software is specifically designed for the 820 incident. Within it, I utilized global events and related individuals as parameters and uncovered an intriguing finding. Controlling the input and output of data, Liao Yu points at the computer screen. Since August, over 230,000 special events have transpired worldwide. Through my investigation, I discovered that approximately 32 of these incidents are trivial matters, with the involved parties lacking any distinctive characteristics. After excluding these, 865 significant events remain." Continuing to oversee the software's operation, Liao Yu endeavors to explain the analysis in a manner that is as clear and accessible as possible. Among these events, there were 827 incidents that bore no significance, akin to a leader tripping during a national conference or someone leaping from a building due to a breakup. What remains are 38 noteworthy incidents. However, upon introducing a small file, the software immediately began to feverishly sift through the data. Suppose a fortunate individual stumbled upon extraterrestrial technology, which we shall refer to as the target. Among the remaining incidents, the old murder case has been solved. Analysis reveals that the target was not the orchestrator behind the scenes, thus ruling it out. The robbery of gold and silver at the street corner has been resolved. The Los Angeles turtle case has been solved. The castration case involving an Indian male has been resolved. The illegal extradition of drug traffickers from the Bermuda Triangle has been resolved. The case of the tiger pack attacking humans has also been resolved. These investigations similarly bore no relation to the target. They do not represent a display of the target's prowess following an opportunity. Only 3 incidents remain. Liao Yu, with unwavering confidence, extracted the final file. The disappearance of a young girl in Moscow and the gold and silver theft case. These two cases initially captured my attention significantly. For from the target's perspective, even if he or she were an absolute saint under the divine governance, it would still reveal a selfish aspect of human nature. Regrettably, after incurring the loss of 2 staff members, the cases were solved. The specifics of the process are not mine to disclose, but I can only lament to you, sir, that these 2 cases were perpetrated by one individual, yet he was not the target. Thus, only one event remains. Liao Yu abruptly stood and bowed sincerely. Mi Jinhua quickly rose, questioning her intent. The final event pertains to the kneeling incident involving 24 girls at the Bailianhua Airport in Guangxi Maozhou. This matter is also connected to Chen Hongxing. Chapter 120, Global Wanted List, targeting Mingkong County. Mi Jinhua was certainly aware of this situation. Under immense pressure from both the public and the government, Chen Hongxing, overwhelmed, decided to conduct an inspection in rural areas. At that time, as he arrived at the Bailianhua Airport, he encountered 24 junior and senior high school girls kneeling on the tarmac. Due to the inaction of the staff, Chen Hongxing personally intervened in this incident. Following this occurrence, he stumbled upon what appeared to be extraterrestrial technology in the realm of the divine. After listening to Liao Yu's analysis, Mi Jinhua suddenly felt she had acted foolishly. Regardless of how troublesome these public disturbances were, they had essentially arisen from the nation's despair in the face of the 820 incident and its perpetrators. Were these not the plaintiffs in a legal battle? Perhaps the state should have closely monitored these dissenters from the very beginning. However, on the other hand, a stark reality remains from a human resources perspective. It is challenging for the state to address every issue comprehensively. When an incident proves too complex for the nation to handle, yet is resolved by an individual, the profound shock of such a situation compels Mi Jinhua to remain vigilant. Liao Yu undoubtedly possesses the backing of great powers such as the United States. Her sudden arrival in Huaghua, regardless of her intentions, has left Mi Jinhua feeling as though he is seated upon a bed of nails during this pivotal historical moment. The latter represents a matter of shared honor and disgrace. Should the perpetrators of the 820 incident strike again, it would spell considerable devastation for the social fabric of any nation. Ms. Liao Yu, may I have 5 minutes of your time? Mi Jinhua inquired. Liao Yu responded with a bright smile. Of course, sir. With that, she gracefully exited the room, leaving both space and time for Mi Jinhua. He rubbed his forehead and casually powered down his computer, successfully connecting to a dedicated line. 10 minutes later, Liao Yu emerged from the chairman's office, holding a document with a smile. Though the hour was late, she did not dare to delay, and under the orchestration of Mi Jinhua and his associates, she swiftly mobilized over 10,000 troops, along with a substantial cache of arms and ammunition. Following the plan, for nuclear warheads, capable of obliterating an entire city, stood ready at a moment's notice. Confronted with an adversary whose capabilities might defy human imagination, the government of Huaghua could only prepare for the deployment of humanity's mightiest weapon. The entire Guangxi province was under stringent surveillance. As for Mingkong County, not even a mosquito could escape its confines. Meanwhile, in a small village within Mingkong County, the hometown of Tao Wu, everything remained unchanged. But where was Tao's mother? Having reached this age, I have come to realize that my youth has not been lived as I once envisioned. Each day, I accompany Shin Yuchen on strolls through the mountains. Speaking of how these mountains have nurtured the villagers, they indulge in leisurely walks, perhaps hoping for blessings upon their descendants. In simpler terms, it seems that Tao Mu longs for a grandchild. As my time as the supreme deity extends, I find myself increasingly estranged from my human identity, gradually losing my dependence on many steadfast emotions. Upon entering this school, a sudden unease gripped Tao Wu's heart. In the female dormitory of Building 2, an inexplicable gathering of students had formed. Furthermore, the Educational Bureau's Plan 379 has articulated a new structure for education in Huaghua: 3 years of elementary school, 7 years of general secondary education, 4 years of junior high and 3 years of senior high, followed by 9 years of higher education, implemented concurrently with 2 core universities and 70 marginal institutions. Under this policy, Mingkong Senior High bears a significant burden, as students from established high schools face challenges due to an overly rigid curriculum that neglects quality learning. This neglect has jeopardized their performance in the upcoming college entrance examinations, particularly in computer science and practical applications. Consequently, many high schools, including Mingkong Senior High, have placed great emphasis on the statutory holiday of Friday. organizing students to engage in computer studies. Naturally, many parents are also concerned about their children's futures, with few daring to oppose this initiative. Yet, the crowd gathering beneath Building 2 is perplexing. Many beautiful girls have noticed Tao Wu's arrival. Ordinarily, they would approach him warmly, but now their faces are ashen. Xiao Xiao rushed over, her face streaked with tears resembling a weeping kitten, sobbing uncontrollably. Tao Wu. Zhang Xueqing, she committed suicide. With a heart-wrenching cry, Xiao Xiao buried her face in her hands and sank to the ground, clutching her knees. Tao Wu was taken aback, especially recalling that just a few days prior, this freshman girl had introduced him to several charming young ladies. He had always believed that the quartet of girls led by Lin Xinyi, Zhang Xuejia, Zhang Xueqing, and Xiao Xiao would adeptly fulfill their roles as queens, managing all the women around him. Particularly, Zhang Xueqing and Xiao Xiao were friends of Xin Yuchen, and everything seemed poised to unfold smoothly. Yet, he could not have anticipated that the seemingly timid and conflict-averse Zhang Xueqing would choose the path of suicide. As he approached the crowd, the onlooking students instinctively parted, granting Tao Wu a clear path. The absence of their concealment revealed a harrowing scene before him. Zhang Xueqing had likely jumped from the 4th floor or higher. Her once beautiful hair lay strewn on the ground, stained with blood. With her back turned to Tao Wu, he could only see her legs twisted in a grotesque manner, likely the result of broken bones from the impact. Before he could reach her, a girl suddenly lunged at him, frantically clutching one of his arms and biting down fiercely. Due to Tao Wu's instinctive defensive reflex, the girl found his arm as unyielding as steel, the force of her bite causing her teeth to loosen, leaving her mouth filled with her own blood. However, she remained steadfast in her stance. Thank you. Recently, I have indeed encountered numerous excellent books that have deepened my awareness. This is no longer the Bihu I once knew. Minor adjustments regarding the geographical names within the text do not detract from the reading experience.